with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
providing her another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A basket on it, rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Good morning and welcome in, Pokemon fans. Let's show them what we got here in San Antonio. Our regional championships, our trading card game coverage. 3 Swiss rounds down here in day number 2. We've got 3 more to come, as well as our top 8 bracket. We will eventually be crowning a regional champion. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the lounge to open things up with Jeremy Jalen. We had an excellent day yesterday. We saw tons of great games, tons of top-level competition, and it's met with the largest day 2 field we've ever had at a regional championships.
Yeah, when you have the biggest regional championships we've ever had, we're going to have the biggest day 2 we've ever had. And it's something to behold. There's basically a whole new tournament today.
I mean, 212 players competing in day 2 of this event. I mean, that's larger than some regional championships in the past.
It's larger than the regional championships I won. So that's saying something.
Yeah, the game is just continuing to grow and grow. No better time to start playing than now. There's plenty of events coming up as well. We're here in San Antonio this weekend. Tons more regionals up on our schedule. International championships still to come. London and New Orleans, all leading up to that. World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
It's the holidays right now in San Antonio, but after Christmas time, after New Year's, we're going to head to Portland. Going to be great to be back there, and that's going to kick off the 2024 year for the 2024 season.
Yeah, we are not even halfway through this season. It is still quite young. And of course, players competing at this event are trying to earn those championship points in order to get them to our World Championships. Depending on what region you're located in, depends on how many points you need. Of course, most of our players in this tournament are from the US and Canada. That's going to need 600 points. You earn those points depending on how well you do at various levels of tournament, including these regionals. You can earn them locally at league challenges and league cups, and then even more points are paid out at those large internationals.
Yeah, it seemed once those league cups and league challenges really started getting going earlier on in the season, a lot of players already just locked up all their wins that they could. You saw the championship point breakdown for a lot of players. They were already pretty much guaranteed an invite, and we've seen a lot of players lock up that invite throughout these tournaments.
And we're going to continue to see that as the season goes on. You know, there's plenty of players out there in the field right now, 520, 550 points. If they're finishing in the top 16, top 32, even if they're not getting into that top 8, they're still coming away with something. Of course, the prizing, and then themselves getting their world's invitation.
Yeah, prizing has really been the big emphasis of this whole season. Just the increase of money, increase of the world's invite for winning. It puts a lot more emphasis on every single match you play in this tournament.
And speaking of the matches that are played in this tournament, we wanted to highlight something from yesterday that was just one of our absolute favorite matches. You and I didn't cast this match, but we were backstage watching it the full time, and that was Caleb Rogerson up against Jeremy Gamilla, the Gardevoir mirror match. Now, a lot of times, mirror matches aren't the most fun thing to watch play out, but it feels like there's so much nuance to the Gardevoir matchup.
Yeah, this went back and forth in this game 3. Each of the prior 2 games, one person really gets set up. It led to a pretty quick game, but it allowed this game to really fully finish. And there was a big decision here with Caleb on he needs a lot. Super Rodding back the Manaphy, the Zacian, trying to get a Rare Candy Gardevoir EX to finish off the game here with a counter catcher, but just was not able to cobble together a lot of the draws. Had the Super Rod, found the Zacian, and basically needed the perfect 2 cards off this Iono. Found the Gardevoir EX, but no rare candy. So was forced to counter capture just the Radiant Greninja and hope that Jeremy did not have anything off this Iono to 1.
And it almost worked as well. Jeremy draws 1 single card. He needs an energy card to retreat to win the game. Otherwise, he most likely loses on the next turn. And that top deck for turn, sure enough, the energy cards he needs to move this Greninja out of the active spot and take his 1 final prize card with Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, kind of a little glitch in the system. Like, did I actually draw the energy?
The 1 card he needed to win. And that's what it can come down to sometimes at these regional championships. Just 1 single game, 1 single top deck can separate you from ending your tournament early to making a deep run. And that example plays out perfectly there. Those players were 5-0. Caleb Rogerson did not end up making it into day 2 of the competition.
Ooh.
Jeremy Gamilla just ID'd this last round with Cal Connor. He's in round 13 now. Shortly, I think, is going to be getting started, and he's putting himself in an excellent spot to make it into top 8.
All right, well, that's how it goes. Basically, just if you have the right luck, if you have the right matchups, you can
and of
make
course,
a deep run.
You have to play very well. Most importantly as well. We don't want to sell that short by any means at all. Speaking of the players who are playing well, let's take a look at our top players. Many of these players competing in this event, but this is our top 16 currently in North America. The players who have just been dominating so far this season, already locked up the invite for most of them. Rahul Reddy up there at the top, 721 points. You think he can spare some points for some of these other people?
Maybe. Already locking up that invite in LAIC, I believe, or maybe before in a League Cup. Taking this weekend off to spend it with some family, but you see there number 2, Cal Connor. He has been destroying this tournament with Snorlax.
Yeah, he started 10-0, did eventually go down to Dan Hugar in round number 11, took the loss. That was the Giratina Lost Zone matchup. It is traditionally a little tough for the Snorlax deck to overcome. So Cal sitting at 10-1. He did, like I mentioned, ID with Jeremy Gamilla in the previous round. So 10-1-1, excellent place to be. Grant Shin is still competing in day number 2. He was 8-2-1 going into the last round. Not sure if he was able to get the win in the previous one that we just played. Caleb Gettimer and Andrew Hedrick were actually just playing each other out in the field. That was a crazy one. It was Charizard versus Mew. And normally you would think that's pretty one-sided. You know, it's got to be Charizard favored. Andrew Hedrick was actually able to take game number 2. As I walked away to get back here to get ready, they were going into game 3.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely going to be big. You also see down there, not all of these players have that 600 championship point threshold for that World's Invite. Rowan Stavno and Jesse Parker, 2 players who are both very good, very consistent throughout this entire season, still looking to lock up that invite.
In the past, of course, the top 16 in North America got an automatic day 2 invitation to the World Championships, but the structure has changed this year. There's no more just the day 1/day 2 different tournament type structure that we've had for the last several seasons. Now it's going to be just 1 full tournament. The top 16 does still get a bit of an advantage. They get a round 1 bye at the World Championships, so it's worth competing for, but not quite as big of an advantage as it has been in the past.
Oh, yeah, not at all, but still very good to accomplish. It shows just you've been consistent throughout the entire season, and it's definitely something that these players are still going to try to go for.
We're also, of course, still tracking our European region players. That is the top 22 players in Europe. They get that round 1 bye at the World Championships. And then, of course, they're always trying to compete for that top 16 to get stipends to future international championships as well. Brennan Kammerman was on a tear last season, continues to go on a tear this season.
Honestly, him and his brother have been putting in so much work throughout their entire Pokemon careers. You always just see their names up at the top of the list. Yuho sitting there, number 2, our LAIC Masters Division champion with that Miraidon.
Yeah, and that really kind of has shaped the format. Miraidon has become the most popular deck in the room for previous tournaments. It's the second most popular deck in this tournament, not by a very small margin, though, or not by a very wide margin, I should say. Alberto Conti, another player who's really kind of exploded the last couple of years, puts out some of the best memes on Pokemon Twitter, and also backs it up with consistent finishes. Maybe, you know, we'd maybe get a crown under his belt if he would get off the loss to Tina, but, you know, consistent top 8s and top 4s are pretty strong, too.
Giratina's due for a big win, you know?
That is some major cope if I have ever heard it. Some other great names up here, of course, to keep our eyes on. Stefan Ivanov, a 2-time international champion. He's won 2 of those North American internationals, which many players consider the most difficult tournament in the entire circuit just for its sheer size. And then 4-time international champion Tord Reklev, our runner-up at the World Championships this past year, continuing to show that he's at the top of the game. 18th place right now in Europe.
And of course, Christian Fontenot, a winner from last weekend in Stuttgart, and looking to run it back here this weekend again. Started out 2-2, went 7 wins in a row.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yes, 9-2 going into the last round. He had a really close game against Austin Ellis. They were going into game 3 as well, I believe, as I was walking away. So not sure exactly how that wrapped up. But yeah, like you mentioned, Christian Fontenot competing here in day 2 after winning the regionals last weekend in Stuttgart, Germany, and tons of other notable names here. We saw some of these players yesterday. Other names that are sticking out to me that we maybe didn't feature. Riley Holbert, former regional champion. He actually won a regional championships in Texas. It was the Dallas Regionals.
Oh, I was there.
So this might be his time. You know, he's had some solid top 8 runs in the past. He's on that Rapid Strike Urshifu Intellion deck this weekend.
Yeah, honestly, that was one of my favorite finals matches I've ever casted. It was a grassroots tournament, but it was still in my brain. Vance Kelly, of course, our world champion, still in the running in day 2 here, and tons of great names on this list.
Yeah, Vance has been playing a little bit of Chien Pao so far this season. Of course, he did win Worlds with the Mew VMAX, and he's going back to his roots for this event. He's rocking out with Mew. We'll see if he can continue to make a run. We did get to see Nick Robinson yesterday. That's our reigning U.S. national champion back in 2016. He is playing that Turbo Maridon deck. He is, continuing to just draw through the deck, try to hit those generators, and see what he can make happen.
Yeah, speaking of hitting generators, these players playing Maridon have struggled to...
At least what we've seen,
Yeah,
right?
what we've seen on stream, but still finding a way to pull out a win.
These are our notable players. Let's look at exactly where everyone is sitting currently in the event. Our Swiss standings for the previous round. Dan Hugar up at 10-0-1, was able to get up above Cal Connor after taking him down in their round 11 match. We see Grant Hayes up there. He's been a very, very consistent competitor. He's playing Lost Zone Giratina. He also finished in the top 32 at LAIC with Lost Zone Giratina. Sticking with the same deck. If you found a good result once, it feels like you can continue to try to make a deep run.
Yeah, Dan showing up in the scene during the Players' Cups, putting in a ton of consistency there, and it's great to see it translate to in real-life play. He has been a consistent Day 2 competitor ever since. And then, of course, Azul Garcia Griego looking for that 3rd regional top 8 in a row.
Yeah, that would be absolutely crazy. I mean, he's had an excellent season so far. He would love to make another top 8, but I think more than anything, he wants to get another win, looking to add a 6th regional championship crown to his list of many, many accolades. And up there with him, we see Grant Manley in the 6th spot and Caleb Gettimer in the 11th spot. These 3 players work together. They test together constantly, and they always play the same 60 cards to the event. They always make sure that they're locked in on the same 60 cards that they think are the best for the tournament. And it turns out they've made a pretty good choice this weekend with 3 of them in the top 11 right now.
It seems normally that's what happens. I go back to Salt Lake City where all 3 of them made top 8 with Reggie Gigas. They are just consistent force in this game. And honestly, when you have friends like that, it should be easy.
I am extremely excited to see what plays out here through the rest of this tournament, Jeremy. I mean, if just looking at these names in the top 16 right now that are competing for a top 8 spot, this could make up one of the most stacked top cuts we've ever seen. It's entirely possible.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the amount of players here showing up with the consistency that you've seen these players time and time again throughout all these day 2s, all these top 8s, all these regional wins, you really can't go wrong.
These players, every single win gets them one step closer to that top cut. Every win gets them closer to more prize money. Getting into the top 32 locks you up at least $1,000 with that $10,000 prize up top for our champion. And who is it going to be that adds themselves to our list of regional champions so far this year?
Yeah, who's going to be TBD? That's what we're trying to find out. And look at all that. We're not even halfway through all these regional championships, there's still plenty of players that are able to lock up that Worlds invite just by winning this tournament.
And this is our first North American regionals here in this format. Obviously, there's been a lot of meta development already. We had LAIC. There's been 3 other regionals across the world in Brisbane, Stuttgart, and Gdansk, which have definitely impacted the meta for this event. But as we move forward from San Antonio to Portland to Charlotte, all 3 of these tournaments are going to be in this exact same format. So not only will the results here, lead to someone becoming a regional champion, but potentially whoever TBD will be in Portland and Charlotte will use this information to help them find success in the future events.
Yeah, with the way these regional tournaments have been laid out, basically every weekend there's something going to be going on for the foreseeable future, and the meta really shifts a lot, and plus online play too. And we've seen Snorlax do very well in Gdansk, winning that tournament there, and looking to maybe make another run back here with Cal.
Yeah, Cal is in a great spot to make it happen. We'll see if he can lock up the last couple match points needed. 10-1-1 right now. We're thinking that you're going to need 36 match points, which is pretty crazy to say.
Yeah, usually we see 35, 34 for some of those smaller regionals is the bubble for the top 8. And you have to remember, there's a lot of prize money on the line if you even make top 8 compared to if you're top 16. And these players are going to be playing for a lot. Every match point counts.
Every single match point does count. Of course, you get 3 match points for a win, 1 single match point for a tie. Sometimes in certain matchups, you're okay coming away with that tie. You steal a quick game and you're okay locking it up if it's a bad matchup. But you want as many wins as possible, obviously. A 12-3 record or the equivalent with some ties or better is what's necessary to make top 8 this weekend.
It's insane. Like, you have to play pretty perfectly throughout the entire weekend just to make it to top 8, but it's gonna happen. We're gonna have a top 8. We're gonna have a champion, and I can't wait.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how things will play out. If you're watching along at home, we want to interact with you. We want to know who you want to see, who you're rooting for. Be sure to let us know over on social media. You can follow us on all the various platforms. You can also be sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. And we hope you'll stick with us throughout the day because we're getting ready to hop into this next round, and the action is just going to heat up further and further as we get through the events.
Yeah, and don't forget, this round's going to be a community choice. So if you're on Twitch, you can vote for what match you want to see. It's going to be in a little bit, so maybe when it comes up, it'll be pretty good.
Yeah, poll's not live just yet, but will be very, very soon. Just heard the announcement in the tournament hall that the round 13 pairings have gone up, so we'll get those 4 matches picked, and then you guys will eventually be picking who we're going to feature on our streamed game. It's been a blast so far this weekend, and if you want to be sure to stay tuned for all of our future events, be sure you're following the channel wherever you are watching, if it be on Twitch, YouTube, anything like that. Be sure to follow, subscribe, so that you can stay in the loop. You never miss one of these events because, like we've mentioned a few times now, we're just getting started this season.
Yeah, there's plenty of Pokemon to come. If you're still wanting to try to play and just join in this community, there's still a ton of local tournaments you can try, and then when those regional signups get live, you can try to get in one of those regionals that are close to you, and maybe we can see you win the regional championship and punch your ticket to Worlds.
With all that being said, thanks so much for sticking with us through the opening. Let's get over to our casters who are going to get us through the meta for day number 2 and also get us into our Swiss round 13 match.
The holiday season is here, and a Pokemon TCG champion soon will be crowning here in San Antonio. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Pablo Meza. The anticipation is building up. Players are battling their rounds out. They're getting themselves close to locking themselves up a spot in Top Cut. And it's all about that regional championship title and getting to Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championships.
Yeah, that and the prize money, right? That big money award, I think, is on a lot of players' minds. And I mean, that's the big first $10,000 for first place, but top 32 also gets a pretty nice chunk.
Yeah, breaking down as well the championship points, of course. So much on the line for these players. For those of you joining us or who know what these regionals are about, let's take a look at the format for this event.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Of course, as we mentioned before, these players are battling it out for so much. $10,000 going to the Masters TCG champion. And Pablo, you can't forget those booster packs as well of the latest expansion, Paradox Rift.
Paradox Rift, I mean, what a set Paradox Rift has been, right, so far. Quite game-changing, but yeah, first place, $10,000 for Masters, $2,500 for juniors and seniors, $7,000 for second place, $5,000 for top 4, $3,000 for top 8, $2,000 for top 16. That's what? That's a 4 times increase from last season. That's a lot, yeah. And Masters, it's the same, right? It was $250, now it's $1,000. That more than enough should pay for your trip, I would say.
Yeah, it scaled super hard. I mean, $10,000 was what you got for winning an international championship last year. And not to say that these championships aren't hard. I mean, sort of they were talking about in the lounge, these events have evolved over time. They just keep getting bigger and bigger. I remember when Philadelphia Regionals was 800 people and everyone was like, wow, this is so many. And we're at over double that now. And I mean, if the trend continues, it's going to be getting bigger and bigger. We could soon hit 3,000 players at some of these events.
I know. Yeah, it definitely would not surprise me at all. And now, I have a funny anecdote for you, all right? You just mentioned Philadelphia Regionals. The first regional championship that I played in when I traveled to the United States, I think we hit a little over 100 players. And I was like, oh my gosh. It was, I believe, Anaheim Regionals back in 2006. And I won $1,500 for first place that year. that's a little over top 32.
Well, the prizing, the competition evolves, and so does the metagame. Let's take a look at how the meta has evolved here for Day 1 and Day 2. So, as we talked about a lot, Charizard and Miraidon, the 2 decks on the rise, and it's thanks not only to the new cards out of Paradox Rift, but how these matchups have evolved. Mainly, Charizard EX is a deck in the meta.
Yeah, Charizard, very good against Miraidon, very good against Mew, right? Struggles a little against Gardevoir, but pretty good against Lost Zone as well. We saw it yesterday. Lost Box does struggle to deal with that humongous 330 HP. I'm very interested to see what changed from Day 1 to Day 2.
So many new decks in Day 2, and if you guys want to see or have a choice at how we feature these, the community poll is live right now. Get on that, select your match. We want to hear what the people have to say. Yeah, Day 2, big changes coming in through. Of course, we're whittling our field down from just over that. And look at Miraidon's drop-off, going from the second most played deck all the way down to 8%. That's over a half drop in a decrease in terms of play.
That is a huge swing. And then look at Charizard. It went up. And I think that also has to do with a lot of the top players figured Charizard was their best chance at becoming champion today. And I don't fault them for that. Charizard is a pretty powerful deck. Giratina as well jumped up quite a bit, right? From 6th place to 2nd place. Is it finally Giratina's time to shine, Ethan?
It may be. We also see a newcomer on this list. Rapid Strike, Urshifu, Inteleon, VMAX. That deck wasn't even on our top 5 graphic before, and it's jumped up to the number 4 slot here. 10%, 22 players representing this deck in Day 2. And I mean, Pablo, looking at this matchup graph, besides Mew, these are some pretty solid matchups here on paper for this Rapid Strike Urshifu deck.
Yeah, honestly, with a new technical machine evolution, right, all of a sudden the Charizard matchup is actually pretty manageable for the deck. Otherwise, it would have been a little tricky. And with the big drop-off of Lugia V-Star, Inteleon VMAX with Rapid Strike Urshifu, who is definitely making a big comeback right now.
Now, of course, with high amounts of players in the field, there's also high amounts of talent, some notable players to look at. We watched some of these players sort of evolve through as we went through yesterday in the field. Big name on my mind here, Christian Fontenot, going in strong. At the first, though, a little bit weak at 2-2 to start the tournament off, but won 7 rounds straight, tied the last match, so not out of contention yet, and that would be quite the storyline there, Pablo.
Quite the story. Winning regionals, close to top 8ing the next weekend in a whole other continent. Not many players can do something like that, I would say.
And definitely not in an event that has 212 players in day 2. Again, if we're talking about the evolution of regionals, the first regional, that Philadelphia regional, was the first time they shifted over to the 19 match points. So you had to go at least 6-2-1, and people are like, wow, you can miss top 64 by day 2ing. Previous to that, it was only top 32 that advanced. Then people were like, you can miss top 128 now, and we're so close to people even potentially missing 256 for making it to day 2.
Yeah, we generally might see that at the upcoming international events, right? Those day 2s keep getting bigger and bigger. And yeah, it's just really impressive. Yeah, these day 2s have more players than regionals way back in the day. So the competition is absolutely fierce here.
Fierce indeed. So many notable players. We talked about Christian Fodder. Now let's see if we can pull up some other notable players that we have to showcase for this regional championships. I mean, the other players that we mentioned were doing as well. Some notable players are actually here on our community choice matches that you all over on Twitch have been voting for to showcase what we've got. So, of course, Dan Hugar, we haven't been able to feature him on stream, but I mean, he opened the tournament up at 10-0-1, so just 2-ish match points, or rather a little bit over. So if you're going to try to go for 35 match points, so you still need a couple more, but you got plenty of rounds to do that. And Grant Manley as well, still looking for that big win. Plenty of top 8s, but he's fallen short. Is today the day where he gets there?
Yeah, I would love to see Grant Manley get that win, but our feature match, the one that we're going to be streaming today, will be Joseph Nawal versus Austin Ellis, and I think we're in for a treat. Yeah, we're about to see a deck that we haven't seen featured on stream the whole day. Palkia versus Charizard. What do you think about this matchup, Ethan?
Well, luckily, Charizard's going to be happy that it decided to terrestrialize into a dark type in this matchup. That weakness is not going to be a problem, but if you've been following the stream for a while and seeing this Origin Form Palkia V-Star deck evolve, it started off with that powerful Inteleon engine, then shifted over to using some of these cross-switchers and more aggressive lines thanks to the Chien Pao to find energies out of the deck. It could just come down to this early game aggression. Charizard is a Stage 2 setup deck. That will be the question for me in my mind.
Yeah, now Palkia, as you mentioned, has evolved quite a bit, and this particular version of the deck, we did see it a few weekends ago over at Gdansk Regionals being played by Luke Kirkham from the UK. I don't know how different both lists are, but Palkia having all the versatility of Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, Suicune as a early aggressor, Mew EX, Spiritomb, which I think Spiritomb is probably one of the best tech cards right now.
We keep talking about Mew VMAX on and off. I mean, look, it's very clear that over time Mew has maybe been a little bit too powerful in terms of the metagame. Strong draw engine, damage increasing, everything in between. First it was Drapion, or first it was Mightyena. Mightyena was nowhere close enough to getting there. So I said, you know, we'll up it up a bit. Here's Drapion V. This is very clearly targeted to take down Mew. People are like, well, I can play Path to the Peak and shut up your Drapion, or I can Lost Zone it, and it's evolved to the Spiritomb, and a Spiritomb has proved to be a much more effective counter. Sure, you have the fusion energy, but the big question for players is it worth the slot when it has some niche uses here and there? Shuts off Rotom V, for example, but it is a slot in your deck, and more importantly, it's a basic Pokemon that you really don't want to start with its low HP.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, Drapion, as you mentioned, it's like supposedly that direct counter, but towards the end, I want to say, of its usability, like it was being targeted by Echoing Horn, right? You would deal with it and then be happy that it was in the discard pile, get it back, bring it up, knock it out. So yeah, it seems like maybe Spiritomb is finally the answer, but given the numbers we've seen today, it might not be enough.
And 212 players competing in day 2, but I mean, as you can see here, the event hall is packed. Side events, video game, remember age divisions as well. Our juniors and seniors players are still battling up. I believe we've already crowned some champions out in the field so far, so plenty of Pokemon to play. And if you like what you see here, please come out to one of these regional events. I mean, we've been to plenty, whether it's for casting or playing or even spectating. These events are a blast to come to. We have our fair share of stories and memories from these events for sure.
Yeah, the events are amazing, and I'm genuinely impressed by the Texas community, you know, like Texas really is bigger in everything, and like just look at how packed. Yeah, day 2 is usually a little bit more chill in regards with like a lot of day 1 competitors are doing other things, but look at this place. If you told me this was day 1, I would believe you. Yeah.
so packed, so big, and plenty to do as well. So make sure you go out to a regional championship near you. Go ahead and check it out on Pokemon.com. You can use the event locator or check out the regional schedule and international events too. There's so much fun to have when it comes to playing the Pokemon TCG.
All right, and I think we have our players ready at the stage. So let's jump right into our players setting up. We have Joseph against Austin, Palkia with Ice Rider against Charizard EX with Pidgeot. I really like this contrast between we have the 2-year-old VMAXs, right, and the V-Star, so the Sword and Shield mechanics versus the brand new Scarlet and Violet Terastallization plus EXs. I think we're in for a treat here, Ethan.
Absolutely. These are two very different decks, two decks that are almost different in ages. I mean, the E-Block is next to go, and that was sort of the staple card to start off the E-Block format. You had these Rapid Strike Pokemon, but also the Ice Rider and Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. Pablo, as we're setting up for this first game, it's a matchup we haven't really seen a lot, especially as of recent. What cards are sticking out for you for both players if they want to succeed their strategy and put themselves that much closer to getting those championship points and potentially making top cut?
I mean, of course, we know that Charizard, in order to hit for those high numbers, it has to wait for their opponents to take a few prize cards, and the big HP of Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX could be a little problematic. Of course, there's the 330 HP as well for Palkia to deal with, so you would expect a lot of 2-hit KOs back and forth. But I think one of the big cards will be Radiant Greninja. Can Austin prevent the Radiant Greninja from being effective against him? And that will require a solid bench. And maybe if Spiritomb does come into play without Rotom B, that can hinder Charizard's setup quite a bit.
Greninja ever so powerful thanks to the canceling Cologne. Let's take a look at these prize cards. That one of Mew being in the prize is not really what you want to see. I mean, as always, it's a liability, but very important for these Charizard decks to get that powerful double rare candy, double stage 2 for turn number 2.
Indeed, and then 2 copies of Cross Switcher. That also could be impactful in the sense that it will limit Joseph's possibilities to cost something up to potentially win, right? And if you're trying to pull off the canceling Cologne plus Cross Switcher combo, which he does have available, then that might prove to be a little challenging, right? There are still the 2 other copies, but pulling it off when you have 4 available is definitely much easier.
Lots of great dynamics, and we're ready to get into it. Swiss Round 13, Day 2, San Antonio Regional Championships, and the Spiritombs start to go off. And I mean, I have to wonder, we may not know, but it feels like both these players may actually want to go second to get their strategies going on with the potential for this Water Toolbox-ish deck, or this Water deck featuring Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. It does play 1 copy of that Suicune V. We have seen Raikou and Entei be in the spotlight recently, but hey, Suicune's still here. Suicune can still show that it's got some action.
Indeed. Suicune seems like it was the best V Pokemon out of the trio when it first came out, but it's definitely dropped off in popularity, in usability, but we might actually see it here as the aggressor early on. And as you mentioned, yeah, going second, pretty key for both players as it maximizes their chances of having a full setup, right? They have, in Charizard's case, they have Arven to search for those Battle VIP passes. In Joseph's case, they have Irida as well to search for the Battle VIP passes, but we see Joseph off to a pretty strong start already.
And we talked about Spiritomb a little bit. Usually not what you want to start, but I actually think it's pretty solid here for Joseph going here for first in game number 1.
Yeah, honestly, not a bad start. You want that down, right? So it's an easy retreat, right, for a single energy. Champa already hitting the board so that we can access more energies. Then we'll be able to draw more cards with Greninja. So you definitely don't mind it. It's a Pokemon you would have searched for anyway. So you're pretty happy with that.
The Irida for Battle Pass, a great combination. We see that in hand for the following turn, but already an excellent start. Searching 3 Pokemon out with that Battle VIP Pass plus Nest Ball, and concealed cards will add some more cards to the hand. It's more water energy, but that's fine to have in the discard pile thanks to Origin Form Palkia V-Star Star Portal ability. It feels like it's been a while since I announced that on a stream.
I know, it's definitely been a while now. Good catch on that second energy attachment. Triple Battle VIP Pass, the shiny one too.
You sort of see Austin drawing another one like, all right, I had 2. That's great. Do I even need this third one in my hand? But we'll at least get the opportunity to fill up this bench. Rotom's usually what you want to have down, but thanks to Feathered and Misfortune, not going to be doing anything and will not be selected. No. However, the rest of the hand here is really not looking too great. Now, you can't use the Mew since it's in the prize cards. I don't even think there's an energy card to retreat, even if it were in deck. with having sort of a poor follow-up, assuming no hand disruption comes next turn, how do you set your board up here to respond and rebound?
I mean, I believe I saw an Arvin.
Oh, is there an Arvin in there?
I'm not 100% sure. I could be wrong. Yeah, the
Oh,
very
the last card,
yeah. The shiny border definitely throws you off for a loop. But, I mean, I don't think it gets better than this for Austin. The Mew, perhaps, right? The Mew would be the card that he would like to have in the active spot to make sure that he can get that out, like get out of Rare Candy or something. But, yeah, and I like this. Yeah, it's like you can go ahead and start your turn whilst I finish checking things, both players being very aware of time. I like that.
And keeping the Arvin, I feel like a lot of players in that situation would say, I have a supporter card to play for my turn. I can grab Rare Candy, but for Sealstone right now, not having a lot of value. I mean, if a Pokemon does come down, you can bench the Rotom to find that to get an extra piece. And with Austin's hand, may have to be the choice, but things kicked off back over for Joseph. We'll just start the turn off right away. Shivery Chill also has the, what's the card? Earthen Vessel as well to search out some more energy cards. And with no cards like B-Barrel to fill the hand up, you can kind of just actively thin your deck out as much as you want for these energy cards and try and just draw into as many cards possible as you can.
Another Earthen Vessel found, so plenty of, like, Joseph's definitely not going to struggle for energy whatsoever. Now, the Tsugun did just hit the discard pile. I think we're going to see some Palkia aggression here, but this is where it gets a little weird, right? Like, you want to power yourself up with your V-Star, but you also want to power up Greninja as well. You can only start Portal once, of course, and you can't Melody onto Greninja, so the energy attachments have to be very, very carefully planned by Joseph here.
Irida will be the supporter of choice for Joseph. It will just be the switch and this second Origin Form Palkia V. And thanks to Star Portal, any attack could be powered up in this case, and that switch signals to me that we're most likely going to see this Origin Form Palkia V-Star attack. And the nice thing about it is, as a V-Star Pokemon, 280 HP, Charizard next turn will only be dealing 210, so not really fearing a knockout as long as there's some cards I'm not aware of in Austin's list.
Yeah, I think Joseph definitely in a commanding position at this point in time. But Austin, I mean, you don't want to bench the Rotom because it doesn't have any usability because of the Spiritomb, but if you have to set up your Charizard, you're definitely going to. Yeah, Forest Sealstone can work.
Joseph considering what to do. Will put himself on odd prize cards here, but will at least be able to use this Star Portal, remove the Charmander out of play. Was thinking for a second maybe Chien-Pao could be the attacker of choice, but it is risky with all of these tool cards that can boost the damage up.
Indeed, and also like getting rid of energies from play can be a little problematic. Maybe saving that Chien-Pao hit for a potential Charizard EX knockout right later down the line could be impactful. Now, I think the one big thing is there's no energies attached onto this Greninja, right? So there's no threat of the canceling Cologne plus cross switcher play. Maybe that's a decision based on the fact that Joseph prized 2 cross switchers, but I would have liked to at least see one of those energies go into Greninja to at least keep that threat potentially available later down the line.
And now that I'm thinking back on this, maybe just playing the Arvin the previous turn would have just been fine, especially if you're going to find Rare Candy anyways this turn. We saw the top deck for turn Biono. If that card could have potentially been in hand, and with some combinations of Forest Sealstone, we could have seen a lot more, but with the way this hand is looking, I'm not sure you can get both Pidgeot EX and Charizard EX out this turn, and Austin's going to be forced with sort of a tough decision here. With 4 energy on board, could we see a Hailblade next turn deal some big damage and wreak havoc on Austin's side?
That would be a little short still in the damage, right? 5 energies.
But with Melanie,
With Melanie, yeah, of course. So that's the big question, right? Do you risk that possibility or do you not? But it seems like Austin taking it like a little bit slower, just going for that Charmeleon and the Defiance Band. So perhaps waiting or letting Joseph take an extra prize card before going into the big Charizard EX attack. And yeah, it seems like that's what we're going to see here.
It's almost a bonus turn, it feels like, for Joseph. Just getting to take another knockout, remove a Charmander out the board, and more importantly, as you said, get more energy into play and build up potentially a big knockout later down the line.
Now, Joseph top decked the second copy of Cross Switcher, and he's holding Irida, so, I mean, it's impossible now, but imagine if there were a few energies on this Greninja, we could have seen that canceling Cologne play and knocked out Charmander and Charmeleon, and then you're good to go, right? Which I don't think Joseph expected Austin to have such an underwhelming turn, and that's probably why he didn't do it, but yeah, that could have been, could be something to consider for the next game.
Getting rid of that Suicune V with the Earthen Vessel, finding a Water Energy, and there's a lot of choices available on Joseph's side. Irida can fetch out Water Pokemon of choice, could be another copy of that Origin Form Palkia V-Star, and some sort of item card, but we're going to actually see the Greninja used first. One of the two cards, not super impactful, does find the Lost Vacuum, but yet to be any relevant tools to get out of play so far.
Now, I'm wondering what Joseph is planning here. Would you go ahead and target the Charmeleon with the double cross switcher? Like, clearly your opponent struggled to evolve into Charizard EX the previous turn, so would you take advantage of that?
It's tough knowing that one more of those cross switcher are prized, and by playing these two cross switcher, you potentially limit yourself for that option off of Irida later down the line. You do have the one copy of Boss's Orders. That is still a potential option. It is going to be limiting some Gust. I think with how Austin didn't play a supporter card on turn 1 and then played a supporter on this turn, you just push your aggression here. That's what your deck is all about, putting aggression on turn 2, gusting up anything you need to, and just taking knockouts on these relevant pieces.
Exactly. Destabilizing Charizard as much as possible, I think, is pretty key. There's no Pidgeot, there's no Charizard EX still, so we are going to see the cross switcher. I am perplexed by that energy attachment on the Qian Bao.
I feel like with Origin Form Palkia, you kind of just want to have it for later on. You want to get yourself to the point where when you're using Qianpao, it wouldn't matter if Origin Form Palkia was in the active or the Qianpao. They're both going to be knocked out by a Burning Darkness later on. And Joseph's in the tank here. What do you go after? We'll go after that Charmeleon with the cross switcher and bringing this Qianpao up. I mean, you take the knockout, you go down to 4 prizes, but you don't even need Defiance Band anymore. Burning Darkness is dealing 240 damage. The question is for Austin, can you find the pieces to get there? And with this hand, it might just be Iono. Look at 6 cards and see if you can find Rare Candy Charizard.
Indeed, that very passive turn by Austin previously when, I mean, I guess the 4 Sealstone, there was a 4 Sealstone prize.
True.
And the other one, he only plays 1.
Only
That's
one.
why. So there was no way to get the Charizard. I could have sworn there was a second 4 Sealstone available. Now it all makes sense for sure.
And even getting rid of Rotom with Lost Vacuum, just playing cards from the hand that aren't needed, getting rid of the Justified Gloves. 6 cards, big here for Austin. Do we see Rare Candy Charizard? What is this hand? Battle Pass, 4 Fire Energy, and the Charmander, just 1 in play. There's no way to get another one. Sure, you can recover these, but retreating into anything here feels bad. You've got to at least save this Charmander, but you know your opponent's playing such aggressive decks, something that can gust this up here. Can Joseph find a way to bring this Charmander into the active and negate another 2 turns here for Austin?
Now, funnily enough, Joseph got 3 Melanie off of that Iono, so we're seeing multiple copies for both players of the same card. And, I mean, that, like, it's a low chance that that happens, but it's not impossible, right?
Of course, kind of want to go after this Charmander, but with how ahead you are in the game already, I mean, you're going to have taken 3 of your prize cards as it is, as not really the most relevant cards there off the Melody. But
yeah, double battle VIP pass, not great. Finally, we see an attachment onto the Greninja, choosing to do that instead of concealed cards, which I think makes a lot of sense. We are going to see the escape rope to make sure that we are continuing with the pressure, and Joseph about to be 3 prizes up against a board of Manaphy, Pidgey, and Charmander with 4 energies in hand.
if there wasn't an Iono top deck there was nothing going on. So a big break for Austin. I mean, this Charizard deck, it scales with damage the more prizes you take. And with 3 prizes now, this Charizard EX, if it does come into play, Burning Darkness will be dealing 270 damage. So with either the Vitality Band or Defiance Band, actually there is no Vitality Band in this, just the 1 copy of Defiance Band. Going for Justified Gloves instead for that slot, as Super Rod will put some of these Pokemon back. It's sort of a double-edged sword here, though.
Exactly. Increasing the chance of being able to bench more Charmanders, but slightly decreasing the chance of you finding Rare Candy Charizard. And the writing's on the wall, Ethan. Like 3 prizes down. If you don't get Charizard this turn, it's going to be really difficult to really close out the game. And the longer the game goes on, Joseph is accumulating more and more energies onto the board. So then Qianpao might just be able to wreck the single Charizard that Austin is able to pull off.
Finds the combination, though. Rare Candy, Charizard, and Defiance Band. Those are a perfect 3 cards off this Iono.
Yep, definitely making up for that 4 energy draw from the previous Iono, right?
Even with that Super Rod to put those pieces back.
Yeah.
Charizard calling in for some support, coming in, Infernal Rain, bringing these energies on. The Pidgey can retreat. With this Defiance Band, 300 damage, wiping this Origin Form Palkia V-Star off the board, and this is what we're talking about. With such a strong start for Joseph, it seemed very clear he may have had things wrapped up, but not so fast. This Charizard has 330 HP, is hitting for more damage. I mean, Austin's still behind on prize cards, so this Defiance spam will be active the following turn too.
Certainly, and now imagine if Joseph had been a little more conservative with his energy and had taken a knockout on that Charmeleon with Palkia instead of the Chien-Pao. This Chien-Pao would have 2 energies. Currently, there would be 5 on the board, and then a single attachment would allow Chien-Pao to take down the Charizard EX. Now Joseph needs to find a Melanie.
And this is the struggle with how Joseph has built this deck. There's no Bibarel or any way to sort of help support the deck, find these pieces out, and this is a very sketchy 4 cards here. You already discarded Lumineon earlier in the game, though, with this Ultra Ball.
Well, the issue is this Spiritomb, which locked down Rotom, is also blocking out that Lumineon, even if it was available, right? So Spiritomb, good in the beginning. That Mew EX needs to be Joseph's saver at this point in time.
There for that Genome hack, but Restart is a great ability to draw some cards. I mean, I don't even know if this last card can be thinned out. I think it's something like a Cross Switcher or a Earthen Vessel. Big 2 cards here. What do we see off the Restart? There's a Boss's Order, so at minimum, I mean, you could take a knockout, but yeah, so many energy were discarded. 3, 4 energy in the discard pile. There's only 8, so none of the prize cards all in play, and this poor Chien-Pao is just sitting in the active spot, unable to move, unable to attack, and as a sitting duck for next turn.
I think we're about to see a big comeback here, Ethan. Joseph not able to even attack this turn at all. Does remove the Defiance Band, taking away the possibility of a boss KO on Joseph's Palkia V-Star this upcoming turn, but we just see a simple pass.
And look at this hand. Energy already, the Manaphy in play, and just going to research the hand away, content with these 2 cards. Rare Candy Pidgeot found as well, and that will be the support Austin needs to keep pace up in this game. Quick search available to find whatever piece he wants.
I think another big thing
and that's it.
Yeah, there we go. Big comeback by Austin after almost having no Charmanders in play, and I have to wonder if Greninja had some energies attached to it in the beginning. Could that have been a way to fully deny the Charmanders? Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big part of how your deck can possibly win. So I would like to see a little bit more focus and trying to pull off the canceling Cologne play that way.
It's sort of a trade-off. I mean, Chien-Pao is a great ability to use on turn 1, but when you commit your attachment for turn 2, the Spiritomb, you force yourself into a play where either you're going to use Star Portal to attack or you have to find Melody. Sometimes it could just be better to just attach the energy straight off and preserve that ability. But this was a back-and-forth game. It looked super strong for Austin in the beginning, but with not having a lot of support and taking a passive route, not getting that turn 2 Rare Candy Charizard, evolving into Charmeleon, Joseph was able to target it down, take knockouts, go to 3 prizes, but that was the perfect math needed. A perfect 6 cards there off that Iono. Rare Candy, Charizard, Defiance Band, 300 damage into this Origin form Palkia V-Star. And that was what Austin needed to get back in combination with a strong Iono to disrupt Joseph's strong and powerful hand.
Indeed, I think we saw the perfect polar opposites in this round. We saw the strength of Radiant. What? Why are you reacting? Oh, the Greninja!
In the
Greninja's prize. Ooh, that is a big prize.
And Mew in the prizes again for Austin will have no ability to use something like the Mysterious Tail, and Joseph actually opting to go first in this situation. How do you feel about that with the way this deck is constructed?
I mean, I'm definitely not ideal, I think. I mean, you know Charizard likes to go second. I guess Joseph really wants to get some aggression going, but I think the benefit of having the 4 Battle VIP pass and the possibility of Irida to find those 4 Battle VIP passes as well, I think it's too good to pass up on.
So we will see Ultra Ball get played, and Signal's Origin form Palkia V will come down. And the reason I feel like Greninja being in the prizes is so big is you're not playing something like Bibarel or any other way to draw cards. You're really reliant off concealed cards as many turns as you can.
It's generally pretty much your only draw engine, right? Aside from that Mew EX, but if you have a few decent cards in your hand, Mew EX isn't drawing you too many. So I wholeheartedly agree. Yeah, that Greninja being prized is going to be very problematic for Joseph.
And no Battle VIP pass either, just a lone Palkia in play. This hand looks a little bit awkward. Yeah, you have Rare Candy Charizard, but you can't afford to just put 2 Charmander in play because that's just an open invitation for a Radiant Greninja to come down. Luminion is a little bit of a risk to have down in this matchup. Low HP, perfect target as well as a bench sitter to increase the damage from subspace well. But, I mean, Arven's the supporter you want to play on turn 1, and it's more than worth it in this situation, especially with the Rare Candy Charizard as a follow-up.
Indeed, and even bigger liability than the Luminion would be not having much else behind you, right? So sometimes you just have to go for it. I think this is something that a lot of newer players might be considering, like, well, I tend to lose games where they go boss and knock out my Luminion V, right? But maybe without playing that Luminion V, you wouldn't have been in a situation where you would have been able to potentially win the game or get close to winning the game without that help for your setup. So I think it's pretty important to consider the benefits of the Luminion as opposed to the possibilities, the potential hindrances. And yeah, you get the benefit of Forest Hill Stone, and all of a sudden, Austin off to a very powerful start here.
Using it early to build as great of a board as you can. Pretty sure we'll see double Charmander come into play. That does, as you mentioned, take away the canceling Cologne from being so powerful and shutting off the attackers. Having some Pidgey in play is always good as a backup to make sure you can get quick search online. But Austin, I think, smartly understanding the priorities here in this game, too.
Yeah, certainly. Charizard is what you need to be able to pull this off. The earlier it comes out, I think, the better, despite it not being at full power, right? If your opponent is not taking too many prizes, having them go through that 330 HP is very, very key.
Now, Shivery Chill to start the turn off for Joseph. It does have Water Energy in the discard pile and a Melanie in the hand, so... I mean, Irida is such a powerful supporter, though, early on in the game. I don't know if there's any other choice, though. You kind of got to play what you have.
Indeed, and Joseph really missing a switching card to be able to be aggressive, but of course, the more aggressive you are, the less likely you are to be able to succeed against Charizard. And here we go. Yeah, found the switch. Not much else in the hand, though.
Another Ultra Ball. I mean, you got a few choices here. What would you like to see grabbed off of this?
I mean, an adaptation I would have liked to see Joseph do, which I think he's about to get rid of, is focus a little on the Ice Rider. I think the Ice Rider, with its high HP, right, even if you're down to 3 prizes and your opponent has Defiance Band, you're still out of range. So being able to trade effectively with it, I think, could be quite powerful, especially with Austin's huge bench at this point in time. You can use Ride of the High King to deal a lot of damage, and then max lands if you really need to get that bonus damage. And you can also Melanie onto it. I think that's a big thing, yeah, because you cannot Melanie onto Chimpao, you cannot Melanie onto Greninja. So I would have liked that, especially since you already have the Ice Rider Palkia, the Ice Rider Remax in your hand.
Look at this solid hand for Austin as action is on him. Rare Candy Charizard doesn't even need to fetch it out with something like an Arven, and just going to straight away evolve into that beautiful Charizard EX, grabbing 3 energy out of the deck. There actually is not 3 even available. A little bit of a hefty cost early on, discarding 2 energy off of the Ultra Ball and only playing 8, and with 2 of those in the prize cards, going to be a little bit short on those. May have to rely on something like the Ordinary Rod to bring those back later on.
Now, bear in mind that Joseph doesn't know this, right? Joseph doesn't necessarily know that there's 2 energies prize, so it could just be, well, they're choosing not to attach as many as possible. And wow, that Charmeleon off the top as the last card, that is huge. Charizard's not in any risk this upcoming turn, I don't think, but I mean, it never hurts to have that already set up.
Exactly. You don't have Pidgeot set up, so finding Rare Candy Charizard is going to be a little bit of a difficult ask, as there we see Burning Darkness, 210 damage, setting up for a 2-hit knockout onto this Origin Form Palkia V-Star. And, I mean, as your Joseph, yes, you have the prize lead right now, but with all these Charizards being streamed ever so flawlessly, how do you make up? And it may come down to just a big knockout somewhere in the line. Now, this Melanie will be nice. Of course, Energy Acceleration, a big key part of this deck. We need to see some more powerful cards off of this. And that's the fourth Melanie.
That's 4 Melanies for Joseph. That is actually quite impressive. I mean, Melanie's great, don't get me wrong, but you don't want all 4, and especially with the lack of Radiant Greninja, right? You're not getting as many energies into a discard pile as you would like, so you're not getting as much draw power as you would like combined with Melanie, right? Greninja plus Melanie is 5 cards total. Now it's just 3. We are seeing the Mew, though. Interesting choice.
Trying to wonder what card could possibly be valued here off the Mysterious Tail. Now, The Radiant Greninja is in the prize card, so maybe something like Hisuian Heavy Ball to grab that out. But the Manaphy's in play, so with that wave availability, it's blocking it. But 6 cards here for Joseph. Let's see if there's anything that can help him out to get himself into a position here. There is that Hisuian Heavy Ball, and I think that will be a pretty clear choice for Joseph. I mean, you got Earthen Vessel to get energies down. That's not bad either. We see there's no energy cards so far in the hand. And Chien-Pao, I mean, it can possibly attack, but I actually don't even know if there's any water energy in the discard pile for Star Portal to fuel.
Yeah, unfortunately, there aren't any. If Joseph had retreated, he would have had some available. But, I mean, this will get the Greninja, but there's no way to use it just yet, right? And there's no Irida to have, like, a follow-up canceling Cologne turn. So maybe Joseph thinking, okay, I need to take this chill turn, wait for a bit, let Austin take a prize card here, and then I'll continue with my aggression afterwards. However, I think we're going to see the cross-switcher aggression.
What would you like to see this go after? Maybe the Luminion V potentially to take some prizes? But it's tough, right? Because the more prizes you take, the more you feel that Burning Darkness attack.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, right, if you knock out the Luminion, you've taken 3, and then all of a sudden, the Defiance Band is active, and your next Palkia V-Star can be immediately one-hit KO'd the turn after. So Joseph did get an Irida off the prize cards, but the big problem is the last cross-switcher is prized, and it's at the very top. So even if Joseph wanted to pull off the canceling Cologne play, it's not going to work out.
An interesting choice there to play Boss's Orders. I mean, you already had the knockout guaranteed onto this Origin Form Palkia V-Star. However, with there only being 1 copy of Chien-Pao EX in the deck and the Lost City, you now remove that from play for the rest of the game.
I think Austin was definitely covering his bases there. Like, there is a way for Joseph to get energies in the discard pile and then have a big Chien-Pao one-hit KO on the Charizard EX. This completely prevents that, right? And now he knows that Charizard will remain available and alive until the next turn at the very least, and will be able to take probably 2 more prize cards.
Now this Origin Form Palkia V did get its 3rd energy. I think that's probably, I mean, maybe you want to use that to attack this turn is the idea. So this 3rd energy really not doing anything onto this. You could have at least put it on the active if you're planning to retreat the energies off.
Yeah, potentially that could have been a little better. And Joseph did draw that Ice Rider Calyrex, right? And he did discard the other Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX that he already had available in his hand. Now he has a Palkia, no Palkia V-Star in sight.
That's true.
We would already have that Ice Rider potentially set up, has higher HP, right, can withstand. It finally hits the field, but with the other Rider discarded, we need to see a Super Rod.
Yeah, but this is tough here if you're going to use this Origin Form Palkia V to attack. I mean, you can use a Hyperspace Break to do 200 damage, but it's just going to get knocked out in return, so just going to save the energies in play. Subspace Swell, 7 Pokemon in play, so that will be 200 damage exactly.
Yep. I think Joseph,
in range.
I think Joseph was about to get prizes thinking, oh, Charizard's a fire type, right? I'm just going to knock it out. Well, no, the Terastallization mechanic really factoring in here. I think Charizard is the first big Pokemon that, with the Terra mechanic, that has been playable, right? But I feel like in future sets, we're definitely going to see cards play into that, and we're going to have a lot more variety, and the typings mess with a lot of players' minds.
Now, Austin's in an excellent spot here, but does need to get down. I feel like another Charmeleon here, or rather another Charmander to put himself into play. And, I mean, there's the Iono in hand. Can thin this out a little bit. Now, I feel like having Collapse Stadium around, though, for later could be a good option. Is it really worth just playing it to thin your hand out at this point?
I mean, yeah, maybe not, because by playing it down, you're not really thinning with Iono, right? The card just goes to the bottom of the deck. So, I mean, the Lost City effect in terms of sending that Palkia to the Lost Zone, probably not as important in the grand scheme of things, but Austin definitely needs to see a Charmander or a way to find it, and there's no way.
No Charmander in sight, no way to search it out, and this hand does not look great. No even follow-up for the following turn. Yes, you'll take prize cards, but what's your attacker when even this Origin Form Palkia V, not even the V-Star, comes up and takes a knockout? Is you can at least put these Pokemon in the deck for the next turn, prepare to hopefully get some Charmanders out, but that's going to be a following turn of really no advanced pressure on Joseph's board.
And now, Ethan, that 3rd energy might actually come into play, because this Palkia V-Star will be going down, but how can Joseph knock out the Charizard? Well, this Palkia, right? That 3-energy attack will be the way. I don't think Joseph drew a very good hand off of the Iono. Does have Luminion though, and there's no Spiritomb in play this time.
And that will be benched right away. Luminous Sign grabbing the supporter card, and it is going to be the Roxanne, so adding insult to injury, putting Austin down to a 2-card hand. Usually at this point in the game, it's no big deal. You have Quick Search, but that's yet to be established.
Yeah, no Quick Search, not a single Charmander. Yeah, so what does Pidgey's attack even do? That's the only option Austin has next turn to actually be aggressive.
I mean, calling for family is like seeing the family show up 45 minutes late to dinner, right? It's
Yeah.
like, we've already ate our food here. What are you doing here?
Indeed, or tackling for 20. I mean, Palkia cannot attack next turn with its attack, so you could deal 40 damage with Pidgey. But yeah, Austin, against the ropes, does find a Charmander off of that Roxanne to 2, however.
And this Super Rod will put back the only copy of Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX into the deck. So that's now a potential option for later on in the game. And Earthen Vessel grabbing these water energies out. And despite all of this, Joseph has also yet to use his Star Portal V-Star power.
Yeah, that is also very, very important to consider. So has the possibility to find Canceling Cologne, knock out Manaphy and Pidgey. Also has the possibility to find his copy of Boss's Orders and take down that Luminion that you were very right in saying it could prove to be a liability.
And even finds the Origin Form Palkia V-Star. I mean, it honestly is just worth evolving it. It really doesn't make a difference in this case.
Already has the Boss's Orders in his hand, though, so unless Austin finds a way to get rid of that Luminion from play, Joseph has game in hand.
And I mean, even if you can, what difference does it make? You can't attack this turn. Your opponent's going to go to 1 prize card. If so, I mean, you can bench this Charmander. You kind of have to at this position, though.
I think we're going to be going to a game 3, though. There's the Boss's Orders. There's the bench Pokemon. Make sure you're doing enough damage. That Luminion is gone. Joseph shows the Boss's Orders, and we're heading to a game 3 right here.
What looked to be an excellent start over on Austin's side. Just the steam sort of ran out. It was not having the supporter cards when needed. Yeah, you apply aggression onto great Pokemon to knock out. I just wonder if Austin attacks with Charizard every turn from that point on. I feel like he has that game too.
Definitely. I think we've been tricked, right? Game 1 was looking very good for Joseph. He ended up losing. Game 2 was looking very good for Austin, and he ended up losing. What's in store for us in this game 3?
Pablo, if this weekend has showed me anything, it's that Game 3 is the best game of our set. We've had some great Game 3s, and with so much on the line, I know our competitors are going to show us a great time here for our third and final game of this set. Yeah, that Lost City play, at first, felt like going after maybe something like the Origin Form Palkia V before it's evolved. You can take that knockout at that position, but yeah, just proved to be a great play, removing that out of play, and that in combination with Iono later on in the game, I mean, it was sort of back and forth. The Radiant Greninja in the prize cards again, and that Charmeleon too is not a piece you want to see with how crucial it was in Austin to sort of climb back in that game later on.
Yeah, and Austin has no way to access or even shuffle the prizes, so we definitely won't be seeing that Charmeleon hit the field for a long time now. Now, the chance of you prizing Radiant Greninja in back-to-back games is so low, right? So Joseph not going to be happy with this.
Seeing that though, wow, what a great start. Double Battle VIP pass and immediately getting Spiritomb down in order to prevent not only Luminion, but Rotom from coming down. I mean, if we even go back to game 2, if Spiritomb was able to come down turn 1 for Joseph, that strong start of the Luminion in play for the Battle Pass and the Forest Seal Stone, that's not even a potential.
Indeed. Now, off to a pretty good start with that double Battle VIP pass. That missing Greninja, though, is definitely a big deal. And I like the Mew. I like the Mew hitting the board. It's a way to help find a few extra pieces, maybe even find a Heavy Bolt to unlock your Mew, right? That does become a priority. Joseph does have an Irida for next turn, though, so that could be a way we unlock the Mew VMAX.
And
the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, and importantly, an energy attachment. And yeah, look at this hand. You have Luminion as your top deck for turn, but you can't play it because of that Feathered and Misfortune ability.
Yeah, Spiritomb really putting in the work right here, and I think even though it can hurt you and limit your own Luminion, it's definitely worth it, right? Charizard relies so much on Rotom V and usually Luminion, so we're seeing Austin have to rely on Mysterious Tail to be able to set up here.
Yeah, and looking at the rest of this hand, Boss's Orders is the only supporter card. Just going to go ahead and play this Mew, looking for Battle VIP Pass. 6 cards off the top, but nowhere to be found.
No, Charmander is going to hit the field here, Ethan. That's really bad news. Or I guess we have one, but then what else are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, usually you'd kind of want to thin a Pokemon out before using Mysterious Tail, but with how poor the hand is for Austin, you kind of needed to take the risk there of not thinning the card out, hitting Battle Pass, and having a follow-up for next turn.
Yeah, even a level ball would have been fine, right? So you can establish the Charmander, keep the Ultra Ball, as you do have for Candy in your hand. We see a Boss's Orders onto a different Palkia to try to delay this attack. Things are not looking good here for Austin.
Hold on, are the pieces... Oh, no, Irida can find the Cross Switcher, but it's just one energy card short. You have the Ultra Ball as well as the Irida to find this Palkia V-Star out. I don't think there's any energy in the discard pile, though, so is this sort of the choice here of how you want to play this turn out? And it may actually have to just pass the turn back over. Okay, well, there's some ways that this can play out, Pablo. This Pokemon can get powered up if Joseph wants to use the V-Star power here.
I mean, I feel like when you see Austin have such an underwhelming start, right? Their supporter for turn is Boss's Orders. They only have one Charmander in play. In the follow-up turns, there's no more Battle VIP Pass at all. I think you have to go for it, right? You have to Ultra Ball away these 2 energies, find another Pokemon, and then just commit to your V-Star. I don't think there's any other way to do this.
It looks like Joseph agrees with that point. Looking at the Ultra Ball, and it will hit the board. So it's sort of give it or take, but as we've seen in this matchup, it's about pushing your aggression, right? As soon as you have a little bit of leeway, you got to take it. You got to go in with it. It will be just the Mew grab, so restart, providing a little bit of support. This bench will be full after this turn, though. No Qianpao hitting the board yet. And maybe that's a lesson that Joseph learned from the last game of, yeah, Qianpao's great at using that Shivery Chill ability to grab energies, but I kind of may want that for later on in the game.
Yeah, and if it's safe in my hand, right, that means it's not at risk of getting lost seeded, and then maybe I can use it later down the line. However, with the V-Star exhausted, Qianpao not likely an attacker. What is Austin going to top deck here? A Pidgeot.
And all he can do is attach the energy to Charmander, but Joseph was able to find Boss's Orders off of that restart last turn. Can get some more energy into play, power this up, and Joseph is running away with this game 3.
Yeah, playing super fast, you can tell. He knows he's in a really good position, trying to make sure that he has enough time to close this out, and there's definitely plenty of time. So I would be very surprised if we see anything other than Boss KO on the Charmander.
Attach for turn, Boss up the Charmander, and that's it. Austin says, you've got it. I can't win this game back. Joseph Nawal advancing to 10-2-1, potentially on the win in the next round for top 8 here in San Antonio.
Indeed, exactly 0 people predicted Palkia V-Star to make another top 8 run, and it's about to. Yeah, Ethan, I was never expecting to see, like, I feel like when you talk about VMAXs, you think about Urshifu, you think about Intillion, and you think about Mew VMAX, and that's it, right? Every other VMAX feels like it's extinct, but Ice Rider about to make a name for itself. Palkia V-Star, is it the comeback story of the weekend?
That's the question. We've seen sort of this running theme, these older cards, despite new toys coming out, new strategies, new powerful EX Pokemon.
Who?
Listen, the ancient Pokemon in my mind is the ancient Pokemon in this format, the ones that have been around for a while. What a set this was, though. Back and forth, 3 Battle VIP Pass, but I mean, with that strong start, things sort of fizzled out in this game. Things went excellently for Joseph to start out. Not so much for Austin, but it was really that big Iono to 6, finding Rare Candy Charizard Defiance Band that saved Austin in this game number 1 and put him up 1-0.
Indeed, and I feel like on paper this matchup should favor Charizard EX, right? It should, like, the longer the game goes on, if both players set up normally, Austin had the bigger damage output. It's just Joseph was able to destabilize that. His deck is super aggressive, and he was able to take advantage of Austin's very unfortunate hand and run away with both Game 2 and Game 3.
Yeah, this Game 2, close, was able to bring up this Qianpao. Things were looking great for Austin, but just didn't have the gas in the tank. Attacked with this Charizard, but maybe it was just that Charmander not being in the prize cards. I mean, we saw the the Rod not get played till later on, so there are really not a lot of options there. And Subspace Swallow, an attack we've been saying on and off for a while, closing out game 2. And as game 3 started, Joseph made it as hard as possible for Austin. Austin choosing to go second is what you want, but when your opponent's playing Spiritomb, it's a little bit of a trade-off, right? Sometimes yes, the safe approach is great in terms of getting set up with Charizard, but it's sort of this trade-off. Do I risk it and bench Rotom V and get to draw some cards and have a good setup? My opponent's really not playing cards with like Iono to disrupt me early on, or do I play safe? And that safe play, so to say, didn't pay off when the hand wasn't strong enough to support Austin in that third game in that series.
Indeed, and even the stars aligning for Joseph with that bosses orders off the prize cards, right? The single copy of bosses orders being found exactly in the next turn where you can use it to pick off your opponent's only Charmander in play.
Seeing lots of storylines here, Pablo. Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Look, I played that deck a lot when it came out. I mean, who didn't play that deck, right, when it was powerful with the Inteleon engine? And I feel like a theme as we've been seeing this set rotate since, of course, we rotated out our D-block sets from the Sword and Shield expansions. Lots of these cards that we thought wouldn't continue to see play. The big one was Lugia at the start of the season. How can you play Lugia without Quick Ball and Evolution Incense and all your special energy's gone? Same question here, with the question being, well, the Irida tool change means the Irida's a little bit weaker, and now you don't have access to the strongest engine in the game in Inteleon, but these decks are finding a way to claw back in this metagame.
Indeed, and so let's hear from our winner. Yeah, we have our interview ready. Let's hear from Joseph.
Thanks, guys. That's right. I'm here with our winner, Joseph Nawal, getting the win with Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Gotta say, a little bit of a rogue choice. What led to you choosing it for this event?
So in testing, it's got pretty solid matchups. Everything is 50-50 for the most part. Lost Tina is kind of sketchy, but Lost Tina has its own consistency issues. Going into it, I thought Charizard was a better matchup than it actually was, so I've been kind of lucky on that. But it's just really simple, streamlined. I don't have to do much to stay into games, so that's kind of why I ran with it.
Sure. I mean, in the Origin Form Palkia V-Star itself, a very powerful attacker, obviously. So much great about that card. There's a reason it was so good for so long in our game, and it's kind of wild to look at that card and see that it is a rogue choice, right? Because it's got so much going for it. High HP, high damage, energy efficient attack, and that great energy acceleration ability. But it's got some great new toys, right? The Chi-Empows, the Earthen Vessel, and you're even playing that Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX in the deck with so many different attacking options at any given time. How do you balance and how do you decide what's the correct thing to go with given what your opponent does?
So like, it just matters on the matchup. So like, some matchups the Ice Rider is pretty much useless because the third prize is so detrimental. Greninja's not used as often as it should be, even though it's got such a broken attack, but you can usually only pull it off once. Because of Energy Switch being in my list, I can sometimes use it twice in a game, but that's extremely rare. I haven't pulled that off yet. So like, it's usually just charging forward with Palkia.
Palkia for the win.
Pretty much.
Love to see it, love to see it. So you played against the Charizard here. You were talking about how you weren't super confident necessarily in this matchup, if people can do certain different things. And it seems like that matchup was really back and forth. I mean, game number 2 as well. Did you think that you had a chance of winning that one?
So game 2, he didn't set up Pidgeot, so I knew I had a chance to come back in. Once the Pidgeot comes down with the first Charizard, it gets extremely rough. Because like, if they ever have the second Charmander down or a boss in hand, the next turn they just Pidgeot for what they don't have, and I can't dig myself out of that.
Right. So sitting at a 10-2-1 record right now, right? Just a couple more rounds to go. Anything you're really hoping that you find in these last couple rounds? There's a ton of stuff up at the top tables. More Charizards. There's a few Snorlax, the Urshifus. How do you feel about all these matchups?
So I'd be fine hitting Urshi, Miraidon, Mew, and Stall is even probably fine for me because all the switch outs that I have.
Yeah, you've got plenty of ways to move things around on the board. Well, Joseph, congratulations on the run so far. Love to see it with a unique deck as well. This was our community choice round, so they voted for you, and I hope everyone enjoyed watching along this round. And we're going to throw it back over to the casters for a few minutes, and we'll have our next round up shortly.
Thanks, Chip. An unlikely story. We'll see how things plan out. A really interesting thing about Joseph so far, went into day 2 at 6-2-1 and has won every round so far. 4-0 on the day. Will have to go 5-0-1 most likely to secure himself a spot. That would be quite the run here in San Antonio.
That would be quite the run. And like, after going undefeated so far in day 2, you have to be feeling good, right? You have to be feeling that momentum is in your side, grabbing that boss's orders to win the game on your stream match. I don't know, it's a fantastic feeling.
It's a good feeling indeed. Looking forward to seeing how things shape up, how our top 8 is looking. Of course, players are still playing it out in the field right now. Of course, we saw Stahl doing well, Giratina doing well. We've got a sort of an idea for what cards have done well. We've talked about our picks. When it comes to decks, and sort of having a little bit of advantage being this late on in the tournament, what do you think has what it takes to win, considering what's at the top?
So, I mean, I feel like Snorlax is really well positioned. There are a few Giratinas at the top, but when people don't respect the Snorlax, right, that's when it will definitely do well. And I also fancy Giratina's chances. I feel like since it was one of the best decks when Lost Origins came out, definitely has dwindled, but I think it's definitely in a good position. You get some solid draws with the deck, and I really think we could see Giratina finally get some respect from NA. I feel like it's definitely never been considered a big deck in this region.
Some Mew at the top as well, and that's another question, Pablo. When it comes to Mew right now, Double Turbo and Fusion, which one are you liking more?
So, Double Turbo has a special place in my heart, right? So I can't be biased. I'm very biased towards that decision. I also feel like just the combination of Judge Path is so strong against everything, right? And you just cheese people out of games. So I think that's pretty key aspect. But we are seeing Spiritomb everywhere, right? As a counter to Charizard, and then that hits Mew in a little bit of recall as well. So I think the Fusion version probably a little more stable. Or we did see James Washer play yesterday with that like sort of fusion energies in the Double Turbo version. Maybe that's the way forward.
A little bit of a hybrid in between, so we'll see how things navigate out. Of course, you all here in San Antonio and at home have been keeping up with us on social media using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. So let's take a look and see what you guys have to say so far. And oh boy, I love me some Pokemon pulls. Immediately, my eye goes up to that Iron Hands EX. Amazing pulls from the side event prize wall. And this is what Pokemon is about, right? It's the great feeling of playing, and then you win yourself some packs, open them up on the road. And I mean, I have to just say, these alternate art cards, whether they're on the non-EX Pokemon or as you see on the Iron Hands and Garchomp, are just absolutely gorgeous.
That Porygon Z, though, like my favorite card from D6 is the Porygon Z. And yeah, I mean, thanks for a wonderful weekend. Day 2 events. We're very glad Sweet Emma had a great weekend. And if you're watching at home, and you want to come over and experience regionals, there's plenty to do. Whether you're playing the main event, whether you made day 2 or not, there's plenty of side events, plenty of other activities to do here at Regional Championships.
They're probably near you, so go ahead and check it out online, playpokemon.com. William Bauer having a late breakfast with Garbodor, trying to keep him from eating all of our food. I don't know if no offense to Garbodor, I don't know if I'd want him near my food, if I'm being honest. Sometimes I need a little bit of peace and quiet in the morning. I need a little bit of stability and calmness in the morning.
I feel like if I had a Garbodor, my house rule would be no Garbodor at the table. Like
I'd say no Garbodor inside. Maybe that's a little bit cruel, though.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I mean, Garbodor has feelings,
It's true.
But, I mean, I'd let them inside, but perhaps not near our food, right? They have their own food. We have our food. That's a little too close for my taste.
Food is love, though. I like that hashtag there from William. Yeah, maybe kitchen is off limits. We have a little bit of a compromise, right?
Those potatoes do look tasty.
They do, as well as some tournament reports. 5-3-1 at the first ever regionals you attended. That's an excellent performance. Again, 1,900 players here. Something to be proud of. Looking at this list, let's see if I give it the stable approval. 3 boss, super solid. The Lost Vacuum, I think, is a nice touch in this deck, and Double Turbo is great with that new Iron Hands EX.
Indeed, 13 energy totals to really hit those generators. We did see a lot of misses online, right? On the stream, rather, but that's how you want to build your deck, right? A lot of energies for the generators. So congrats on the 5-3-1 placement.
Like to see it, like to see it. How do you feel about Judge versus Iono in this deck? What split are you liking when it comes to that?
So I really have been playing like a really all-out aggression build with no path to a peak and therefore no judges. But if you're playing path, yeah, we were just talking about how powerful it is in Mew. I think Miraidon can definitely take advantage of that since it sets up itself very nicely with its tandem unit ability. And then you go judge path with aggression, especially with an Iron Hands. Not a lot of decks can recover from that.
And you sort of see it peeping out in the back, that beautiful Roaring Moon promo playmat you get for coming to these events. It's always nice. Regardless of how you do, you're walking away with a nice treat in those regional championship playmounts. And I mean, I have a little bit of a closet building up of those over time, but never hurts to add more there. And this is what Pokemon's all about, bringing people together to regional championships. Love Pokemon together. It's all about that.
Indeed, Belen, congrats on your first regionals together at San Antonio. What a wholesome picture. Right.
So wholesome indeed. I like in the little back there, you have like the Instagram filters you can put up and pose with. It's been a hot spot there at the welcome banner. Charizard and Pikachu.
Do you think they're cosplaying the Charizard and Pikachu in that picture? Right? They're trying to be them.
You gotta jump on top of the back there. You gotta go for a full piggyback ride to make that happen. But take some finesse. So maybe that's a challenge for next regional to go at. Fortunate to have best friends at my side competing today in day 2 at San Antonio. And this is the thing that all Pokemon players fear when it comes to their friend group, hoping to avoid each other and have some fun. Wrote this 15 minutes ago. We hit round 1. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, it must be pretty cool to be like, yeah, we both made day 2. And all of a sudden you see your round 1 burning and you're like, uh-oh.
The worst would be on a win and in, right? You're like, wow, we're one match away. And then you hit and you're like, all right, this is how it's going to be.
Yeah. Or you could be happy that at least one of you is going to make it through, right?
Positivity,
ideally, you want both, but this guarantees that one of you does.
And Mint Mermaid played Gardevoir to San Antonio, had fun. Iron Hands is so annoying. Very, very true. I second that statement for sure. 5-3-1, plus 20 points. Triple Reversal was goated. I haven't played with 3 Reversal in the deck. I can see how it's good, though. Listen, Reversal plus Shiny Arcana. I feel like after Tor got second place at Worlds with 2 Reversal in the deck, that's been the minimum norm. Some people even playing 3. We saw a 3 energy Reversal Energy list win Australia Regionals.
Indeed. I mean, triple Reversal, just you're probably not intending to use all 3, but by having 3, you're more likely to have the one that you need at the right time, right? So I think it makes sense, especially with a deck that is always going to fall behind, such as Gardevoir.
I like it. I like it. I like the Friends and Galar, but it's just Marnie and Gloria together. Sometimes all you need is one close friend. I like that a lot, as well as Sprigatito coming in as some ability markers, maybe those coins that we see.
Yeah,
it's nice to have a favorite Pokemon, have tons of merch that you can represent when you go to these regional events and play with your deck.
Indeed, all the Sprigatito swag and the Yokohama. There were some sweets in that little box, I believe, which is great for damage counters and your coins, right? So I'm a big fan of Sprigatito. However, I chose Fuecoco as my starter in Scarlet and Violet.
Absolutely. I regret not picking one of those up, I'm going to be honest. Full disclosure. And make sure, guys, and everybody tuning in, there's more going on the Twitch channels, not just here as well, but we have things going on later on. Happy holidays, holidays together at 2 p.m. on Tuesday, and Pokemon the Series Season 2, Adventures in Orange Islands on Thursday. Get yourself in the holiday spirit. Remember, all times are Pacific time, and you can always catch up at Pokemon.com/Pokemon TV.
Yeah, make sure you tune in. Both shows are pretty fun. I've myself watched the Adventures in the Orange Islands when they came out. Haven't watched the holidays together, so I know what I'm doing on Tuesday.
Put it in the calendar. Book the slot up. We're going through. There's been a lot of the Pokemon anime. I know I'm excited to look at some of the Pokemon Horizons coming up new, the new animated series. A new story, a new beginning. That's going to be exciting.
New beginning. Yeah, I saw Ash start his journey. I saw him finish it. And now I'm about to see a brand new start with this new, what is it, series? Yeah, with this new series.
It's going to be exciting for sure. Pokemon is a great franchise, of course, everything encapsulating it. But I know why a lot of you are here for more Pokemon TCG action. We're kind of closing in on the end of Swiss rounds. We've got 2 more Swiss rounds coming up. This is it, make or break. Who will be part of our top 8? Who will be crowned a regional champion? That and more to come. We'll be right back after a short break.
Hello everyone, everyone. We are here at the Latin America International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. And we're here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and for this event, I'm the side events lead.
So what are side events, and why should people come play?
So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that it's called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule, so it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize wall points. Those points you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals.
Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and Go, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have, it's the raids format, that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe, because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time, and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemons, you know. For the VG, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to sit to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and you already played the Great League on the main event, and you just want to do something different and fun. We just need 4 people, and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them, and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part, because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall, but if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult, I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese, because this event is run by Copag and it's Copag products. So to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters, so maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. Soda, thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events. It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here in San Antonio, Texas. We're down through 4 rounds of our Day 2 action. 2 more remain, and our top cut is upcoming. We're going to get down to a regional champion before you know it. And who's it going to be? A multi-time regional winner? Is it going to be a first-timer? And which deck will take it all the way? Can Snorlax win another regional championships in this meta? Only time will tell. My name's Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk by Jeremy Jalen. We're going to be taking you through Swiss Round 14 and Swiss Round 15. Hopefully a couple of winning in matches in a row. It looks like that Ditto Cookie is pretty excited about it.
Yeah, that's something else for sure. It's going to haunt my dreams a little bit.
You see that in your nightmares.
Yeah. Well, I don't have nightmares. I just have dreams.
Okay. Well, it's been a great day so far. You know, we've only got one round through here on our stream, but there's been tons of games happening out in the field. We, of course, only get to feature one match every single round, but there's dozens and dozens happening out there. 100, I guess, as well, since there's over 200 players.
12 players in day 2.
Is there anything exciting that you've seen out there in the field? Any interesting decks? Any cool matchups you've watched play out?
There's still a couple Roaring Moon, like the speed version in the field, kind of in contention. Cal Connor, 36 match points already.
Yep.
12-1. Yeah.
Yeah, locked up that day 2 or that top 8 spot already. And when you start that well, 12-1, you kind of get to do interesting things, right? If he gets paired into Charizards, he can pretty freely scoop them into top cut if he wants. He feels like that's a good matchup for him. He can just concede. He doesn't have to play it out that round. He doesn't have to intentionally draw. You can try to stack the bracket in your favor.
Yeah,
to try to make yourself run as deep as possible.
It reminds me of Toronto last year, not the one that just happened, but Piper Lepine playing the Mewtwo V-Union control. And when you're playing a control style deck, you have some very polarizing matchups.
Right.
If you hit those, like you said, Charizard, yeah, you want to join top 8 with me? You want a couple $1,000s? Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, and you're happy to see that as the control player because you want those people to make it into top cut. It wouldn't make much sense to just beat them right then and there, because if you beat them right then and there, they might not make it into top cut. And if that happens, it's less likely you're going to come away as the champion. And that's the ultimate goal for our top level competitors here, is come away a regional champion. There's a ton of Charizards still out there as well, so that's, you know, really good for the Snorlax players, but there's still some other interesting things. A couple of those Turbo Miraidons still in the running, some Mew VMAX, and Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Inteleon Rapid Strike as well, all still doing well.
Yeah, the conversion rate wasn't as good. Well, I guess there wasn't very many players playing the Rapid Strike deck, but only about 6%, 6.5% into day 2. It is one of those decks that, again, has those very polarizing matchups, but if you hit a deck like Lost Zone, you're going to most likely come away with the win.
Yeah, and that's why it's kind of hard for us to ever really feature the Rapid Strike deck on stream, because its matchups are so polarized. I mean, it does super well against Charizard. The Miraidon matchup is super solid as well. So you either really heavily beat a lot of the decks, or you really heavily lose, like Rapid Strike versus Mew VMAX. I don't think anyone wants to watch that play out.
The Mew VMAX, maybe. But.
Yeah, the Urshifus, let's remember as well, though, do have that Spiritomb in their deck. So if it's not a Fusion Strike build, you know, you definitely are feeling pretty good as the Urshifu player. So yeah, we'll see how it all shapes up. One thing I did watch this past round that was pretty interesting, it was Andrew Hedrick, who's playing Mew VMAX. He was up against one of those Roaring Moon players that's still hanging around, and his opponent played 2 Cross Receiver at the same time. He plays a Darkrai V-Star in his deck.
All right, yeah.
Pretty interesting, yeah.
Well, speaking of Roaring Moon, let's go ahead and check in on those caster predictions that we had at the earlier part of this weekend. Huh. You mentioned Mew VMAX and Roaring Moon. Those are my 2.
I've also mentioned Charizard and Snorlax.
Yeah. I know Azul GG is sitting at 34 match points, I believe, with that Charizard deck. Again, the Miraidon doing very well. Iron Hands doing very well. Not as much Gardevoir EX in the field for this day 2 meta. There is, I still believe, Jeremy doing pretty well in the day 2 with Gardevoir. Was against a mirror match, which is surprising for how little there are.
Yeah, it's really not popped up super strong. There's a few players out there still doing it decently with it, though. There's quite a few Inteleon up at the top level of our tables, quite a few Mew. It really does feel like a wide variety. Of course, a few Snorlaxes and those Charizards still holding out strong. I will say Miraidon, of all the decks that we've talked about, seems to be the one performing at a little bit lower of a level. There are still a few, you know, and we're going to see a couple of them throughout the day even still, but compared to how played it is, it's just not quite up to the performance that you would expect based on its meta share in day 1.
Yeah, and speaking of, I think the pairings are up for this round. Table 1, Cal Connor versus Azul.
Yep.
That is Snorlax versus Charizard. We might see Azul just get the win there and lock up a spot in top 8 along with Cal.
Yeah, I wonder what Cal will decide to do at that point. It might just offer the ID. Azul would certainly take the intentional draw there because the matchup is pretty tough, I would imagine, at least. So as these pairings get settled, we'll have to see exactly what happens with these players.
And there's actually another Snorlax that is in contention close to it. Hale Albernotti taking the win in Salt Lake City, I believe, last season. Hoping to make another top 8. This is a very consistent player from California where doesn't play too many tournaments, but the few tournaments he does show up to always seems to be at the top.
Yeah, he's one of the players that a lot of the casual viewing audience might not recognize his name super often, but all the top-level players know who Hale is and respect him as a player. He's super strong, and you mentioned that Salt Lake City Regionals, and I was actually kind of thinking about this because something pretty interesting could happen. If you remember back to that tournament, he was playing Arceus Gudra, which had an incredible matchup into one specific deck, Regigigas, and Regigigas was everywhere at that tournament. And in that top cut, it was Azul Garcia Griego, Caleb Gettimer, and Grant Manley, all playing Regigigas, and Hale hit 2 of them on his way to eventually winning the tournament. In this event, we see Hale playing the Snorlax Control, a deck that has one very, very, very good matchup into the Charizard deck. And what 3 players are playing this deck and in top 8 contention? Azul Garcia Griego, Grant Manley, and Caleb Gettimer. Could history repeat itself?
History can repeat itself, and this game is scripted. I know it now. We have it here. We already know who wins. We're just waiting for you.
well, yeah, we just want everything to catch up for everyone watching along at home. And yeah, of course, we did see Joseph the last round with the Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Kind of a surprising pick. It did get top 8 in Gdansk Regionals. Yeah. Since then, I think people kind of like saw that deck. They were like, okay, really cool, tried it out, and they were pretty quick to hang it up. But Joseph decided to stick with it. What do you think about that as a pick for this weekend?
Yeah, well, a lot of popular players decided to pick it at least. I know Cyrus Davis, our NAIC champion from last season, she decided to play the deck. Didn't make day 2, but it is one of those decks, again, in this metagame where we have so many different decks that are viable. If you hit those wrong matchups at the wrong times, you're not going to be doing well. But it seems like Joseph has been doing pretty well hitting those matchups and squeaking out on top.
And I suppose one more deck we definitely should mention is that Lost Zone Giratina. And it feels like that has become the premier way to play the Lost Zone engine. There's been a few other things that have popped up through those European regionals. We saw the Paradox box version of the deck that Tord Reklev was playing. Some players have tried similar versions to that. There are a few other interesting lists, like a 2-prize trading version last weekend that played the super effective glasses in order to try to sneak in some one-hit KOs in surprise places. It feels like Tina, though, has risen as the best way to go with the Lost Zone.
Yeah, it is just overall the most consistent out of the Lost Zone decks. It is pretty much 50-50 versus a lot of the field, if not better. And Giratina is one of those decks where it has a very good matchup against Snorlax. And if you come across the Snorlax...
That's Cal Connor's one loss, in fact, right?
One loss in the tournament is that Giratina. And we're actually going to be seeing a Giratina for this round. Dan Hugar up against Keaton Gill, and it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, Dan is the one who handed Cal that one single loss. Dan now sitting at a 10-0-3 record. So one more match point, one win here gets him to 36, and that would get him the victory. And Keaton Gill is going to be the other player in our feature match on that Miraidon EX. We've talked about it a few times. Sitting at 32 match points. Getting a win here means he will likely be able to just ID in the next round, depending on what pairings are. So, I mean, this match is make or break it for potentially either of our players. Dan, even if he loses, has a chance next round to just get another win. Back-to-back win-and-ins. You gotta hope that you can get one of them to get through.
And then, of course, Hale up against Grant. That has to be a good matchup for Hale. Must be liking that.
I think that kind of crushes the dream of having them both in top 8 again, just like in Salt Lake City.
And then Nick Robinson up against Riley Holbert. That is your reigning U.S. national champion up against a former regional champion and someone who's been doing very well, at least in making day 2s in these regionals.
Yeah, former Texas regional champion as well, trying to make another run, and it's going to be Urshifu up against Miraidon. So we'll see what happens in that one. You definitely have to give the edge to the Urshifu deck, but I will say, especially for a version of Nick's Miraidon, where you're super turbo, super fast, if you just go second and get a turn 2 knockout, you can prize race the Intellium player pretty reasonably, to be honest.
Especially if Inteleon VMAX gives up 3 prizes, then you can sneak a prize, maybe an Octillery, and kind of stall the setup a little bit. Also depends on the type of Miraidon that Riley is playing. If he's playing the Path of the Peak and Little Disruption, or if it's just all Peony.
Indeed, indeed. And then, yeah, I'll be really interested to see what happens at that table 1. Does Cal just scoop it in to Azul, let Azul get into top cut, put a favorable matchup up there? That would put us at 37 match points, so it would make him, if he IDs in the next round, in the top half of the bracket. That's something else Cal wants to think about. I mean, because he would love to hit a Charizard in top 8, so he's got to be thinking about those things when making all of these decisions. It's really interesting in Pokemon tournaments. Obviously, the most important thing is playing the game, and playing the game well, making the correct decisions. But once you take care of that, and then you get really deep in the event, there's so many other important decisions you have to make outside of the game.
Yeah, you also just have to know the matchups, figure out what your opponent is playing, and if they're playing anything a little bit spicy or something for the matchup.
Right, any techs.
Yeah, I know there is some techs in the Snorlax deck where you actually can tech against the Meteor or something like that. Spiritomb has been a very good tech in this metagame just for all the Rotom V that is around, the Mew VMAX that are around, and it is something that kind of goes in and out of lists as well.
It's pretty wild how popular Rotom V has become. It makes sense in the Snorlax deck. It kind of functions similarly to like a Tropical Beach would have
or
in
the old
past.
Zacian V.
Yeah, those types of abilities. Just drawing your new cards into your hand and ending your turn. You're going to pass the turn anyway. Might as well just add a few more cards to your hand, especially in the early game stages. The more interesting thing to me is that we've seen the Charizard players begin to play the Rotom V.
Yeah.
Some of them was popularized by some Japanese players. Robin Schultz also played it. Gdansk into his top 8, top 4, one of those lists, into top cut for sure. And then now it's really just kind of become the staple way to play Charizard is with that Rotom V.
All right, well, I do believe our players are set up and ready for this next round. Let's go ahead and take it down. Round 14, the penultimate round of our Day 2 Swiss. And it's going to be Dan Hugar with that Giratina V-Star up against Keaton Gill with that Miraidon EX.
Yeah, Dan is someone, like you mentioned earlier, really kind of exploded into the scene by having really consistent finishes in the pandemic era, during the Players' Cup, in those online events, had lots of top 16 finishes in those series of tournaments, and he's continued that success into competing back at regional championships. Looking to make a deep run, looking to get a top 8 finish here, but Keaton Gill is going to do everything he can to make sure that he is the one getting a victory in this round.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty close matchup, at least on paper. You have, of course, Iron Hands EX up against those single prize Pokemon like Comfey and Cramorant, but Spiritomb can stop the Raikou V a little bit, sometimes that Lumineon V, and then Giratina is just very consistent at what it does, takes big knockouts in one hit.
Yeah, and as we're thinking of this matchup, there's a lot of pieces to consider. Keaton's got lots of different attackers, the Miraidon, the Iron Hands, as we see one being laid out into the prize cards. There are a couple in this list. That one Flaffy being prized is not ideal. There is just one copy here. But he's also, of course, got Raichu to maybe close out things at the end of the game. And Dan, with plenty of attackers as well. The Radiant Greninja, Cramorant, the Giratina V-Star, and Sableye, of course. So many different options for each of these players. Who would you have to give the advantage to when we're looking at just this matchup on paper?
I'm a Miraidon guy. I love Electric Generator, being able to just cheat those energy in play. So
17 basic energy in Keaton Gill's list, by the way.
Yeah, which is different from the other Peony lists we've seen where it's 16 and that double turbo energy.
Right.
So maybe that 17th can boost it up a little bit more.
Each energy card you play increases your odds every single time. Here we go. The players shaking hands. We're getting into this Swiss round 14 match. And what a top deck for Dan Hugar. That Battle VIP pass. Wisely, though, choosing to use concealed cards first.
Yeah, using concealed cards here before the Battle VIP pass will allow you to try to draw into those basic Pokemon before you search them out of your deck with that Battle VIP pass. And you see just there, Dan finding that Comfey, has the Jet Energy, and is going to Flower Selecting yet again. And this is going to be a big point of contention for the matchup as well, is Path to the Peak.
Huge thing
3
to
copies in the list, and found one off that Flower Selecting.
It is pretty unfortunate to have to lose a Psychic Energy. Those energy cards are very precious. Just 13 in the list here for Dan. And of course, every time you attack with Giratina V-Star, it is very energy intensive. You have to Lost Zone 2 of them with the Lost Impact, and then eventually, of course, get enough cards in the Lost Zone to get to the Star Requiem. Dan going to take a moment here as he checks this deck with the Battle VIP pass. Take notes, make sure he knows which cards are prized, what he has available, and what he does not. With one Comfey already being used and him going first, what do you expect to see Dan bench off the Battle VIP pass? I do believe Cramorant was already in the hand.
If Cramorant's already in the hand, you're going to go ahead and grab at least another Comfey, maybe a Giratina, But with the Jet Energy, it allows you to get an extra flower selecting when you usually don't have it available. And there is, with the prizes, nothing too bad, at least from Dan's side of things. The one Psychic Energy is a little bit worse now since you got one removed. But having just the one Comfey in there, and yeah, you see here, Comfey and Giratina V, you can even get an energy attached to that if you want, or save it for concealed cards for next turn. It also depends on if Dan drops that path right now.
Yeah, and I think you probably should be dropping the path as Dan. Keaton's deck is basically entirely reliant on abilities, be it the Miraidon's tandem unit to find some partners to put onto the bench, or be it the Fleet-Footed from Raikou V in the active, or even Squawkabilly's Squawk and Seize. Those are cards that Keaton will not have access to unless he can find a counter stadium. Dan now retreating into this other Comfey, flower selecting once again, top 2 cards. Looks like a Pokegear as one of the choices, and I think potentially a Nest Ball has to debate what is better. No, it is Switch Cart going to the Lost Zone. Those Switch cards are ever important. Looks like he is holding on to a couple in the hand. Path to the Peak coming into play. We've mentioned how good that is, and it is just a pass over to Keaton's side.
Now, Dan did opt to keep that Grass Energy in the hand, not attaching it to Giratina.
Had already attached the Jet Energy to the
Oh,
Comfey,
that's right.
Yeah, and that's why Jet Energy is so good. It kind of functions as 2 Switch cards. We do see Keaton benching the Miraidon. Would love to use the tandem unit, is unable to, however, and just has to go with that Electric Generator. Can we see a hit here?
Just the one.
Just one single energy card. Better than none, that is for sure.
At least having the Peony in hand, you can attach for turn here. And Peony for the stadium to bump that path to the peak, because that's doing so much work stopping your tandem unit right now.
An incredibly good card for sure. Keaton was debating playing the Escape Rope, I think, before playing this Peony. Of course, you do have to discard your hand when you play this card, and then you get to search your deck for 2 trainer cards, reveal them, and place them directly into your hand. So this can get a counter stadium, can get that path to the peak out of the way, so tandem unit can be utilized. Maybe something like the Squawkabilly. So what do you think we would see here? Potentially Beach Court and Battle VIP Pass? Those seem pretty solid.
Yeah, those are the 2 cards I would want to go for. That allows you to grab that Squawkabilly EX that is sitting right there at the top of the deck search for Keaton here.
Taking a moment to check the prize cards. We see all the best players doing this at the time, and sure enough, Beach Court Battle VIP being brought to the front, and then you can not only get 2 Pokemon in play from this Battle VIP Pass, but you'll be able to use Tandem Unit once this Beach Court comes out. Keaton making note of that Flaffy being prized, I'm sure. You really don't love to see that. That is the risk you run when you play just a 1/1 line of a powerful support Pokemon like that.
There was an option for Keaton to play the Escape Rope before playing the Electric Generator. Being allowing you to get that energy on the Raikou V instead. And with Beach Court, which you are already going to search out, allows you to retreat that Miraidon EX for free.
That could have been really strong. Trying to get the turn 1 attack is pretty nice for Keaton. I think ideally he'd like to Iron Hands this turn, but that is a lot to ask for, and especially when you've already used 1 Electric Generator.
Well, here is the Tandem Unit fetching out that Iron Hands EX. Such a powerful Pokemon in this deck, being able to help you keep up on the prize trade with that Amp You Very Much attack.
It's really what has made Miraidon so much stronger in this format. Miraidon was already very powerful and very popular for a lot of our players. And we did see JW Kreewall getting wins with the deck. We saw Jesse Parker with consistent finishes with the deck as well. But besides a select few group of players, Miraidon, for its meta share percentage, really did not perform as consistently as you would expect. That is not the case any longer with Iron Hands powering it up. Electric Generator now from Keaton, looking at the top 5, looking for some energy cards, and no! Energy's found once again.
Maybe we should be playing 20 Basic Lightning Energies.
Well, that's what you got to do. Just keep upping it every single time. Give yourself every time you hit, every time you completely miss a generator, you add 1 more energy to your list. That's the game.
And with each missed generator, it makes me think of having played that Escape Rope to where you could charge up that Raikou just to start this prize trade.
And unfortunately for Keaton, off that restart, did actually even draw in to 2 Lightning Energy cards. So that made those hits from the generator all that less likely. We see the attachment to Squawkabilly, and that Squawk and Seize. Looks like we're going to be seeing a Motivate this turn from Keaton. Definitely lackluster.
Not as good, but still able to charge up something like that Iron Hands EX. And it's been unfortunate with each of the draws here. Keaton has drawn off the restart, has 2 energy Electric Generator. Now off the Squawk and Seize as a 3 energy Electric Generator. There we see the fleet-footed and a retreat to this Squawkabilly, and we're going to see that motivate, most likely charge up that Iron Hands EX.
That's exactly what Keaton is going for. Just 20 damage laid onto the Comfey, pretty irrelevant, and probably will be switch carded off anyway. And now it's over to Dan, uses that concealed card, putting a Grass Energy into the discard pile, finding that Colress's Experiment and the Spiritomb. Pretty strong, getting that Colress. That is the name of the game here on turn 2.
Yeah, this Giratina deck is still just a Lost Zone deck, so trying to cobble together those Colress's Experiments can be very good. And wow, 3 basic energy, that Giratina V-Star, and another Colress's Experiment in that Colress's Experiment.
Pretty tough Colress to find there. I think you definitely have to lose the V-Star. You've got 3 of them. You really only need 2 to get through the game. But those energy cards and the Colress. Colress is probably the best card in the entire deck. You gotta feel like you need to hang on to that. With 2 energy cards already in the Lost Zone, Dan may start to feel a little bit of pressure a little earlier than he would like in this game.
Here we see that Flower selecting. The option is between Jet Energy and another card here.
There's
Switch
a
card.
switch cart. Dan could possibly get to 7 this turn. He would need to find yet another Comfey. We see 5 now being in the Lost Zone. This 1 more Flower selecting. So we could see a Lost Impact here.
Giratina V-Star and Path to the Peak. Those are 2 cards you do not want to see off this Flower selecting, especially after a Path already getting bumped and a Giratina hitting that Lost Zone.
Yeah, it really is unfortunate, but I think there's really no choice for Dan. You can't Lost Zone 2 Giratina V-Star. You probably are going to need 2 of them if you want to come out on top in this game. We do see that Cramorant hitting the bench. That is able to attack with that Spit Innocently attack. It's got that Lost Provisions ability, of course, that lets it attack for free. And Dan making use of Keaton's own stadium, that beach court, reducing the retreat cost of that Comfey. And we're seeing that Cramorant come up. Bird-on-bird action, 110 damage onto Squawkabilly EX.
The bird's the word, and that 110 damage is not going to be for nothing, as you have Sableye later in the game that you can pick off this Squawkabilly EX on the bench if you want.
Keaton now looking at his hand, debating what to do. He has an electric generator in the hand. I think it was there last turn even. He chose not to play that. What do you think of that decision? Most players, when they see a generator, they just slam it pretty much instantly.
Listen, after hitting a 1 off of the 2, you kind of get demoralized. And it's nothing that you want to see when you play the 3rd one and also don't get anything. So might as well try to thin the deck out as much as possible and hope to just give yourself the best odds on the following turn. You already have kind of a setup with that Motivate from turn 1, so it's not going to be too bad. You can even attach to that Iron Hands EX and just arm press for last resort if you want. And here we see that Mareep being found off that Tandem unit.
Prepping to hopefully take the Flaffy off the prizes, and Keaton here really would like to hit at least 1 energy off this generator and is lucky enough to find 2 finally. Dan even cheering him on, it sounds like. 2 energies. I think we got to power up that Iron Hands here, right?
Listen, Chip, luck has nothing to do with it. This is all calculated. And there we go, 4 energy on that Iron Hands EX, ready to go and start this prize trade off right with an Amp You Very Much. We're going to start charging up that Mew EX. That is one of the cards that, ever since it came out, people were like, oh, Giratina V-Star is done. Mew EX, you just genome hacking and Lost Impact, and it's over. You're not going to be able to set up. Giratina's out of the format, no longer good. As we see now, that's not the case.
I don't like this attachment here to the Mew because you allow yourself the opportunity, if you take Flaffy off the prizes, to pull off that genome hacking attack on the next turn. Keaton taking 2 prizes. Amp You Very Much. Goodbye to the Cramorant. And back over now to Dan. Several energy cards here in the hand. Looks like 7 or 8 cards already built up here in the hand. Has a Pokegear as well. Gonna kick it off with the concealed cards, finding 2 more. There's a counter catcher. That could be an option if Dan is scared of the Mew EX. Plenty of different plays that Dan could go for, and that's one of the reasons so many people like this deck, because you have a breadth of options, but only one is the correct play. What do you think we're going to see Dan try to achieve this turn?
You need to knock out that Iron Hands EX. Just because if you counter catcher that Mew, take the knockout with that Giratina V-Star. Yeah, sure. Iron Hands EX will not be able to take a knockout back on that Giratina, but there's so many escape rope in Keaton's list where just a single one fetched off a Peony will allow you to Amp You Very Much something like a Comfey or that Radiant Greninja on the bench. And then you just did nothing for your turn.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the Iron Hands. It does force you to deal with it, because if you don't, your opponent can just amp you very much once again. And if you do deal with the Iron Hands, your opponent has other options in play that can take out your Giratina. You see Flower selecting once again for Dan. Does have to Lost Zone a Chorus, but it is in favor of hanging onto a Mirage Gate, one of the more powerful cards in the deck as well. If you have 7 or more cards in your Lost Zone, you get to search your deck for 2 energy cards of different types and attach them to your Pokemon however you would like. And I think we've got a Mirage Gate incoming. Super odd first to put those energy cards back.
Yeah, pretty important that Dan has multiple Super Odd in the hand, just being able to recycle those energies. But even with a Lost Impact here, is going to be put far behind in the energy count at least. And there is 10 in the Lost Zone, so you can go ahead and use that Star Requiem.
That is true.
Star power.
Yeah, it could be a decent option as well. I think if Dan was going to go for the Star Requiem, it would have been nice to see him spread the energy out a little bit. So this might signal he wants to go for Lost Impact and then pull off a Star Requiem on a future turn, which I guess could make sense as well. It's a little easier to get to a Star Requiem than it is to get to a follow-up Lost Impact.
We're going to see a Jet Energy here to help ease that Lost Impact and promote that Giratina V-Star to the active. We do see the counter catcher, though, and I guess with the bench of the Giratina V, it is a little bit of leeway against an escape rope and that amp you very much.
The thing is, though, with the bench of the Giratina, Miraidon can be the option to take that out. It's still reasonable for Keaton to find 2 prize cards this turn off of a escape rope. We see that Lost Impact sending 2 more cards to the Lost Zone. Well over 10 now at this point. Goodbye to that Mew EX, the threat that Dan was certainly scared of. And especially with Keaton having already discarded his Raichu. That's one of his other ways to deal with the Giratina is the Raichu. So maybe if he can find Super Odd, we could still see that be achieved this turn. We do have to, of course, remember, even though Maripa's in play, you know, Dan's making decisions like Keaton can get Flaffy this next turn. He doesn't know that that Flaffy is prized, but we have that knowledge. We're aware that Flaffy is not available at the moment, so that makes it a lot more difficult for Keaton to pull off really any meaningful attack besides amp you very much.
Yeah, honestly, with just the 1 energy on the Miraidon EX, it's going to be a little rough to charge that up this turn as well. And Dan playing it to where his bench is not full, so that means Raikou V will not be able to take down that Giratina V. But we do see that Stadium Bump is going to be pretty beneficial, hopefully, for Keaton here.
Stadium Bump right away into the Fleet-Footed. And now Escape Rope. Dan has a decision to make. Keaton would love to see one of those single prize Pokemon come to the active, and I think Dan is actually going to do it.
Oh, wow.
What do you think of that call?
This is going to help Keaton out a lot. You can amp you very much this Radiant Greninja, get another turn to charge up that Miraidon EX, and then hopefully finish things off with a boss's orders. But this is going to be speeding up the game a lot.
Yeah, and if Keaton could get Raichu into play right now and put an energy card on it, that would feel really strong, I feel like. Or at least get a Super Odd so that you have the option to get back the Raichu. But as I'm looking through this list...
there's no Super Odd in this list.
There actually isn't, yeah. That's something you see from time to time in these Miraidon lists. I know Nick Robinson was playing it when we saw him on the stream yesterday. Looks like Keaton not playing it. That Raichu being discarded early on in the game could be really tough for Keaton to overcome.
So basically how this is going to play out is Iron Hands EX will be able to take 2 prizes off of this Radiant Greninja. But then this Giratina V-Star promotes to the active, and you can Star Requiem that Iron Hands EX, and then it's going to put a ton of pressure on Keaton to be able to cobble together a 2-prize knockout on that Giratina V on the bench if it doesn't get evolved into a V-Star.
And that's going to be the big thing Dan is trying to accomplish on the next turn. If he can put 2 288 HP Pokemon in play, Keaton is going to have basically no option to close out the game besides powering up yet another Iron Hands EX. He does play 2, but we know 1 was prized, and I actually do think it was at the top of the prize cards.
Again, having that Flaffy and Iron Hands EX is going to probably come in huge here. You did see that Forest Seal Stone fetch a card for Keaton. Has the Lost Vacuum to get rid of that Forest Seal Stone. Just thin the hand down a little bit.
Yeah, maybe prepping for a potential Iono, something along those lines. And we're seeing that Luminion, and he's going to go for his own Iono, thinning before, trying to make things as difficult as possible for Dan. I think he's crossing his fingers that Dan is unable to find a Giratina V-Star, which honestly could happen. There's not many ways in this deck to find Giratina V-Star. In fact, the only way to do it is just to draw into it naturally, be it through flower selecting or Colress's experiment. Dan has one Giratina V-Star in play, and one we know is in the Lost Zone.
Well, the one card found off that Star Alchemy from the Forest Seal Stone was the last electric generator and hits double lightning off of it. So now it can fully power up that Miraidon EX or that Raikou V. And there we see that energy on the Miraidon. So setting up a pretty good checkmate here, at least with the attackers on board. Iono is going to shuffle back that hand for Dan, which we knew had that Giratina V-Star in hand.
And the fact that it's going to the bottom is going to make it even more difficult for Dan to find it this turn, hoping off of these 4 cards from Iono that he'll have a way to shuffle the deck. And Keaton drawing into Boss's orders. He's got things lined up to just win the game next turn. We'll have to see if Dan can find that key evolution. Now Keaton retreats into this Iron Hands. We're going to see the Ampu very much taking another 2 prize cards. 4 prizes taken by Iron Hands for Keaton so far in this game. And in most matchups, if you take 4 prizes with Iron Hands, you feel like you are nearly unstoppable. But Dan has found a way to put himself in a favorable position.
Keaton going to thin out the hand a little bit in preparation of something like a Roxanne from Dan's side of thing. And at least with the 4 cards, it did look like there was a Roxanne in hand.
We do see the Squawkabilly being added to the hand for Keaton. Ampu very much takes the KO. Looks like Flaffy was added to the hand. Pretty nice, but that Iron Hands remains in the prize cards. Dan here with a new hand has, I think, an Avery. That's a tech you don't see too often from Giratina. And as you mentioned, Roxanne is in hand as well.
And I do love playing this Nest Ball just so you could shuffle the deck, get that Giratina V-Star hopefully back in the swing of things instead of on the bottom. And Sableye could be a great way to close out the game with that Squawkabilly EX on the bench.
Yeah, that damage from earlier being incredibly relevant to clean up at the end game, just like you mentioned when it happened, Jeremy. Now Dan needing a switch card, needing that Giratina, and it looks like he's thinning out as many of these Pokemon in hand as possible. Doesn't want to draw into any of those pieces. Has an energy card, but not choosing to attach it just yet. It's going to just be that Roxanne. Since Keaton has taken at least 3 prize cards and has 3 or fewer remaining, both players will shuffle their hand into the deck. Dan gets 6, and Keaton only gets 2.
And we got Oops All cards on the table. This Roxanne has been a powerful supporter for this Giratina V-Star deck in combination with a Path to the Peak. Granted, all those Path to the Peak are gone now, but most of the abilities that Keaton would use are already pretty much used up. That Lumineon V already on the bench.
That's true.
Basically, only the Fleet-Footed available.
Yeah, Mew EX already being knocked out as well. It's going to be onto the Fleet-Footed more than likely, and Dan is able to find that Giratina V-Star. We see the nod of the head. Pretty happy to see that, but he does not have a way to retreat this Comfey. Oh, no, that Beach Court. Yeah, can't forget the Beach Court. Doesn't need a switch card. No energy needed to retreat it. Ready to go. Flower selecting. Ooh, it's an energy and a Mirage Gate. A Psychic Energy at that.
The last Psychic Energy, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's got to keep the Psychic Energy so that he can Sableye, right?
You have to.
Maybe if he thinks there's another Super Odd left, he could get rid of the Psychic Energy. But yeah, let's hang on to that. And then there is still one in the prizes that we will see most likely taken here.
And again, you're going to be Star Requiem this turn, so you're still going to have those energies on the Giratina. You can just attach Lost Impact for your last 2 prizes if everything goes smoothly. But there we go. Dan tying it up now, 2-2, and has the board that looks like it will be able to handle anything that Keaton can throw at him.
Yes, Keaton thinking, what is my win con? What is my path back into this game? And he is just gassed of all of his resources, the Mew EX, the Raichu, his main ways to deal with a Giratina V-Star already in the discard pile. We do see the Flaffy and the Peony in the hand, a pretty strong hand for Keaton to get off of the Roxanne, but no way to take a one-hit KO.
No Raichu. That would be game over right here.
If he could work in a single prize attacker and hope that Dan doesn't have a Psychic to attack with the Sableye, that might be Keaton's one win condition. If he could power up the Zapdos as an attacker, for example. But he's used so many Electric Generator, I don't even know if there's one left.
Yeah, found the last Electric Generator off that Forest Seal Stone the prior turn. So has no real options to charge up something like that Zapdos. Bravery Charm won't have any real effect here. You can boost that Squawk ability to what?
Yeah, it would have 80 HP
100
left.
left, yeah.
With the switch card. He's thinking about grabbing switch card out as well. It would have 80 HP left, and you add the Bravery Charm to it. Try to make it hang on as much as possible, but all Dan needs is an energy card to just Lost Impact. And if you're just as Keaton here promoting a one-prize Pokemon and letting it go down, take a hit, whatever it may be, feels pretty tough. Draw for turn, draw for the fleet-footed, I should say.
Still not able to really cobble together a knockout. We see the Squawk ability being promoted here.
Just cross your fingers that Dan doesn't have the energy card needed.
Still has the switch card, so switch card into
the Miraidon and just going to swing.
Now this will put the Squawk ability to 130.
Yeah, so it does not go down.
To Lost Mine.
Does not go down to the Sableye, but we know Dan has the Psychic Energy in hand. All he has to do is attach Lost Impact, take his final 2 prizes, and Dan Hugar wins game 1 here in our Swiss Round 14.
Pretty easy fashion, at least for your setup, having exactly what you want. Just Lost Impact, Star Requiem, Lost Impact. That's how you draw it up when you're a Giratina. Meanwhile, Keaton needs a little bit of help off his Lux Generator, and discarding that Raichu early meant he did not have an attack during that last turn.
Yeah, when he discarded the Raichu, part of me wondered if he should have just benched it before using that Squawk ability. I think he was worried about what his bench would look like. He knew he wanted to go for the Iron Hands, but if you don't have access to either the Mew or Raichu to take a one-hit KO on a Giratina, this matchup is really difficult to win, and that is exactly what we saw play out in this game.
Yeah, bringing up that Mew EX with the counter catcher proved to be one of the best plays Dan could have done. Although there was no Flaffy for Keaton there, you never really know. And just bringing up that Giratina V-Star with the Star Requiem all ready to go, taking the knockout on that Iron Hands EX, taking him up to 2-2, and pretty much sealed it there with that energy in hand. And moving on to game 2, Keaton's going to probably go second.
Yeah, I think you would choose to go second. I guess if you go first, I think Keaton maybe will choose to go first because he doesn't play double Turbo Energy in his deck. It's pretty unlikely he gets a turn 1 Iron Hands going second. If he goes first, it's pretty likely he gets a turn 2 Iron Hands, I think. And then also on Keaton's side, he would expect that Dan would have a hard time really doing too much on turn 1. Needs to have exactly a Colress's Experiment pretty much in the hand.
1 Raikou V in the prize cards for Keaton, along with 3 Lightning Energy. Meanwhile, a couple Energy and a Super Rod Mirage Gate for Dan. And Keaton is going second, so Dan going to start things off with the Flower Selecting.
Gets rid of that Avery. Once again, a tech that we're really not used to seeing in this Lost Zone deck. And he has a Battle VIP pass, pretty solid. Going to get the 2 Pokemon out of the deck. A couple energy cards in hand as well, which is pretty nice. Has some options. Greninja, Cramorant, Comfey, Giratina. What would you like to see on Dan's side here from this first VIP search?
If there's a Jet Energy, I love double Comfey. It allows you to use 3 Flower Selectings in 1 energy attachment. If not, I do love that Radiant Greninja, just being able to consistently draw a couple cards a little bit better than Flower Selecting, at least in resource management-wise. And it's all about finding that Colress's Experiment for next turn.
Yeah, I think there is already even that Colress in hand. So Dan feeling pretty nice about what he is working with so far. The thing about Giratina that is pretty awkward is that it's a little tough to actually even get to 7 on turn 2. We don't see turn 2 Lost Impact all that often with this deck, especially going first.
Yeah, usually you have the help of something like Lost Vacuum to bump your own stadium or get rid of that Forest Seal Stone in some of those Turbo Lost Zone decks. But no sort of item card here for Dan to kind of skip those Lost Zone numbers, having to rely on Flower Selecting and Colress's Experiment alone.
It looks like Dan also has a Nest Ball in the hand currently, so that's another way he could get even more Pokemon into play here.
I think with the Nest Ball, you're going to be able to find that Radiant Greninja along with it as well.
It looks like he's thinking through what to do here. Something you can do when you have Battle VIP Pass and Nest Ball in your opening hand as the Giratina deck, you do really want to have a lot of Pokemon in play pretty quickly. So something what you can do sometimes is just nest ball for the Greninja. Use concealed cards, keep the Battle VIP pass in your hand, give yourself a chance to draw into some basic Pokemon, and then you go with the Battle VIP. But Dan at this spot doesn't feel like he needs to put too many Pokemon out. Of course, if he puts too many out, he's powering up that Raikou, giving Keaton the option to pull off a KO on that pretty quickly.
Found off this flower selecting, which is a pretty good attacker, but having to get rid of another supporter in that Roxanne does play 2.
Okay.
So we saw a Roxanne prize last game, but the Roxanne at the end of the game win it for Dan. So it's going to be a very powerful supporter to hopefully find later on. And we find another Giratina V here.
Yeah, double Giratina, putting a lot of respect on Keaton's deck. It's pretty difficult for Keaton to find a Boss's Orders KO on a Giratina. It is possible, however. A lot less likely when that card comes into play. We talked about it last game. Path to the Peak, extremely strong in this matchup, and that is a huge difference maker as Keaton has a Miraidon, but he's unable to use that tandem unit to get more Pokemon into play.
Yeah, even having the Ultra Ball for something like that Squawkabilly EX, but no Peony to find that stadium to be able to use that ability.
I think Keaton is going all in here. Ultra Ball gets rid of the Miraidon and the Lightning Energy. I think he's just going to get an Iron Hands. He's got 2 Generator and a Switch card in the hand. If he hits 3 energy off the Generator, he's also got a Lightning Energy. I think this is his play. He has to go for this, amp you very much. It's unlikely Dan would be able to respond to it. And that's really your only way to take a quick 2 prize cards. Now, you could be a little more conservative and go for a Miraidon attack, a Raikou attack even. So there are a few options out there for Keaton. What do you think? With all the different things he could do, what would be best?
It has to be the Iron Hands. You already discarded the Miraidon. The Raikou V is in the prize cards.
Yeah.
Only playing 1 copy of that. So
it could be another Miraidon, I guess, right?
Yeah, but you never want to discard a Miraidon to search for a Miraidon.
And worst case scenario as well, even if you do only hit 2 energy on the Generator, you still have the attachment for turn. Worst case scenario, an Arm Press still gets you the KO this turn.
You got to do what you got to do, especially in the face of a Path to the Peak, such a powerful supporter, or powerful stadium card.
And that is the difference maker in this spot. Keaton would have been able to do so much with his turn if Path had not come down. Tandem unit, Squawkabilly, all those things. And that's, I think, another reason for Keaton to go first in this matchup, because Path to the Peak is so detrimental for you. A couple of big generators here incoming, Jeremy. 5 cards from the top, looking for a couple of hits. Look at that. Just sees the top 3, doesn't even need to look at the rest.
That's what I like to see. You know, no wasting time here. You got it. You're going to be able to attach those to your bench Lightning Pokemon. And just now needing 1 more at least from the second electric generator to be able to amp you very much on turn 1.
With 1 more generator to come, just needs 1 energy card from these 5. Let's see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Does find 2 energy. That's even better than 1. Dan can't believe it.
Well, those energies, no stranger going to that Iron Hands EX, fully powered up, and with the Switch card, we'll be able to take the knockout.
I think Dan just said, I am not even upset. Now, if Keaton could combine this with a Peony as the last card in hand, that would be incredible. But unfortunately, it is just that Lightning Energy. 0 cards in hand now for Keaton, 2 more from the prize cards. Taking that KO, 2 prizes. He takes the advantage. But Dan, how can he respond? 2 cards in the Lost Zone. Is there a path for him to realistically get to 7 here?
Not really. You would need more of those nest balls to find a Comfey, or just finding it off this course experiment. A few switching options, because there's no switching options in the hand right now. We do see a Jet Energy, but Mirage Gate,
Nest Ball.
Experiment, Nest Ball.
Pretty tough call. It is going to be Mirage Gate going down. You do play 4 copies of that card. It is extremely powerful, but with 4 copies in your list, you kind of expect to have to Lost Zone 1 at some point, but Dan's going to have to really think about it before he loses another.
One thing I might like to see is, if you don't have it this turn, just an Abyss Seeking.
Right.
Be able to continue to build up that Lost Zone with that Giratina attack and get some cards in your hand. But more importantly, it is a big HP Pokemon that you could put in front of that amp you very much, to where Keaton would not be able to take 2 prizes on the following turn.
I mean,
definitely don't want to attack with Cramorant this
Keaton
turn.
went to 0 cards in hand last turn. There's only 2 now from the prizes he took. He'll draw a card for turn. That's 3 cards. And it's pretty tough to find a 3-card combo that's going to get Keaton out of this situation. It's going to have to be like a stadium bump, plus a Peony or a Miraidon, you know, some of those things to try to reestablish a board. And even then, even if he plays Peony, he's just going to have to go get a Mew EX in play, and he'll only get to draw 3 more cards.
Ooh, okay. This is a decision. There was the Raiding Greninja and Countercatcher.
Ooh.
Countercatcher could bring up that Zapdos and just force Keaton to find an energy to retreat and amp you very much yet again.
Yeah, I kind of like it, honestly. You're going to go for this Abyss Seeking, which is fine. You know, it's pretty unlikely anything happens to this Giratina. It lets you get closer to those 10 cards in the Lost Zone. You can pretty reasonably pull that off next turn. Try to slow your opponent down as much as possible. It will just be Abyss Seeking, though, maybe holding on to Countercatcher, depending on if Keaton benches something else this turn. I think that makes sense, too.
Well, that was a pretty easy choice there. Roxanne found off the Abyss Seeking is going to be pretty good if Keaton's able to cobble together a knockout on this following turn. But looking at the hand, Squawkabilly EX, Raikou V, and an energy. So would have found the energy to retreat that Zapdos, but nothing going on.
Can bench the the Raikou is actually going to just bench all of the Pokemon and just swing. Going to be that arm press, 160 damage. Laying some damage counters down onto this Giratina.
It's going to be 130, which is...
Oh, yeah, that's Zapdos, right?
Which is actually pretty important because the Zapdos does 110 with Electric Ball, which would be able to take a knockout on that Giratina V if it gets evolved into a Giratina V Star.
Yeah, pretty solid math, to be honest. It's going to work out nicely for Keaton if he can find an energy card. He is just living on the top of the deck now at this point. Dan playing a Mirage Gate, able to search the deck for 2 energy cards of differing types, get them into play. Water Energy and Grass being the grabs. He needs at least 1 Grass and 1 Psychic on his Giratina V-Star if he wants to attack with it. And it does look like he has the Psychic in hand. If he has a Switch cart, he can get this Giratina out of the active. He also, worst case scenario, could just manually retreat it. You don't ever love having to do that. Your energy cards are already such important resources in this deck. And he does have the Countercatcher to work with as well.
Switch cart would be pretty big, too, and just healing off that 30 damage from the Giratina.
Would erase that relevant damage you were mentioning. Now with this Colress 5 cards, what do we see here? What is he able to lose? What does he need to make sure he hangs on to?
Seems like Jet Energy might be going to the hand, getting rid of that Path to the Peak. That would be the last Path to the Peak, hoping to rely on the one that's in play, which has been putting in a ton of work against Keaton.
And honestly, it's done its job. It's best in this matchup in those early turns because your opponent is so reliant on Squawkabilly EX. And if you're not able to use that Squawk and Seize on turn 1, Path to the Peak has kind of accomplished its main goal. So even if Keaton finds a replacement stadium, Dan is happy with the results he's gotten thus far. Now thinking of what else to play, there is that Psychic Energy. Do you see a Switch card in this hand?
No, just going to manually retreat here, getting rid of those 2 energies, but bringing up that fresh Giratina V-Star. I would love to see that Star Requiem here. Just be able to take that clean knockout and keep those energy in play for the following turn.
Yeah, this worked out really nicely for Dan, getting to exactly 10 cards in the Lost Zone. He knows this Giratina's not going anywhere. There's not one single card Keaton can draw that gets him out of this situation. I do not think a Lightning Energy is the find.
When you play 17 of them, you're probably going to draw into them a lot.
Definitely makes sense. Having to debate where to potentially put it. Can't even use something like Fleet-Footed thanks to Path to the Peak being in play. He'll just pass this turn.
Path to the Peak has been putting in a ton of work. Dan now having that Jet Energy, such a good card in this deck, being able to help you freely pivot through a lot of your Comfey, your attackers, and Giratina as a deck has been utilizing this card as a 4-of for a while.
Jet Energy going to the Lost Zone. The decision was between that and a Mirage Gate. You definitely get to a point in the game where having the energy cards themselves can be more valuable than the Mirage Gates. You need to make sure you're keeping them around. But with this Raikou in the active, a Lost Impact incoming more than likely. Dan is going to jump pretty far ahead here in the prize trade.
Mirage Gate is going to attach some extra energies so you can get rid of them with that Lost Impact. Would be great to have a Switch cart or even just a Switch to be able to save that Jet Energy and get rid of that off that Comfey as well.
Yeah, you see that a lot from these Lost Zone players, is keeping an energy on a benched Comfey, trying to prep for some potential disruption or just a knockout so they have that guaranteed pivot on the next turn. As this Giratina V-Star is coming to the active spot and the benched Giratina V is evolving up, we are likely to see this Lost Impact take the KO. Now with 5 energy cards in play, Dan has some options of which ones to Lost Zone, and it looks like that Jet Energy is a decent choice.
Easy 2 prize cards for Dan, just 2 more until the game is done, and
Another energy. Not much going here for Keaton. Just has to hit for 110 with that electric ball. Dan Hugar could close out the game on this turn. He plays 1 escape rope and 1 boss's orders. If he can find either of those cards, it's pretty likely he can close it out.
Escape rope was the first card played, maybe? No. That was last game. All right.
It might be. Yeah, the games do tend to bleed together as we get through the day here and get through so many of these events. See what he has access to.
Oh, it was
there
played,
is
yeah.
a escape rope in the discard pile, so it's going to be on to just that single boss's orders. If he has it, the game is over. He doesn't have to win right here by any means, but it does get a little awkward, and I think it's what Dan is thinking about. If you lost zone 2 energy cards to KO this Zapdos, are there enough energy cards for you to close out the game?
And choosing to not get rid of the benched energy off that Giratina V-Star, and Keaton drawing Electric Generator, can't even play it. They're going to motivate for
20 damage, not even getting the extra effect of accelerating energy to a benched Pokemon. All Dan Hugar needs is 1 energy card, and I think he has a Mirage Gate in the hand. Super Odd putting back a Psychic Energy, and that is going to be the game. Lost Impact, 2-0 victory. Dan Hugar has locked up a spot here in top 8.
Undefeated, technically, 11-0-3, 36 match points, enough to lock up a spot in that top 8, like you were saying, joining Cal Connor, maybe Azul Garcia Griego. And hey, if there's one thing Dan wants to see is more of those Snorlax in top 8.
It does look like Cal and Azul did ID, so not a
Okay.
concession. I think something Cal is probably thinking about is trying to avoid this guy on the left side of the table, Dan Hugar. He does not want to play against that as his Snorlax deck. It was a valiant showing from Keaton, but things just really did not materialize in the way that you would normally game plan it out as this Miraidon deck.
Iron Hands EX taking a quick 2 prize knockout off of that early Pokemon, and then Dan opting for the counter catcher on that Mew EX, taking the knockout there. And again, Keaton using Amphi very much off of that escape rope to bring up that Radiant Greninja, but Dan having the Star Requiem all ready to go, taking that knockout there, and having, more importantly, that Giratina V-Star on that bench.
Able to take that game number 1 with this final energy card. Pretty convincing fashion, honestly. And then in game number 2, it was really just Path to the Peak is really the MVP for Dan here. It shut Keaton down completely. And again, I've said it before, but it's the main reason I really would have liked to have seen Keaton gone first, just because of how strong Path is against his deck.
Yeah, he would have had a pretty stellar hand against Path of the Peak.
Gotta wonder what would have happened.
Couple Ultra Ball, that Miraidon EX already in hand, 2 Electric Generators. Yeah. It could have been explosive to start off, but unfortunately, going second, having that Path to the Peak in play, was not able to find Peony or those Beach Court to bump it, and just an embarrassment of energies here for the remainder of the game. Dan able to close things out with a couple Lost Impacts and that Star Requiem after that turn 1 Iron Hands EX.
Pretty incredible game there from Dan. You know, I've definitely been a little bit of a hater of the Giratina V-Star deck.
You are.
It's not too much of a secret, but, you know, Dan played it extremely, extremely well, and looking forward to watching him continue to make a run through this tournament. We'll see what he can come up against here as we move into these last few rounds.
Listen, it's just like any Lost Zone deck. If you don't draw colors experiment, you're really not going to win those games. Giratina a little bit more so, though, because you're very reliant on hitting that 10 for, or the 7 and 10 for the Mirage Gates, the Star Requiems, and that Lost Mine from Save Alive.
Yeah, the classic Giratina play is definitely, you know, flower selecting, Abyss Seeking. I prefer to go flower selecting, Lost Vacuum, you know, Dragonite, Dragon Gale. That's where I'm kind of living at.
When was the last time you top 8'd a regional?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Dan Hugar being able to make it happen with the Giratina. Got some great text in here as well. That Avery, I'd definitely be interested to hear about. That's kind of a surprising inclusion. Pretty strong against the mirror matches, I would imagine. Pretty good against things like Gardevoir as well. Charizard, I have to imagine it's pretty strong against. If you use Avery against a Charizard, you know, they're usually wanting to have their Jirachi in play. They want to have Manaphy in play because they want to protect against Sableye. They want to protect against Greninja. I mean, if you play Avery, are you Are they going to discard some Charmanders? Probably not, right?
No, not at all. Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those cards where it is in there for those specific matchups. This matchup, not so much. You're just going to Roxanne Path, hopefully, for the remainder of the games. And we saw game 1, Roxanne putting in a ton of work. Game 2, Path putting in a ton of work.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing what will happen here. Keaton, unfortunately, here now moving to just 32 match points still, so he can win to get to 35. And usually if you can win to get to 35, you have a chance to make it into the top 8. I just don't know if that's going to be the case this weekend. We'll have to look at these numbers once our last round pairings go up.
Yeah, we should have it by this next round, where we start to see that top 8 kind of take shape. And we already know 2 of them, Cal Connor, Dan Hugar, Snorlax, Giratina V-Star. There's a very good chance that Azul makes it in with an ID next round at 36 points. That's another Charizard. So 3 different decks to essentially lock up this top 8. There's still plenty more. There was a couple Mew VMAX, Roaring Moon as well. Another Snorlax Inhale was sitting at table 4. So it's going to be interesting to see how this round plays out for our final round of Swiss today. Yeah, it looks like Rain Kuma was able to get a win with the Mew VMAX. We got Nick Robinson with that Turbo Miraidon at 34 match points. Joseph Nawal, who we saw with that Origin Form Palkia, he's at 34 match points. A lot of people at 34. Sky De La Cruz, one of them as well, with that Inteleon VMAX deck. We, of course, been talking about Riley Holbert. He did lose to Nick Robinson in this last round. Miraidon taking down the Inteleon, the Urshifu deck. A little bit of a surprise, but we talked about how, it's very possible for Miraidon to close things out. Does look like Nathan Porter with the Roaring Moon did lose this round to a Mew VMAX as well, which is definitely tough for your prediction there, buddy. And we've got Hale Obernolte and Grant Manley. Looks like still playing it out. All right. Well, it does look like our interview is ready, so let's go ahead and take it down to lounge and hear from Dan himself.
Thanks, Chip and Jeremy. I'm here with our winner and newest member to the top 8 cut family, Dan Hugar. Congratulations. We've come a long way from stream. The last time we saw you on stream, you were getting heat-proofed by Bronzong. How did we get here from there?
Listen, can we just not talk about there? That we don't need to talk about that. Honestly, I've been very blessed to have opportunities to play with good people, learn from brilliant players, and just try to pick up some of my skills along the way.
Skill indeed, and that match was back and forth there. That game 1, lots of pressure on early. Talk to me about that swing turn there. You were able to get the boss's orders plus Path plus Mew. How important do you think that was in your first game?
I think that's the only reason I won the game. So Mew EX is so scary because it one-shots Tina V-Star, and then the other threat that's can one-shot Tina V-Star is Raichu. So for me, Raichu in the discard, clearly had opportunities to go get a rod and didn't do it. I just needed to knock out Mew EX to stay in the game.
So you won game 1, you're heading into game 2, and you get to go first. I mean, your opponent wants to go second, right? They want to get that first turn attack. But you have that advantage, right? Path to the peak, you play Path down, you shut it off. And despite all that, your opponent still hits the turn 1 amp. As that happens, right, what's going through your mind in that position?
Honestly, my biggest thing is, if you get the turn 1 hands, that is terrible, but it's okay if that's all you do. So the fact that he got the 2 prizes, but I was able to go into Tina, he didn't do anything else, I was like, all right, we are going to be okay. I have a sustainable board. We'll get there.
So I know Pokemon's not a solo game. You're one-on-one versus the table, but you have a whole crew out here supporting you. I know I can hear them through the match. Tell me what this Pokemon family means to you as a competitor.
Dude, honestly, I started playing Pokemon because I was struggling with work and didn't like it, and I wanted something positive and a great community around me. And I have been so blessed and honored to find awesome people that bring joy, on a daily basis. So it's been amazing to build that community because that's why I still play the game, those awesome people around us.
And community in and out. And I mean, Giratina V-Star has been for you there too, right? First with Arceus Giratina, you piloted that to some day 2 finishes in regionals, and now straight Giratina. What is it about that card that speaks to you and makes you want to play it at these events?
I don't even know if I want to play it. Lost Tina is the most infuriating deck, but it's so strong and can beat anything. So for me, it gives me a chance to win any matchup, whether easier or harder. So I want to have a chance to play the game and stay in it.
Chance to play indeed. And now you're in top 8. I mean, I got to imagine some nerves, right? This is your first top 8, I believe.
I'm actually less nervous about top 8 than I was being on stream, because I was terrified being on stream, but I'm honestly excited. This is all gravy. I've just been so excited to do better recently, so see if I can win a game or 2.
And speaking of self-improvement, I mean, you've come a long way, right? From Players' Cup now to playing in these in-person events. What have been the keys for you to improving to get yourself to this spot?
Intentionality. Like I apologize to some of my opponents, but I always ask after a game, what could I do better? What could I have gone about differently? Like any insight into the matchup, because there are so many great players that I want to learn from them and try to pick up whatever knowledge I can wherever I can get it. So just intentionally trying to get better, not just trying to win games, as silly as that sounds.
All right, final question, maybe the most important one. If you're home for the holidays, what's the best holiday treat to get you in the season?
Can I say beef tenderloin? Because that's my family's tradition, and that's amazing.
That's a tradition?
We'll say it's a treat. Yeah, I love that.
Treat, sweet or savory. I like it there. Well, Dan, you're in top 8, but you've still got plenty more Pokemon to play. Get yourself psyched up. Get yourself ready for top 8. And congratulations again. Casters, let's throw it back to you.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan. Great to hear from Dan, and congratulations to him on making his first official top 8. We've, of course, as we talked about, seen him do really well in these Players' Cup tournaments. He had a top 16, a 9th place finish as well. Really, really strong performances, and it's always one of my favorite things to see someone who was able to succeed during that online era come through and perform when we get to these regional championships.
Yeah, it is very drastically different being able to play online versus just playing in a tournament through 15 rounds of Swiss, having to shuffle.
Yeah.
There's a lot of factors that really go into playing, and it sounds like Dan has a really good group of people around him, supporting him, and just helping him stay in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's one of the things that is my favorite part as well about the Pokemon community is just the friends I've made. You know, the people who I've met and the people who, you know, I'll know for the rest of my life. It's more about that than it is about actually, you know, playing the game. People like you, Jeremy.
I was like, you're going to know me for the rest of your life? Like,
yeah, buddy. Come on, man. Well, of course, as we mentioned yesterday, we talked about the Pokemon Art Contest, and we want to give a reminder to everyone that the Pokemon Company International and Creatures Inc. have announced the Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest 2024 is back for yet another year. And they are inviting participants to submit their best creative artwork capturing the theme of this year's contest, Magical Pokemon Moments. The contest is simple. Choose one of 10 Pokemon like Charizard, Pikachu, or Koraidon, and draw an illustration that captures the Pokemon enjoying a moment in its day. Or draw an illustration that shows the Pokemon looking cool or dynamic to capture the Magical Pokemon Moments theme. The contest is open to applicants 18 and over in the US and Japan, in addition to the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand regions for the very first time. Entry opens October 12th. It's been open for a little while now, and it's going to run until January 31st, 2024. So you've got just over a month to get those submissions in. It will end at 5:59 a.m. Pacific time. For more information, including full contest details, eligibility, and pricing, visit the link to find out more. And let's take a look at that video. Excellent. Let's take a look at what Jeremy drew for us.
It's a Pikachu.
I don't think that one's getting made into a card, buddy. I love seeing it every single year, what ends up winning. One of my favorite things as well is seeing the people who didn't quite make it. You know, there's so many talented artists in the Pokemon community. You get to see so many great ideas, so many people trying to capture the essence of whatever the theme is for that year. See artists sharing their posts on Twitter. It didn't quite make it in. Only 3 cards get chosen, I think, to actually be printed at the end of all things. But yeah, one of my favorite things to see every single year.
Oh yeah, one of my friends, Christian, applied last year, did not make it in, but used my idea. I'll post it on Twitter so y'all can see it, but it was very good.
Yes. Yeah.
I am excited. I loved the Arcanine from last year. I'm wearing all Arcanine today, so, you know, gotta represent.
Yeah, good old Gen 1 Arcanine, great. Fan favorite Pokemon for sure. And yeah, always getting to see some new Pokemon featured as well. I don't know exactly what all of the 10 Pokemon you have as options are. Of course, Pikachu and Charizard makes sense, right? Kind of the 2 flagship Pokemon of the franchise. But Koraidon being included, I'm sure there's some other new Pokemon in there as well. Can't wait to see what people come up with.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look again at the leaderboards for North America and see where these players are shaping up with their championship point race. A lot of these players are in day 2 in contention to try and increase their championship points for the year, or even get their invite, or maybe even make it into top 16. These players have been players we've seen throughout each and every tournament, time and time again. And as you were saying before, Grant Manley, Caleb Gedmer, Azul Garcia-Griego, who not on this list. You know, after 2 top 8s and some other stuff, you would think can have enough championship points, but not playing those locals really matters.
Yeah, not going to locals and also not playing it out at regional championships as well. You know, if he can't make day 2 anymore, he already has his Worlds invite. He got top 4 at Worlds this season, so he gets an automatic invite this year. He's not really worried about cobbling together some championship points. All he cares about is getting the dub, and if he can't do that any longer, he kind of just bows out of the event. But yeah, tons of other players here that are competing in day 2. We've got Andrew Hedrick sitting at that 12th seed right now. Reagan Retzlaff was playing in the day 2. I saw him earlier. A few players as well who have skipped out on the event for the weekend. I know Rowan Staveno's not here. Jesse Parker wasn't here. Rahul Reddy, who's our first place player at the moment, isn't here, and he is going to be overcome by Cal Connor.
Oh yeah, that 2 championship point difference is no feat for a top 8 here in San Antonio Regionals.
And a bigger thing as well that players are competing for, you know, we see this top 16, but there's also the leaderboard of players who are trying to just get top 16 for this current rating period, trying to earn stipends and travel awards to the North American International Championships, which will be in New Orleans later on this year. Top 4 getting a travel award to that, and the top 16 getting a travel stipend.
Now, I do believe we have the European top as well. We took a look at that a little bit earlier, but just to refresh all y'all's memory, the Cameron brothers doing pretty well, sitting at 1st and 10th here. Yuho, our LAIC champion, doing pretty well with that extra championship points from that win.
You got James Cox as well, another name that stands out. He got top 4 at that London World Championships in 2022, has had some pretty solid finishes. Brian DeVries is another player who sticks out to me. He's someone who kind of, I think similarly to Hale Obernolte here in the US, tends to fly a little bit under the radar. He had a 2nd place finish at LAIC back in 2019. He's got plenty of top 8s under his belt, but he does tend to kind of fly under the radar. Does extremely well. He's super consistent. He got top 32 in Gdansk, and I believe top 16 in Stuttgart. So he's been rocking out with Guardy this format, and it's been doing him well, finding himself at the 16th spot in the European leaderboard.
Finishing off to Magnus Penderson, one of the players that did very well in the senior division, I believe. World champion?
Yep.
And
Senior division world champion in 2018.
Converting that very well into a solid playing career in the Masters division. And all these players, very good and very consistent at what they're doing. That's why they're in the top 22. And we see it year in, year out, them making up all of these leaderboards.
Absolutely. Tons of new names here as well. That's always one of my favorite things each season, is trying to see which players have broken out. You know, people who we talked about some of these players like Stefan, Tord. You know, we've mentioned them for forever and ever and ever, but you know, there's some unfamiliar names here as well, proving that you still have a chance to make a name for yourself. You know, you put in the effort, you put in the practice, you grind the games, and you go to enough events, you can make it into the top part of your leaderboard for your region as well.
Yeah, those are just 2 of the regions that we highlight here, but there is plenty others. There's South America, and then South Africa and Oceania as well.
Yep. 3 other rating zones, of course, players still competing for those Worlds invites all across the globe. One of my favorite things, you know, is those World Championships, just seeing how many regions of the globe are represented each year.
Yeah, and honestly, playing through it, just the different types of people you get to play against. And Pokemon's a global game, and a ton of people are playing it from different backgrounds. The fun fact about Dan was he was an engineer, switched to a therapist. A lot of people come from different walks of life, have different jobs, and our job here is to tell you about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Blessed to be able to do it. We enjoy it very, very much. And yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed sticking with us up to this point in the event. I think we're going to be taking a quick little break here. We will have our Swiss Round 15 up very, very soon. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We're going to determine who our top 8 is going to be. Stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it.
trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, to play TCG live all the time, and I spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. Make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got into VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people, and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't faced before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. Am I Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
I got into Pokemon in 2011 when I was just starting in seniors. Honestly, I would just remember playing in a flower shop with my friends. My best friend at the time actually introduced me to Pokemon. And I remember we would go just grind games after school, play, and then actually the store owner ran the league, and she told me about this guy that was coaching and stuff like that. So I was able to contact him, and he basically taught me how to play.
Former world champion Andrew Estrada. Anyone can put a stop to the Lugia mayhem. It could be him.
Trading card game finals, World Championships 2014.
I'll never forget when I actually won the World Championships in 2014. I was 15 at the time, and his first year of Master. I was up against the #1 player in the world, Igor Costa. He was a legend in the game when he was still around.
What? If you told me 5 turns ago that Igor was losing this game, I would never believe you.
Winning that was just nuts.
That means a red signal onto the Genesis.
Yep, that's it. That's it. That's the game.
Andrew Estrada is your new world champion.
That was probably one of the best days of my life. I've learned that you can never be really the best unless you want to keep getting better. There's always more, and I find that your practicing reflects on your tournament. If you're just grinding it out last minute, I find that your decks are not ready to go, or you're mentally not ready to go, and you really have to have the second nature when you play, especially against good players.
You've seen how Estrada's been playing right now. He is on fire. He had a turn 1 attack with a Raikou V.
I really like the game. I really like the competitive atmosphere. It's a very social game. It forces people to sort of step out of their character in a way. So it kind of reflects a lot of light on so many different personalities being able to be merged in the room.
Asking if we can play face up.
Sableye.
What we have.
Mirage Gate. That is super fun. Oh, wow. Watching his ticket to Honolulu.
To be honest, I'm actually retired because I just started my career. So I can't really dedicate as much time to Pokemon anymore. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I'm actually enjoying more to teach and coach. I really like to give back kind of what I've learned over the years, especially to kids in my area. I find that when people come to me, it's sort of a responsibility that I feel okay with undertaking. And then it makes me feel great because honestly, watching my students succeed makes me feel better than actually winning myself. Like, even though I feel great, just because I already have worlds, you know, I've been playing for a long time, right? And I just want to see the people I teach that look up to me succeed.
Here we are, Pokemon fans. One more round. Swiss round 15 upcoming. One of our two players is going to be fighting for a spot into the top 8 of this tournament. Dreams are going to be made. Dreams are going to be broken. Still a chance for these players to come away regional champion in San Antonio. My name's Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk one more time before we get into Top Cut by Jeremy Jalen. Pretty exciting one in that last game. It was a 2-0 victory. But we saw Giratina kind of perform as well as Giratina can perform. It seemed like it was firing on all cylinders for sure.
Yeah, punching its way into top 8 to join the Snorlax Control, which is probably the best matchup in the field for Giratina V-Star.
Yeah.
It's Giratina V has that shred attack, being able to just clean up those Mimikyu, those Snorlax, and put in a ton of work. And the way we've looked at some of the pairings and all the match points breakdown, it does look like 35 is going to be the big bubble.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty sizable bubble. It does depend on if the players who are sitting currently at 34 match points choose to intentionally draw. It's probably a pretty unwise intentional draw, I would say. It's 2 players. It's table 3, Rain and Joseph, and table 4, Nick and Sky. If you ID at either of those tables, you very much run the risk of being one of the people who's left on the outside looking in.
Yeah, it's like, hey, do you want an intentional draw and lose out on $2,000? Yeah, sure.
Would lock up at minimum a top 16, but you know, most of these players are just fierce competitors, and they want to do as well as they can. They want to come away a regional champion. So if all of our games with players who are at 32 match points or greater play out and all have a winner, there's no natural ties, anything like that, it's going to be around 12 players with 35 or more match points. So it will be a 35 or 2 that makes it in, but it's going to be a pretty steep bubble.
Yeah, and that's just the result of having the largest day 2 we've ever had at a regional championships. 212 players. That's a lot.
It is a ton of players. So many different people from many walks of life, like you were mentioning earlier, also choosing to play tons of different decks throughout the course of this event. We looked at our day 1 meta earlier on in the weekend. We saw Charizard, Miraidon, the 2 most popular decks by a pretty wide margin, 17% each, and then the next most popular deck was what, 8%? Is that right?
Yeah, and then the rest of those were kind of hovering around that 8%, like you're seeing here. 18% for Charizard, 17% for Miraidon, and as you go down, a couple Lost Zone finally getting separated there, and if you would have combined both of those Comfey decks, you'd have hovering around
something
that
close
16%,
to close to rivaling the Miraidon for sure. And it's cool to see Lost Zone box creeping back up. It wasn't really popular at all to start off this format. It wasn't super popular at LAIC because people were scared of the Iron Hand ZX being played in the Miraidon decks, being played in the Chien Pao decks. But as the format has evolved, as time has gone on, people are more comfortable giving it a shot once again as they develop their different strategies and find unique game plans for whatever scenario they could come across. This was our day 1 meta. We, of course, are in day 2 now. So we can look at the conversion rates. We can look at the data of what ended up doing really well. And Charizard moving from 18 all the way up to 23. Not only is it the most popular deck, but it seems it is to be very, very solid.
Then, of course, Lost Zone Giratina V-Star moving from that 5th spot on the graph up into 2nd place with just under 14% of the field here. And it is one of those decks that has a lot of good matchups outside of that Inteleon VMAX.
Yeah, and that Inteleon VMAX is one that creeped up from day 1. It was about 6.5% in day 1. Not quite on the graphic, was not in the top 6, but had a great conversion rate, which is really what we expect from that deck. We see it pretty often. that it has a solid conversion into the second day of competition. Gardevoir staying kind of around the same, and Miraidon really took quite the fall. What do you attribute that to?
Yeah, that is really just Electric Generator not putting in enough work that it needs to do in charging up those Iron Hands and those Miraidon EX to take those big knockouts as early as possible. And this may also just be the format kind of answering it. The Peony version has been one of the more popular versions of the deck outside of the old Disruption Path to the Peak. And I think Path to the Peak is one of those cards that's very good against a lot of these top decks right now.
We do have our updated standings for heading into round number 15. Our players who have locked up a spot in top 8. It's actually at table 1, going to be Cal Connor up against Hale Obernolte. That's 2 Snorlax players IDing into top cut. 2 Snorlax in top cut of this event.
That is great for them. That's going to put Cal up to 38 match points. That means I think only Dan would be able to surpass him with a win, but I think just an ID with Azul at table 2 will lock both of them up as well. That might put Dan and Cal on opposite sides of the bracket.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. If that is the case, you know, we could definitely see some Snorlax meet potentially throughout the course of the tournament. The Snorlax mirror is not something I'm looking forward to, and we'll see if that is what ends up coming to fruition. Of course, Azul looks like he's made it in. Then we see those 4 players at 34 match points. They probably have to play this round. We'll try to get word on exactly what they end up deciding to do, and we'll relay that to all of our viewers once we have that information. And we've got Christian Labella here, the lone player at 33 match points. With a win, he can guarantee himself a spot in top 8, and he's going to be playing up against Grant Manley, sitting at 32 match points. But as you can see with these standings, Grant has really good resistance, sitting at that 10th seed. So if he gets a win, he is most likely going to be one of those 35-point players that makes it into cut.
And of course, going down the list, there's still plenty of other 32s that can try to make it in here, but these are our notable matches for this round. And of course, going to be all of the 34s playing against each other. Sky, we do have 34, not 32, but Cal up against Hale, Rain against Joseph, Sky versus Nick, Christian versus Grant. And that's the match we're going to be watching for our last round here, round 15, before we cut to our top 8. And then from there, we can decide our champion.
Coming down to it, we're going to find out very soon who our champion's going to be. But first, we have to determine who the 8 players are that are going to be competing for this spot. And there's some great stories here between Christian and Grant. Of course, Christian has had tons of success this year. And in the previous season as well, he got 2nd place to Piper Lapine at that Toronto Regional Championships, was unable to overcome the Mewtwo V Union with his Duraludon deck. He's playing Mew VMAX for this event. And he's facing off against Grant this round, who is playing the Charizard. So on paper, definitely solidly favored for the Charizard player, but I've watched some of these games play out throughout the course of the weekend, and Mew can sneak away with wins. It is just that powerful and that consistent.
Well, I believe our match is ready, so let's go ahead and take it down to the table. We can introduce y'all to these players. It is the last round that we've been saying for our Swiss. Christian Labella with Mew VMAX, Genesect V up against Grant Manley with Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX, and Christian is going to be playing 4 Crushing Hammer in this Mew VMAX list. I thought I've seen it all, but apparently not, Chip.
Yeah, this is something that was popularized by Rowan Stavino at LAIC. He didn't do amazing at LAIC. I think he finished 5 and 4, but he posted his list online, said that he really believed in the deck. He felt like it was super, super strong, and people took it and ran with it. We've seen it doing well in online events. I've seen people posting about their League Cup victories with this deck. The idea is that Crushing Hammer is really strong against your bad matchups. It's really strong against things like Roaring Moon to get rid of those energy cards as you're taking 1-hit KOs. And it can be really good against Charizard as well. This matchup, like I said, should seem solid for Grant, but there is more to it than meets the eye.
Good old fan of Judge, Pats of the Peak as well, and there's 3 copies of each of those in Christian's list to try and disrupt this Charizard EX deck from Grant, relying on that Infernal Rain and that Quick Search from Pidgeot EX.
And for Grant Manley, he's been one of the most consistent players in the game the last couple of seasons. He has more top 8s than just about anyone in that time frame, but he's been unable to find that victory. He's gotten 2nd place at multiple regional championships and just has yet to come away with the dub. This would mean so much to him if he can make it happen.
Yeah, one of Grant's most hated cards, Squavit.
Yeah, I think that's the one that that stings the most.
Yeah.
You know, your opponent has just such a low % chance to get there. Talking, of course, back to that Portland Regionals from earlier this year. It was absolutely devastating for Grant, but it did lead Landon Kettler to getting the win.
Which Landon is at 32 match points, still
He has a
out on the
chance,
outside
yep.
looking in for this top 8. But it is Grant's time to shine here on the stream, hopefully picking up a win to try and find that first big win for this regional championships. Christian, on the other hand, again, second place just as well, so trying to find that win as well.
And he did, of course, get top 8 at NAIC this season. So he's had plenty of success, but it is going to be the Mew VMAX as his choice. He was known as one of those classic Arceus Duraludon players for such a long time. He's kicking things off. It will be him going first. Going to start with the Nest Ball, looking through the deck, getting to grab any basic Pokemon and put it directly onto the bench. There is no Luxray in this list, something you see from time to time in these Mew VMAX builds, trying to go Judge, Path, Luxray all in one turn. Not something Christian's chosen to go with for this event.
And to be fair, I'm fine with that. Luxray V, while it can be very good, most of the time, your opponent just has 2 hits in their hand. And you're like, okay, well, you got 2 Professors of Research. I'll discard one of them. And then you just use the double turbo.
Yeah. And I think favoring the disruption the Crushing Hammer provides as opposed to it, right? And it almost accomplishes the same thing. No grabber in this list. That's something we've seen pop up quite a bit in these DTE versions of the Mew VMAX deck. It is in the Nest Ball here, checking the prize cards, and there will be the Mew V coming onto the bench. I do think there are a pair of Genesect in this hand as well for Christian, so we've got a long turn ahead of us. Go ahead and buckle up.
Yeah, who needs Battle VIP Pass when you just draw all of the basic Pokemon in your deck in your hand? There's a Forest Sealstone to go along with that as well, and we can see this hand get a little bit thin as he decides to use that Fusion Strike system to draw up into the number of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play.
See a couple of Genesect hitting the bench. That Forest Sealstone, as you mentioned, Lost Vacuum as well hanging around here. It looks like only one card likely to be drawn from this first Fusion Strike system. Could choose to use the Forest Sealstone to just get VIP Pass, but give yourself one card draw, see what you can find first.
Crushing Hammer is the card drawn, which...
That's
Christian,
the downside of playing it
yeah.
in this deck, right?
Christian kind of wanted to draw just a card you could discard there. You have that Lost Vacuum. That's great for getting rid of your own Path to the Peak, but you play 4 copies of those. So drawing into that Crushing Hammer, that's a card you're kind of wanting against this Charizard EX deck. You don't want to discard it just right now, especially with that Mew VMAX in hand. So we do just see kind of a slow turn 1. Passes it back to Grant, who has a level ball.
Did start that Mew, which is pretty solid. It might seem really good to start with it on paper, but honestly, in this matchup, it's something you would like to have in your active spot on the second turn of the game when you're going second, after your opponent has taken a knockout. If you can promote the Mysterious Tail Mew, it lets you dig for something like a rare candy, maybe a Lost Vacuum to get rid of a Path to the Peak that could come into play. Starting with it, of course, not going to be too bad, giving himself a chance to find something like Battle VIP Pass.
Charmander is found off level ball.
Yeah, great to get that into play. We'll see what else Grant has in the hand. Certainly going to be looking for more searching cards. He is going second. Can play something like the Arven. Is going to start wisely, though, with the Mysterious Tail. What does he hit? No VIP Pass, just an Ultra Ball will be grabbed.
Again, this Mew is in here to try and find those Battle VIP Pass as often as possible on this turn 1, but having the Arven in hand is a guaranteed way to get that Battle VIP Pass and a Forest Sealstone, which in combination with a Rotom V really helps you thin out your deck and draw exactly what you need.
It's kind of the classic combo here off the Arven on turn 1. Battle VIP Pass plus the Forest Sealstone, and oftentimes that Forest Sealstone turns into an instant second Battle VIP Pass, and that may be exactly what we see play out here for Grant, as off this VIP he is looking at Rotom and Pidgey at the same time. Thinking about another Charmander. He's got a few options. What do you think is best, Jeremy?
Well, Charizard's the name of the deck, and with your Dark-type attacker against Mew VMAX, you're going to want to get as many of those in play as possible. Pidgeot EX is very good, but it does get shut off by that Path to the Peak. At least with Charizard, you can get Attach an Energy, and then next turn, Rare Candy, attach another energy if Path is in play, and still take that knockout.
Ultra Ball discarding Jirachi and Vitality Band for Grant. Neither of those too relevant. The Vitality Band can come up. It lets you KO a Genesect if your opponent has not taken any prize cards, but I think Grant is totally expecting his active Mew to go down. Interesting, though, he does get a third Charmander, choosing not to get a Pidgey. The name of the game with this deck is using that Pidgeot quick search to find you what you want. What do you think's happening here for Grant?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Grant decides to do with this Forest Seal Stone. Only playing one copy, can go ahead and attach it to that Rotom V, use it to fetch something like that Pidgey, but opts just to instant charge here and not attaching it for fear of a lost vacuum from Christian's side of things, which he has in hand.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Now over to Christian's side of the field. Has an Ultra Ball. That Crushing Hammer still in hand. He's unable to play. I have to wonder if Grant, even if he had an energy card, which I don't think he did, I wonder if he would even attach it. Maybe, I don't know if he knows Christian is playing the Crushing Hammer build or not, but that's something you can do as a player when you know what your opponent is playing in their list. Grant could just choose not to attach energy, not have energy cards in play, and that leaves Christian with less cards that are burnable in his hand.
We do see an Ultra Ball here getting rid of that Lost Vacuum and Battle VIP Pass, though. Finding another Genesect V. Already has the Mew VMAX in hand, so we'll be able to draw 4 cards with the first Fusion Strike system. Still has access to the Forest Seal Stone as well, so if you don't find that double turbo energy to get things going with attacking, you can search for it with that tool.
Of course, Genesect's ability, one of the strongest, honestly, in the history of the game. The fact that you can use not 1, but 2, but 3, even 4 Genesects potentially in one single turn. Absolutely incredible. We do see that Fusion Strike system indeed being used, finding a bunch of great cards. Looks like Path and Double Turbo already being able to be searched out.
Yeah,
a couple of Crushing Hammers, though, kind of biting Christian.
Pretty awkward here, at least with the hand, but did find that Path to the Peak and Double Turbo. I think we might see the Forest Seal Stone for a Judge here, and then you play that Path to the Peak, Judge, and already put Grant very far behind that instant charge and not doing anything when those cards get shuffled back in with that supporter.
It can be awkward, though, and I think Christian is debating. Does he play the Judge now, or does he play the Path to the Peak before the Judge, and then know he's not going to be able to use the Fusion Strike systems on the other end of this supporter for turn? It is choosing to play the Judge first, and now is really going to be crossing his fingers to find a Path to the Peak on the other side.
Listen, you got 2 more Fusion Strike systems. You can thin your hand down a lot with cards like Ultra Ball, Lost Vacuum, and having already used the Forest Seal Stone, a little bit worrisome trying to find that Judge, but he's playing the right art, so he'll draw everything he needs off of it.
And this is one of the reasons I was mentioning for Grant that you like to not have the Mew in your active spot on turn 1. Obviously, he started it, and it's just fine. You know, probably his best starter that he had, but ideally, you'd be promoting it after a KO here so that you have more cards to potentially work with. Flip of the Cramomatic is a Tails Fusion Strike system, finding 3 cards from the top. Path to the Peak was already drawn for Christian, by the way.
Yeah, it was Path to the Peak, double Cramomatic, and a Lost Vacuum. The Lost Vacuum and Path to the Peak, the 2 major cards of this hand. You can play that Path to the Peak down, stop Grant from having a big Rare Candy Charizard turn, and then next turn, if you need more resources, remove that Path to the Peak with your own Lost Vacuum and continue drawing with Fusion Strike system. But with here, a couple Crushing Hammers stuck in the hand yet again, won't have enough to thin out, and we see Power Tablet and Psychic Leap from the Mew VMAX.
Yeah, that cross Fusion Strike on the Psychic Leap, able to take the KO so that he can use Technoblast on the following turn. Does feel a little awkward to burn a Power Tablet, but they're not honestly great in this matchup. Even if you play all 4 Power Tablets in one turn, it's still not enough to KO a Charizard EX. It has just way too much HP. Over on Grant's side, he's got an energy card, he's got Counter Catcher, it looks like an Iono, and I think for Grant, it's going to come down to if he can get a Rare Candy and a Charizard off of Iono, and that is a lot to ask for. Luckily, though, I did notice he's got Lost Vacuum in this hand.
Yeah, Lost Vacuum able to remove that Path to the Peak will allow Grant, if he does draw that Rare Candy Charizard, to get a big knockout this turn. And that's what Christian's hoping does not happen. And with Christian's last turn, there was a avenue to play that Power Tablet before the Path to the Peak, draw an extra card, miss out on 1 card there, but hopefully it's not going to come back to hurt him, and they're getting rid of the Counter Catcher with that Lost Vacuum. Big Iono coming up here.
Grant thinking about the energy attachment, could put it on the active Charmander, could put it on the bench. Again, I'm not sure if Grant knows that Christian has Crushing Hammer in his deck or not, and a big tell for that is going to be where does he put energy cards if he finds Rare Candy and Charizard, and he found the pieces to get Charizard with Ultra Ball, but no Rare Candy in this hand. And if we're thinking back to those prizes, he actually did prize 2 Rare Candy, which is hurting him here.
just going to have to finish off with an instant charge. And
One
it was
card
the next
away.
card. You hate to see it. But Christian kind of breathing a sigh of relief that Mew VMAX is sticking around for another turn. And a couple Lost Vacuum and Crushing Hammer in this hand. Going to be a little awkward to navigate with these Fusion Strike systems.
Something Grant could have done, not sure if it's right, would have been attach the energy to Charmeleon. So even if Path to the Peak is in play, he can evolve into Charizard and attach another energy. But I have a feeling now, with his decision to not attach the energy, Grant is probably aware of the Crushing Hammers. He doesn't want to give Christian the option to just burn cards out of his hand more than anything.
The thing is, though, when is the time where you do attach it? Because Crushing Hammer isn't a guaranteed energy removal. You flip a coin if heads, discard an energy. So is Grant just kind of playing a little too scared with
That
these
is
energy?
possible, right? And it maybe depends if he has a Stadium card in his hand. Like if he knows he can bump the Path to the Peak, if he doesn't get disrupted, that could be a piece of the puzzle. Just a few cards drawn on that first Fusion Strike system. Mew VMAX now being evolved. Only one card potentially being able to be drawn at the moment. And Lost Vacuum is going to ditch the Forest Sealstone and a Crushing Hammer from the hand so that Fusion Strike system here can draw 3 more.
Another double turbo, but Judge found
Judge
off
is
this Fusion Strike
massive.
system. So we'll be able to disrupt Grant yet again after an instant charge.
Cramormatic does discard a Lost Vacuum. Got to be a little mindful of how many Lost Vacuums you lose. You need them to bump your own stadiums at some point in the game. But yeah, the Judge, an absolutely huge find right after Grant used Iono, drew 6 cards, and then used Instant Charge to draw 3 more. Those 9 cards now look like 4.
Be a little awkward having 9 cards look like 4.
We did get word, by the way, out in the field, the 2 players, the 2 tables, I should say, at 34 match points are choosing to play. They know that if they intentionally draw, they run a very high risk of bubbling out of top cut. So they are having to play it out. We'll have to keep an eye on what happens at table 3 and 4 out in the field.
Looking at the 4 cards, Grant does have a Stadium bump in that Lost City along with a Rare Candy. Not sure if I saw that Charizard.
I did see a Pidgeot, and that makes me think back to when Grant chose not to get a Pidgey in play. If there's a Pidgey down in a spot like this one, Rare Candy Pidgeot Stadium, that lets him pull off just about whatever he could want, finding any one single card from the deck.
Well, Christian is going to see 5 more cards off the last Fusion Strike system here and does find a Path to the Peak and another Lost Vacuum.
Absolutely massive. Grant does have the Rare Candy in hand, and he's got a decent amount of things he can top deck to get him out of this situation. He's got the Stadium card in hand already, so any Arven, any Ultra Ball, any Charizard lets him pull off an attack here this turn. Doesn't even necessarily need the Rare Candy because he's already got the Charmeleon. The most important piece and the most difficult to find is the fact that he was able to get into a Stadium card to bump.
Well, there is that knockout from Christian going down to 4 prize cards. Fire
Doesn't
Energy off the
find
top.
it.
That's not going to do it.
Does not find it. No Pidgey in play to Rare Candy this Pidgeot out. Can bump the Stadium and use Instant Charge. I think that's all Grant can do. And you can see what we mean when we're talking about this matchup. It, on paper, seems so good for Charizard, but the Mew deck is so aggressive and so disruptive that it puts you in these tough spots. We are finally going to see an energy card come down for Grant Manley. An Instant Charge once again, adding just 3 cards to the hand. Draw now on Christian's side. What can he piece together? What would be his best play this turn, you think?
Crushing Hammer heads.
That's
and then
a
a
start.
Path to the Peak.
Path to the Peak. Do you ever go after Rotom or Charmeleon as opposed to the Charmander that's in the active for your KO?
I like the Charmeleon. Being able to just take out that way you don't need a Crushing Hammer. You get rid of that energy in play and that easy access to a Charizard EX. It's still going to be a little awkward, though. With the way the board is, Grant is not out of it yet. It's very hard to take a knockout on Charizard EX at all for Christian, especially down Power Tablet. Doesn't seem to play anything like a Justified Gloves in the list. And because of that, if a Charizard EX hits play, could just attack twice against these Mew VMAX and be able to take it down. And we see here Escape Rope. Grant's going to bring up that Rotom V.
Really protecting that Charmeleon, and I think that makes total sense from Grant's point of view. Christian does have the counter Stadium in hand. That is going to be something that could be difficult for Grant to deal with. And it looks like Lost Vacuum being considered from Christian.
I do think this is the last Lost Vacuum here for Christian. Playing 4 copies, but has gone through them very fast.
There's Box of Disasters really strong card to hit. Even if this Mew VMAX goes down this turn, his next Mew VMAX has a decent chance to respond. And Grant Manley has already played Lost Vacuum. Now, a lot of the Charizard lists are playing 2 Lost Vacuum, and it does look like Grant is one of them. It's going to put a lot of pressure on him, though, to find it here.
Crushing Amir found off the second Fusion Strike
Big
system.
flip. Let's see it, and it is a heads. Getting rid of that energy card on the Charmeleon. Now Grant is going to need a counter stadium. You have to assume Christian's going to be able to put Path in play this turn.
Palpad is going to shuffle back in to Judge, and you have to remember with both of these players sitting at the match points they are, Christian sitting at 33, meanwhile Grant is at 32. With a win here in this match, Christian locks up top 8, but Grant would have to rely on his resistance, albeit very good.
Yeah.
to
We
make
definitely
top
think
8.
Grant's resistance is strong enough that if he wins, he would be one of those 7th or 8th seed players. But only time will tell. And, of course, he has to win to even be in that position. And it is looking really strong for Christian Labella here as he's using Fusion Strike system once again. Looking, I think, for one of the 2 Judge he just put back with the Palpad, unable to find it. So while he will get this KO, go down to just 2 prizes remaining, Grant Manley gets to keep his large hand, but in this hand, I'm not seeing a counter stadium. I'm not seeing a Charizard. It's just an Iono and Prey situation, I think.
And Grant has gone through a few of those path outs in Lost City and one of those Lost Vacuum, like you were saying. Not going to have the greatest odds here to try to find it off Iono, but you do get 6 cards compared to Christian's 2. And it would have been really nice if the energy stuck around on the Charmeleon, because then you can keep the path in play. Christian having a 2-card hand, a lot harder to deal with a Charizard EX, even with 8 damage counters.
Okay, so Grant can technically pull this off. He's got Ultra Ball, he's got Forest Seal Stone, he's got Charizard. So what he can do is Ultra Ball for Luminion.
That's rough.
Use the Forest Seal Stone to get the counter stadium, and then evolve to Charizard, pull off the KO. But he's not able to get the bump on the Box of Disaster. And so instead of doing any of that, he's just going to choose to pass. And it's going to be on one single Charizard EX to try to sweep the game. That is what Grant is hoping for here. Can he pull it off is the question.
Well, honestly, the way it is, too, Box of Disasters is going to have to go to the bench.
It is.
With this Mew VMAX using Technoblast on the previous turn. It makes it so you cannot attack with that Pokemon unless you get it switched to the bench, brought back up in the active again.
Yeah, honestly, here, Grant has a decent shot. That Path to the Peak of Christian's being in play means he's not able to draw through the deck at all. Has to just play with the 2 cards he was dealt off of that Iono. And now, taking the KO, if Grant can take 1 knockout here with a Charizard and then take 1 more knockout, I think he can win the game. Does he have the pieces? That is the question.
Does Grant have Rare Candy? I don't think so.
Doesn't have it just yet. Could force Seal Stone for it, but that Path to the Peak being in play still, he's going to have to buy a turn.
All right, the good old Boss and Prey here.
Is it going to work?
At least for a turn.
It does work for just 1 turn, and there's the counter stadium.
Oh, okay, we're cooking now.
The problem for Grant is putting Luminion in play is actually a huge liability at this point. That's your opponent's win condition.
There's a boss's orders in hand, 2 of them, actually, for Christian.
It does look like Grant has
Arven for the turn.
He's got Arven for the turn. He's got the stadium as well. So he could attack with a Charizard here. He could knock out the Genesect, but knocking out this Genesect really doesn't do too much for him. He has to go knock out a Mew VMAX and knock out 1 more Mew VMAX. So I think he's hoping that he can stick Christian for 1 more turn and maybe get off a Rare Candy Pidgeot play on the next.
Justified Gloves and Rare Candy found off the Arven. We can see that counter stadium played now. Rare Candy to that Charmander. But again, like you were saying, taking the knockout on Genesect V, your prize mapping is not going to be helped out at all. So just the pass of the turn, Ultra Ball's not going to do it.
And
Grant
Christian
might
can't
have
do anything.
A route to victory here.
What Grant needs to do is counter catcher or boss one of those Mew and Lost Vacuum all at the same time. He needs to get rid of the Box of Disasters. Otherwise, Christian can theoretically dig for the 1-hit KO.
How long can Grant keep this up here? Ultra Ball for the Pidgeot EX, has the Rare Candy in hand. Just, it depends on when you feel comfortable bumping that stadium.
He's got it in hand, so he is in the driver's seat here. He has control of when that stadium gets removed from play. Has to wonder when the right time is going to be. I mean, you can't give Christian forever. He's one card away from effectively closing out the game. Now, if you do get 2 stage 2s in play as Grant here, it is way harder for Christian to do anything. I don't think he could even knock out the Pidgeot because there's already been power tablets played so far this game, so it's not going to be possible for him to reach. Grant will just pass. The draw for turn is Cramomatic. Huge flip could be the game, and it is tails.
What kind of game are we seeing here? Fire Energy off the top isn't going to help Grant out too much. Really needs one of the combination of Lost Vacuum.
And what could be nice here for Grant is if he can Rare Candy into Charizard next turn and leave Path in play. And he draws the Counter Catcher. So what Grant, he still doesn't have everything though. He's got the Stadium, he's got the Counter Catcher. He needs a Rare Candy. He needs a Rare Candy, and he also needs the Lost Vacuum. He has to have it. Doesn't have it just yet.
We're going to see the Stadium bump here. Search for the Rare Candy.
It's time to go on the offensive here. The problem is Box of Disasters is going to put 8 damage counters on that Charizard. It's got 330 hit points. So after the 80, it's going to be 250. So it is possible for Christian to reach for a one-hit knockout. He's going to need to find 2 Power Tablets. And if he can do that, he can take the win with a Techno Blast.
1 Power Tablet in hand. Used just 1 previously on the second turn of the game. There's that Counter Catcher. Burning Darkness for a ton of damage on that Mew VMAX. And Crushing Hammer off the top, not going to do much here. You can get rid of one of those 4 energy. Has the Power Tablet, is going to have to rely off this Judge.
Here we go, 4 cards to come, and then of course Genesect's Fusion Strike system. But with Grant taking some of these Pokemon out of play, Christian is going to be drawing way less cards from Fusion Strike system. Could come down to this. 1 single card needed, 1 more Power Tablet, and Christian Labella wins game 1 in such an unfavorable matchup. Let's see what he can do.
This is such an exciting game 1 for our round 15 here. 4 cards.
No Power Tablet yet. No Power Tablet at all. Crushing Hammer once again can get rid of potentially 1 card from the hand.
The only card you can thin out. These Fusion Strike systems,
draw.
1 card each.
Hoping maybe to
Power Tablet.
Doesn't find it, and he can't play any of these cards. He can't play any of these cards. Christian's going to have to retreat to a Genesect and pass. And all Grant Manley needs is a Boss's Orders, and he has Pidgeot EX in play.
What a comeback for Grant Manley here. This game 1 gone on for 22 minutes now.
This is honestly unbelievable. And you can see on Christian's face, he can't believe it. How did he get to this position? He just choosing to attack as well.
Box of Disasters.
30 damage. Oh, are we going to go to a single prize game, a tiebreaker game?
Grant has the Quick Search for Lost Vacuum.
Lost Vacuum can get rid of the Box of Disasters.
It was the top card.
There it is. Get rid of the Box of Disasters. No tiebreaker game needed. And Grant Manley makes an improbable comeback to win game number 1.
You could see the sigh of relief on Grant's face. Oh, yes. A matchup where you are playing this deck to beat, really. And just unfortunate draws. That Path to the Peak sticking in play, but actually helping Grant out for that game 1. We are now essentially halfway through this round. Grant able to come out on top, but in a very unlikely victory in which it seemed the entire game.
And the look of defeat on Christian's face right now. I mean, he knows that one got away from him. He had a 1-6 prize card lead, and he could not close the game out. That early Power Tablet meant there was 1 less in the deck.
Yeah. And having the Path to the Peak here, this is the one that's stuck in play for pretty much the entire game. Boss's Orders brings up Genesect V to buy a bunch of time, and it was a bunch of timely top decks for Grant. That Counter Catcher, that Collapsed Stadium, turn after turn, eventually getting that Rare Candy Charizard in play, taking the knockout. Look at that face.
Grant can't believe it. he got away with highway robbery in this one, and he knows it. He absolutely knows it.
Now it's going to be pretty interesting to see how Christian plays out this game now, knowing the fact that Grant has 2 Lost Vacuum in the deck, that Collapsed Stadium as well.
And it's massive, by the way, as well, that Grant found Collapsed Stadium as opposed to Lost Stadium.
Yes.
Because that took 2 Fusion Strike Pokemon out of play, effectively. The Collapsed Stadium forced one to be discarded, and then Grant took a knockout. So those Genesect's Fusion Strike systems were way less impactful than they would have otherwise been.
What an insane way to start off our last round of Swiss. Both of these players trying to vie for that top 8 spot and try to become our San Antonio regional champion with 2 decks that have been at the forefront of their respective metagames. One of them is always seeming to stick around in that Mew VMAX.
Yeah, Mew VMAX is almost like the cockroach of the Pokemon TCG. It absolutely refuses to die, refuses to go away. Every single time you think some new card comes out that pushes it out of the meta, being it Charizard, be it Drapion, be it Spiritomb, be it Roaring Moon, it doesn't matter. Mew VMAX finds a way. And what an opening hand here for Grant, by the way. Just got a quick little peek. I see quite a few Battle VIP Pass.
It's always good when you start Battle VIP Pass here. Lost Vacuum and Collapse Stadium up at the top of the prize cards. It's going to be a little rough for Grant here. Christian's going to start things off with the Mew VMAX in the active spot. Has a couple Ultra Ball, a couple Cramomatic, and a Nest Ball in hand to go along with it. And these Cramomatic have been tails the entire match so far for Christian. I think if any one of them have been heads, I think Christian would have won that first game.
Yeah, it's entirely likely. I mean, Cramomatic's such a powerful card, but it is a double-edged sword. It either gets you what you need or does absolutely nothing. I guess at a minimum in this Mew VMAX deck, it gets cards out of your hand to let you draw further through the deck, but it feels especially bad when you're relying on a 50-50 to win a game and it just doesn't come through.
60% of the time, it works every time.
I don't think that's how coin flips work. We do see Nest Ball finding a Genesect V. Looks like a pair of Mew V as well in play for Christian. And Ultra Ball ditching 2 Boss's Orders. There are only 2 in his list, but he is playing that Pal Pad. We saw it in game number 1. It's pretty much a staple in these Mew decks. And it seems worth it at this point on turn 1. He just wants to get set up, right?
Yeah. Get as much Fusion Strike Pokemon in play as you can to maximize your draw, but having to use a Power Tablet here just to draw an extra card, we'll have to see if that comes back to bite Christian or not.
4 cards being found. I do see a Cramomatic, so we could flip once again. No other basic Pokemon at this point. Looks like Lost Vacuum is going to be the card discarded. The flip is Tails once again. This is getting a little ridiculous, honestly.
Fusion Strike System just for 2 cards. Neither of those are going to help out at all. No Battle VIP Pass yet again for Christian. Does play the full 4 copies. And meanwhile, Grant is going to slam down a couple and be like, hey, I bet you wish you were me.
You absolutely do. And Grant as well, in addition to holding on to 2 Battle VIP Pass in this opening hand, he's already got a Counter Stadium, which is incredibly strong. If he can hang on to that, he'll make sure that he has a way to bounce the Path to the Peak. Of course, Christian on his next turn, got to think he'll be looking for a Judge. I think he's already got it in hand. And we'll see how Grant Manley tries to prep for what Christian could potentially pull off.
Grant going to check through the deck for the prize cards here, finds that Rotom V and a Mew, and we'll be able to find a couple Charmander with Battle VIP Pass in the hand yet again. And we'll be able to finish this turn off pretty well with an instant charge. Like you were saying, maybe not getting that Mew in the active spot, hoping for turn 2 Mysterious Tail, trying to find an out to something like a Path to the Peak or that rare candy that you might need.
Exactly. Like if he draws into a stadium off of the Path to the Peak, he would love to be able to promote the Mew to look for either an Ultra Ball or a rare candy. Now this second VIP is able to bring down a pair of Charmander, something that Grant already has in play that he was unable to get established in game 1, or chose not to, I should say, is that Pidgey. He did start it in this one. Have to expect that'll be the thing that Christian KOs this turn. Grant could theoretically protect it. You know, we could even see a world where he retreats into Rotom V. It's got a lot of HP, can't be Psychic Leaped. That's a strategy Christian could go for, right? Psychic Leap, keep no 3 prize Pokemon in play, but just a boss stall turn is going to be the play for Grant Manley.
Instant Charge does find that Pidgeot EX and an Arven, though, so pretty good here for Grant on the following turn if this hand sticks around, but we know it's not. Judge coming down to 4. Christian is going to shuffle both players' hand in and draw 4. And Christian still has access to those Fusion Strike systems.
Christian, of course, still needing quite a bit here. Would love to find the double turbo energy to pull off an attack, and also that Path to the Peak. Now, he did have a Power Tablet in his hand, so there was a world where he could Power Tablet, Psychic Leap, put up a 2 prize Pokemon so that he doesn't run the risk of a Mew VMAX getting KO'd instantly.
You can Psychic Leap right now. 50 HP on the Pidgey.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I forget. These Pidgeys, yeah, a little bit weaker than the ones from Obsidian Flames. Those 151 Pidgeys most players opting to use now at this point.
How good is Call for Family? Not too sure, but
hey,
yep.
It's the difference between winning and losing sometimes. There is that double turbo draw for Christian, but no Path to the Peak just yet. I do think there's an Ultra Ball in hand, but it would, of course, come at a cost.
That is another judge going down. That is 2 judge, 2 boss's orders in the discard for Christian here.
And also a judge in the prize cards.
Oh,
so that is no supporters remaining in the deck right now for Christian besides that one single copy of Iono. If you can find Pal Pad, that would be nice, of course, but it's not been the best use of those resources. It's just the hand he's been dealt, though.
All right, we get 5 fresh cards, though. Another Ultra Ball. Can discard that Battle VIP pass you just found. Found the 4th Genesect, it seems like.
And once again, I think a Crushing Hammer being drawn here, not something that Christian is going to be able to play. Grant had an energy in hand, and I think very much actively chose not to put it down. Does not want to give Christian an opportunity to burn those cards out of his hand.
Yeah, especially when you have your teammates sitting at the top tables with you. You should pretty much know what everyone is playing by this point in the tournament.
Drawing a few cards. Looks like a Feather Ball. Box of Disasters was the big one I think Christian was looking for. Off of 4 cards, it is really difficult for Grant to respond to absolutely everything here. I do think the one thing missing still is the Path to the Peak, and arguably that is the most important piece. There was a path prized, so there is still 2 remaining here in the deck. Can he find it?
Does have a lot of outs, though. 3/4 Seal Stone, those 2 path, and 1 more Future Strike System to try to draw, but only drawing 2 cards here.
2 cards. Let's see if he can hit it.
No,
he does not find the path. That is a big missing piece. He will take this Pidgey out of play, and he does have the option here. Does he Psychic Leap and shuffle in this Mew VMAX, or does he just Psychic Leap and leave the Mew VMAX as the active Pokemon? What do you think?
With the Box of Disaster play, maybe having it stick around a little bit to get those 8 damage counters on a Charizard EX, and hope Grant doesn't have enough resources to get another one in play. But there we do see the Psychic Leap take the knockout, but no shuffle back in.
Grant Manley draws for turn, actually has an Ultra Ball in the hand, so I think you're going to see him Mysterious Tail before Iono, looking for a rare candy. One was in the prizes. Can he find one here? Last card is the rare candy. That 6th and final card. Going to take just one more look at the hand to make sure that's what he wants to go for, but this looks pretty solid for Grant. Has the Ultra Ball, a couple of Iono, and a couple energy cards in the hand as well. Rare candy has got to be the grab.
Yeah, with the rare candy and the Ultra Ball, you can go ahead and get that Charizard EX in play. Charge up your Pokemon with that Infernal Rain and even have an energy to attach for the turn. It's going to be pretty hard for Christian to be able to take the knockout. Would need 2 Power Tablet, I believe. Has 1 in hand, but this is kind of the position he was locked in the previous turn or the previous game, although a much bigger board to try to draw into with those Fusion Strike systems.
Grant's debating something here, just kind of thinking through all of his options. This seems pretty strong, though. Rare candy into the Charizard. Could even over-attach energy cards to the Charizard with the 1 in hand so that you're a little bit future-proofed against an incoming rare candy. And then that last card in hand is the Iono. And there is still 1 card he would like to find here off that Iono.
Boss Vacuum?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. It would be pretty crucial if Grant did. There's 2 copies in the list. I don't think there was 1 prize this game.
Would absolutely be huge if he can make it happen. Energy attachment to the Mew, and now Iono drawing 6 cards, putting Christian down to just 5. Let's see if Grant can find it. Forest Sealstone can guarantee it. That is pretty strong. Can use it on the Rotom. You do only get 1 V-Star power per game, so you got to determine when is the right time to use it, and is this the moment for Grant?
I think it's now. Being able to make it to where Christian has no possible knockout on this Charizard EX would force Christian to maybe even Psychic Leap the following turn just to not leave a 3-prizer in play. Otherwise, Christian's not attacking.
Yeah, and Christian almost wincing at the play of the Forest Sealstone, knowing that getting rid of the Box of Disaster on Grant's side is going to be, or Grant being able to get rid of the Box of Disaster is going to be really tough for Christian to overcome, and he knows that that's what Grant's going to eye up almost certainly.
Now, I guess there is a route of multiple Crushing Hammers, getting rid of almost all the energy on the Charizard EX.
It's true.
But Grant has been playing around it with the Infernal Rain, attaching all 3 to that Charizard.
And of course, those Crushing Hammers are far from guaranteed. You got to flip a coin each time, and flipping coins has not been Christian's strong suit so far in this game.
Oh, really? Well, from what?
From the example of all the Cramomatics we have seen thus far. We do see Grant uses that Burning Darkness, taking 3 prizes, jumping ahead in this game 2. If he can find the victory here, he will walk away with a really solid chance at making top 8. Christian facing seemingly an unsurmountable mountain. How does he get over this Charizard?
Forest Sealstone is a good start. Power Tablet.
We do see that Crushing Hammer. Choosing not to play it. What's going on here? What do you think, Jeremy?
I'm not too sure, honestly.
Thinking to save it for energies prepped on a future Charmander. Thinking he has to go Psychic Leap into Technoblast potentially, I guess.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to force Sealstone for the Mew VMAX to first and foremost here, and probably needing another Mew V on the bench. Otherwise, Grant can just go boss's orders, take out that Mew V, and leave no attacker on the board for Christian.
Now, the nice thing here for Christian as well is that Grant does not have a Pidgeot in play. And with no Pidgeot in play, you're a little less pressured to find the Path to the Peak. You don't really care about shutting off Charizard if there's already a Charizard in the active spot. It would probably still be pretty decent, but it looks like Christian's going to have to go for the Iono and just hope. Grant's only going to get 3 cards as well off of this. With no Pidgeot, his reach is going to be pretty limited.
Iono here, 5 cards for Christian, 3 for Grant.
Still needs that Mew VMAX. Did he find it? Only 5 cards drawn.
No.
He's got Path to the Peak. Can't put that in play just yet. Crushing Hammer can be burned, Switch. So he's got some cards he can play out. Still gives himself a chance. Switch will be the first one used going into that Mew V. Of course, it does have free retreat. And now the Crushing Hammer can thin 1 more card. It is a Tails. A little inconsequential unless you could hit a bunch of hammers this turn, but it still feels bad to see it happen once again.
3 cards off the Student Strike system.
There's that Forest Sealstone. Has already used his V-Star power and does find a Lost Vacuum, so he can thin more cards out yet again, and it's going to be 1 more Fusion Strike system for 3. Does he find the Mew VMAX to even attack this turn?
3 cards yet again.
I think he did not have any Ultra Ball in the deck when I was looking through, and does find the Mew VMAX. At minimum, able to pull that piece off. His outs were maybe slightly limited. He does have to Psychic Leap this back into the deck, however, and this does leave a bit of an opening for Grant Manley.
Yeah, simple boss's orders off the top. Does not look like it, though, for Grant. Still has the knockout on the active Genesect V, thanks to Christian taking that 1 prize on turn 2. But other than that, doesn't look like he has too much.
This could be a little questionable, honestly, for Grant. He's got Level Ball in hand, but his Charmeleon, I believe, was in the prize cards still. He's going to check through the deck. Maybe he was able to take it all out with his 3 prize cards he took. Yes, he did. So Charmeleon is here. He can evolve that benched Charmander. He's going to give himself a chance here, even if this active Charizard goes down. Now, the nice thing as well for Grant is that he does not have to bump this path, right?
And he will be getting a path bump from the prize cards, guaranteed, because there's a Collapsed Stadium and a Lost Vacuum left in those 3 cards.
And Christian is going to have just 3 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. Options extremely limited. Grant has an energy in hand and actually chooses not to attach the energy, playing as hard as he can around those Crushing Hammers, but it might have been worth it at this point to attach to the Charmander. Just 1 prize card left for Grant Manley. Christian Labella back absolutely against the wall. Needs so much here and is only going to find 2 cards. Let's see what he gets. Does he piece anything together? Mew VMAX. And then I think just 1 more card being drawn from this Genesect.
Needs a Power Tablet.
As it stands, he's dealing 190 damage. There is 110 damage on the Charizard currently.
What a time for Chromatic Heads.
And let's see if he can make it happen. Will it finally happen? Christian has missed so many flips in this game. This is a big one. He knows it.
No.
Tails 1 more time. Oh, absolutely brutal. And I think that's it. Christian can't do anything. If he retreats to a Genesect, Grant just knocks it out. Leaves the Mew active. Grant just knocks it out. He does have an Escape Rope, I think, as the last card in hand.
Yeah, just a stark contrast of both of these games. Christian having the advantage 1-6 in prizes last game, losing. Meanwhile, Grant rolling through 1 prize to 5 in this game too, hoping to punch his ticket into top 8.
Let's hold on a second now. this boss is going to work. Boss brings up this Charmeleon. Grant cannot move it. Just has to draw 3 with the instant charge. Christian has an opportunity. He's going to need to boss once again, which would be his last boss. He did put 2 back into the deck. A few Crushing Hammers found, and the Path to the Peak. If he can find off a potential 2-card draw.
What is going on with these coin flips?
A lot of tails, a lot of tails. Christian, let's stop using that dice, buddy. Let's move on to something else.
So many tails, you'd think you'd be playing 9 tails.
2 cards drawn. Needs to find boss and a power tablet.
Oof, that's not going to work.
Neither. Can attach the Box of Disaster, then draw next turn. I mean, he's got to hope that this sticks for yet another turn, but all Grant mainly is going to need is a Charizard. If he can find a Charizard, as long as there's enough energy cards in the deck, he'll be able to attack and win the game. There is no Path to the Peak in play right now. Christian could put Path out, but if he does that, he's not going to be able to draw any cards next turn.
Such an unfortunate way to go for this game for Christian, but Grant has been doing everything possible to try and lock up this potential top 8 berth here.
Path is going to come into play. Christian just having to pass. If he attacks, what he absolutely does not want to do, if he attacks this Charmeleon, then Grant instantly wins the game. He's got to hope it sticks in play for one more turn. The top deck is the Charizard.
Has the Collapse Stadium in hand, I believe.
Does he have it? And, well, the question is, he's not slamming it. Is there enough energy in the deck? That is the question.
We're going to check with this
one
level ball.
Energy card.
No.
No energy in the deck. So evolving into the Charizard does not allow Grant to move this Charmeleon out of the active. He has 2 energy cards in his hand.
I still like evolving into the Charizard. Just attach for the turn and pass back. Instant, or you can't instant charge yet, but maybe you Collapse Stadium, instant charge. Just try to find some more cards, but
yeah, I think
still
this is
in a
the
very
last
good
path
position.
for Christian, right? I think there was one already played early in the game, one in the Lost Zone we see. Could just attach pass as well. That way you keep the Charizard in case you get Iono'd.
Yeah.
You know, you can find Ultra Ball to get the energy out of the deck, right?
Well, there's a pass back. Christian looking at the top card. Can't play the other 2 cards in the hand.
Pretty much had the top deck Lost Vacuum.
Yep.
He's unable to do it. And Grant Manley has the energy, has the Charizard, and takes out the Mew VMAX to take his final prize and win this game, putting himself in an excellent spot to make top 8.
Who would have thought? Kind of shades of that Salt Lake Regional yet again. Azul and Grant hoping to make top 8. Azul, also I want to mention, 3 top 8s in a row for these regional championships.
Yeah.
It's one of the most consistent players we've seen in a while.
Without a doubt. Playing at the top of his game. For Christian, though, I mean, you got to just wonder what could have been. Game 1 absolutely slipped away. It was so close. He almost was able to close it out. And then in Game 2, just once again, things just didn't quite go his way. Game 1 is really the one that's got to be the heartbreaker, though.
Yeah, you have that early knockout with that Psychic Leap power tablet on the Mew, getting rid of that mysterious tail for Grant forever. And there we see Countercatcher bring up that Mew VMAX to take the knockout. Box of Disasters puts the 8 damage counters on it. Christian needing 2 power tablets, and Grant's expression there is just classic.
Yeah.
And finding that Lost Vacuum with the quick search, able to seal up Game 1. What a comeback. 1 to 6 prize cards. And then Game 2 here. It was much more the same early knockout from Christian on that Pidgey, but that was the only knockout he took this entire game. Having the Lost Vacuum for the Box of Disasters, Grant was able to promote this Charizard EX, take the clean 1-hit KO on Mew VMAX, and this Charizard EX went the distance for Grant.
Yeah, the one thing I wonder for Christian in that game where he took that knockout on the Pidgey with Psychic Leap is if he had Psychic Leaped into a Mew V, he could have put the Box of Disasters on the Mew V that he Psychic Leaped into. That would have seemed like a pretty good play. As it stands, though, didn't go for it. And Grant Manley had the game-winning pieces at the end, Charizard and the energy, taking the KO on the Mew VMAX. Got some updates from out in the field as well. I mean, we know Dan and Azul ID. We know Hale and Calvin ID. Those are 4 players in our top 8. And 2 more players we can welcome to top 8 as well. Nick Robinson getting the win with Miraidon, 37 match points. And Joseph Nawal getting the win with that Origin Form Palkia V-Star. What about that?
Yeah, I think this is now 2 top 8s in as much as a month for Ice Rider, Calyrex VMAX. Welcome back to the format, I guess. But it is great to see just a diversity of decks trying to make it into this top 8. You got Miraidon now. You got 2 Snorlax decks. You got Charizard. You got a potential Charizard.
Yep.
You have that Origin Form Palkia V-Star with all of the water techs. And we're still trying to shape up and see which of those 35 match points will try to make it in, squeak it into that top 8.
Yep.
And I'm going to be thinking about that round 15 game 1 for a while.
That was a wild one. What a great comeback there from Grant Manley, able to piece it all together and find exactly what he needed to make that improbable comeback. 6 prizes to 1, and he was able to fight back and get the victory in that first game. And now the question is going to be for Grant, could this be his tournament? I mean, he is been one of the most consistent players in all of North America. He's got the respect of all of his peers as a great player, but he is yet to have that big capstone victory. Could this be his time?
If he dodges Hail or Cal, then probably. Looking at the list, there isn't really too much counterplay to Snorlax. You're kind of saying, it didn't do well in Stuttgart last week. It's probably not going to do well this week. But hindsight's 20/20, and as long as you hit the right matchups in top 8, it's a bracket. It's not just going to be Swiss. So as long as you dodge them, I can see it.
And the problem with being a 35 match pointer,
you
know, with Cal sitting at 38 match points, Hale sitting at 36, I mean, there's a chance that you play one of them. Grant is really going to be hoping he's the 7th seed, I think, going into this top 8. Then he'll play against either a Lost Zone, Origin Form Palkia, or Miraidon. Most likely is Joseph Nawal, Nick Robinson, and Dan Hugar will be that 2nd through 4th seed with 37 match points.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this top 8 shapes up. A lot of different decks still vying in contention for those last few spots. As we were saying before, Grant Manley's resistance is very good.
Yeah.
And hoping to make that top 8 here with 35 match points. But if he does, it's going to be towards the bottom. And that's where you run the risk of playing some of these people who have been dominating the Swiss tournament this weekend so far.
Yeah, he's definitely got really good resistance. So he's going to have a good shot here once again. See if he can make it happen. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see play out. 2 Snorlax in our top 8. Pretty wild to see a couple of other... I think outside of that, though, there's looking like a lot of variety, which I think says something good about the format, right? Lots of different options of what you could play.
All right, well, it does believe our winner interview is ready. Let's go ahead and hear what Grant has to say about that round 15.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I'm sitting here with our winner from round 15, Grant Manley. Grant, congratulations. That was an incredibly crazy game 1. Tell us, what were your thoughts in those last few turns where your opponent was down to 1 prize card?
Yeah, that was an absolutely crazy game. I didn't scoop because I know with Mew VMAX, you know, there's 2 3-prize Pokemon out there and they can't one-shot Charizard very easily. So I knew, like, if I could get a Charizard to stick, I can always make a comeback there. So I was playing for that, and definitely got pretty lucky to pull that off. But you know, Christian kept judging me, and I kept not getting Arven. I left the guy on my bench so I could force Seal Stone if I got an Arven, and I just kept whiffing, and yeah, and it was crazy. And I eventually, you know, I was able to leave his path in play so that I could boss up a Genesect, and he wouldn't be able to draw cards, and then I could wait till I got my combo, KO one Mew. Got lucky that he didn't get his last power tablet. Man, just unbelievable. Yeah, just an unbelievable game. I really have no words. It was crazy. I didn't go for Pidgeot EX in the beginning of the game because I prized 2 Rare Candy, which I've done a lot this tournament. It's kind of annoying, but it's doable. And you don't really need Pidgeot in this matchup. But then later I ran into a hand with Candy Pidgeot, and I'm like, man, I wish I had a Pidgey on my bench. But like, I could have done that, but I don't know. I only had 2 candies in the deck, so I didn't prioritize it. And in this matchup, in another matchup, I probably would still go for it.
So
yeah.
You could say, like, playing to your outs, very, very important, right? Now, I do want to ask you about that combo you were waiting for. Yeah, it seemed like you went for it without waiting for the Lost Vacuum, and then you took that damage from the Box of Disaster, and we were even close to getting a tiebreaker game. What were your thoughts on that, or why didn't you wait until you had the Lost Vacuum? Did you feel like you were under pressure?
Yeah, I think the Lost Vacuum, I don't know if it mattered when I got it, because I ended up needing it to remove the box at the end to avoid the tiebreaker game anyway. And I needed Candy, Charizard, a Stadium, and a Gust effect to pull that combo off and KO one of the Mew VMAXs. It's funny, I had to boss up the Genesect, and then boss back again. So I was just waiting for enough cards where I could do that. And I think it would have just been too long for me to get another combo piece there because Christian's drawing a card every turn, and he just needs a switch or a double turbo to win. So yeah, I figured I should just go in and hope he doesn't have 2 tablets. I think he was already down 1 or 2. I think he was down 1, but it might have been 2. So I was just and I collapsed to take away a Pokemon, and then KO to take away a Pokemon, and then he can only draw up to like 4. Yep. So I was hoping that would work out, and so I eventually did draw with the counter catcher and then Candy Pidgeot. I needed the Pidgeot so that I could close out the game.
Of course.
So I couldn't just go Charizard, and I knew it would be difficult for him to KO the Pidgeot, so I wasn't worried about that. But just unbelievable that all came together. Really, like it truly, like that was awesome. But I did get a little bit unlucky at the beginning of the game because I wasn't able to set up, and I was using Rotom and forcing him to judge. I wouldn't draw an Arven, but man, all the luck just came right back to me. It's absolutely unreal.
I mean, I have to reference, like, we've seen you get very unlucky on stream. We were talking about earlier, like, I feel like this is this COVID karma catching up to you. Like, you got so unlucky with that double COVID in that top 8 match back in a regional and wild. We mentioned it yesterday, and we saw it, right? Like, a lot of Chromatics failed, a lot of Crushing Hammers. Now, let me ask you about the Crushing Hammers. Were you purposely holding off on attaching energy so that they wouldn't be able to like clear their hand from Crushing Hammers and run you out of energy?
Yeah, exactly. The Double Turbo Mew list has a lot of clunky cards. They got a lot of paths, judges, vacuums that they need to save for their own paths sometimes, and hammers. And so you can really clog up their hand if you don't attach energy. Against a normal Charizard deck, I would love to attach Fire Energy against a normal Mew deck, because if they path you, you can evolve, attach again, and you don't worry about having to use the ability. But against the hammer version, I'm not sure if it's correct or not, but it felt good to hold off on the energy because it is likely to just get hammered anyway. And then you're just like losing your energy, and it's kind of annoying. But yeah, it clogs their hand when they can't play the Crushing Hammer. Of course, yeah, as far as like getting lucky, the matchup is very Mew versus Charizard is always a very luck-based matchup because Mew has to disrupt Charizard and hope that they can't play the game because Charizard just destroys Mew. Like the Charizard EX card just beats the Mew VMAX card. So yeah, definitely got really lucky on his Cramomatic. poor guy could not flip a heads on Cramomatic to save his life, and it was awesome. It was great. Tails on hammers. Some of them didn't really matter, but the Cramomatic's always very important. So yeah, that was great to see.
Now, you sound very excited, right? And I know we're at 35 match points now.
Yeah.
We're in this bubble, all right, because these huge tournaments, 36 ends up being safe. How are you feeling for your chances to make it into the top 8?
Yeah, unfortunately, we'll see what happens. After my last round, I got paired into Snorlax Stall, which is the absolute worst matchup for my deck. I can't win. There's just no way to beat that deck for Charizard, for our list specifically. There's just no way to beat it. So I was a little bit down about that. Just got hammered by a stall deck in the last round. So at that point, I was kind of resigned, like, I'm probably not going to make top 8. But, you always hold out hope, right? Like,
of course,
I do have pretty good resistance. My resistance, like, let's be real, my resistance is pretty good. But, it's a massive tournament. Like, man, it's like 1,900 players or something like that. Maybe more than that, I don't know. But yeah, huge tournament, so it's really hard to make top 8. This deck's really good, so I'm pretty happy with the deck and the run. But it was unfortunate to hit Snorlax there. It was a bit of a bummer, but we'll see. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll bubble in, but I'm not really expecting to.
All right. Well, I'm rooting for you.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, there's 2 Snorlax already guaranteed in the top 8.
That's true.
So that's going to be a little rough if you do make it in. But I truly wish you the best of luck, Grant.
Thanks, Pablo. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having this interview. Casters, back to you.
Great to hear from Grant. I got some good news for him. I'm pretty sure he is going to be in the top 8. We'll see exactly what happens. And I've got some news for our viewers at home as well. We got Cal Connor in at top 8. We know. We got Hale Obernolte in at top 8. We know. I think Liam Halliburton might sneak in. And he is also playing Snorlax Control.
Where's the Minior? Where's the Minior?
Everyone left him at home. What happened?
Listen, we're going to have a lot of block in top 8, it seems like. And we've been trying to maybe avoid them a little bit throughout this entire weekend. But there's no avoiding that big sleeping Pokemon now. We're going to have to bust out the Pokeflutes.
Yes. Definitely Not ideal for many of our players in Top Cut, but there are plenty of decks in Top Cut that can beat it. We've got, I think, Miraidon is going to be in there. We've got the Lostina, which obviously is going to have a pretty solid time against it. And honestly, Lostina, it's got a pretty good Charizard matchup too. So Dan Hugar has a really solid chance to make a run here.
There could be a possibility where he hits 3 Snorlax in a row to win this tournament, and that could be a thing to watch out for. We know the Palkia is going to be in.
Yes. Got it several switch cards in there, right?
Yeah, and can really attack with almost anything in that deck. We'll have to see how things shape up, but 3 Snorlax decks in this top 8 could be insane to think about.
Yes, and I think we've got one more table potentially out. Landon Kettler up against Ellie Greenfield. Greenfield, we saw Eli yesterday playing against Pramawat on the winning end. They're at 31 match points. Landon's at 32, so if Landon can get the win, not sure what his resistance looks like, but that could be something that, shakes things up with our final standings. They're not finalized by any means yet, but we will update you as soon as we know.
Yeah, Landon is playing down this round, so that could be a sign of some poor resistance, at least on his part, but could be another top 8, maybe potential try to win for Landon, making a run back after that win in Portland.
Well, it's been a great time here so far in San Antonio. We've still got plenty yet to come, and we've got plenty of regionals still to come as well. Not even halfway through this season. Of course, this is going to cap things off for the year of 2023, but the season for 2024 is still plenty yet to come. Portland and Charlotte are going to be in this exact same format as well. I think there's still spots available for Portland Regional, so if you're watching at home and you want to try to come compete at one of these tournaments, take a look at all of these events. We'd love to see you out there, and maybe you can make your name immortalized in Pokemon history as a regional champion.
The ones I'm really looking forward to is those last 3 regionals of the season after London, Orlando, Indianapolis, and Los Angeles. Those have the possibility of eclipsing the number of players here this weekend in San Antonio.
Yeah, and what's crazy is that Charlotte, I think pre-reg numbers are already higher than San Antonio now. So Charlotte is already going to be bigger than this tournament. It feels like we've said biggest tournament of all time just so many times over the last 18 months. It's just such evidence of the game's growth and how fun the game is and how great this community is. All things combined and lead to more and more people wanting to come out and compete. And we hope you join us at a future regional championships.
Well, for now, though, we have a little break before our top 8, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to have a pretty exciting conclusion to this tournament. Stay tuned.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も 参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For this episode, we're going to take a look back at the 2015 U.S. National Championships in Indianapolis, Indiana. After a stacked top 8 bracket for the Masters division, we were left with 2 players remaining. The first finalist was Jason Klaczynski, the 3-time world champion with a resume, well, the casters said it best.
No one has a resume like this even close in the Pokemon trading card game. He's won many more regionals than just that one in 2015.
This was the furthest Jason had ever gone at the National Championships, and he was counting on the item and ability locking deck of Seismitoad EX and Garbotoxin Garbodor to get the job done. His opponent, Enrique Avila. Enrique was considered an up-and-comer in the scene and would have to take down Jason, the final boss, to claim the title. The resumes showed a clear favorite, but Enrique had sleeved up the secret deck of Wisconsin, Wailord EX. This massive Pokemon featured 250 hit points, the most in the TCG at this time. The strategy was unlike anything ever seen on a table of this magnitude. Deck out your opponent with a wall of tenacious Pokemon without ever announcing an attack.
How prepared do you feel going up against a deck that is so new?
Not prepared at all. I got 75 minutes plus 3 turns to figure it out.
The stage was set, and Enrique started things off with that Wailord EX in the active position. Jason was taken aback by the size of this Pokemon. The game plan commenced. Pass, pass, pass. Jason's main attack only dealt 30 damage. With the Muscle Band for an additional 20 damage and Hypnotoxic Laser for poison, Jason tried to whittle away at these giant Pokemon. Enrique meanwhile used well-timed healing cards like AZ to avoid giving up prizes. In a pivotal spot, Jason had to overcommit Pokemon to the bench, and Enrique jumped at the opportunity to play Lysander. Enrique played back-to-back Team Flare Grunt to remove energy from the Seismitoad EX and led to the deck-out victory in Game 1. With half the match time depleted, Jason's opponent shifted from Enrique to the clock. For a game to be considered complete after time plus 3 turns, a player must have taken 4 prize cards. In Game 2, Jason focused on a single Seismitoad EX stacked with energies, leading to the necessary knockouts.
And there's the knockout. Wailord goes down.
With just minutes left, Enrique finally ran Jason out of energy. But was there enough time to deck him out? With a Colress and an N both reloading the deck and avoiding the Hue, Jason had found a way to outlast the Wailord. With the match tied 1-1, this would have to be settled in sudden death. The crowd was electric. The rules for this final game were simple. 1 prize card for each player. Take it and you are the champion. For Jason, this meant bide time until the perfect turn. Energy, Band, Furbank, Laser, N to 1. With the inevitable staring him down, Enrique played the honorable AZ to clear his only Pokemon from play, and Jason Klaczynski was crowned the 2015 U.S. National Champion. With this victory, Jason had won every level of Pokemon TCG competition, cementing his legacy in the competitive scene. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to some holiday hijinks. Before we get into our top 8 here in San Antonio, we're going to be playing some Pokemon Stadium minigames. I think it's going to be pretty fun, and we're all pretty competitive here, so we'll see who actually comes out on top.
I do just want to say, by the way, before we get started, Pablo and I are at a significant disadvantage playing on these little Joy-Cons. These guys snatched the controllers instantly. So, just throwing it out there. No Johns, but, you know, maybe a little bit.
A little bit of Johns.
We are a little handicapped here.
All right. I do love a few of these minigames. This one's my favorite one, I think.
So I did not have an N64 when I was a kid, so I really don't have any. I know that people love the Pokemon Stadium minigames, like a lot of people's favorite part of the games, but I've really never played them.
Guys, when did this game come out?
Holy cow.
All right, well,
Cleffa is older than Ethan.
All right, listen, this game may be older than me, but I can show you I have the skill here to still win. All right, let's get it.
Explain it to us, Jeremy. What are we doing? And to the audience.
This one is going to be pretty easy. It's Streaming Stampede. We're going to be some Igglybuffs trying to count the specific Pokemon that they tell us to count. All you have to do is press A. And every time you press A, it moves your counter up another one. So the closest to the actual number for each round will get the win. Are y'all ready?
Counting. Let's get it.
We all have cute nicknames too.
I'm Lubig.
I'm Iggy
Igloo.
You're Buff Bond, buddy. There you go.
Yes, sir.
This is my absolute favorite game. We're going to be counting Pichu.
So counting how many Pichu come across. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. Someone
Did
has
anyone
to
get it
this
wrong?
Oh my god.
Lag? Hello? I pushed it 4 times. Come on.
Now we're doing Omanyte.
Is this hard? This is your favorite?
This is my favorite. Is this hard?
Wow.
Trust me, it gets hard.
I embarrassed myself enough already.
All right,
Hey,
all right.
finally.
Really, we need to mess one of them up. How many rounds does it go?
5. It's
5? Okay. Pichu again? Oh my goodness. One of them was hiding.
Yeah.
Who missed the hiding one?
No one.
Nobody.
He's hiding behind an electrode.
All right, this is where it gets really crazy.
Jeremy, I think that the reason it was hard is because you were 7. Wait. Okay. I think I got it. What are your guys' numbers?
I don't know.
We were counting the numbers?
22?
I thought it was 22.
I might not have pressed 22 though.
Dude, my controller, I swear, dude. I was mashing this button.
Let's go.
I literally said 22.
I also did, but I didn't.
They just know that if they don't, throw the odds against me, they just know they can't come out on top. It's fine.
If I didn't miss that question at the beginning, I actually would have tied Jeremy there. We would have been the same amount of points.
This one is another one of my favorites, like I was saying. This one's pretty simple. All you do is press A again. You got to cut the log at the line.
Yo, he gets to be a shiny pincer?
Oh!
Or no, shiny Scyther.
Shiny
and you're a pincer.
Yeah.
Wait, is that rare? That has to be rare, right?
No. I think they're all different colors. They're all different colors. All right. Wait, what? I'm sorry. What am I doing?
You got to cut the log on the line. All you do
Okay.
is press A. Oh!
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
Yep.
There's a little bit of lag. Got it.
Okay, here we go. Look at how ready all of our Pokemon are.
Just
Definitely
like
not like us.
Oh, come on. Give it to me, baby. Look at that.
That was very good.
Good job, Chip.
I got rolled there. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like Chip lied saying he didn't have an instinct.
Gamer
Yeah.
reflexes. Nah, it's just pure instinct and skill, buddy. Oh.
Where did that instinct and skill go, Chip?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Daddy, man.
Instinct and skill.
Pincer's got to be favored here. I think that's
What?
what's happening.
Oops. That was bad.
Who gave this controller to a 7-year-old backstage?
No!
What happens? Where's he hiding?
All right,
Pincer,
Pablo wins that
We got the next one.
Pincer, Pablo, makes sense.
Oh, God.
All right, I'm going to let someone else choose the game now. Which game?
All right, can I pick since I know nothing about it?
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
going just based on the pictures.
Go for it.
It's got to be Golbat.
Golbat? Oh,
right.
God.
Look at that guy.
Gutsy Golbat.
Gutsy
All right.
Golbat.
You use the joystick to move and then A to fly up.
Okay.
And the whole goal is to collect the number of hearts. Every time you bump into someone or bump into something, you lose some hearts.
Okay.
Golbine.
Let's do it.
Come on, Golbine. We're glowing. Oh, gosh. Oh, I got to... Okay. I see.
Okay.
Oh wait, I did get it. Yeah, it's just you only lose when you bump into the mic.
Thank you.
Oh no,
No, someone bumped me, bro.
yeah, no, yeah.
You need to have like a certain speed going.
Hey. No.
Oh, you can bump my hearts out? I
Yeah.
can lose hearts? How do you attack?
By
Just run into
you
them.
need speed.
Get bodied. Oh, I got bodied. Oh, no. It's going bad. Oh, no, I lost all of my hearts.
I've just been poaching everyone's heart.
Okay.
That way
All right,
for
my
me.
goal is just to beat Ethan.
Setting realistic goals is always good.
Dang.
I got rolled.
Let's go.
6 for Jeremy, 9 for Pablo.
Yeah, Pablo up 2-1 right now. This one is another one of my favorites too. Honestly, they all are. This game is just
This
so
game
fun.
is incredible.
I feel like
yeah.
you've said it a lot.
Yeah. This one, you're going to use the bumpers. So
This one we are at
Are you
disadvantage.
kidding me?
Yes.
Are you joking? We can't get 2 more controllers in the budget out here, guys.
So you got to collect the eggs, avoid the bombs
okay.
here.
My left one does not
Yeah,
work, by the way.
same. Yeah, my left one doesn't work. It really doesn't.
Excuses.
Nope.
No, it really doesn't work.
Oh, so you don't want Electro. Got it. Voltorb.
Yeah, the L doesn't work for us.
Seems like y'all are taking the L.
Yeah.
Basically.
That's so unfortunate. This one doesn't count.
Pablo was trying to go for a run here.
Yeah, this one doesn't count. I'm not competing.
Oh, man. Pablo's still going to finish one more with Ethan?
No.
Okay, here we go. All right, not bad, not bad.
Jeez,
Let's
Ethan.
go.
All
Well
right.
done.
So the only one who hasn't won one is Chip.
Yes.
Yeah.
You had a bit of a handicap last time, though, so.
All right.
No Johns.
No Johns, no Johns.
Pablo,
should
do
we
you
go
want
on?
to choose?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let's do... I really don't remember these. Wait, where's the Meta Poet and Kakuna? Is that
That's in Stadium 2.
Stadium 2? Ah.
Maybe
Then let's
this could be on theme for the holiday
Delibird.
season.
Yeah, all right,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's do that.
So this one, you just use the joystick to move. No
Okay.
button pressing here.
Okay.
You're going to need to collect as many presents as you can. Those are the point totals. So the diamond ring is 1,000. Piano 600, Snorlax 350.
I like
so
how
on,
the
so on.
N64 there is a Pikachu special
Yeah.
edition N64. A nice touch.
And the more things you get, the heavier your bag is.
So you move around less.
And you need to deliver it to the other area.
I'm just waiting for... Oh, does stuff not come up here?
Nope. That's where you deliver it.
And you have to avoid...
Okay.
And you have to avoid the swine ups.
Delivered. There we go.
Oh.
Oh, full bag. Go, go, go. Okay.
No!
The Snorlax makes your bag
So
heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, get away, get away. No! Who cleared one?
Me.
Dang it.
Oh gosh, I am moving so slow. Delibird. No. Oh my gosh, the piano is colossal.
no.
Aha, you guys collected too many at the end.
We did.
Oh, I still didn't win. Dang it.
Oh, did I win?
Yeah.
Wow, by 20 points. Did anyone get their ring?
I did.
Oh, there you go.
That'll do it. That'll do
Yeah.
it.
All right, let me go for one. Let me go.
Yeah.
Okay, Hitmontop has been my boy for a while, so let's go with him on top here. Topsy-turvy, all right.
Here we go.
This one, you move with the joystick, you spin with A. You got to knock your opponent out of the ring 5 times to win.
Oh, this game is... Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's do it.
Rapid spin time.
Let it rip. Oh.
How do you spin faster? How do you spin faster?
Hey.
Oh, missed that part.
Ouch.
Come on, Ethan. Boom.
Oh wow. Oh, if you KO yourself, it doesn't count.
What happens
right?
if you don't hit anyone at any point in the thing?
Then you're losing.
You guys are moving around too much. Hey, stay still, stay still. No!
Yo! Oh, dang it. Ethan's doing well.
I feel like we're all against Ethan doing well.
Oh, come on.
All right, come on, everyone on yellow.
No, don't get yelled on me. No.
No, I'm Pablo. No! Oh, Ethan got it. All right,
We're getting schooled by the kid. What is happening?
Times are changing.
3 men and a baby.
I'm just hoping no one notices player 3 score.
I mean, what are we missing? Let's do Furret or Mr. Mime, yeah?
What do y'all think?
Anything that doesn't involve L, because our L does not work.
All right, well.
All right, you go left or right, and A to hit.
No, we can't do left.
No, it's
oh, no,
with the
it's
stick.
stick.
Stick,
Oh,
yeah.
cool,
All right,
cool,
hold on,
cool.
let me. Okay, okay.
All right.
Oh, got you.
So this is like my national sport.
Oh!
Wow, Chip.
I was looking elsewhere.
No. Oh.
Thought this was my one. Come on, come on. Give it to me.
Wow, I'm sucking at my national sport.
That was nasty curve.
Wow. Chip's winning a game?
Hey, don't be so surprised.
Never mind.
Uh-oh. Oh, so close, Chip, so close. You'll get one eventually.
Come on, man. Pablo, you had 0 points.
I know.
All right, let's do the Furret one. Furret's Frolic.
Okay, what
Use
we
the
doing?
control pad to move into the grass, release
Wait,
it.
we don't have a
It's
control
just the
pad.
joystick, probably.
Hopefully.
Release it to move back to the center. And you have to shoot the ball for it. Okay.
All right.
Is this like Mario Party where like you're gonna get extra points like at the end just for like participating? What is happening?
You got to get it into your goal.
Where am I? What?
What's happening?
All
My goal is in a
Never
different.
mind. This is my national sport.
Oh my gosh, this is.
Y'all are getting crushed.
Nah, but the great balls are here now. Check me out.
Dude, I
feel like Jeremy practiced before this regional.
I did. Because I totally knew this was going to happen.
Okay, there we go.
Dude, I have nothing. What's happening?
Now I figured out like the cadence of it. Oh, a master ball?
Yeah, I got that one.
How do I have 0? What's happening?
Gosh.
No more master ball. Let's go.
No. Let's go.
Right at the last minute.
Right at the
That one's
last
like
minute.
seizure-inducing, honestly. Holy cow.
I'm crying.
Kids were built different in the 90s.
All right. What do you think?
We're missing Donphan. We're missing Eevee, Togepi.
Togepi, okay.
You just got to run downward, avoid the flowers,
this one's
boulders,
fun.
and logs.
And speed up with an arrow. Okay,
Yep.
let's do it. We're going down? Okay.
You're going down. I'm winning.
Is this a speed boost? Oh, yes.
It is. It's like Pokemon meets.
All right, never mind. I'm not winning.
Okay. Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, am very not.
Oh, that Diglett came out of nowhere. That's like unbelievable, honestly.
I really need someone to mess up.
So close, man.
I got rolled.
I hope production is keeping track of who's winning.
I hope they aren't keeping track of who's winning.
Why would we do that? It's not really about winning.
It's about having fun.
It's about the friends you make along the way.
You're already my friend. I don't need to make new friends.
All right, when A palm opens the lid, dash to the fruit with the A button. Press the B button to fake dash.
My name
Race
is
run
Ivante.
5 times. All right, you ready?
Ivor.
Again, you get a penalty for hitting a Pineco.
Oh, okay.
Pineco that we learned that has a mouth and
Where? Where? Show me the mouth. Oh, okay. So what am I? There's nothing. What?
It's reaction time.
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
Yep.
okay.
Oh.
Bodied.
Dang it. Stupid Pineco.
Oh, so now you're just out.
For a round.
What?
For a round.
Oh. Ooh, very nice chip.
Come on, buddy. All right. Here we go.
I just love fake dashing. Oh!
Punished for being better. Okay.
Double trouble.
All right, last round.
All right, I
Me
need
and
to
you,
beat
Pablo.
Ethan.
How is there that many Pinecos? Oh, unbelievable.
Let's go. Let's
Insane.
go. So the first round didn't count, right?
Yeah,
It's all about the strawberries.
You guys just tossed my.
It's like Pablo only got one right and then won the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yep. That's
Cool
exactly
game,
what happened.
guys.
Choose power plant.
All right, you got to angle it, and then a B and A to zap. You basically got to charge your
Like
lamp.
spamming DNA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And you need the right color.
Oh, if it's blue, you tap A. If it's green, you tap
Yep.
B. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's not working for
You
me.
have to spam it? Oh, too bad.
What?
You have to angle. You have to angle it with your Joy-Con.
It's working for me, buddy.
Dang it.
All right.
Oh, you
does
angle
look
it
like
with the
after
joy-
this game, we're going to go to break
I forgot to angle.
Who won? How did you win? Oh,
by
my
being
gosh.
better. All right.
All right.
Well, that does it for our holiday hijinks. So when we come back, we're going to have our top 8, so don't go anywhere.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is a fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Saddle up, trainers, because we are getting into the thick of things here. Top 8 about to be underway. Who will be our San Antonio regional champion? That is the question. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers and fans. Things are heating up. We're ready to get going. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Pablo Meza. What more can we say? I mean, looking at these 8 names that we have for our top 8, this is going to be an exciting bracket. Things could play out, honestly, anyway.
Honestly, yeah, there's a lot of variety in the top 8. 2 Snorlax decks, a couple of Charizard decks, then we have Miraidon, we have the Palkia deck, which is very exciting to see. Giratina, what's the last one that I'm missing, Ethan?
That's pretty true. It's pretty true. Now, of course, okay, come on, they had to rub it in here right now. We've got the undisputed. You know, I'll shake your hand.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Now, all I'm going to say is if I had played that when I was a kid, I think I would be...
Honestly, yes. I'll give you that, but I feel like I got the real title that matters this weekend. That was the true competitive
I mean that's
there.
like the title we as casters can get. That's our only grudge match that we can fight for. And you know what? I'm going to have to go to sleep knowing that I lost, but next time, you bet, I'm going to be ready.
You better test, yeah? You play test those matchups. The Cleffa matchup, the Eevee matchup, the Pichu.
Honestly, the best part about playing that is I don't have to be scared when playing a deck going in. It's just my raw talent if I'm going to win or not.
All right, so getting back into the tournament, let's take a look at what happened in Day 2 with the metagame. Now we had a very interesting spread of decks, right? 212 decks, the biggest Day 2 that we've had so far. And Charizard dominating and showing that in the top 8 with 2 placements.
2 placements in top 8. Also, 2 control archetypes on the top 8. It's not even here as a popular variant. Does that speak to how strong of a play it was this weekend?
I would say so. I feel like when control doesn't do well in a couple of regionals, that's the best time to play it because people will not be taking it seriously, people will not be teching against it, and I mean, what can you tech against Snorlax, right? Giratina does have a pretty good matchup, but every other deck will struggle getting their active Pokemon trapped in the active. VMAX has a few outs, but not a lot, right? Inteleon VMAX has that fighting typing to deal with Snorlaxes, but how many times can you pull that off? Not a lot, right?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be an interesting bracket to see out. The most popular deck, tying for the most popular decks as a slot in top 8. We've got a whole breakdown of top 8. I'm excited. Of course, we do have a concluded, I'm going to make sure next time you guys do that, the community choice match where you guys will be deciding who we stream for our top 8 match. And as soon as we have our top 8 decks, I'm excited to see our top 8 decks and players. And here it is, viewers at home. 2 Control decks, 2 Charizard, and then 2 Lost Zone Giratina decks. So a 3-way tie for the most popular decks in top 8.
Indeed, and no Gardevoir, right? We were talking about how good Gardevoir is, potentially, arguably, best deck in the format. Yeah, I know you're a big fan of Gardevoir. No Gardevoir here, but 2 Snorlaxes, Calvin and Hale, Dan Hugar and Grant Hayes squeaking in at the 8th spot with Lost on Giratina V-Star, and then Nick Robinson, whom we saw on day 1, pilot that Miraidon deck really well, that Turbo Miraidon. And we also had Joseph earlier in the very exciting series with Palkia. And then finally, Azul and Grant, teammates, friends, and now top 8 comrades, if you will.
Yeah, I got to watch some of these matches out in the field as they were playing out. Joseph had a really tight match, Game 3 versus Fusion Mew VMAX, and it all came down to a final turn for Fusion Mew. There was an Origin Form Palkia V-Star in the active, needed 3 damage modifiers to take a knockout, but just wasn't able to piece it together and was able to finally gust around a Pokemon, take that final KO with Subspace Swell, and Joseph has found himself in his first top cut, and it will be the match we're featuring on our stream, of course, with our community choice. We're going to be looking at an interesting matchup here. Hopefully we'll have a bracket to showcase what's going on in terms of everything here. So things have played out really interesting here. This Control deck has such a great matchup, but as you mentioned, hitting Grant Hayes in top 8.
Yeah, that Giratina can be very troublesome, right? That Shred attack is just so powerful. They also run plenty of switching cards. So Calvin's amazing run on day 1 and obviously amazing run on day 2 could be in danger against Grant.
And of course, Dan Hugar, we featured earlier on, playing that Giratina V-Star up against Grant. So that's Charizard versus Giratina. Nick and Azul also featured them on, playing Charizard up against Miraidon. So Nick piloting the Soul Miraidon. What an accomplishment that would be for Nick. Last on the big stage here, last in top 8, I believe, in 2016 as the U.S. national champion. It's been over 7 years now since that event.
That is a long time. And now, if you're Azul, though, you definitely fancy going up against Miraidon. I feel like one of the reasons Charizard is so good right now and is so popular is because Miraidon is also very powerful. So that's really awesome. And then Hale against Joseph. Yeah, Hale with a very unique take on Snorlax. We're not going to reveal too much of his deck list just yet, but very cool deck to see.
Looks like we're ready to get into our match. I don't know about you, Pablo, but I'm excited to get into this. Saddle up, strap in, and get ready. We are heading into top 8. So, as you mentioned, Hale playing this Control deck. It does revolve around Snorlax, of course, with that block ability, preventing Pokemon from retreating, but paired with sort of a support engine here in that Pidgeot EX.
Now, Joseph, a very nice list of accomplishments. Couple top 8s, top 16, but looking for that big win here today with Palkia and Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. Look at that Pokemon. It's Glacier. Remember that one from our Pokedex series? That's the Glacier we missed.
Yeah, it powered up to be a stellar Pokemon once it has the Ice Rider Calyrex. Yeah, we'll be using that Star Portal. Now, is this a card? We'll have to sort of talk about some of the nitty-gritties of the matchup, but question in my mind right now, will you use that Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX? Now, VMAX Pokemon have that high risk for being 3 prizes, but when you're playing against a deck that your opponent's not going to be taking prizes against you, you could probably utilize that card a little bit more. Hale, you may recognize as well as the Salt Lake City Regional Champion. And yeah, Joseph actually not having too many accomplishments. Had some success in juniors, 2-time Regional Champion in the top 4 at Worlds. But hasn't been on the main stage in Masters so far. First top 8 here.
First top 8, looking for that big win as well. But I mean, top 8 is already an incredible accomplishment at the biggest regional of the year. And then Hale, of course, no stranger to the big scene. Salt Lake City Regional Champion just this past season, Denver Regional Finalist, 2018 Vancouver Regional Finalist. Guess who played that final against Hale that year?
Who played it?
That was me.
That was you.
I beat Hale in that final, so very familiar with Hale. He's a fantastic player, and he's been around, right? World's top 16 in seniors, so long-time player, and here with this very unique take with Snorlax and Pidgeot EX and a couple extra cards that I hope we get to see in this matchup.
This deck, I don't think a lot of people were on its radar. This deck finished really solid. Of course, Hale is in top cut with this. Also, Seniors World Champion from last year. got just outside of top cut with the deck as well. So, and you know what? Can be pretty solid here as these players are shuffling up, getting in. I will warn you all at home, we are in for a long game, so you might want to go grab yourself some popcorn or some food and get yourself ready. Prize cards, though, for control, as having limited ways to access it. Is there anything in here that really screams to you, yeah, this could be bad?
I mean, nothing that it could be bad. The Silene is like the one card that if you manage to create a lock, right, you need that along with a Palpad to potentially make sure that you don't deck yourself out, right? You do have access to no, we don't have Pidgeot V, so Hale gonna be relying on that sort of cycle between Silene and Palpad in order to make sure that he doesn't deck himself out, along with Team Yell's Cheers. So those two cards could be important, but there are 2 copies of Peonia to access the prize cards.
Perfect starter for Hale. Snorlax with block. Nobody's moving as long as Snorlax is here. Checking the prize cards, we do see the Tempting Trap Mawile. It's a card that we haven't really seen in control in a while.
Yeah, Mawile definitely has had a lot of hype previously, but has not been seen in a long time. And I think it suffers the same effect as Snorlax. Like, if you expect Mawile, then you tech for it, but when people don't expect it, it's really hard. And it has the same trapping effect as Snorlax, if you will, also increases the damage. Probably not going to be relevant in this case, but 3 trapping Pokemon, we'll have to see how Hale approaches this matchup.
So Nest Ball being played. Hale checking the prizes. We'll see that one of those Pidgeot EX are unavailable, but besides that, you've got a lot of Pokemon you want to get down. What is your first priority? I have to assume Rotom is probably the first choice just to build up the hand a little bit, but it's actually going to be the Pidgey. So really values having Quick Search. Now, didn't quite get a chance to see what Hale is sitting on, but I mean, this would make sense if there's something like Rare Candy Pidgeot or maybe an Arven or something for next turn.
There was a Rare Candy Pidgeot in the prize card, so it would be pretty lucky to also have a copy of Rare Candy and Pidgeot in your hand already. There are 2 Pidgeots, there are 3 Rare Candies in the list, and so I'm really wondering, what are Joseph's options going into this match? How many switching cards does he have access to unlock himself from the Snorlax, and how can he deal with Mimikyu? I think that's a big question mark.
Well, how about both, Pablo? Pidgey and the Rotom from the hand, so exactly what you want to see. Drawing up 3 cards. I think at this point, Joseph is going to have to find a way to navigate this as great as possible. And oh no, this hand is not good whatsoever. Now, in this circumstance, it's not as big of a deal since you have time to sort of make your play out. We are going to see the Earthen Vessel. It does get rid of a water energy normally, which is fine, but I feel like, obviously you don't necessarily know if your opponent's playing things like Crushing Hammer in their deck. That isn't a choice so far. Just every resource you get rid of, you have to really always validate and say, do I really necessarily need to thin at this point? How much pressure do I want to put on? That's the big question. I mean, Joseph's deck is designed to be fast, so maybe that's the thought process in his head.
Yeah, it also opens up a Melanie top deck if that happens to be the card he draws next turn. So definitely tough choices all around. The card I'd really like to focus on is Mimikyu, right? Hale does have a copy of Mimikyu. Joseph does play cross switchers in order to play around the Mimikyu, does play a copy of Canceling Cologne as well to be able to knock out that Mimikyu, but what happens when a second Mimikyu hits the field? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Well, Radiant Greninja can attack. That is another Pokemon that can deal some damage, but it's at a hefty cost, right? Discarding 2 energy cards. We'll see how things go. Now, we are just going to see the attachment for turn. I mean, you can use Rule the Region, but there are no Stadium cards in Joseph's deck, and it will be the Peonia right away. We'll see what prize cards were grabbed for Hale. It is going to be Erica's Rare Candy and Palpad. So knowing that your other Pidgeot's in there, you can sort of hold on to this Rare Candy, and then later down the line, if you can maybe Palpad it back in or flip heads on Silene or even Team Yell's Cheer, you can access that Pidgeot and get Quick Search online, and that's your engine in this deck.
Indeed. Also holding the other Peonia in his hand in case he really wanted to access the other prizes, which I believe he's really favoring. All the cards seem really good in Hale's hand, but I'm not sure what you would want to put back. The Counter Catcher, I guess, is fine, and then maybe you just try to get access to it again with the other Peonia, which you can do next turn, and you get bonus cards from Rotom, so looking good so far from Hale. Not a lot of pressure incoming from Joseph. Had a very underwhelming turn from what it looked like, right? So we'll have to see.
Mimikyu already in the hand. There's even a Peonia to follow up the following turn. Hale's got to be careful with how many prizes are put in play, especially if your strategy is Mimikyu. Yes, Safeguard is a great ability, but like you said, if there's enough prize on the board, you can sort of gust and navigate around it if so.
Now, that Bravery Charm in the PG is actually very funny. That brings it all the way up to 100 HP. Not sure what that puts it out of
Out
range
of Moonlight Shuriken
of.
range.
Moonlight Shuriken, okay. Yeah, which is certainly something that could happen next turn, and picking off the Mimikyu as well. So, yeah, I guess I like it.
Yeah, it's sort of a double edge, right? Because if you do put it on a Mimikyu, then it does survive a Moonlight Shuriken. So we'll see how things go. Does find a Nest Ball off the top, and you see right away, wanting to stop Rotom, and it's that Spiritomb. And while it isn't attacking, it's got a great attack that usually is not relevant too much, but Fade Out can pivot it out of the active, so it's not a target to be trapped by Block Snorlax.
Yeah, that's it. Spiritomb is a double benefit for the user. You get to block out this Rotom from using the ability and providing more resources to Hale, and you also get to bring it up in case it gets trapped in the active, as you mentioned. Now, fortunately for Hale, he does have that Pidgeot EX resource, which he now just found off the prize cards with Peonia. Probably we're going to see that, and then you don't mind not drawing 3 extra cards each turn when you can just search for whatever you need as your card for turn.
Now, last choice is what this third card is going to be off of the Peonia. You do take 3, put them into your hand, and then 3 from your hand. Go back into the prizes. But all the prize cards are going to be for Hale at this point is just pieces that he probably really doesn't need to access at this point.
Indeed. It is very important, though, to make sure that you keep track of those prizes in case you need access to one of those cards later down the line. Then maybe you get back Peonia and try to unlock those once again. But yeah, Hale's setup looking pretty fantastic. Joseph wasn't able to apply pressure the previous turn. Both players being very patient here. And it's on Joseph to make something happen here.
And immediately, Luxray, a card that we don't see in the typical Snorlax block deck. A big inclusion for Hale. Of course, it does have that Snipe Fang attack for 2 colorless energy. You deal 30 damage. You look at your opponent's hand, and you can discard any trainer card you find there. And that is a big slowdown, especially against decks that are sort of struggling to set up a little bit. You get rid of some of those switching pieces, can get rid of some of those draw cards, and the more you slow the game down, the more wiggle room you have. This deck really doesn't like to be put on edge super quickly, and with Joseph's slow start, things perfectly here for Hale.
Big top deck, though. Top deck's Melanie, which is pretty good, will get an extra 3 cards, and we might finally see some pressure, although we didn't see any Palkia V-Star get drawn. There is a possibility to Hydro Break for a knockout here. 200 damage, first prize card drawn. How does Hale respond from here? There's not a lot to trap, right?
No, and trapping is sort of tough when you're playing against a deck that plays so many switching cards, right? You have the Switch, the Escape Rope, you have Cross Switcher, so there's plenty of ways to pivot out. Now, the Pidgeot EX here being promoted is actually really nice. It does have 0 retreat costs, so this could signal with a Quick Search. If you grab double Turbo Energy out of the deck, you can use Snipe Fang this turn. And it's actually going to be a tool card that we don't see a lot potentially being grabbed in the deck. I mean, I don't think we've seen this at all regardless. It's Defiance Vest, allowing you to take 40 less damage if you're behind on prize cards. And from here on out, Hale will not be taking prize cards, so the card pretty much reads, your Pokemon take 40 less damage from your opponent's Pokemon.
For the rest of the game, yeah, definitely not a very common inclusion. Great combo, though, will protect this Luxray this turn, making sure that this Fang Snipe can be used at least 2 turns, maybe even more. However, decides to promote the Rotom to pick it up with Penny.
Yeah, understands at this point that you're not going to be using the Rotom anymore, right? The Spiritomb's in play. You kind of have a little bit of flexibility with what supporter card, so you are just going to see that Snipe Fang, and Hale's not going to be too happy about this. I mean, the Cross Switcher and the Canceling Cologne, what choice do you go for at this position? Both cards are solid.
I feel like it has to be the Canceling Cologne. Like, if you make an educated guess on your opponent's 60-card deck list, there's not a lot of good single-prize Water-type Pokemon available at the moment. However, chooses the Lost Vacuum. Very interesting choice.
The vacuum being in hand is actually really good here for Joseph. Can get rid of the Defiance Vest that just came down. And now the question is, can you get yourself to a position to take a knockout here? Now, you can't attack next turn because of Hydro Break being used, so it's actually just going to be a pass, and deciding to bench the Chien Pao EX.
But more importantly, not playing the other Lost Vacuum, therefore the Vest remains in play. If you had played it down, then you get to threaten with the potential knockout with Palkia V-Star.
And now that card's most likely just going to be discarded again off of this second Snipe Fang. So a free turn here, quick search being used, can find any card out of the deck. And this is why Pidgeot, when it was released, lots of people had their eyes on this in decks like Charizard, but it has found its home here in Control, being able to find these specific one-of pieces, all these different texts. I mean, this list I'm looking at right now, it's just filled with ones and ones and ones on this screen. One copy of stuff like Boss's Orders, Cheryl to heal things up. They're all these different one-of supporters that you can justify playing in this deck because you have a card that searches out any one specific card from your deck.
Yeah, Pidgeot is that powerful, and you combine it with a lot of these controlling sort of cards, then that's definitely going to be really, really good. Now, I'm really wondering, though, like, your opponent just favored discarding the Lost Vacuum. You have to figure they're going to choose the Lost Vacuum yet again. So that Defiance Vest, I really would have liked to see that hit the Lost Zone the previous turn.
Grabbing the Super Rod right away. Understands that Mimikyu is probably the MVP in this card. Very clearly not going for the block lack strategy. We'll just use this Luxray to get rid of as many pieces as possible. And from there, Mimikyu can maybe start to put on some pressure in terms of just sitting there with Safeguard, as it's actually going to be the V-Guard energy attached. So now this Luxray taking 70 less damage, and it's just going to be the other Lost Vacuum. So like you said, would have liked to see that just get played the previous turn. Now, a different card obviously would have been discarded off of that Snipe Fang, but it would be at the cost of removing Defiance Vest for the rest of the game. Super important that it's being Lost Zone 2. Silene can't even bring it back.
Indeed. Now, Ultra Ball was top deck, so now we do have access to Palkia V-Star. However, Palkia V-Star is right now a worse attacker than Palkia V. Palkia V-Star can do up to 120 damage, I believe, right now, but then you have both the Defiance Vest and the V-Guard energy reducing 70 damage. So 200 damage from Hydro Break is actually more powerful at this point in time. Now, I am wondering, though, what is Joseph planning with this Chien Pao? It's not a very efficient attacker. It requires you to continually power it up with energies, gets rid of energies from the field. So what is happening with that Chien Pao? I don't know what Joseph is planning right here. Maybe a boss KO on the Pidgeot? That could be the plan.
Well, we'll see how things develop. It's going to be another quick search. We'll be saying this lots and lots. Hale's sort of playing to this condition where he wants to set this board up, right? He wants to get all these pieces and then from there establish the lock. It's not quite, or rather establish the loop to make sure to not deck out. It's not quite there yet, right? Joseph has not exhausted very many resources. There's very few cards been played. No Irida yet, or just the one copy of Melanie so far. And here we go. It's just going to be the Penny. Picking it up, bringing Pidgeot up, and I'm really seeing now how this zero retreat cost has tons of utility in this deck.
Yeah, zero retreat cost gives you all the maneuverability you would like. Now, Chien Pao is a threat, but you gotta wonder how many I'm sure, like, the questions running through Hale's minds is how many energies does Joseph play? Does he play any ways to recover the energies outside of the Palkia V-Star ability? We're gonna see another Fang Snipe. This was not in my predictions, Ethan.
Not at all. Getting rid of the Canceling Cologne, I think it's smart to finally get rid of that resource. And I mean, yeah, my thing again is just, how do you stop Mimikyu from just sitting there and taking over the game? It's just, even with Star Portal, you just, I guess you can, over time, maybe put enough energy, but the more energy gets attached to this Chien Pao, the less of a possibility that becomes.
Exactly. So, and even if you knock out the Pidgeot, right, that's 2 prizes. How do you get the extra 3 prizes? And the big question that I keep asking, how do you deal with Mimikyu? I just don't see an answer. And now that the Canceling Cologne has been discarded, how do you deal with it? You have Greninja, but then you discard energies. And if that gets recovered, there's no out.
And this Spiritomb, I mean, on paper, yes, it was good early on, but with this Ultra Ball, you could have maybe found something like Luminion V, but you can't play that down now. The Spiritomb, sitting there, originally had a great purpose in shutting Rotom down, but now it's only hurting Joseph.
Indeed. Now, Joseph having no way to shuffle Hale's hand at all other than the Roxanne. But of course, Hale, I mean, honestly, it's looking more likely that Hale wins by prizes at this point after controlling the setup, and Joseph continuing to not evolve, knowing that the Hydro Break is going to be a bigger pressure in terms of damage than the sub-Space Swell, since Hale is definitely keeping his bench low, and Joseph has simply not found any other basic Pokemon, really.
Sort of a free turn here for Hale. No damage to move off the board. No reason to play something like Penny if needed, and we see the Misfortune Sisters already in hand. We'll use Quick Search first just to check out the deck. There is also things like Palpad. It will just be another double Turbo Energy brought to the hand. Now, there is nothing like a Psychic Energy, so this Mimikyu can never attack and put pressure on. What could this double Turbo be signaling here, Pablo?
It could be used for Pidgeot to pressure. Could be as backup. I mean, honestly, Hale can just do whatever he wants at this point. He's not really threatened by any sort of damage. And wow, hitting two switching effects, switch and cross switcher. And very interestingly, keeping the Battle VIP pass, not choosing to discard that, meaning Joseph can top deck that completely useless card.
Yeah, the condition is deck out, right? That's how this game is going to be won. But Hale understands that at that point, if you have one extra card, that's one extra turn of me just draw passing, right? It's just not worth giving you an out if you're able to find a line to play in this game. So smart choice by Hale. Would expect nothing less from him. Are we just going to be seeing another Snipe Fang this turn? And that's just going to be what it is. And I feel like a pretty easy choice. Just get rid of the... I mean, actually, I don't even think you need to get rid of the Cross Switcher at this point. You kind of just can get rid of the Ordinary Rod because your opponent's going to have one use of this Cross Switcher. Now, sure, by discarding it, it means that if they top deck another Cross Switcher, they can't play it. But I think the Rod is just fine to go, and that's going to be the choice.
Yeah, Rod helps replenish the deck, and honestly, I don't pretend to be inside of either player's minds, right? But I'm thinking Hale will get this game to a point where Joseph just can never threaten with anything like super powerful. That Mimikyu will just stay in the active, and it's going to be Hale's job to make sure that he doesn't deck himself out, cycling Silene, cycling Palpad, cycling Team Yell's Cheer. Whereas Joseph might be counting on having enough cards left before Hale accomplishes that in order to, maybe with a string of unlucky tail flip on Silene for Hale, he ends up decking Hale out.
Action back over on Hale. Double Penny coming back to the deck, and that can just be Quick Search right away. Super powerful synergy between that. Usually you play the Palpad, then you have to use Rotom to draw through and hope to draw it, and that's Pidgeot EX for you. Quick Search every turn, find your piece out. We're going to keep seeing things going on. Of course, other top 8 matches are happening right now between things. Penny picking this Pokemon up. I think we're just going to be seeing yet another Snipe Fang, Bravery Charm, double Turbo Energy. We even see something like Cheryl in this deck, which means, I mean, of course, you can't heal your basic Pokemon, but down the line, even Pidgeot could come up and take a hit and then be healed that way, too.
Now, when Quick Search came out, did you ever expect it to be used in this way?
I had some ideas about control decks that could work. Now, by the time Pidgeot EX came out, there were lots of pieces available, but the issue with control has always been it has so many bases it needs to cover for, right? It has decks with lots of pivoting options, one prize decks. It has decks that can put on aggression really fast, but it seems like Hale has built this deck extremely well to deal with the major threats. I've kind of been running my head through during this game and saying, what could beat it? I guess Giratina is probably the hardest thing because it does do all of those things like I mentioned.
Yeah.
But this is no Giratina right here in front of you. This is Origin for Palkia V-Star, and while it is aggressive, it doesn't have the coverage necessary to potentially deal the big damage to Luxray or take down the Mimikyu. Usually, having one of those win conditions is enough for you to win a set, but two, that's really hard to overcome.
All right, now we are going to see the Penny. I feel like Hale has seen Joseph's hand plenty of times. There's 2 cards left in the hand, so I don't expect we're going to see a Luxray, and we're finally going to see the Mimikyu. And this Pokemon can deal with Mimikyu this Pokemon can deal with Mimikyu. There's only Radiant Greninja, and the canceling Cologne has already been discarded. So how do you get out of this spot as Joseph?
The million-dollar question.
Well, that's one way.
Ooh, escape rope being played. Now, I think it's pretty clear. You just let this Luxray go down. Now, you can't let your Pidgeot go down. It's just too valuable of a resource. And honestly, with the Luxray going up here, so it has 260 HP, your opponent has to get rid of 5 water energy to take it down, and they still have to take 3 more prizes and get through your Mimikyu.
Yeah, now, bear in mind, we still have the V-Star ability, right, to replenish, but then your number one goal is how do you get this Qian Pao back? There's one switch gone, there's a couple of cross-switchers gone, the escape rope is gone. Retreating that, and maybe you do that once more, right? How do you do it after a constant barrage of counter catchers?
The big question, Pablo. But for now, it's going to be a 5 energy Hail Blade, 300 damage, taking the knockout on Luxray. Joseph finally putting on some more aggression. He's halfway there, but this final half is going to be a tough hill to climb.
Indeed. Now, Hail just top decks Stormy Mountains. And as we see how this game develops, Stormy Mountains is a very unique card. It's not what you would expect in a sort of control deck, but helps you find both Rotom and Luxray V. So pretty cool inclusion by Hail there. I feel like this Snorlax is like the evolved Snorlax, right? The other version of Snorlax is pretty basic. You have 4 Snorlax, you have your Rotom, you draw a lot of cards, you have Mimikyu as well, and you try to disrupt. But this control version, including Pidgeot and that very powerful Quick Search ability, is just amazing to see in action.
Quick Search will grab that second Snorlax, putting it into the hand. Are we going to see a shift in strategy? First it was Snipe Fang. Now, could it possibly be a transition over to blocking the active with Snorlax? We do see the Snorlax come down. This can retreat, and it's actually just going to be the Mimikyu coming into the active. Of course, that Safeguard ability we've known through time and time again. Suicune, Sigilyph, you name it. It's been great at shutting out these multi-prize Pokemon as a double heads off Silene can bring back this Palpad and another card of Hail's choice.
That Silene is definitely what Hail needs here to make sure that he never decks before Joseph, and even has the fortune of getting back Misfortune Sisters and making sure that he can continue to attack Joseph resources in the deck.
Now as Mimikyu sits here, passing back and forth, just want to give some quick updates on our other top 8 matches. Azul up 1-0 over Nick. Grant Hayes playing Giratina 1-0 over the other control deck, Cal Connor. Grant Manley winning game 1 over Dan Hugar. So both Charizard players going up a game in this set. And the other lacks on the completely, it seems, opposite side of things. Down a game, down against the wall. Hail is doing exactly what he wants here, finding 2 cards off of this Misfortune Sisters. It is another one of those switch. The Urn of Vitality, or rather the Earthen Vessel, is a good card. It can find those energies out. It's definitely a little bit more playable than Battle Pass, so Hail understands, yeah, I've got to deck you out eventually, so I might as well get rid of these cards.
Indeed, and now this Qian Pao, of course, it unlocked a 1-hit KO on the very annoying Luxray. Was it a little too late, though? Would have been nicer to perhaps knock out the Pidgeot, but does Joseph have enough resources to get this Qian Pao out of the active? Right now, he can retreat, right? But at a very costly cost.
Top deck was for turn an Escape Rope. Now, this is a really minor play, but I would have actually liked to see the Escape Rope played before the Mew was benched. That way you kind of put your opponent in a situation. If they bring Snorlax up, the damage from Subspace Well isn't quite there yet, so you'd have to bench another Pokemon. However, at this point, it seems the Hail is just okay letting the Snorlax go down. Just going to take the knockout, and Heavy Ball will also be played. This can find the Calyrex if Joseph wants to, but, I mean, Ice Rider just isn't a great attacker when your opponent's limiting their bench. That Ride of the High King is only going to be doing 70 to maybe max 100 damage.
Now, let me play devil's advocate a little bit here on why benching the Mew is a pretty big deal. Because then, if Hail ends up promoting this Pidgeot EX, Palkia V-Star you could have promoted the Mew EX, retreat, into the Qianpao, right? Power up, and then you can one-hit KO the Pidgeot EX. How do you take that last prize card on the Mimikyu? That's a whole other question,
Sure.
but that could have been a way for Joseph to perhaps close out this game.
I feel like that's a way that you can sort of, I don't know if bait is the right word, but you can maybe force your opponent to maybe get greedy, right? Go after those prize cards and do that. I would have actually been okay to see that be the line, right? Just kind of let your opponent go for that play. Yeah, sure, you can take my Pidgeot out, but I'm just going to sit here with Mimikyu and pass. So Joseph is 2 prizes away. Now, the thing to note, with the V-Star power not being used yet, and this Pidgeot EX, there's no way to remove Pidgeot out of play. So Joseph may have actually found a way to navigate through this. With the V-Star power, if there's a switching card and a boss's orders, that can take a knockout on the Pidgeot. So my main question here is, that Snorlax bench, it really didn't seem too inconsequential a few turns ago, but that extra prize being taken changes everything in this game.
Yeah, and I think now we need to see Snorlax yet again, and Mew might be the Pokemon that needs to be trapped in the active. Mew doesn't threaten any attack, really. It requires 3 manual energy attachments because Star Portal can only attach water energies to a water-type Pokemon. So trapping this Mew EX with Counter Catcher and with Snorlax is probably what Hale needs to do at this point in time.
It will be the Stormy Mountains. That's a card I haven't seen in a while get played down. It feels like we're all the way back in the E-regulation of Evolving Skies. As Luxray is actually going to be the choice to come down. Could this signal another Snipe Fang potentially? You could still bring up this... No, you can't, though, because if you bring the Qianpao up, then you just Star Portal the energies onto it, and no matter what stands in its way, it doesn't matter if you have Defiance Vest, V-Guard, that Pokemon is going down.
Yeah, with this Bravery Charm, does require 6 energies?
No, 5 energy will get there. 5 will be 300, so. Now, the issue here, though, is you can't retreat and use the attack because it's going to be only max 4, right? You can find 1 energy out of the deck, so.
But you can pressure, though. You can pressure with Palkia. That's a solid amount of damage.
Absolutely. Our first update from top 8, Grant Hayes wins 2-0 over Calvin Cotter, advancing to top 4, taking down a stall deck in its path. Things have developed here. I mean, this has been a long game so far, but ladies and gentlemen, you guys voted for this. You guys knew what you were up for as you selected a game. Quick search being used, grabbing any card out of the deck. For Hale, you've got a few threats to think about. I feel like Penny's got to be number 1 on your list. Now, Hale, by using that Snipe Fang, yes, it did get rid of that Earthen Vessel. Not too relevant of a trainer, but he got hand information. He now knows every card in Joseph's hand except for that top deck, and if it was a card played to win the game, Joseph would have just played that card to take the game down.
Now, it does feel like Joseph is so close, right? He must have a plan. There must be something we're missing here, because there has to be a combination of cards that allows Joseph to win. Could be as simple as Cross Switcher plus Boss, and Hale definitely cannot risk going for the Luxray anymore, because that could lead to him getting KO'd. Joseph takes the last 2 prizes. Cianirida, is there something that helps Hale? I believe there's 2 Cross Switchers available, so if Joseph eventually top decks 1 double Cross Switcher into the Pidgeot, Star Portal, KO with Qianpao is the line to win.
I actually like this play of Joseph just holding the Irida in hand. Yes, there's the risk for it to get Snipe Fanged and knocked out, but if you find one of those pieces, like one of those Cross Switcher off the top of the deck, like one of those Escape Rope or Switch cards, for example, you can find a way to just grab the other piece with Irida and close this game out. So I think Joseph's just going to kind of play this bluff game of, yeah, you don't need to Snipe Fang me. You saw my hand. Nothing's going on here. I'm not plotting anything. But it really will come down to that Pidgeot EX. Yes, it's been great at searching Hale out, all of these support Pokemon, but will it be his downfall in this game? Being those 2 prizes, 280 HP, can Joseph put together the math to take a knockout on this Pokemon?
I feel like the downfall might have been that Snorlax that got benched, right? If it was just Mimikyu on the bench, if it was just, or, I mean, even a couple Mimikyus, which no Snorlax deck has been playing. Maybe double Mimikyu is the way forward for Snorlax eventually, but we're going to see Peonia get grabbed. So Hale needing to access something from the prize cards that he prized previously. This is very interesting, right? You choose some cards in the beginning to prize yourself, right? That's a dream, right? You choosing which cards to prize. But now seems like he will need to unlock something from there.
Sort of pausing a little bit, thinking, maybe kind of just thinking about what, or looks like having a discussion with one of the judges. So we're making sure everything is set and good, as it will be the Peonia. So I'd be really interested to see what prizes are being grabbed, what prizes are being put back into the deck, or rather into the hand. It is going to be the Erica, double Turbo Energy, and Counter Catcher. So what does this say?
Hale must have known which prizes he was grabbing.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. He's got full information of all 6.
Yeah. So could Hale just go for a knockout on the Palkia V-Star with 2 attacks of Pidgeot, maybe? Is that ever the plan?
It's so risky, though, because if you bring Pidgeot up, all your opponent needs to do is, I mean, the problem at this point is it's not open lists, right? So Hale doesn't know how many Switch Joseph has played. Now, 2 have been discarded already, but, I mean, it could totally be reasonable to see more than that. Hold on, though. Is just going to attack with this Pidgeot, keep the stadium in play. Now, Joseph is playing how many Switch? Oh, there's only 2 Switch in the deck. I believe both have been discarded. Now, is there a way for... I'm trying to think. You can... No, if there was a Melanie, potentially, you could Melanie retreat and then attach for turn, Star Portal, and then that would get you there.
Melanie top deck!
Is that it? Is that what you need to do? I think it's guaranteed because you can retreat and you can
to Chen-Pao search for the energies. What a card!
Way.
Are there energies left? Wow!
I believe the math is there. Hasn't used Star Portal yet. The Chien-Pao can search this energy out. I think Joseph's just going to double check. Yep.
Double check on the energies.
Play the Ultra Ball. Is there an energy in the deck?
I think that's it.
No
energy left in the deck. What are there any left prized?
Can we see the prizes?
I think there must be one energy in the prize cards.
I think the last energy might be in the...
So
it is!
It is. The 8th energy is in the prize cards. What a top deck. What a hype into deflating moment.
It was so close, the perfect top deck for Joseph. But because that last energy is prized, will be 1 energy short of taking this knockout. And not only that, but this Palkia V-Star is under immense pressure. Next turn can potentially go down to a variety of attacks. I mean, right now it has close to enough damage to being knocked out, unless we're missing some math here. Hold on. No, there's not because of the last energy. It's 4.
So I think Joseph considered retreating, but just attacking into a Pidgeot means by benching that other Palkia, if Hale takes a knockout on the Palkia V-Star, then you just Star Portal and win the game, right? So Hale needs now to find a way to potentially heal this Pidgeot, but wow, that energy being at the very top of the prize cards, just wow. Yeah, that could have been game 1 sealed for Joseph with that incredible top deck, as we see the Cheryl heal off the Pidgeot. 3 energies gone for Joseph. That's going to be a heartbreaking moment.
And a complete 180 was 1 piece away for Joseph to win this game, and now is in almost a terrible spot at this point. I mean, yes, the Mew can come up. Yes, you still have access to Palkia V-Star. Oh, wait. Are the pieces here? No,
needs back-to-back Melanies, though.
Yeah.
Back-to-back Melanies into the Star Portal, into attacking the Pidgeot.
So that's why I sort of wonder in that position if it was just better to retreat into something like the Chien-Pao and just
that energy, because he did top deck the Melanie yet again.
It would be there. The pieces would be there if you didn't just sacrifice the 3 energy to go down, as Ultra Ball will be played. Now let's see what resources are available. Both Cross Switcher are still in the deck, and there is 1 more copy of Melody. Suicune V could potentially get grabbed. Now, I don't hate Suicune. You get to just fleet-footed every turn and draw an extra card, especially if your condition is to play something else. Now, it will actually be the Lumineon. Now, Luminous Sign can't be used because, of course, the Spiritomb V, Fettered in Misfortune, is blocking it. But and I guess the Fettered in Misfortune also blocks fleet-footed, so you can't use that either, even if you wanted to.
All right. I think Joseph actually has the perfect combination of cards to win this game. Eventually, he will draw a Melanie, which cannot be affected, right, by the Misfortune Sisters. And eventually, he will have access to Boss's Order. So as long as the Chien-Pao is in the active spot, he can go Melanie onto the Palkia, Star Portal onto the Chien-Pao EX, and then the turn after, boss's orders knock out the Pidgeot EX. Probably not Star Portal preemptively, but whenever Joseph finds a Melanie, all he will need is boss's orders to win this game. And there's no threat of being trapped with like the Mew or perhaps even the Spiritomb. However, if Hale gets a read on this, right? If Hale gets a read that Joseph is missing a water energy and doesn't have any available, Star Portal or Melanie cannot attach to the Spiritomb.
That's true. You could also just block the Mew up, but I mean, the biggest issue here is that Joseph still has 2 Cross Switcher in deck. So the Cross Switcher can still switch the Spiritomb out of the active.
True. Yeah. And if the Mew is active, right, you can go boss on the Pidgeot, and now it's not blocked, right?
Yes.
You can retreat, so.
The Cross Switcher being there is the main thing, right? If it was just boss left in the deck, then yes, absolutely, the Spiritomb can get blocked. But that switching effect to switch your own active out is still a big deal.
Seems like Joseph definitely had this match, like, pretty under control, right, for the most part. Now, Joseph does have 2 Iridas. I wonder if he's choosing not to play Irida to make sure that he doesn't have the Cross Switcher in hand, and then that gets taken away by a Luxray.
I thought we were going to see Pidgeot attack there to just put pressure on this Palkia to just get that energy out of play.
No, stop. Oh, my.
Okay.
Yes. All right. That was a close call. That was definitely a close call. Oh, I think
Is that
Joseph,
a big deal now for putting that Lumini? I mean, okay, so you can technically Star Portal onto it.
Joseph, does the Defiance Vest stop damage from rule box or from any Pokemon?
I think it's all. It's just 40. It's
right.
40 damage.
So we can't Melanie retreat Star Portal onto Greninja to win the game, right? By knocking out Mobile and Mimikyu.
Yeah, it's 40 from everything. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So that Luminion, it could be I mean, even the Mimikyu could get trapped at this point, right? But Luminion is definitely an easier, like, hey, this Pokemon can definitely be problematic.
This is the issue, though. If Misfortune Sister hits these Cross Switcher, double Cross Switcher hit off the Misfortune Sisters, a perfect 2 cards to discard. Oh, it's just going to get rid of the 1. This is actually a smart play.
There's 3 left. There's 3 in the discard, right? So you don't need to discard that 4th because now it's as good as a Battle VIP pass. And Joseph recognizes that that was his win condition. And Hale over Nolte wins game 1 in a very, very interesting game 1.
That was as back and forth I think a control matchup can be, right? Just that 1 energy card short with the top deck Melanie, but it was in those final 2 prize cards, and jeez, I mean, at least for your mental, right? You're so close to winning that game. Your card is prized. You're now down 1-0 in top 8. Pablo, as you're going to this game, what do you have to tell yourself to keep yourself focused in a crucial match? You're down a lot of time. What's going through your head?
I mean, clearly Joseph has a plan against Snorlax. Clearly Joseph knows what he's trying to do, and therefore he just needs to do it again, right? Just as long as he has access to that energy that remained in the prize cards the whole game. If he had that energy, he would have won 3 turns ago, right? So if you can do that again, then what happens? You go into a game 3, and as long as you take a prize card, you are going to win the overall top 8. That is one of the issues of playing control decks. And that Cheryl, though, that Cheryl was so key.
A big key card, not one you'd expect when you're only playing 1 evolution Pokemon, but it acts as essentially a 5th penny sometimes. Just another way to heal your Pokemon up. And Mimikyu, it sat there menacingly, didn't need to really do anything or block things. Kind of just sat there in the active, doing what it does as the disguise. And that final Cross Switcher getting discarded was the nail in the coffin for Joseph.
The Misfortune Sisters living up to their name, being Joseph's Misfortune this time around. And now a big card, the Canceling Cologne, and an Escape Rope at the very top. Neither card favoring Joseph here because they're 2 very important resources from him to advance and get out of the lock and potentially deal with a Mimikyu.
So Joseph will kick things off to start that Chien-Pao, so we'll at least get some of those water energy into play, into the hands. The Luxray V start as well over on Hale's side.
Interesting that Joseph chose to go first, though. Really favoring. We saw that as well in his previous stream match. He really favors going first. Now, I got a look at Hale's hand. I don't believe there's anything very good. There is the Hisuian Heavy Ball, but there wasn't any Pokemon prize, was there?
I believe a Pidgey was in the prize card, so at least you can grab the Pidgey out, but Pidgey's not enough to win you the game here.
Exactly, yeah.
Snipe Fang can slow things down a little bit for sure, but it's going to be a little bit of an ask. Definitely like Battle VIP Pass, though, because the deck's being shuffled here after this Shivery Chill. We'll see the Palkia come down. There's the energy attachment for turn. And it's just going to be a pass over. So, wow. That's a big top deck, though.
Big top deck for
the
Hale.
Arvin, and that will allow Hale to get things rolling. Gets the peep at the prize cards. We'll be able to get the Pidgey out. There is one Peonia, but as long as you play the other one, you can still access these prize cards.
What a top deck for Hale. I mean, you had the Pidgey to potentially survive, but you have 4 Arvins. You get that off the top. Now you're going to be able to... Oh my. Almost shuffle the prize cards.
It's good.
Into
The prizes are at the bottom, so
Yeah.
this will be reversible.
We also have pictures of the prize cards, so we can pick the cards and set them aside.
Don't shuffle, don't shuffle, don't shuffle. Oh, did they put the prizes back?
Yeah, they
Oh,
put the prizes
okay.
back. They put the prizes back, and we also have pictures of the prize cards.
Sure,
So
we're
worst
good.
case scenario, we take a look at the picture of the prize cards, we grab the cards, put them back. Now, we do have some news from top 8 here. Azul defeats Nick Robinson. Grant Manley defeats Dan Hugar and Grant Hayes. So this is the match that we're waiting for to decide our top 4.
What a top 4 it's going to be regardless. A stacked top 4 here in San Antonio as we'll see Arvin get played. Now, Hale isn't playing anything like a copy of Battle VIP passes, just playing Nest Ball to get these Pokemon out into play. So we'll look to grab the Nest Ball and the Forest Seal Stone as well. Now, we saw Rotom had great use on that first turn, but once Rotom comes in, or once the Spiritomb comes into play, you're really not going to get the value you want. But Hale still says, look, my hand is pretty weak. I need to draw cards. Yes, Snipe Fang would be nice here to maybe get rid of some trainers, but that won't matter if you still have a strong enough start and can put on some pressure quickly.
Rotom being very key. You do have to decide whether you disrupt or draw. I feel like draw is the way to go here for sure. You need that Pidgeot. Once you have Pidgeot set up, you're fully under control. But before that, can be a little dicey.
So the Bravery Charm coming down yet again onto the Pidgey. Really values just not losing that piece in the second turn, as it will just be an instant charge from the Rotom. As action back on Joseph. Now, there is a 2-prize Pokemon staring this down in the active spot, but I don't really necessarily know if you need to go super aggressive right now. Just going to fill the hand up with a bunch of energy cards. Second one being attached for turn. I mean, listen, as long as you just attach once every turn and just build this up, Hale's not playing any way to discard energy cards, rather basic energy cards off of Joseph's side. So we saw how that patient waiting game played out well for Joseph in game 1, pending those prize cards.
Now, there is a Melanie in the hand, so I feel like you could potentially discard 1, deal 60 damage, and that will allow you to Melanie. Next turn, I think there's a little merit to that. The 60 damage also makes it a kinder knockout for Palkia V-Star. But looks like we're debating playing the Luminion probably for an Irida or the boss's orders, just aggressively targeting the Pidgey to deny the Pidgeot.
So this will require 1 more energy to be discarded thanks to that Bravery Charm. But it's a small price to ask for when you're slowing this engine down. Now, I think this in combination with a Spiritomb coming down
that would have been the dream
would
for
have
sure.
been excellent. But 1 piece short means that Rotom will still be able to instant charge away next turn. There isn't really much going on in this hand now. There is a Boss's Orders, Misfortune Sisters, Snorlax the top deck for turn. Could be arguing going after this Luminion on the bench, bringing that up, maybe disrupting the hand a little bit, but I don't know if you can necessarily afford to disrupt when your hand is just not where you want it to be in terms of size. It will be the Boss's Orders, choosing what to bring up off of the bench. I feel like if you're trying to slow things down, it might be Luminion, but it is actually going to be the Palkia, so not even going to use instant charge with sort of how little in cards this is. It's just going to be the Snipe Fang. Does have the option to get rid of either the Melanie or the Cross Switcher, or rather, yeah, the Melanie Cross Switcher. Rhythm Vessel really isn't on the table. I feel like Cross Switcher is probably your best bet at this point.
Yeah, does choose the Cross Switcher. I don't know, though. I really fancied the Melanie because then, I mean, it's almost like denying a resource right now.
Yeah.
Joseph gets to draw extra cards. If Joseph is able to establish the Spiritomb whilst applying pressure on the active Pokemon, that could be really, really powerful. However, no Palkia V-Star in sight.
No, there is one in the hand.
Oh, there is.
I get tricked by the...
Yeah, the golden Palkia V-Star. Definitely not what I expect to see.
A grand parade for a grand Pokemon. The question here, you've got to just, do you commit? Now, the way I see it is if it's a 2-hit knockout regardless, you might as well just evolve and put it into play now. More Pokemon can get benched, especially if you're... The Luminion technically can't get locked because you can always use Aqua Return and get it out of play, but it's just going to be 120 damage onto this Luxray. Things like Defiance Vest are now available, so that can stop the math from taking knockouts. There's an Arven top deck for turn.
Yeah, exactly. That Arven top deck could fetch that Defiance Vest, as you mentioned. Now, Joseph does have the possibility to bench that Suicune, has Irida as well to search for other Pokemon, so can still get this KO. And I wonder if Hale would have had a better time just using Rotom instead of trying to disrupt. I feel like Hale is against the ropes. You have time to disrupt when you are in control of what resources you have access to each turn, and this is not the case right now with no Pidgeot inside.
And the problem is, if you want to Snipe Fang again, it's another turn of you not using Rotom, which is one more turn for Joseph to now get down Spiritomb into play and shut that off as an option. And it will mean that Hale will have to commit a supporter one turn to getting Rotom V out of play.
What a game we are seeing. Like, I know in terms of action, Pokemon knocking out each other, it's not, there's not a lot going on, but so many mind games, so much decisions, and I really like this Mimikyu by Hale. I think that's one way that he will be able to really stop Joseph, especially after discarding this cross switcher right here, and the boss's orders also being gone. How many times can Joseph deal with this Mimikyu? And unfortunately for Joseph, that canceling Cologne is at the very top of the deck.
Now the Defiance Vest is played down. I hope Joseph learned his lesson from game one and just plays this Lost Vacuum. It's just so worth it to get rid of this Defiance Vest out of play. But it looks like he's instead going to use that card just to discard with the Earthen Vessel. I feel like just getting that option of out of play means Penny can't pick it up and put it back in. It's just going to be grabbing the 2 Water Energy out of the deck with Earthen Vessel. Slowly building this board up. Now, one thing to note though, hold on. If there is something like a Lost Vacuum, which we know there is, and a Radiant Greninja, both of those cards in combination can take a 3-prize knockout on the Mimikyu and the Luxray. But Joseph isn't going to go for that, just going to pass the turn over.
Indeed. So Joseph being very patient with his plans, has that Lost Vacuum, does have an Irida, I believe, in hand. So that could have been a way to search for the Greninja. I'm not entirely sure, but we're going to see the Forest Seal Stone, which is Pidgeot for 1 turn, essentially.
Sure.
So what was the card pick? Did you get to see it? That was so fast.
It's like he knew exactly what he wanted to grab before using
like
the
he's
Forest
already
Seal
planning
Stone.
what he's trying to do during his turn.
I think maybe the reason for Joseph not playing the Irida that turn is, assuming the board stays the same, next turn with 1 more energy attachment, Escape Rope means that you can essentially knock out whatever Pokemon comes up in the active. But Pidgey coming down into play, and the Penny picking up this Luxray off of the board. It looks like there actually is no Irida in the hand for Joseph, so that isn't an option. And putting the Snorlax into play again, a card that almost costed Hale that first game, and it's just going to be an instant charge and a top deck Spiritomb for turn. Rotom is offline, no more power connected to it. As the energy is put onto Chien-Pao, it's just going to be passing back and forth.
Now look how powerful this Mimikyu is, but now we're going to see the Pidgeot EX finally hit play. Hale did take a risk there. Both of these Pokemon were at risk of getting sniped by Radiant Greninja last turn, as you were mentioning. Maybe that's why Joseph could have held on to that play, but of course, 1 Irida away, 1 Nespel away from actually pulling that off. And now Hale looks to be in commanding position in this game. Only 1 prize down. No answers for the Mimikyu inside. Joseph has only drawn past after attaching a turn. How do you get out of this spot?
It's tough. Can use the supporter card to pick up Rotom. As soon as Spiritomb comes down, Rotom is out of play. Puts the Bravery Charm on Snorlax, and here we go. Passing to start things off. Does top deck the
One
Irida.
turn too late.
Yeah.
One turn too late. That's so heartbreaking for Joseph. I feel like he's been on the rougher end of things in terms of locks. That energy being prized that cost him game one. Irida, one turn too late.
It's tough. I'm not sure you even play the Irida in this spot until maybe you can find double cross switcher and go after this Pidgeot, but just going to play the Irida right now. I mean, this can grab something like the Switch, like the Escape Rope to bring up one of these bench Pokemon, but it is actually going to be the Radiant Greninja brought up to the top. That is a Pokemon that is probably going to be the most helpful water Pokemon in your deck to get through this Mimikyu, to give yourself the options. But yeah, that turn before would have had so much value, getting rid of the Quick Search from being online the following turn.
That would have been so huge, but now it's too late. That humongous 280 HP can really only be dealt with by Chien-Pao, and that's such a high cost. Now, we are going to see the Escape Rope. We are going to see the Radiant Greninja, so something is either getting knocked out, aka the Snorlax, or the Pidgeot will be damaged. I wonder what Pokemon Kale will bring up if this Escape Rope gets played.
I feel like it's got to be the Snorlax. There's 5 energy on board, right, with this Chien-Pao. You can't really risk your opponent just taking that threat that you've built up. Took so much time to build it. And the biggest risk, too, is any turn you play Pidgey down is the turn that it can be targeted, essentially, right? It can be targeted around block. It can be targeted via cross switcher. Now, if there is going to be a rope played, I would like to see the rope played first just to see what the options look like. But it's actually going to be a retreat into this Greninja. And here we go. Finally finding an answer to deal with this Mimikyu. Star Portal, V-Star Power, used for Joseph. 3 water energy onto this Radiant Greninja. And it's going to be the 90 damage to this Mimikyu and the 90 to this Pidgeot. A solid play that puts it in range for the following turn to be knocked out.
Indeed. Now, still canceling Kelowna Escape Rope at the very top of the prize cards. So if that Mimikyu, eventually gets super outed, eventually gets Team Yell's cheered, and now you can just quick search for it, dealing with one Mimikyu is feasible. How do you deal with 2? You need to re-power up the Radiant Greninja, but you already exhausted your V-Star ability. You need to manually attach, and then you get to discard 2 energies once more. You play a total of 8. I don't think you have enough energies to pull this off.
Yeah, especially if you can put back something like a Bravery Charm on it, now that you've played the Lost Vacuums. I mean, let's do the math here, right? We're going to look through the discard pile. There's 2 in the discard pile. There's 4 in play. That leaves 2 left. Now you can use Moonlight Shuriken one more time, but what happens if you play a Silene, for example, flip heads, and now your Mimikyu goes back on top of your deck?
Yeah, Team Yell's cheer, just put back the Mimikyu. No need to wait.
Now we do see Cross Switcher. I feel like you always just get rid of the Cross Switcher. And yeah, Switch is another great card. Both of those hitting the discard pile. There's been a lot of luck on Hale's side when it comes to Misfortune Sisters.
Those Misfortune Sisters have definitely been more fortunate for one player than the other. And it's Mimikyu time, yeah? I feel like this is definitely something Hale could have maybe tried a little bit more than previous game. He kept doing all these like fancy control things, but ask your opponent, how do you deal with multiple Mimikyus?
Now, both Water Energy are in hand. The risk is, I mean, I guess you have Melanie to accelerate energy into play, right? So bringing up the Palkia doesn't really matter. Can eventually attack if you play enough Melanie. It's just going to be the manual attachment and the pass over. Quick Search can be used. Hale, I think, has a plan to be able to be fine with one more of these Moonlight Shurikens in play if he can just put another Pokemon in. Even use Block to trap this Snorlax, or rather to trap this Greninja if there's enough switching cards exhausted over on Joseph's side.
Indeed, you can easily trap the Greninja. Now that this 7th energy has been committed, you can even trap the Luminion, right? Because, well, I guess you can Melanie onto it, and that actually would be problematic, so never mind. You don't want to see that Luminion come up to the active spot.
So, Hale grabbing another card off Quick Search. This Pidgeot is definitely pulling its weight in Hale's top 8 match. Just over 23 minutes left on the clock. So, like you said, it's now or never for Joseph. Finish this game out, get the win, force a game 3, or struggle trying.
23 minutes left on the clock. It definitely feels like Joseph needs to make something happen very quickly here. Hale playing the counter catcher, bring up the Palkia V-Star, knows that Joseph has committed a lot of energies to the field, 1 in the discard pile, 5 in play, 1 in hand, so 1 left over, and 2 in the discard pile, sorry. So 1 energy total left over. Joseph needs to find a Melanie very soon, and then he'll be able to retreat. And that's it, because that Mimikyu is a big problem for this deck, and for many decks, really.
Safeguard is strong. No one's surprised about that. It's a strong ability. We saw Miltank C play with it before. We saw Pokemon over Pokemon use it. I mean, my worst memory with Safeguard has got to be Hoopa, the Shining Legends Hoopa. And that, just as I was starting to really get back into things, that was a card that walled out. Do you have a favorite Safeguard Pokemon that you've used?
So I've always been a big fan of the Suicune.
Okay.
I really liked the Suicune back then. But I was also a big fan of the Hoopa, and I feel like there was a Hoopa Umbreon deck that was very, very underrated. You could aggressively target down the single price Pokemon that could deal with Hoopa, and you just promote the Hoopa, and even the Hoopa could attack. So aggro Hoopa was actually a thing.
Never knew 80 damage for 3 could be so good. Now at the present, though, we are here at a crucial turn. There it is. 90 damage on the Mimikyu, taking the knockout. Joseph going down to just 2 prize cards left. But the big question, or 3 prize cards left, excuse me. Is there enough gas in the tank for Hale? Especially with the Snorlax in the active spot, if Joseph doesn't have any more switching cards left. We do know that Escape Rope is in the prize cards. We've seen a switch or 2 get discarded with the Misfortune Sister. Let's see if we can take a look here.
I think one switch.
And
2 cross switch or so.
I think the Escape Rope that was grabbed off the Melody is still, or the Irida is actually still in the hand. We haven't seen it get played.
It just got played.
Oh, it just got played.
Yeah, it just got played.
To put it back in,
turn.
yes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so I think there is 1 switch left, but you need to combine that with like a couple Melanies, or are you going to attack with Chien Pao, and then that requires you to get rid of all 4 energies to knock out the Snorlax, and then you're completely out of energies. How do you close out the game at that point?
Tough predicament, but if anybody can do it, it's Joseph. Has piloted this deck excellently throughout this weekend.
There is a Super Rod left. There is a Super Rod left for Joseph, so that could be a way you can recover.
True.
I mean, it might come down to the luck of the Misfortune Sisters, right? Misfortune Sisters, such a powerful card, and we are going to see perhaps a Silene or a Palpad get those cards back. I mean, Hale did get a good look at Joseph's deck the previous game.
Big
right?
flips here. Double tails! That's a big double tails. It means Mimikyu can't come back into the deck, and that's going to force Hale to put down another block Snorlax onto the bench to prevent, again, Escape Rope from winning the game.
Now, did see a pass, but Judge is mentioning something to Hale right now, I believe. That's why we have a slight pause in the game. We'll have to find out and let you all know what is going on with the game.
Oh, looks like we're good. All right, well, action's back over on Joseph's side. Oh, is it a... Oh, maybe it was a pace of play warning. I'm not quite sure at this point. We are just going to see the switch grabbed off Irida. Oh, okay. We'll take a look. Yeah, so it looks like there was... So I'll get confirmation on this here. I believe a double prize penalty was given because of a pace of play. So because of that, looks like there was one more pace of play issue, and it was a double prize card penalty, which means that Joseph had to just take 1 more prize card to win the game, and that's huge because we have 19 minutes left in this game 3.
Yeah, 19 minutes, and then how are we going to determine who ends up taking this match, right? If the game has not completed, it's whoever's up in prizes. So pace of play, very important to keep it up, right? It's important to think through your plays, but you also have to play at a very reasonable pace.
That's so heartbreaking for Hale. You're pretty much close to locked up at that game. I mean, yes, the switch card still was there, but over time that can get milled with Misfortune Sisters. Wow, big game 3 coming up. The door just swung wide open for Joseph in this game 3.
Now it seems like Hale will be going first in this game 3, and now we have very little time on the clock. I don't think a deck out is in the cards for Hale here. And it's on Joseph. If Joseph is able to take a prize card, or we might actually see aggro Pidgeot here. Wow,
What?
triple rare candy
That's
in the
all
prize
three.
cards.
No way. Okay. Hold on. I think we're going to see a Hisuian Heavy Ball play first, and Hale's going to get the bad news. You see him shaking his head like, come on. In the most crucial match of my tournament, all 3 rare candy
Starting a
are
Pidgey as
unavailable.
well.
Wait, is there? There's no okay, there. Oh, hold on. Didn't think there were Pokemon yet. There is a Stormy Mountain, so this can find the Rotom V to get that going, but...
I mean, even if you get going, right? Even if you start controlling, eventually Joseph will take one prize card, whether it's Greninja, knocking out Mimikyu in the active, whether it's knocking out a Snorlax or a Pidgeot. This is going to be very difficult for Hale to pull off.
I think if you're Joseph, you're happy to just sort of play things out normally. You don't really need to play fast. It's take your prize card that you're pretty much given on one of these Pokemon eventually, and the last thing you want to do, right, is get ahead of yourself, right? Think fast, play to these routes, because if you do put yourself in a situation where you can truly get locked and make no more actions, that's when trouble starts, right? Draw pass, draw pass, draw pass, and those actions only take a couple seconds. From there, you can quickly deck out. So we are just going to see Rule the Region, does get the Collapse Stadium out. The hand really not looking too solid for Joseph, but feels like, Pablo, that it's almost inevitable, just a matter of time.
It's almost a matter of time, as you mentioned. Like, if your plan was to go aggro Pidgeot EX, how do you do that with no rare candies available? That's going to be very problematic.
We are going to see the Forest Sealstone, maybe for the Peonia, after seeing those 3 rare candy in the prize cards. Now, there is a world where you play the Peonia and the 3 prize cards that you don't take are all 3 rare candy. We'll have to see what 3 prize cards get. That would just be, that would make me sick to my stomach there.
Now, Joseph's hand is actually not super great. There's no draw supporters. There's not a lot of resources. Not even a follow-up energy at this point.
It was the 3 cards. I cursed it.
The caster curse. What? Look at that. The 3 rare candies remain.
No way.
None of them picked. Now Hale needs another Peonia to unlock any of those rare candies. How unlucky can you get?
I'd like to formally apologize to Hale and anybody affected by this. That's so... I need somebody to run the math on that. That's so improbable for the 3 prize cards you don't take to all be rare candy.
So how do you go about this at this point? You lock with Mimikyu. There's no access to Pidgey. I mean, Hale's composure has not faltered, right? Like, if you're Joseph, you have no idea that there's 3 rare candies in the prize cards at this point in time. And we do see the draw with the Rotom, Mimikyu in the active. Big top deck for Joseph, and Irida into the hand.
Yeah, there's 2 cross switcher there as well. So if you really do want to, you can grab yourself another water-type Pokemon, even something like the Chien Pao. I don't know if I would see that quite yet. I think Earthen Vessel is probably just a better card to grab, since you get the water energies in play. You can slowly start building up this Palkia, and it's really a big risk to put Luxray down, because Luxray is a Pokemon that doesn't have a lot of HP. Even with a Bravery Charm, 260, that's something that Palkia V-Star can possibly hit over time. That's something that Chien Pao can possibly hit.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Joseph can pull off the Radiant Greninja attack this turn. Can Earthen Vessel for 2 energy, conceal cards away one of them, attach the other to retreat into the Greninja, and then Giant Water Shuriken, Moonlight Shuriken, both Mimikyu and Pidgey. This turn.
Do you just go on the gas here in this position?
Well, I mean, you just need to take prizes. You know Hale is not going to knock out your Pokemon, essentially. So all you need to do is be up in prizes when the game runs out. And if you're trying to win a long game, if you will, knocking out the Pidgey, right? Denying the Pidgey. That's been part of Joseph's strategy this whole time, and he could do it right now.
Even just benching Greninja here and just drawing some cards, seeing your options, seeing what that looks like is okay in this position, I feel like. You're going to eventually go through these energies. You can understand you're probably not going to take all 6 prize cards this game. Wow, what a great 2 cards there. Finds Melody as well, so that could be acceleration for the following turn. As here we go. Energy attachment for turn, retreating into the Chien Pao. This can also use Shivery Chill to find 2 more energy.
Okay.
So I actually don't know if I'm a huge fan of So that really is the question, Pablo. Do you value an extra 2 energy cards here, or do you value keeping the cross switchers?
I 100% value the cross switchers every single time. I mean, I don't fault Joseph for this. I'm pretty sure the game is locked after this happens. I'm fairly certain that there's no way Hale ends up taking 3 prizes before time runs out. With what? An unpowerable Rotom, no Pidgeot. Are you going to attach 2 double turbos to Snorlax and hope you collapse your way into the win? There's no way to pull this off. This is effectively game over.
See how it plays out. Moonlight Shuriken, 2 prizes taken. And what does Hale even have to work with? Not a lot at all. I mean, there's an Arven in the hand, but I guess you do have the energy if you want to retreat this Rotom. Will be the Arven played. So this can grab maybe the Defiance Fest out of the deck. Eyeing up Super Rod as well. Will be the Bravery Charm and Super Rod, the 2 cards grabbed. And this can bring back the Pidgey and the Mimikyu, but it's actually just going to be the Mimikyu going back into the deck.
Yeah, I mean, Hale might be hoping to deck Joseph out with the remaining time by not letting him have a way to deal with Mimikyu, right? But Joseph finally has access to canceling Cologne this game. It's not priced, hasn't been discarded yet by Luxray, and we're going to see the retreat into the Mimikyu? No, into the Snorlax, interestingly enough.
I mean, if the Moonlight Shuriken's going to happen, it doesn't really matter what's in the active spot, essentially. That way you maybe play around the Greninja moving out, and then you get more water energy with Chien-Pao, something along those lines. But yeah, it's just going to be the Melanie putting some of these energy that were just discarded into play again. Finds another cross switcher. That's the 4th one in hand, I believe. Has access to that again. Subspace Swell is not quite there right now. So Subspace Swell is only dealing 150 damage right now, I believe. Or it's doing 180. So it's not quite there. Or it's 20 more, sorry. So it is 140 damage. So not quite enough to take a knockout on the Rotom. But over time, if you maybe draw into a few more cards, is Joseph considering concealed carding this away? I don't really know if I value the 2 cards there over getting rid of the energy, but what difference does it really make?
Exactly, right? I feel like under normal circumstances, if this was game 1, absolutely. But this is game 3. Joseph, all he needs to do is make sure that he stays ahead these 2 prizes by the time the timer is over, and then he's going to win. So I love this. Grabbing Spiritomb, making sure that Hale cannot draw any extra cards. Essentially, Joseph is playing the control game as well. And gets to Super Rod back. The energies immediately gets used out of that. Full use out of the Super Rod. So I'm pretty sure the game is locked for Joseph at this point.
And Joseph could even just win this game through normal standards with how well things are going. I mean,
pretty much.
There's Switch in the hand, Cross Switcher as well. You got the Rotom potentially. I mean, the Rotom isn't really doing anything, but it's still a free 2 prizes on the bench if you're able to gust it up.
Yeah, and then with Spiritomb essentially locking Rotom out of the game, right? Who's playing the control game now, Hale?
It will be 2 cards discarded, and yeah, Hale's changing the full approach. 4 cards hit off Misfortune Sisters. Those are all getting discarded here.
Now, you gotta wonder, what is Hale playing to, right? Like, he must have a win condition that he has come up with. I'm having trouble finding it myself, but there have been a lot of resources used by Joseph, right? A lot of switching cards, the cross switchers, the Super Rod, the V-Star. So maybe you can trap something in the active and go pass 30 times into a win, maybe?
Potentially. I mean, with how many switching cards are still available. Yeah, it was great to get rid of that escape rope. I mean, there's 9 minutes left. So not only do you have to do that, but you got to get through these next 9. You got to do it within a short time clock. Irida being played. So, I mean, Joseph has recently been playing just a lot of cards from hand and just discarding things. I mean, you gotta play to your strategy, play to your options at this point. Let's take a look and see how many switching cards are left. So we know the switch is in hand. We see escape rope already queued to the top of the deck.
2 cross switchers available in hand as well. I think there might be a switch. There's a switch left.
It's going to be the Lost Vacuum. Lost Vacuum could get rid of the
Bravery Charm from the active, plus a switch. You get the KO.
Sure.
6, 8, 10, 12. No, I guess you need to bench the Luminion if you do that, but I think at this point, you're completely okay doing it.
With 5, there's 106, it's 160 damage in play, so it will be perfect. It will be enough to take the knockout on Snorlax.
Oh,
if
yeah,
that is
there
the
you
choice.
go.
Yeah.
You're right.
So energy switch going on. It's actually going to be the collapse stadium leaving out of play, and that's actually just it. It's just going to pass the turn back over.
That was a very interesting decision.
Yeah. It just feels like more cards. I mean, of course, you can't shuffle your hand into your deck, but it's more cards technically, right, that are just lost out.
I mean, does it matter, though, right? 2 prizes up. How can Hail possibly revert the situation? Defiance Vest will reduce the damage. That Nest Ball will likely get played into another Snorlax. Sure, this is powering up Palkia's damage output more. Maybe tempting Joseph to like fully bench and extend for a knockout of 200 damage on the active Snorlax, and then you go counter catcher and trap whatever Joseph benched that cannot attack you, something along those lines.
So there is now enough bench Pokemon, enough Pokemon in play that if one more bench Pokemon comes down, Rotom can go down with this cross switcher into Subspace Swell. And with how actively Joseph has just been playing these Iridas down, grabbing cards out, it feels like he still just wants to go on the offensive and try and take these 6 prize cards.
Yeah, which is fair game, right? Definitely fair game, as we see. The Canceling Cologne, I really like this, because if the Canceling Cologne is in the hand, it cannot be Misfortune Sisters away. I think that's really, really clutch.
That's true. It can still be discarded by Luxray, right? So there's sort of that back and forth. But if you can build up a hand to be big enough, and your opponent has no support right now with Rotom being shut off, about to be knocked out, it almost seems like. So it seems like that wants to be the play. So just double checking right now. 200 damage with Subspace Swell. Double cross switcher. Rotom V coming up into the active spot in Subspace Swell. Grant Joseph 2 prize cards and is now 2 prizes away from advancing into the top 4 here in San Antonio. How can Hale put himself in a spot to get this out? The time is ticking. His back is up against the wall. How does he get out of this? Step 1 seems to be playing this counter catcher, bringing up Greninja, and just passing the turn.
Also, that switch in hand can go on the offensive once again. Just needs one more bench Pokemon, right? And then you're knocking out the Snorlax. You have the Luminion. And then you put yourself one Pokemon, one turn away from winning. I feel like you might even consider attaching to the Greninja, so you have the out onto the Mimikyu, maybe? Joseph.
I don't know how many energy cards are left. They just draw another energy on there, so... looks like Joseph now got a prize penalty. Now, in this case, though, it won't affect Hale because Hale isn't taking prize cards, but it will just be the counter catcher again, bringing up this Greninja into the active spot. Now, is there a final switching card? Joseph just went down to 1 prize card left. Yep. Oh, I think it's there. Oh, wait, hold on. The math is not. No, the math is not, but...
Needs to find Lost Vacuum. That's the key card. Lost Vacuum and Energy will grant Joseph the win in this very peculiar Game 3.
Even Boss's Orders would do it. You can boss up the Mimikyu, then play the Canceling Cologne, and then from there,
that works too. That works too. See the counter catcher onto Luminion, not Qianbao, which is very peculiar. I feel like I would have liked to see a counter catcher onto a Qianbao, have them commit an energy, and then you go counter catcher again. Something along those lines.
There is still a vacuum in the deck. I don't think there's any more switching cards, but again, Boss plus Cologne will get you the cards you need to win this game. And with 4 minutes left, it's not looking too good for Hale.
You can manually power up the Luminion, Melanie onto it. Yeah, and then next turn, you can go like attach and then wait a turn and then go Melanie. I feel like Joseph knows he's so close to winning the game, right? That's why he's digging with Greninja here.
Now, where do you put this energy? I mean, honestly, you could just put the energy on the Greninja. I mean, I honestly don't even think you want to put the energy there. It's just give yourself options. I mean, your play is Canceling Cologne, right? So if your play is going to be the Canceling Cologne and take the knockout, you might as well do it when you have Boss's Orders in hand as well. And your opponent can't really afford to put Snipe Fang down because then you're just going to make this play. It will still be the Melanie, so drawing 3 cards again, looking for that boss's orders.
Escape rope.
Oh, that's it.
Escape rope. That will be game. That's okay. Yeah,
And the
with the
lost
lost vacuum gets the KO. Joseph wins against Snorlax. What a series. I feel like if you had told me we're gonna see 3 games this series, I would not have believed you, Ethan.
I wouldn't have believed you, and quite interesting games those were. A lot to look back on. Joseph coming out on top, advancing into the top 4. A great run for Hale, though. Played such a unique deck. I have to give him props. Looking at this list the entire time, you saw how it functions, how powerful Pidgeot is when it's set up. Not a shabby finish at all. Adding onto that resume, a regional champion, and now another top 8 under his belt.
Indeed, and now this does set our top 4, which is pretty cool to see. But what a game we just saw. That early aggression, that Hydro break that we saw over and over in that very long, drawn-out game 1. Chen Pao's Hail Blade attack as well, dealing a lot of damage, taking that very annoying Luxray, right? Like, Luxray looked like to be the MVP of this series in that first game. And then that Cheryl, that clutch Cheryl, healing the Pidgeot EX, putting out of range of Palkia V-Star and being aggressive, right? Aggro Pidgeot did happen.
Pidgeot putting some work. Hey, who says control decks can't take prize cards? Pidgeot has showed us this weekend that could be a great attack with the Misfortune Sisters on Hale's side, but as we've seen in Pokemon TCG, luck enough isn't enough to win you series, especially here in top 8.
And I believe that was the cross switcher that prompted Joseph to be like, you know what, on to game 2. I am not winning this one. And then what a game 2. It felt like Hale was under control despite losing the Pidgey, had a lock on his opponent, dealing with a Mimikyu, using up the V-Star. Rough game 2.
I mean, you hate to say it, but I think it came down to that double prize penalty. It's a completely different game. You saw Joseph had enough gas in the tank to take that last prize, but with how things shaped up, that's just the nature of Pokemon TCG. And we headed into game 3 with 15-ish minutes on the clock, and the 3 rare candy not being taken. There's the Peonia. You can kind of see the 3 rare candy left in the prizes. Now, don't know how huge of a difference that would have made, but yeah, you saw just Joseph was able to take all 6 prize cards because without that Pidgeot, this deck really struggles to set up, especially when Rotom is shut off thanks to Spiritomb.
Yeah, even if Hale had grabbed one of those rare candies, there was no guarantee that there was no way to get the Pidgeot that turn. He would have relied on Rotom draw, and we saw Joseph like really be very aggressive in that game 3, and he ended up winning this game despite getting a double prize penalty himself, right?
That's the nature of Pokemon. Back and forth, intense. That's why I love watching these matches, Pablo. It's always a treat to see how things are going to play out. And with that, we have our top 4. 4 competitors left. Azul, Garcia, Griego, Grant Manley. We have, as of course, our last matchup here, who we just featured on, Joseph, and of course, Grant Hayes. Big names, new names, names that we've seen on and off. This is going to be a great top 4.
2 Charizard decks left, along with a Palkia, which I'm pretty sure was on no one's bingo card, yet here it is, and a Giratina V-Star. Now, we have a Charizard mirror match, and we have Giratina against Palkia. So we're guaranteed a Charizard in the finals, but what happens between Palkia and Giratina? You have Radiant Greninja on one side, you have the Palkia that does a lot of damage, but Giratina can 1-KO it. There's Path to the Peak to be dealt with. What happens and how does that match even play out? It's definitely not one I've tested recently.
It's not one that we've seen a lot, but we're going to be seeing it go down here. 4 players remain, but only one could be champion. Top 4 is coming up. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat. Can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'ma go far. I'm a maverick, epic in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up to the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anytime, anywhere. I'ma battle anywhere. Step up anywhere. Name a place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking. Where everyone can see. I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way. But that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road.
Where legends are alive, I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans. What an exciting top 8 match. And we've got just a little bit more action until we crown our regional champion here in San Antonio, Texas, our largest regionals ever. It really is true what they say. Everything is bigger in Texas. Chip Ritchie here in the lounge for a few moments with Jeremy Jalen. I was watching some of the games out in the field, but Jeremy, I know you were back here watching that all play out. What's going through your mind after seeing that one?
The worst Peonia of all time. Having
one for the history books.
Yeah, having 3 rare candy prizes, needing to hit 1 to get that Pidgeot EX in play, missing all 3 of them, and just unable to really do anything that game 3. Time running down, everything was against Hale, and Joseph able to close it out, even taking all 6 prizes in that game 3.
Yeah, crazy sequence of events there at the end, but Joseph ends up getting through. Palkia moving on to the top 4. He's actually going to be playing up against Grant Hayes in the top 4. Of course, Grant Hayes on Giratina V-Star. We haven't seen him just yet this weekend. He was able to take down Cal Connor in their top 8 match. It really feels bad for Cal as well because he had such an excellent tournament run. I mean, a 12-1 start to the event, being able to ID 2 times into Top Cut, and then you just hit possibly your worst matchup whenever you get paired into Top Cut.
I don't even know if it's possibly. I think it is just the worst matchup. You
can make an argument for Roaring Moon, but as far as like the more relevant decks, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you play 4 Jet Energy, a bunch of Switch Cart, Switch, Escape Rope. It's not really looking good if you're the Snorlax player up against a Giratina V-Star. And he was just able to close it out really easy fashion. Didn't really fight too much resistance. And Cal, a great run for the tournament. Still made top 8, still great. Snorlax still has a little bit of work to do in these top cuts.
And we'll talk more about what happened on the other side of the bracket shortly. But before we get into our top 4, us casters did something a little fun throughout the course of the weekend. We, in the spirit of the holidays, had a cookie decorating contest, and it's going to be up for you to vote. Who had the best cookie? Do we tell them who had each cookie? The first one here.
No, let's wait.
Okay. What we got here? A Sfeel featured, a little buck teeth.
Oh, I guess.
Oh, I guess it says. Okay, this was mine.
Yeah. It's very good. I love it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this one was mine. Did make it pretty quickly. Would have liked the top layer to be filled in maybe a little bit more, but you know, a round Pokemon, a round cookie, I thought it made sense, right?
Yeah, and Sfeel is a TCG All-Star here at Worlds, so you always love to see it pop up again and again.
All right, our next cookie. Over to the side here, we have a Poliwag. And was this one made by Pablo? It was made by Pablo.
Pablo's first time decorating a cookie. Definitely wanted to go outside the box here, outside the lines of the cookie, and used the plate to his advantage.
Yeah, using the plate and not icing the cookie very much at all. Yes. Yeah, the goal of icing a cookie is usually to put the icing on the cookie. Well, he'll improve next time. Let's move on to our next cookie featured here. Once again, working outside the box. This one, I believe, was made by our very own Ross Gilbert, who is helping us backstage this weekend, traveling over from the UK. He's got a Magnemite featured here.
Yeah.
Working outside the lines again.
Working outside the lines and struggling to do it. So
I don't know. He missed the mark a little bit on the eye. It's
and
definitely off-center.
The color theory as well is all off.
There is no silver here for the Magnemite. All right, let's move on to our next cookie. We got you and Ethan remaining.
Yeah, this one's mine. Classic Pokeball.
You took the easy way out with this.
How is this the easy way out?
It is a Pokeball.
Yeah.
It's three colors.
It's guaranteed to win per Kyle Sablehouse, all right? And we've seen it in the past.
See, but Kyle Sablehouse's pumpkin, quote-unquote pumpkin, was better because it was definitely way lower effort than this, like for sure.
I did this in 3 minutes.
Okay. And then our final one made by Ethan Heggy. Oh my gosh.
It's a Rowlet.
Is it? Someone needs to just eat that one and get it over with.
It's definitely a confused Rowlet.
He went for the Scream collaboration version of Rowlet, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it was. Here we are. Let us know who you think made the best cookie, and be sure to vote on it so we can, have our own bragging rights amongst ourselves. And yeah, we hope everyone's excited for our top 4. Just 2 matches remain until we get to our champion. Let's throw it down to the desk. Ethan and Pablo, take us into this top 4 match.
I just want the record to state that I reflected a lot on my previous drawings here on the regional broadcast. I actually taught or learned from the very best and practiced my craft. So yeah, vote for me. Anyways, cookie drawing is great, but we know why you're here. It's top 4 time. 2 matches separate the new champion, and somebody's going to become $10,000 richer and on a nice trip to a beautiful island in Hawaii.
We have our players ready at the stage, so let's get going with this top 4 match. Grant Manley against Azul Garcia Griego. Friends, teammates, comrades, but today they are battling each other. Azul with an impressive record here.
Top 4 at Worlds is a 2-time international champion, as well as an LAIC finalist. And as we saw before, playing that Terra Dark Charizard EX paired with Quick Search. So Quick Search making another appearance, but it's in a very different deck, this Charizard EX one.
Indeed, and Grant Manley playing the exact same 60 cards as Azul Garcia Griego, featuring just as impressive record here. 2023 LAIC top 4, regional Portland top 4, Roanoke regional finalist, and World's top 4 as a senior, but looking for that big win. Now, Azul and Grant have a pretty peculiar history in their games against each other in top 8. They played each other in 2018, featuring Toad Survivor against Necrozma Garbodor. Then in 2020 Atlantic City Finals, I'll let you guys know the rest of the results, but it's pretty interesting to see their history. And now, wow, interesting prices here, Ethan.
Yeah, more interesting about the history, Grant has yet to beat Azul Garcia Griego and cut. He is 0-5 versus Azul. This is his quote-unquote bracket demon right now. This is the one person that Grant has yet to take down, and Grant is still looking for that major title win. I feel like, in my opinion, he's one of the most deserving and accomplished players without a major title win. And if there's any time to do it, it's right now. Let's go, everybody. Top 4 regional championships here in San Antonio. And Azul opting to go second to start the game off. Grant will be going first. Now, it is sort of this weird thing where Charizard does want to go second, but there is an advantage in the mirror match if you are able to attack on the second turn going first. You can start to take some more prizes.
Are we sure Azul chose to go second, though? Because we didn't quite see the coin flip there. So it might have been Grant winning the coin flip and choosing to go first. I'm sure we'll get eventual confirmation on that, but definitely an interesting dynamic that you mentioned, right? Going first or going second is something that Charizard really enjoys against an unknown matchup, right? You probably want to choose to go second, but you know you're up against the same 60 cards. You know exactly what you're up against. Getting attacking quickly could be pivotal, right?
Yeah, it's at the risk of maybe having a little bit of a weaker setup. We don't see any Battle VIP pass here for Grant. They're not in the hand. I mean, you've got a level ball. You can find the Pidgey. So, I mean, this game will progress and start up. I've just been reminded that the cookie contest poll is live on Twitch, so vote for me and definitely don't vote for anybody else's cookie. No, vote on which one you like and make sure you guys check out the content and we'll see who the winner of that is first. The question here, what else is going on in this hand for Grant? And more importantly, what does the follow-up look like? And that's just going to be it. A pass over, and Azul has the best supporter card to get things going. Arven in hand already, as well as some Charizards for the as well as some Charizard EX. Few of them for follow-up on the following turn. Will be the Arven played right away. Battle Pass for a Sealstone. I'm sure we'll see that down as Rotom immediately brought to the top of the deck. Seems to be the choice. Oh, looks like just checking the Pokemon right now.
Yeah, just checking the Pokemon, making sure we get this thorough price check that Azul is very well known for. And now we did take a look at the prize cards. Azul did prize 2 rare candies, whilst Grant prized 1. So these cards are going to be potentially impactful, right? You need multiple Charizards out. It's going to be a battle of attrition between the Charizards on both sides. Probably 2-hit carrying each other until the very end, where both players need to be very careful with the card that both of them play, Justified Gloves. This card makes it so that Dark-type Pokemon, or any damage you do to a Dark-type Pokemon, is increased by 30. And therefore, you don't have to wait until your opponent has 1 prize card left over to do 330 damage. Once they have 2, you can get to that damage.
A race to 2 prizes. That is the big question. Battle Pass getting played down. Now, what are the 2 Pokemon that you want to grab here? I feel like you have to grab at least 1 Charmander just because you've got to give your opponent some credit to being able to play it down. I mean, Arven, as long as there's a V Pokemon in play, that could get there. I think just deciding what the other choices are. We see Mew as a potential card. It's great to have early on in the game.
Yeah, and especially good if you prize 2 rare candies, right? You need all the help you can get to find the other 2 and start to pressure your opponent. Now, Azul with the benefit of the Arven, but this lone Charmander, right, in a world where Grant is holding rare candy, Charizard, and a boss's orders, that could be a risky decision. So I wonder what this level ball will go for. Was it the Mew? Is it the extra Charmander? Sure, it's the extra Charmander.
Yeah, a little bit of an advantage and disadvantage. I mean, you always have to admit, like, if Grant just has the absolute incredible card, Rare Candy Charizard boss, then the game is pretty much over at that point. You knock out the only Charmander, assuming you don't hit anything off Mysterious Tail. Does also have the Artisan, but I think in Azul's position, Grant's start was a little bit weak. You really just don't want to give any benefits. Once both players set up, sure, that card is fine. It's sort of just keeping the board standards. It will be an instant charge to end the turn. As Grant starts off, it is a rare candy, but that's not what you need. Is just going to have to play Iono. Sure, you put those cards from instant charge on the bottom of the deck, but you need to find yourself rare candy Charizard to really justify the going first or getting the first hit. Let's see these 6 cards, and that is not rare candy Charizard. And you see sort of Grant just shake his hands in disbelief. Just, what do I do in this spot? Now, not only is my opponent going to take the first hit on me, most likely, but they also have had a much better setup than I have.
Indeed, and now Grant prized a rare candy. 2 of them are at the bottom of the deck. Now, no backup Charmander, so you probably need to dedicate that Ultra Ball into an extra Charmander in fear of Azul's incoming Charizard EX, but very unlucky for Grant. Top decking that 1 copy of Rare Candy, or one of the 2 left. If it had been any other card and he finds his combination of Rare Candy Ultra Ball, we'd be seeing a completely different scenario here.
Grant's got to adapt. We'll still play the Ultra Ball. It's just so hard because you kind of want every piece in this hand, right? You want the Mew potentially for later on. You want to keep the Arven for the following turn. And of course, you want backup Pidgeys because that's what this matchup is all about. But it is just going to be the Rotom instead, just leaving a single Charmander in play. Are we really going this route?
I mean, I feel like you have to, right? You have to bank on this because if you just set up another Charmander, like, you have no follow-up. Then you have to rely on another Iono. This way, Grant, if Azul fails to get the turn to Charizard, just like Grant failed, yeah, that could be something that, like, you end up being fine. These extra cards are something that Grant needs, and Grant doesn't know it, but there's 2 rare candies prized. However, Azul does have one of those other 2 left in his hand, along with the Ultra Ball.
Unable to get the Pidgeot and the Charizard out. Actually, no, both of this can be done, I believe. With the Lumineon off the Ultra Ball, you can grab yourself Rare Candy and Forest Seal Stone with the Arven. You could also grab yourself the Pidgeot itself here. Let me double check. So Pidgeot, Rare Candy Pidgeot, and then use Quick Search, and then Quick Search can find you. No, you're 1 piece short, actually. Or no, you're not, because you can. Oh, no, you are. Okay, never mind. So you got to go this route here. Ultra Ball, Lumineon. And Lumineon's another Pokemon you really don't like to put into play, especially early on because of that low HP. But if it's at the cost of pushing your aggression, it feels well worth it.
Exactly, especially if there's only 1 Charmander in play for your opponent. You get Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, and then you get Boss's Orders anytime Grant places another Charmander in play. So Grant, against the ropes, will definitely need to bench at least 2 Charmanders here. And, I mean, going behind in the Charizard mirror is not horrible, right? Because that means your damage output will be higher than your opponent's at any given point. However, that's not great if you don't have a single Charmander on the field.
I love how expressive Grant is, just rolling his eyes at that, like, come on, man, I Iono'd you, and you still have Rare Candy Pidgeot and Rare Candy Charizard. An excellent start here for Azul. Will push his aggression, and, I mean, I don't want to be a pessimist here, but how do you necessarily come back in this game if you're Grant? Going down 2 prizes is such a big deal, especially with that Rotom V on the bench. That's an easy 2 prizes as well down the line.
Yeah, easy 2 prizes, and then if Grant ends up mounting any sort of comeback and there's a Pidgeot X in play, that could also be an easy target. So really, really rough draw here for Grant in this game one. And this plays onto the history of them playing that we were talking about, right? Going back to 2018, they played in top 8 at Daytona. Azul won with Necrozma Carpenter against Toad to Viper. 2020 Atlantic City Regional Finals, Pidgeotto Control versus Mewtwo. Azul came out on top. 2020 Knoxville top 8. Azul came out on top with Mewtwo against Pidgeotto Control. And then most recently they played in Salt Lake City in 2023 are Regigiga's Mirror, and in Milwaukee in top 8 they played a Kyogre Mirror. 5-0 to Azul, and looking at this, the 6-0 feels close.
It's almost like history is repeating itself. Arvin will be played, grabbing Forest Seal Stone, immediately getting flipped over him. That will grab the Pidgeot, so this seems like a little bit of an off turn. I mean, what else can you do here for your Grant? You can pivot out of the active now into this Mew with Mysterious Tail. I would like to see the Mysterious Tail maybe get used before the Mew. Now, it depends on what you want here. You do have 2 Charmander already in your hand. I guess if you were going to search a supporter out anyway, so it's a choice, right? If you're going to search a supporter out, you should search the supporter out first. If you're going to search an item out, might as well use Tail first, I feel.
Yeah, see if you get that item card beforehand, and then maybe you search for something different. Now, we did see Grant pull off an incredible 1-6 comeback earlier against Mew VMAX. So Grant has been here before. Grant has been under pressure. Grant has been the huge underdog to win any given game, and he's made those comebacks. So if he hasn't scooped up his cards yet, he has a plan to come back to this.
We'll retreat into the Mew. Mysterious. Oh, no, actually not going to retreat into the Mew. So this is actually a smart play. Explain to me why this is good, Pablo.
So the more prizes you give up to your opponent, the higher your damage output becomes, right? At this point in time, if Grant is able to go Rare Candy Charizard, Counter Catcher, Vitality Band, Knockout Pidgeot EX, that could put Azul really far behind in terms of accessibility to other resources, especially if there isn't another Charizard EX set up here. So that is a big ask for Grant. He could also get Ionode this upcoming turn, but still 6 cards, good odds. So there is a path that Grant can take in order to win this game, and the further he is behind, the more likely is that his Charizard EXs will be able to one-hit KO Azul's Charizard EX, as opposed to the other way around. So being ahead in the mirror match does not necessarily mean you have everything under control.
Iona will disrupt that big hand. Grant did use Instant Charge last turn, so all those cards going to the bottom. Azul getting 5, Grant getting 6. I mean, what more could you want if you're Azul? You haven't even used Quick Search yet. We see Level Ball in the hand. That can grab Charmeleon out. Oh. Did he draw 2, 3, 4, 5? Oh, yeah, look at this hand. Jeez.
The only way for Grant to set up a Charizard EX now is by benching that Luminion, but you definitely cannot afford to bench another 2-price liability at this point.
Insult on injury. Things going excellently for Azul. Grant just struggling on every front. Level Ball does grab the Charmeleon, but I mean, it's just extra gravy on top at this point. Yes, it's a great piece. It means that Azul can search out whatever he wants, and it is just going to be the Vitality Band. So saying, look, if you're going to hand me these free prizes, I'm just going to take them at this point. You really have nothing going on, and I'm just going to disrupt that big hand you built up with Instant Charge.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Grant banking on the fact that there's a 10% chance that the Vitality Band was priced, right? And that's how maybe your Rotom survives. However, that is not the case, and we are going to see Azul go up 3 prizes to 0 against Grant's underwhelming hand. Now, fortunately for Grant, he was conservative with this Mew. I feel like this is what we're going to see active. That gives him a chance to find a rare candy or one of the pieces for this potential combo. He could also top deck. I feel like Grant is due for a good top deck here.
Vitality Band is found. We'll get the knockout onto Rotom. Azul going down to 3 prizes, and this has got to be a big 6 cards here. Do we see Ultra Ball or Rare Candy? And there is the Ultra Ball. So Grant not out of it yet. Can still play this Ultra Ball. And there is a Boss's Orders in hand, as well as that Vitality Band. So like you said, the math is there. 270 damage plus the 10 damage from Vitality Band. Could Grant have maybe found the first step to clawing his way back into this game?
Azul is up 3 prizes, so that means Grant's Charizard EX is now dealing 270 damage. It is not enough to KO neither Charizard nor Pidgeot, but we know both players are playing the same 60 cards, so we could see perhaps a Vitality Band? Is there any way to find it? Probably not. Oh,
I think it's in the hand. It's in the hand already.
The Vitality Band is in the hand. Okay, okay.
I believe I saw it there. Well, we'll see very shortly. Don't see it in the deck, and it's not in the prizes. So, Ultra Ball does go and grab the. Looks like the Charmander gets played, or the Charizard is played down.
And there's a boss's orders already. So Grant actually has the perfect combo to take down the Pidgeotty X. Wow.
Yeah, all pieces there. So what looked to be extremely bleak, you can see one mysterious tail card changes everything. Now, all of a sudden, Grant has established this Charizard, can use Infernal Rain to bring this Mew out of the active, accelerate these energies into play. And Grant is almost back into this. I talked to Grant before this matchup, and I said, Grant, what do you need to do in this match to play? And he actually said he enjoyed playing this mirror match. But he said, yeah, I mean, all I do is just target down Pidgeot, and it works well when you Iono later on. Both players are aware of this, but it seems like Grant was the first person to sort of get on top of this, target Pidgeot down because of how far ahead Azul has gotten. We will see the Vitality Band. Boss's orders brings up Pidgeot just like that. Shifting a momentum back into Grant's spot. Burning Darkness, 280 damage. Azul does not have any way to search out these specific cards, but does still have this Charizard available. And Grant not yet taking the prize lead, but it's the first step to coming back in this game.
Now, obviously, when you have Pidgeot over your opponent, you have a big advantage. It's on Azul to potentially respond to this by knocking out Grant's Pidgeot, but he cannot do it this turn. And now, all of a sudden, Grant has the spot for Luminion to search for boss and take down his opponent's Luminion. And then he can boss's orders again to knock out the Rotom. So Grant actually has a path to win the game in 2 more turns. And if Azul doesn't take a knockout now, he will actually be behind in the prize race.
That's insane. In the 6 cards that Azul had, he had Ultra Ball Rare Candy, so he's just going to be able to establish another Pidgeot EX just when Grant is knocking at the door to come back in. Azul shuts him out, finds another Rare Candy, and to add insult to injury, can quick search, or not this turn because the math is not there, but there's a research in Azul's hand too, but instead, just going to play this Pidgeot down, quick searching for a card. What could Azul possibly want in this situation? Like you said, a way to get around boss's orders, that could be the key to getting back into this game because, like you said, once the 2 prize mark comes down, Charizard EX can be one hit knocked out thanks to the gloves.
It is actually his own boss's orders. By taking a knockout here, Azul will be able to go down to 2 prizes. And so if Grant is able to knock out any other 2 prize Pokemon, this is where the Justified Gloves. The Justified Gloves will be the big card for Azul. He needs to set up another Charizard and make sure that he's doing 330 damage in case Grant takes 2 prize cards this turn. And if he doesn't, then Grant's going to be really far behind.
Top deck the boss's orders. So that's not a bad card, but I think if you're in Grant's shoes, Iono is something you really want to play down.
Iono Counter Catcher sounds way more appealing. To take down your opponent's Pidgeot EX. However, you do leave yourself vulnerable to a potential Charizard with Justified Gloves. But this Charizard has a Vitality Band. So that cannot get the Justified Gloves to deal the 330 damage. I really think Grant should commit. Iono with the Luminion, Counter Catcher with the Pidgeot, knock out your opponent's Pidgeot, and hope.
I feel like you have to go for that play. I mean, it seems like this Vitality Band that was used early on to put pressure on the Rotom could backfire, right? For Azul, all you do is just quick search out one of the 2 pieces, or the piece that you need, but it is actually going to be the Pidgeot used first, so...
Keep on the Counter Catcher. I feel like he's eyeing both cards. It has to be. I'm fairly certain that's going to be the plan.
Already has boss. Is looking maybe to grab another boss's orders instead, but I mean, it's kind of hard. Your opponent has 3 cards in hand, that's it, right? So,
but it has Pidgeot.
Yeah, it does have Pidgeot, but I mean, it's the same difference, right? You put them to one card less in hand, but you do lose sort of your own, a little bit of a trade-off, right? That's sort of what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, all right, we're just figuring things out. Artisan will thin the Manaphy out, and it will be the boss's orders grabbed. So Grant going for this potential double boss strategy to win the game. Could that possibly be it?
I mean, once Grant takes, I mean, possibly. Lost the Pidgeot again. Is Azul holding the game-winning boss to knock out the Pidgeot? That is the question.
I don't think it's there, and going after this Pidgeot is really big because Azul can't use Counter Catcher because both players are now even on 2 prizes, and it's I mean, going after the 1 prize on Mew, you need to do it, but is it there? No,
Will find Justified Gloves and Lost Vacuum with the Arven.
Yeah.
Get rid of the tool, attach the other one, 330 damage.
Wow.
Counter Catcher Iono, I feel like, was the play right there. Yes, it's 3 random cards. What's better than 3 random cards? 2 random cards. You have boss KO next turn with your Pidgeot. You're in the same spot, except Azul has
guaranteed,
one
right?
less
He has
card.
1 less card.
That's the only thing that changes there.
I'm not sure. I have to really look back and see why Grant wouldn't go for that play. Yeah, I mean, grabbing the boss for next. Grabbing the boss for next turn. I mean, then eventually Luminion isn't a liability because Burning Darkness is going to take a knockout on anything.
Doesn't off on the Pidgeot or the Luminion. It's not a liability.
And we saw the Iono in deck. Wow, interesting things to think about, but it's what you got to reflect on. It would have been a lot closer of a game, I think, if Grant didn't have that 1 turn, and that was the big thing there. Did find a way back into this with the Choice Belt, or rather with the Vitality Band, boss's orders to rig Pidgeot up, but we see what this matchup comes down to. It's about having Pidgeot, and it's about having those pieces for as long as possible. And that last turn, if you don't have the Pidgeot, finding that specific piece you need to win
and the fact that Azul had the immediate Pidgeot right after Grant knocked out that first one, was able to set it up, was able to go boss knockout on the Mew Research, setting himself up for a next turn win. I guess Azul had a 2-card hand actually. Not
was it
3.
only 2?
It was just his top deck. Yeah, so Grant banking on that. Yeah, I guess there was no real difference then in that sense. Yeah.
Was the Arven the top? I think the Arven was either the top deck for turn or it was off the prize actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but double rare candy prized again for Azul back-to-back games, whilst Grant does prize a Charmander and an Iono and the Charmeleon, so impactful cards, but this all comes down to the early game, right? And gotta give props to Grant. He did find a way last game to almost make a comeback, right? So hopefully this game is a little kinder to him.
Azul with a little bit of an ultra awkward hand, so Grant deciding to go second in this matchup this time. So
it must have been Azul that won the coin flip then.
So maybe that was the case, but regardless of how it is, we'll see the Ultra Ball played. And the choice here for Azul is, what do you want to necessarily go for? Now, there is a Fire Energy in hand. Is this a position where Mew may be your best Pokemon on this first turn?
I mean, Mew, Rotom, I think both of those are solid choices. Seems like Mew is the pick. And now, an important thing to take note of is that the Lost Vacuums, both of them have now hit the discard pile. So we're definitely not going to see a repeat from Azul's side, as we saw last game, exchanging tools, as you will.
So Mew will be the selection off the Ultra Ball. These are big 6 cards here off of this Mysterious Tail. If you find Battle Pass, you can get Pidgey, Rotom down into play, instant charge, build this hand up, and that's very feasible of a setup to look for that rare Candy Charizard on the following turn.
Yep, Mew has that double use, right? Can find Battle VIP Pass this turn, can find rare Candy next turn. I think Azul is holding a Charizard EX, so this is cool. Yeah, and for the long game, I think if you find Battle VIP Pass, you're in a fantastic spot. However, there's no Battle VIP Pass found, and now Azul's hand is looking pretty mediocre at this point. So I gotta wonder, do you risk the Mew, or do you just go for the solid Rotom? You're one rare candy away, right? That means an Arven, and Mew cannot grab the Arven. I mean, you can still go for the Rotom with its Ultra Ball. You can also go for the Luminion, right?
Yeah.
So there is merit to it, but big costly discard for both instances.
Ultra Ball is found, but Azul doesn't really have the resources to afford to discard out of this hand. It's Super Rod, other pieces that are just a little bit too difficult. And I mean, yeah, this hand is at least okay for Grant. I mean, you've got Ultra Ball in your hand, rare candy. Is this a position where maybe you use Mysterious Tail first, see what you grab, and then with something like a Battle VIP Pass, you can get down enough Pokemon. But it's just going to be the Ultra Ball first, playing this out, getting rid of 2 cards that aren't necessarily needed, and searching through the deck just to check and see what's there. Now, you could grab something like the Luminion, play that, guarantee yourself the Arven. But again, it's just the risk of putting these low HP 2-price Pokemon in play that makes this early game dynamic, going after these 2-price Pokemon and then going after the Pidgeot at some point.
Certainly. Now, I do think Grant is valuing the fact that he already has the Professor's Research, right? So he doesn't need to bench that 2-price Pokemon. If he doesn't need to, he can just try to focus on the Charizards, which I think that's what both players would love to do, just not worry about the low HP 2-price liabilities that you were mentioning and just establish Pidgeot, establish Charizard, and go from there. And I feel like that's what we're going to see with Grant after choosing this Pidgey. Just going to go research, losing 1 rare candy, still has the other 3 available, which should be good enough. And then if you save the Mysterious Tail for after the Professor's Research, all of a sudden you're looking at the top 13 cards, 7 from Research, 6 more by Mysterious Tail. That's some really good odds to find a rare, a Battle VIP pass on your first turn.
So it looks like this hand will just get fully played down. You do have to discard that rare candy, but it's a pretty good cost. And look at that, such a solid hand. Double Charmander, Battle VIP pass, even Rotom if that wants to come down into play. Battle Pass will grab most likely that second Pidgey, and I don't even know if you want anything else. I guess it's technically good to grab this last Charmander out of the deck if it's still there, but I believe we saw one in the prize card, so yeah, I think it will just be the Pidgey, and then the choice really for Grant is how do you want to use this last bench slot? We'll definitely see the second Charmander come down, but do you want the third down, or do you want the consistency that Rotom provides this turn?
Feels like that decision has been made for the Rotom, which 1 2-price liability is fine, right? But more than 1, that's where you want to draw the line, or you want to save the Luminion for a spot where it's not going to be a liability, or their damage output is so high that it doesn't really matter.
The Ultra Ball is found off of the Mysterious Tail, so that could possibly find Pidgeot next turn. Yeah, I mean, rare candy's there, so Grant off to an excellent start. Seems like the player going first, really struggling to get set up. And yeah, sure, in theory, you can attack before your opponent, but what does that matter if you can't get there to that attacking position regardless?
The fact that Azul saw that Grant failed the second Pokemon of the Battle VIP Pass, has the triple Charmander, although debating the Rotom. Yeah, Azul, we might see an Ultra Ball for Lumidian for Iono to try and deny as many resources as possible from Grant. But no, chooses to just pass, not benching neither the Rotom nor the Charmander, but giving Azul the information that there is a Charmander in his hand.
Now, this is a tough decision for Azul.
Oh,
You've got Super Rod in your hand as well as Professor's Research, but do you want to maybe Ultra Ball away maybe a Pokemon here off the level ball? I think that might be what Azul is thinking about, is just putting this Charizard EX and that Fire Energy back in the deck for the cost of grabbing something else. And I mean, we see the Jirachi and Manaphy come up, and that might be what Azul is looking at.
Now, would you ever risk using Mysterious Tail before your research, since you already have the Charizard? I guess not, right? But that was a way you could get turn 2 rare candy Charizard.
You could, yeah. I like seeing 7 cards and then thinning more and then seeing the rare candy. That's just a little bit of a better chance. It's just so detrimental if you whiff the Mew Mysterious Tail, then you just gotta be that guy, right? And find all 7 to be able to get that attack onto the Mew.
So Energy and Charizard going back into the deck. Perfect sequencing by Azul and a clean Professor's Research for him. I wonder if they're gonna high-five this clean Professor's Research.
These are some serious competitors. There's no fooling around going on between these guys.
All right, so we're going to see the 7 Professors.
There's a smile between them. They thought about it. I know they thought about
it. They thought about it. Definitely crossed their. I mean, they are teammates, right? They are
That's
friends.
True.
Although there's a lot at stake here.
Yeah.
Hopefully not their friendship, though.
Friends. All right, come on. Let's be optimistic here. All right. 7 cards. We do see the Ultra Ball. Oh, fast rare candy. No, that's the Pidgey.
Remember, there's 2 rare candies prized for Azul, so odds are not in his favor to find a rare candy here.
So we'll most likely, oh no, not going to play the Ultra Ball before using this Mysterious Tail. There's one more card in this deck that's not a rare candy, and this 6th card is not the rare candy Battle Pass. Azul will miss the turn 2 knockout, or rather the turn 2 attack at that. And we see how going second and having a consistent start, and more importantly, a consistent game plan to getting turn 2 Charizard out pays dividends in this mirror matchup.
Indeed, it seems like it's very crucial, right? It's been a while since we've had like a very decisive, this deck wants to go second most of the time. Since the rules changed with Sword and Shield back in 2020, going first has felt like such a big advantage, but the way the cards have been created, yeah, now we have this interesting dynamic where you have to really, really make a good case for going first or second, but there are decks that benefit from it.
So Charmeleon will be grabbed off of the Ultra Ball. That can evolve the Charmander that was put into play this turn, or rather last turn. Pidgey comes down, and you see in this matchup, both players refraining from putting any of those two prized Pokemon in play. And things are looking excellent for Grant. Has Mysterious Tail, Ultra Ball. Now, I'd actually like to see the Ultra Ball get played first, but no, just going to use Mysterious Tail, and he finds a Battle VIP pass, so that can hit the discard pile. But I mean, nevertheless, still a solid hand. There's Arven in this hand. That can grab out the Forest Seal Stone as well as another rare candy. And probably the cards are here for double rare candy, Pidgeot and Charizard.
Indeed. I think the big thing that Grant would have loved to do here would be to get rare candy Charizard and boss KO the Pidgey, right? Deny your opponent's Pidgeot. Even if you don't set it up yourself, that's like you completely denied from Azul and you can set it up later. However, now that that option is gone, yeah, going for rare candy Pidgeot, rare candy Charizard seems like a pretty good way to push forward, and eliminating the Mew does deny that extra dig for whatever piece that Azul might be missing on his next turn.
So that will be the choice off the Arven, Forest Seal Stone and rare candy. What cards do you want to get rid of? I think Rotom and... but Rotom, while it doesn't have value as a bench sitter anymore, it is always a Forest Seal Stone target, so...
Yep.
I think Artisan is just, yeah, you got your basic Pokemon out at this point. It's not a card you necessarily treasure or desire later on in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, you've seen how Azul has struggled to like get going, get a like really solid grasp on his setup. So not handing him that help, especially when you don't need anything else, definitely good. And keeping the option, right? Keeping the option of Rotom V plus Forest Seal Stone, whether it's now or whether it's later, that's almost as good. That's even potentially better than Luminion later down the line. So I really like this by Grant. He's going to be the aggressor this time. Big change from the previous game.
Exactly what you want to do in this position. We'll also knock out the Mew, so that will make things a little bit harder for Azul to have a little less dig on this turn. Doesn't need to have rare candy, so to say, but does want to have the ability to establish Pidgey, sort of dodging a bullet there a little bit, not having that Pokemon get knocked out.
Yeah, certainly. And, I mean, based on what we've seen from Azul, his turn doesn't look to be too great. Does have an Iono in his hand. Does have an Ultra Ball, but now no more dig for that rare candy. Oh! Wow.
We're cursing and we're blessing today on stream, Pablo.
We really are.
I'm taking away from people. I'm crushing their dreams with Peonia, but you're giving here, so you got the holiday spirit on your side.
Wow, what a top deck. Arven off the top to just fetch that rare candy. I mean, it is going to be a costly Charizard for sure here. Plus, you can set up Pidgeot as well, so I guess you don't mind the cost too much.
I think that the biggest issue, though, I think, honestly, I would probably just grab Vitality Band instead of Forest Seal Stone, since this hand is just so awkward in terms of like discarding pieces. But it's actually just going to be the Forest Seal Stone hitting the discard pile, so V-Star Power not available for Azul in this game.
Indeed, and we do have access to our list. They only play one copy of Forest Seal Stone when I feel like the standard has been two, wouldn't you say? So what do you think about that?
I think at the end of the day, the idea behind playing one Forest Seal Stone is this. Like, if you're going to prize it in 1 out of every 12, 14 games or something along those lines, that game, it's not like it loses you the game. Yes, it puts you at a disadvantage, but playing two, 80% of the games where it's in your deck, it doesn't act as a second card. It's just there. And with wanting to play so many cards, with wanting to be aggressive, it sort of just acts sometimes as a dead deck space. So that's probably the reason why it's here.
Yeah, now, even though Grant was the aggressor this game, Azul is the one that gets the first hit into the Charizard EX. So it's now on Grant to make sure that he has the momentum, or the initiative rather, and he's the one that keeps that up by setting up more than this Charizard EX. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about it. Does he establish Charmeleon, on this Charmander? Does he go directly into the Rare Candy Charizard as he is holding the Rare Candy? Although I do believe the Charmeleon was priced, right? So that would actually be, it would be an issue, right? Because you can't go through the Charmeleon.
So it will be a Burning Darkness, 210 damage into the Charizard. Here's the chance for Grant. Pidgeot, and this is all about putting yourself on even prize cards from this point out. Charizard goes down, that's okay. It's not the end of the world. You can slowly work your way back into things. However, the problem comes down to if more 2-prize Pokemon don't get benched at this point, then you're eventually sort of going to have to play this turn where you're taking a 2-hit knockout into something. Is this a turn where you kind of just mirror back what Azul did to you and say, yeah, that's cool, but I took a prize before you did, so honestly, I'm in a fine spot.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I don't presume to be an expert in the Charizard mirror match, so it'll be really interesting to see how both players piece it out. You know, Grant a little bit ahead, not significantly enough to where he should feel comfortable at all. And in the end, the resources of the rare candies are very important to keep intact or make the most out of. And with the Charmeleon being priced, I was thinking maybe Grant would be looking into setting up a second Pidgeot in case that ever gets targeted. That way you always have Pidgeot, but the cost of the rare candy could prove to be too much.
And the more I think about this for Grant, like, yes, taking the prize early in this matchup is good. But more importantly, I actually like holding onto the Vitality Band later on because the 3 prizes taken means that, again, Pidgeot can be knocked out. And it was that piece that Grant sort of missed on that last turn to, it was so close, right? Pidgeot was out of play, but Azul just had what the exact cards needed. Now in this position where both players are sort of set up and at pace, you see that it's not terrible to go first because sort of the 1 prize taken early is not the end of the world because it's always a good thing for Charizard to be able to deal more damage at its disposal.
Certainly, and now very difficult decision here for Grant. That Supra, the Justified Gloves, the Arven, all of that feels a little underwhelming, but going back to Vitality Band, sometimes 10 damage can be the difference between winning or losing a whole championship, right? So piecing out that, making the most out of your resources, those Justified Gloves, also very key in this mirror match. We're going to see a retreat.
Ooh. So I think Grant understands that the reward for having another hit into Charizard from this point out is just probably game winning, right? From there on, you're going to put yourself at 3 prizes, and Azul will be yet to take a prize card. So Grant's going to make it as hard as possible on Azul with a 2-card hand to justify a play, right? Because if you do grab Boss and go after this Charizard, then Boss on your Pidgeot puts you in a devastating position.
Well, would it though? Because Azul would have only taken 2 prize cards.
Oh, is it?
So then
Oh, that's true.
240.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, so you'd be
240,
250. Yeah, so
playing
you'd be
Defiance.
a little off, right? So
Sure. So I think regardless though, like, you kind of force the supporter card, I guess, for the next
Yeah.
turn. Now Counter Catcher is another live option, and we do know Azul is actually sitting on that card still in hand. So, I mean, yeah, Grant's going to take a little bit of a not necessarily an unorthodox approach, but just going to kind of dance around and say, look, I'm going to recover my resources. I'm going to hit your Charizard with a clean one, and if for some reason you can't play Boss. Now, we do have to remember, I believe Azul did get rid of a Boss early on in the turn, but wow, look at that.
Iono and Counter Catcher, pretty much the perfect cards to replenish your hand without needing to search for anything with Pidgeot and taking this big knockout on the Charizard. So was the retreat worth it? It's 1 less resource, right? 1 boss down, 1 Counter Catcher down, and both players know each other's deck list. They are playing 2 copies of Counter Catcher and 3 copies of Boss's Orders. I feel like the norm had been 2 and 2 or 3 and 1, sometimes even 2 and 1, but 3 and 2, that's a very aggressive approach.
Aggressive indeed. Both players figuring out how to navigate through the rest of this matchup. A pretty solid hand there for Azul. Found Artisan that can grab Charmander, and the big question here is just making sure you have the pieces to string together another Charizard EX. And if there's any turn here for Grant, this is the turn to try and play Iono and disrupt Azul out. But even with that, with 4 cards, you have so many ways to put together Rare Candy Charizard. I mean, putting aside, though, the fact that 2 of them are prized. There is still 1 more left in the deck, so that is something to note. Will be a little bit tough, though.
And now, this is the last rare candy available for Azul. He might be banking on finding one of those rare candies, but if memory serves me right, both rare candies are in the middle of the prize card. So, assuming he takes the bottom 2, he will not have access to rare candy afterwards. Now we're seeing the Artisan, now we're seeing the Quick Search. Azul making sure he checked for everything in the meantime, not grabbing that rare candy, instead choosing to grab the Charizard. And yep, there it is, the 2 rare candies in the middle. So after his Charizard gets knocked out, no rare candy for Azul.
And it's super small, and it seems sort of inconsequential, right? You're going to need to grab both. But it's actually smarter to grab Charizard here because the fact that you have 2 rare candy prized means that there's a higher chance of you finding the rare candy off the prizes. So it's those small little micro plays that separate the good players from the great players.
Indeed, that's like you play to your outs, right? You have a really high chance of finding a rare candy of your prize cards. Preemptively searching for the Charizard is pretty powerful. However, doesn't seem no rare candy chosen by Azul.
So it'll just be the 1 rare candy left, and now Azul takes the prize lead, going down to 4 prize cards. This does open up options for Grant to play cards like Counter Catcher. Now, I think this will be a great turn for Grant to actually go onto even prize cards here, right? Target down one of these Charmanders, take the prize card, and then from there, it's pretty simple. If your opponent takes 1 more prize card, then Pidgeot is now able to be knocked out. If not, the Charizard can be knocked out the following turn at any point. I feel like now is probably your best opportunity to go for it, especially because if you go to lower prizes this turn, it means next turn Iono is going to hit you a little bit harder than it would on the following 2 turns when your opponent's going to want to play it regardless.
Now, I think Grant, he's going to force Azul into a very interesting position. If Grant decides to attack with Pidgeot, that's 3 prizes taken, right? Then if Azul is able to establish the Charizard EX with a Vitality Band, he can get return KO on the Pidgeot. But then Azul will be at 3 prizes. All right, never mind. We're not doing that. We're letting the Charizard live.
Yeah, and honestly, I think what Grant wants to do here is you can attack with the Pidgeot, deal 120, and because you're at 4 prizes, this Pidgeot won't be knocked out, and it essentially just absorbs a hit because later on in the game, whether it's clean or not clean, it's going to be knocked out by a Charizard's Burning Darkness.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Very good play by Grant, making the most out of his resources as well. And also knows Azul has exhausted 2 of his 5 costing options at this point in time. And with them being tied in prizes, Counter Catcher is no longer an option for his upcoming turn. Now, I do have to wonder, though, by doing this, you're not forcing Azul to do, like you're not forcing anything out of Azul, right? They already have the Charizard set up, therefore they don't need to find a rare candy. They cannot whiff an attack, right? Sure, they can, I don't know, it's hard to put into words, but I sort of like taking down the Charizard to force another rare candy, force another Charizard EX from hitting or coming into play.
Oh, wow. We're actually going to see the Justified Gloves get removed off of this Charizard EX. That's a card we've been hyping up this entire match, and replacing that with Vitality Band. Why was that, Pablo?
I'd like to know myself. I would generally like to know myself. I feel like at some point, like what I was originally thinking was Grant takes a knockout on the Charizard, right? Goes down to 3 prizes. Azul responds with a Vitality Band knockout on the Pidgeot EX, maybe, right? Because he doesn't have a Charizard set up. And then Grant has now his Charizard EX fully set up, doing 330 damage with the Justified Gloves. Clearly, that is no longer an option. So I'd really love to ask Grant what he is cooking up here.
Maybe now regretting things a little bit. I mean, you got no other attacking choice, right? You got to attack with this Charizard. Burning Darkness, Grant going down to 4 prizes remaining, tying things up, but there is a heavily damaged Charizard over on Azul's side. So Grant pretty much has, as normalized at this point, an extra turn, right? An extra turn of damage in play as both players have evened things up. Azul will play a new Artisan, so placing the old one, or rather the Artisan was still in play, right? The Lost Vacuum, I thought for some reason the card, the only card that could be removed was that Artisan, but it was the Justified Gloves. And another Pidgey here. We've seen how important Quick Search is. Can't blame Azul for looking to get another one of those potentially established later on.
And Azul can't afford the rare candy resources, though, to do it. So I like it in terms of thinning, and Grant doesn't know that there's 2 rare candies priced, but a lot at stake at here. It's this matchup is way more complicated. Like, you thought Gardevoir mirrors were complicated. Try playing Charizard mirror matches.
That's the beauty of Pokemon, right? 2 decks, players is where things get different. So we'll see the quick search get played down, and it is going to be the Charizard EX coming into hand. Actually, I think the Charizard's... All right, is the Charizard there? It looks like... oh, yeah, just grabbing the Charizard, and yeah, we'll see the Arven get played down. So this can grab Rare Candy, put the second Charizard EX into play, and you can also grab Justified Gloves, have that around for later on, and I just have to keep pointing out, like, that resource not being available for Grant, it's a big deal. However, the way that kind of works out is if this is the Charizard taking damage, it most likely will be the one being knocked out, so the gloves would kind of be replaced anyways. So we'll see how big of an impact it truly has.
All right, so clearly Azul not taking a prize card this turn, right? Which is a really, really big deal. So what is Grant's game plan? Grant now has a knockout on this Charizard this upcoming turn and has potentially boss KO on this Pidgeot after Azul knocks out this Charizard the turn after. So Grant can win in these 2 turns with 2 cost effects, but needs to set up potentially another Charizard to do so. Can he cost and set up another Charizard? That is the question.
Let's see. Ultra Ball, tons of Pokemon that aren't needed. Has Fire Energy in hand too. I'm not sure that... So there is still Lumineon, and this is a position I think where it's okay to play Lumineon down. If you play Lumineon, you can grab... Oh, no, but you can't play Counter Catcher this turn, but I think that's still okay, right? You Lumineon for boss's orders. You then quick search for one of your 2 pieces, right, for next turn. But the biggest issue here is if Grant takes prizes, that opens up Counter Catcher, Pidgeot, Iono, and then from there, the Charizard is not taking a knockout on the opposing Charizard, and you see how things get really complicated as we near this end game.
Exactly, and I mean, I think a big piece that is missing here for Grant is the Charmeleon. Charmeleon is prized, so because like if you get the piece for this turn, you grab the Charmeleon, then you only need Charizard, right? But if you're getting Iono down to 2 cards, you're not getting Rare Candy Charizard off of those 2.
I guess Lumineon isn't even an option. It's not in the deck, so has
it's in
to
the
just...
hand.
Oh, it's in the hand.
Yeah, it's already in the hand.
Oh, okay, it's in the hand, so it will just be the boss. Now, a thing that's nice, I think the reason that, like, it's actually not terrible because I actually like holding Lumineon because it means if you find Ultra Ball off of the Iono, that can just find you the last boss's orders that way too. If your opponent's going to target the Pidgeot, you don't need to set up the Charizard. But this is why the Justify as gloves getting removed doesn't really make sense because if Pidgeot gets knocked out by Charizard, then the gloves gets you to 330.
Yeah, indeed. Very difficult situation for Grant. I think it's going to come down to what he draws off of an Iono. He's going to boss knock out the Charizard, right? That's a given. That's what happens. So will put himself at a boss KO on the Pidgeot after his own Charizard goes down and Azul takes 2 prizes, but he has a Charmander, not a second Charizard. That's going to be the big problem. If he gets Iono'd, I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, the gloves just not being an option is just the big thing, right? Because even if gloves is not played at this point, then you can maybe dig through your deck a little bit, right? Play Arven, play Quick Search, or just have this Charizard still available, like that last game where Arven was the out Azul needed to win. But we'll start things out with Artisan, just thinning the deck out, putting some Pokemon into play, or Level Ball, rather, getting this Jirachi. Here we go. We're entering the end game of Game 2. It's already been such a long set. We're down to 30 minutes. 45 minutes have already passed between both these players. We will see the Quick Search grabbed, and it is the Iono. So the question for me is, does Azul have the Counter Catcher to combine this, or does he just want to take out this Charizard in the active?
I would say you go after the Charizard, right? Because then Grant's going to have 2 cards plus the top deck plus Quick Search. Can Grant find Rare Candy, Charizard, and Boss's Orders onto the opponent's Pidgeot DX? There's no way, right? And that's why I really like either using the Pidgeot to take down the Charizard the previous turn.
So we did see Grant find boss, so that's one of the pieces there. But yeah, It's going to come down to this.
Has Mew, right? To
That's true. Mew is
potentially
there.
find Rare Candy or Ultra Ball.
No, Ultra Ball doesn't work, though, because you don't have
Oh,
the
yeah,
two
it's too
cards to
many.
discard.
It's too many discard. Yeah, too many cards to discard.
All right, here we go. Are the resources even? No, we're actually just going to see the Pidgeot come up into the active spot. Wait, there's Forest Sealstone. Can that get there? No, it doesn't make a difference, right? There's no V Pokemon in play.
Could Grant have benched a Rotom V the previous turn? And that would have gotten him there, right? He could have Quick Search for Charizard, for a Sealstone, for the Rare Candy, and played the boss's orders. I think that would have done it, right? That definitely would have done it.
And you couldn't have even brought the Mew up because there's only 2 energy in the deck, so there's no way to pivot the Mew out. Grant, with his back against the wall, I don't think there's a way. I mean, what's your play at this point, right? Hope your opponent doesn't have boss. Hoping is not an effective strategy against Pidgeot EX, and that's it. Grant's going to concede things up. His Bracket Demon takes him down yet again. Tragic, but that's how things go. Azul Garcia Griego advances to the finals here in San Antonio.
If the Charmeleon had been available and had been set up, Boss plus Charizard, Grant would have only needed 2 cards. If the Rotom had been played down, Grant would have only needed, or Grant would have had it, right? I mean, the chance of you drawing Boss are quite low, but dang, what a set we just saw. What a set. I mean, turns out getting rid of the Justified Gloves was fine, right? You were thinning your deck, which gave Grant the chance to draw that Boss, but he needed too many pieces at the end.
Yeah, it's either or, right? Justified Gloves or Boss, both of those cards work as intended, and what a back and forth set this was. On the edge of our seat, I mean, that game 1 looked terrible for Grant, but he almost pulled it back, right? Found the combination. Rare Candy Charizard, Vitality Band, Boss's orders, brought up this Pidgeot EX, and put himself in a solid position, but it was really just down to Azul, those last turn, right? Finding that crucial Arven to find himself the combination of Lost Vacuum and the Justified Glove to secure that final knockout.
That Arven top deck by Azul was incredible, and then that clutch boss on the Mew to make sure that he was sitting at 2 prize cards, putting Grant in a basically unwinnable situation. Well, actually, no. It was the Arven for the gloves
and
into the Lost Vacuum.
Yeah.
That was a clutch play. There it is.
And there it is. Grab both those pieces. As we went into game 2, Grant was able to go second. You see him just reeling back when you're that close, right? Keeping himself composed. Had an excellent start, but Azul going first was still able to set the board up. Was a little bit behind in tempo, but it's really not necessarily the end of the world with a deck like this. Grant had the position to win. It was on Grant to find the pieces, but just was unable to prepare the board in time, get the pieces necessary. Oh, so close, but yet so far. Finishing at top 4. So close to finally getting that regional win. I know it's coming for Grant one day, but it's not his time right now. Azul Garcia Griego advancing to the finals, where he'll be playing up against Grant Hayes. Giratina V-Star up against Charizard. How does that sound, Pablo?
I mean, I'm actually relishing this finals match because Azul has thrown so much shade to Giratina V-Star.
He
like
has.
Azul is Giratina V-Star's number infinite fan. Like he's not a fan of Giratina V-Star, and now he has to go up against it in the finals in what you would consider an unfavorable matchup, right?
Yeah, I mean, Giratina, Path to the Peak is a strong card, right? Pidgeot's your main engine, and Iono and Roxanne plus Path, and even Counter Catcher to bring up Pokemon, Lost Mine. Now, there is some cards to stop things. Jirachi and Manaphy is in the list, so that is something to note, but yeah. I mean, a fun fact to actually think about in this matchup, these 2 players actually played in Swiss in day 2, and Grant actually lost the match to Azul, so so far Azul is up 1-0 in this set. I mean, if you're Grant, does that make you feel a little bit more nervous going to this finals, knowing that already today, the score is down against you?
I mean, I feel like it comes down to how the game's played out, right? If it was like pretty close and Azul had the right tools to deal with your deck, then absolutely you're not relishing the chance that playing against him again. But things went wrong, right? Which I feel like on paper, yeah, having played the matchup, not being these 2 players, but having played the matchup quite a bit, that star Requiem V-Star is really powerful. The path to the peaks are really powerful, right? You don't need to deal with Pidgeot if you can shut it down. Or you can go counter catcher or boss, and Lost Impact does just enough damage to knock out that Pidgeot EX. So on paper, I feel like Giratina is a little favored, but of course there's so many more things than what the paper tells us.
Azul's got that plot armor. That's my counter argument to that.
Those top decks definitely showed the plot armor for sure.
Let's see how our predictions have shaped out. I mean, both of us are maybe not doing as well, but let's take a look at the caster predictions, see how everybody has turned out. I got no points on the board for Gardevoir. We've got 1 point on the board for Iron Hands, I guess, in the one we're right on, but Chip Ritchie's the one who's coming out on top when it comes to predictions. He's got one of the 2 finals decks. Seems like we got no Giratina V-Star believers here among the casters, though.
Yeah, Chip did get half of the top cut right? There were 2 Snorlaxes, 2 Charizards. Roaring Moon, we don't talk about that. But yeah, we're in for a treat, I think, here in this finals. Both very accomplished players, Azul with the higher accolades, of course, but Grant Hayes, having played against him, myself as well, incredibly skilled player. And I mean, like I said, the matchup on paper feels like it should favor Giratina, but once the cards are played, once the top decks are found, everything can change.
Everything can change. Ooh boy, I'm excited for this match. The anticipation is building up. So much on the line. A trip to Hawaii. Of course, both these players are already pretty close. I think Grant is about 200-ish points off the invite at this point, so this will put him in a very favorable spot to get nice and close. But the stipends, we don't talk about that a lot. These events are super important for the stipend race.
Yeah, certainly. We're in this new period, right, where players are battling it out in essentially a mini season within the season, right, where you can get 6 more cup wins, you can get 6 more challenge wins, and they will not count towards your global world championship invite, but you can get some stipends or travel awards for NAIC, right? This period concludes at EUIC, so if you do quite well, then you can earn yourself some nice cash for NAIC to help with your travel costs.
Well, Pablo, it all comes down to this. The Masters Division TCG Finals, Grant Hayes versus Azul Garcia Griego. The action is coming up right after this.
He leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.
It's been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years. And, well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international. Tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof. The hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V
no.
and
That is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down Carl's boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if he can wake up here, but I think Gabriel knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They'll go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here awaiting the grand finals of the San Antonio Pokemon TCG Regional Championships, but we are first going to check out the grand finals of the Cookie Championship of the TCG casters. I'm here with Eden Heggie. How are you feeling on your chances of the Cookie?
You know what? I just want to give a shout out to my roommate back in Japan. Franco, his favorite Pokemon is Rowlet, so all I'm saying is I hope I did my friend proud.
All right, let's take one last look at the cookies. and then we're going to see who ended up winning in the Twitch poll.
All right, let's take a look at these cookies. I mean, we got a little bit of a look at them, but I need to have a second look here. I have a second opinion and see who is the icing wizard. That is quite the thing. The Sphere looking good. A little bit of plate play there with that Poliwag. The Magnemite, maybe that's a shiny. I don't know if I've seen those prawn colors before, but you know what? There's a little new thing for everything. The Pokeball, okay. And definitely the most creative there.
Oh my gosh.
The Rowlet.
I don't fancy your chances, Ethan. I really
don't. Fancy my chances?
No, not at all.
You know what? As I once heard from somebody, I believe in the heart of the cards. I believe in the potential that I got. Let's see.
All right, let's see who won the Cookie San Antonio Regional Championship.
Show me it. Oh!
No
way! What?
How?
What?
How?
Yo! Let's go.
I mean, what?
Okay.
It feels like you struggled to even make it.
You can't say that, man. Dude, have you seen my Charizard?
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it.
Look, I put months of practice into that. From last time, I'm a changed man. I grew it up.
All right, so Ethan takes the crown. Congratulations to you, my friend.
Thank you, thank you.
I think we have our match ready to go. Let's go back to our casters for the finals for the regional championship.
Thanks so much, Pablo and Ethan. And all I got to say is Twitch chat's never allowed to vote on anything again. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Jeremy Jalen for our Masters Division Finals here in San Antonio, the largest regional championships to date. And it's going to be a super exciting match.
Oh, yeah. We just saw Azul take down Grant Manley 2-0. And has one more Grant to take down for his 6th regional win. Meanwhile, Grant Hayes looking for that very first regional win here for himself and that loss on Giratina.
Yeah, he got a 2-0 win over Cal Connor in top 8, a 2-0 win over Joseph Nawal and his Palkia deck in the semifinals. Can he get a victory over Azul GG in our grand final match? Only time will tell. Let's get down to the stage. I'm excited to see how this one will play out. Will it be Grant Hayes winning his first ever regional championships, getting the victory for the first time ever, or will it be Azul GG becoming a 6-time regionals winner?
Let's go ahead and take a look at Azul's accomplishments. There's going to be plenty.
Yeah, he has plenty to choose from, right? International champion, international finalist, most recently that world's top 4, and this does not even include his 5 regional wins.
Yeah, already having that invite locked for Honolulu, hoping for that 2nd and 3rd through the win and championship points, playing that Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX deck that has been atop the format for the past few weeks. Meanwhile, Grant Hayes taking a look, LAIC top 32 just this past month, EUIC top 64, Charlotte Regional top 32, and Vancouver Regional top 16.
Yeah,
again, looking to close it out.
Yeah, Grant's got a top 8 in there as well somewhere along the way. He had a really solid season last year, and he's been a consistent competitor in the North American region. Had some solid IC finishes as well, but this crown would without a doubt be his biggest accomplishment. Of course, playing that Giratina V-Star deck. Something that seems to come and go with the format. Grant did play this deck at LAIC. He got a top 32 finish there, decided to stick with it for this first North American Regionals.
Definitely on paper has a good matchup facing against Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX. Just the ability to star Requiem, take that big one-hit KO when you need to is going to be very important here. And wow, 3 Fire Energy, 2 Arven, and a Pidgey for Azul in the prize cards. Meanwhile, Grant, 2 Colossus Experiment.
Yeah, a pair of powerful supporters for each of our 2 finalists. Gonna be a little awkward. Definitely a bigger deal for Grant Hayes. Colossus Experiment is so vital to Giratina's strategy. And then on Azul's side, prizing that many Fire Energy with Charizard is really, really annoying. You only need 2 to attack with your Charizard EX, and Azul is playing 7 copies of basic Fire Energy, but he needs a couple here and there to retreat, move his board around, get Mew out of the active, whatever it may be. And speaking of that Mew, he has started it as we are kicking off our final match. Azul GG going first using Mysterious Tail, and right away that first card revealed, that powerful Battle VIP Pass.
No, this is going to be pretty great for Azul's setup. Going first, not having access to Arven like these decks usually like to do by going second. Finding that Battle VIP pass will definitely help out. And here we're going to see, yeah, Azul's going to notice a few fire energy missing a little bit.
Yeah, and this tells me that Grant Hayes won the coin flip and chose to go second. That is what you want to do in this matchup. Both decks want to go second because it is so vital for the Charizard deck to have a turn to be able to use Arven to get your board set up. And then as the Giratina player, if you make the Charizard deck go first, their setup is going to be much, much worse because they can't play Arven. And then you also give yourself the opportunity to get a turn 1 KO with Cramorant. This Battle VIP pass able to bring down a Charmander and a Pidgey. Azul is being thorough here, taking a moment to check the prize cards.
Taking a quick look at the deck. Those 4 fire energy are going to be vital. Like you were saying, needing to retreat the Mew in the active spot, that's usually the strategy that these Charizard decks take, where you get your first Charizard EX with Infernal Rain, get your 2 energy on that Charizard, and 1 in the active so you can retreat it. That means Azul's going to be left with 1 energy to work with until you start taking some prize cards here. Thankfully, against a deck like Lost Zone Giratina, you're able to take those prize cards pretty easily on stuff like Comfey.
Something as well that's going to be important for Azul to find a balance with is how he manages his bench, because he's got a couple of tech Pokemon in his list that are really strong into this matchup. He's got the Jirachi, which protects your benched Pokemon from taking damage from basic Pokemon's attacks that would place damage counters, so basically protecting you against Sableye. And he's also got that Manaphy, which can turn off the ability for Grant Hayes to go for a Moonlight Shuriken.
Who needs Arven when you start Battle VIP Pass 4 Sealstone Rotom V?
That's what you'd get off the Arven anyway.
And we're going to end the turn with an instant charge. Pretty good turn 1, albeit going first for Azul here. It's going to be up to Grant to see if he can combo together a pretty good turn. You do have that path to the Peak Stadium, which is ever so important in this matchup.
A huge part of this matchup for sure. The thing for Grant is, will he be able to find a Chorus's Experiment? He has no clue that 2 are in the prize cards. Is going to choose to ditch the Mirage Gate, such a powerful card, but choosing instead to hang on to the Pokegear. Has a Nest Ball in hand as well, can go get another basic Pokemon out of the deck. And he's got a few different things he can do here. We can end the turn with a Cramorant, potentially going for the Spit Innocently, and he could also end the turn with an Abyss Seeking. And with the whiff on the Pokegear not finding a supporter, I feel like Abyss Seeking is the more likely outcome.
Yeah, we do have a Nest Ball and Jet Energy in hand, so Jet Energy can bring forth that Giratina V to use that Abyss Seeking, but if you do that, you're not going to have another Comfey in play. And no access to Battle VIP Pass in this hand, at least so far for Grant Hayes here.
Has the opportunity to dig a little bit more. I believe there is a switch card in hand, so Nest Ball could bring down a Comfey here. We also could see that Radiant Greninja be worked into play. Already a Giratina V in the hand. The nice thing about using Abyss Seeking here is that you know your Giratina is not getting knocked out immediately. It's got a beefy 220 HP, and the most Azul could do next turn would be 190 with his Burning Darkness plus a Vitality Band.
Grant taking some time to make sure to check his prizes as well. We'll see a couple Chorus Experiment missing, and that is the most vital supporter in the early game for this Lost Zone Giratina deck, outside of something like a Roxanne for late game.
And the Nest Ball will yield a Comfey. A switch card in hand could lead to yet another Flower Selecting. It's going to be difficult for Grant to find a Chorus. There's only 2 in the deck. Let's see if he can make it happen. The most important card in this deck. And I don't see one from these 2. It looks like a Super Odd and something else. You do have to be really mindful of those recovery cards. They are pretty vital in the late game.
Looked like Countercatcher was the choice of that Flower Selecting. And here we see Jet Energy combined with Path to the Peak. So Abyss Seeking will help boost up that Lost Zone a little bit here. But those 4 cards not doing very much. You got that Radiant Greninja and Roxanne along with...
It's a Giratina V.
Yeah.
And I think an Escape Rope. And it looks like Grant has chosen to hang on to the Giratina V and an Escape Rope for now. Losing Radiant Greninja means Azul never has to worry about putting Manaphy into play. He's probably thankful for that. And then also a Roxanne going down means Grant only has 1 more to work with. We kick things over to Azul, who's playing a level ball to start, letting him search his deck for any Pokemon with 90 HP or less, adding it to the hand. Charmander being the grab was an option to potentially get a Charmeleon, but you got to think that Charmander on the bench, he really wants to make that a Charizard this turn.
Is going to want a stadium bump or a way to get that Path to the Peak out of play, and at least with the way the hand is looking, not available right now.
It's
we'll
pretty
have to
awkward.
rely off of a Mysterious Tail, finding something like Lost Vacuum.
Lost Vacuum could be nice, or getting the rare candy works as well because he has access to his V-Star power. He can use that Star Alchemy to go get a stadium. So finding the rare candy here with the Charizard already in hand, Azul is going to have the pieces to pull off the attack this turn.
Now looking through the list, there is no escape rope for Azul here, so no way to take a prize on something like a Comfey. We'll just have to damage that Giratina V, but it is a very good position to damage it right now with just 4 in the Lost Zone for Grant. No real avenue without a Colress's Experiment to get Mirage Gate live.
It would definitely feel a little sketchier if Grant had gotten to 6 that turn. If he had gone 2 Comfey, Abyss Seeking, plus Colress's Experiment. That would mean he only needs 1 Colress and 2 Comfeys on this following turn in order to pull the full playoff. As it stands, Azul definitely does not feel like his Charizard will be KO'd on the next turn, so he is going to go this route. Rare Candy into that Pidgeot with the powerful Quick Search ability, using that Forest Seal Stone, that Star Alchemy V-Star power. Probably going to grab the counter stadium. Could be a Lost City, could be a collapsed stadium. Lost Vacuum is an option as well. Which do you think he's going to go with, Jeremy?
It's looking like that Lost City, but this is a card that's very good going into this matchup just because you're able to, while you do increase your opponent's Lost Zone count, you get to kind of get rid of some of those pesky Pokemon throughout the game.
Yeah, it can be nice to get rid of some one-of Pokemon like Cramorant. You know, if Grant was to Lost Zone, a Sableye, and Azul could Lost Zone the other one, that would be nice. But this matchup really just comes down to Giratinas swinging into Charizards and Charizards swinging into Giratinas. A little bit of a 2-hit KO war. Azul needing to be mindful of these energy cards. By retreating one off this Mew, he only has 1 left in the deck. He will be taking a prize card shortly, but not this turn.
And with that Forest Seal Stone, Azul was able to Pidgeot, Lost City, and Charizard, building up this board just like that.
A heck of a turn to when you're going first with this Charizard deck. This is not something you expect to pull off all that often when you go first. You don't really have as strong of a setup, but Azul was able to pull it out and hits for 180 damage. On to Grant Hayes' turn. Draw for turn is that basic water energy. Radiant Greninja would be so nice to get a little bit of extra card draw with concealed cards. Unfortunately, Grant felt like the Escape Rope and the Giratina V were better to hang on to off the Abyss Seeking.
And here we do see that Escape Rope going to push forth the Comfey, and with the way Grant's hand is, really is going to have to rely on this one flower selecting at least to try to find something more to do.
Debating what he wants to promote here. It looks like it will be the Mew. This becomes a pretty easy prize card for the Cramorant, so Azul must feel all right with that being a potential outcome here for Grant.
Another Path to the Peak found off this flower selecting is not going to really do much right now. Azul kind of got everything he needed already, and this is not looking like a good start for Grant here in a, on paper, positive matchup.
Still no Colress's Experiment at this point. Is he going to just retreat to this other Comfey, flower selecting once more? Is he just going to pass with this Comfey active? He doesn't have a Cramorant out in his hand. He doesn't have a Colress, we know.
I think there's a argument for Grant to retreat in Abyss Seeking this turn. You get 7 in the Lost Zone. You do give up your 2 prize cards, but it would turn on your counter catchers.
It's true.
And
he has another Giratina V in his hand as well.
Yeah. And I think that's what Grant is debating here. Already motioned for the retreat, just deciding what to bring up here. And as long as you can get to 10 next turn, that would be the magic number.
Yeah, getting at least to 7 could mean you could counter catch or KO the Pidgeot with the combo of Mirage Gates and enough basic energy cards.
Wow.
And it looks like he is going for just that play, Jeremy. A few energy hitting the Lost Zone, though. It's always awkward to have to lose energy through things like Abyss Seeking and Colress and not through Lost Impact.
Yeah, I think it was like Boss's Orders, Double Jet Energy, Grass Energy. That is not a kind of Abyss Seeking you want to see if you are Grant or a fan of his or Giratina in general. Meanwhile, Azul just continuing on, doing Azul things. Mysterious Tail able to be used to find that rare candy and can get another Charizard, but only 1 fire energy left in the deck. Maybe you don't even want to use it right now.
Yeah, he also needs to bump this stadium as well if he wants to pull off the Charizard play. So it will be an Iono choosing to use the Mysterious Tail before going for the Iono. A little surprised to see that. could have left himself the option to find. I think he's probably doing that because if he found Lost Vacuum, there's something else he would have liked to have done with that hand. So I guess that makes sense. But off this draw of 6, I do not see a counter stadium.
Couple Ultra Ball and a few things to discard if you want. Azul can go ahead and grab a Charmeleon, just set up that Charmander for a potential Charizard in the future. But this has been an awkward hand, at least this turn for Azul. Not able to really couple together an attack. The only real way to retreat is the 1 Fire Energy left in the deck. So looking like he's just passing the turn, and Grant bought himself a turn with that Abyss Seeking, but a Super Rod off the top is not going to help at all.
It's not too often that you see Escape Rope successfully buy you a turn, and that is exactly what happened for Grant Hayes. This could be exactly what he needs to get back in this game. He does have Mirage Gate in the hand, but he is also holding on to a bunch of energy cards. Does he have enough to go for a knockout? No, it looks like it will just be an Abyss Seeking. Didn't have a way to move this Giratina out of the active. Battle VIP Pass, an easy choice to Lost Zone, and Sableye really doesn't come up as often in this matchup as you may think.
Yeah, especially with that Jirachi from Paradox Rift, really putting a hamper into that Lost Mine plan for a lot of these Lost Zone decks. Granted, Azul doesn't have it right now, but it is very accessible to him throughout the game.
Azul was not even able to use Instant Charge with Rotom thanks to Path to the Peak being in play. You can see just how vital that Stadium card is for Grant Hayes' strategy. Now, this Mysterious Tail being utilized, looking at the top 6 cards, trying to find any item card. It will be a level ball, once again, allowing Azul to get any Pokemon with 90 HP or less. We could see that Jirachi come out. We could see the second Charmander. We could even see the Charmeleon. Plenty of options, and it looks like Charmeleon is being eyed up to the front.
The one good news for Azul in this hand is he did draw into Arven, which will be able to search for Lost Vacuum, get that Path to the Peak out of play, and then you can start utilizing your quick searches or Infernal Rains however you want to. But again, 1 Fire Energy left in the deck. Azul's going to need to start taking some prizes to hit those Fire Energy for future attacks.
He's debating getting the Jirachi here, wants to respect the potential of that Sableye to come out next turn for Grant, but will ultimately land on the Charmeleon. It's so tough in these spots to know what the right play is when your opponent has so many options sitting across from you. This Charmeleon will now boost up to 90 hit points once it evolves, and that Arven can get the Lost Vacuum exactly like you said. I love the sequencing as well from Azul to go for the Mew before going for the Arven.
Yeah, just in case you hit that Lost Vacuum, you can Arven for something else, or even save your supporter, maybe play a Boss's Orders to damage that Giratina V-Star on the bench. But again, this has been a pretty good recovery turn for Azul here. Still going to need to get out of the active spot.
He should be able to do it. It will be a little costly. He's going to have to evolve into a Charizard to make it happen. I guess he maybe doesn't have to evolve into a Charizard. He could just quick search for the energy and then discard it by retreating. He has Super Rod in hand, so then he could Super Rod the energies back in and then immediately go for the Charizard. Also could go for the Charmeleon, like we mentioned, and just play it a little slow, try to get more value from his Infernal Rain on the next turn.
And honestly, yeah, I was thinking about maybe an attack with the Charmander, but it's the different one for sure.
Yeah, if he could have evolved the other one and, had a different Charmander, you can maybe work in the cheeky 1 prize KO, but as it stands, going down with this Charizard seems okay, but Grant Hayes is threatening a Star Requiem this turn if he can find a Colress's Experiment, and we do have to admit that has been the awkward thing for Grant thus far in this match. Azul GG strikes first, taking the first 2 prize cards, going up 4-6. Grant Hayes, how does he respond? It's just the promotion of the Giratina.
In promotion of the Giratina, you have 10 in the Lost Zone, the Psychic Energy in hand. So with that, that is the Star Requiem V-Star power for the knockout.
He does also have Counter Catcher, so there is potentially a world where you go after the Pidgeot. The Charizard deck really starts to crumble when it doesn't have Pidgeot in play. It is vital to its strategy. So I think for Grant, going after it makes some sense, but if you can disrupt Azul, take out this Charizard, and play a Path to the Peak, it almost accomplishes the same thing. The problem is Grant is already down 2 Path. He only is playing 3 in his list.
Now, Grant does have access to the first Mirage Gate of the game, able to search for 2 basic energies, attach them to that Giratina V-Star. So now you do have the option to take the knockout on Pidgeot EX, like you were saying. but you still want to save that Star Requiem for Charizard EX.
Absolutely, yeah. Taking out a Charizard with 330 hit points without having to actually deal any damage to it, you just straight up knock it out, is absolutely very strong. This Nest Ball can fetch out potentially Cramorant. That's something that can be nice as a one-prize attacking option to soften up the second Charizard EX. And that's usually going to be Grant's prize map in this matchup. He wants to one-hit KO one Charizard, Cramorant plus Giratina another Charizard, and then Giratina a Pidgeot EX.
Important to get that Giratina V on the bench so you can get it to a V-Star as soon as possible, along with that Cramorant. We do see an Iono, so it will put Azul down to 4, but the Countercatcher being saved for future use going to the bottom of Grant's deck.
Still no Colress's Experiment played for Grant, by the way.
Who needs one?
6 cards drawn on his side. It will just be 4 for Azul. And Grant is able to find that last path to the peak. An absolutely massive draw here off of the Iono. Azul limited on his Stadium Bump resources. He's already used a Lost Vacuum, already used a different counter Stadium. But Grant not choosing to go for that Star Requiem.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Just hits with the Lost Impact. I wonder, did he have 10 in the Lost Zone? I'm not sure if he actually was quite there.
At least our counter
yeah, has it up
said
to
it
10.
was 10.
Yeah, he used Abyss Seeking 3 times, Comfey 3 times. That's 9, right?
I guess we'll get some clarification, but Azul does have the last Lost Vacuum in hand, so he will be able to get rid of that path to the peak and get use out of that Quick Search and potential Infernal Rains.
They want to count to the Lost Zone 4, 8, 12, 13 now. So yeah, he was at 10. Really kind of perplexing to not just go for the knockout. I guess not wanting to fuel the Charizard KO could be the play. So what Grant is going for here is he wants this Charizard to be the one that he 2-hit KOs, hits it for 280 with a Giratina, cleans it up with the Cramorant or potentially a Sableye, and then he's able to Star Requiem a next Charizard and then Lost Impact to Pidgeot.
I guess it also means your Giratina V on the bench is safe from another
That's
boss
exactly
knockout.
it, yeah.
Because you're not giving that extra damage boost for that Charizard EX. Now, Azul, having bumped the path, does have access to Quick Search here.
Yeah, really fortunate for Azul. He was able to find that second Lost Vacuum, getting path out of play, able to use Quick Search. Any one single card now added to his hand. He does have 1 energy in the deck, I believe. He had Super Rod in his hand previously with 2 in the discard pile. Maybe could have used the Super Rod. I don't think he did he?
I don't believe so.
And we see 7 cards drawn.
Yeah, Professor Research was found off the Quick Search, a great way to refuel this hand, and did find a Super Rod.
Yeah, and has Ultra Ball as well with some rare candy. So we could see a Charizard come into play now. Doesn't even need the rare candy with that Charmeleon in play as well. Super Rod can put back 1, 2 energy cards, I believe is all that is in the discard pile.
No need for that Manaphy with Radiant Greninja gone.
Ultra Ball can definitely get rid of one of those rare candy. Azul was also able to find the Jirachi, but he does not have a space on his bench to put it down at the moment.
And that's definitely going to be a little worrisome, especially with Sableye looming from Grant's deck. No bench space for that Jirachi. There's 50 damage left on that Charizard EX. That is enough to take a knockout on that Charizard and Charmander, but if you do that, it's going to boost that Burning Darkness up to 270. A Vitality Band will make it to 80. That's enough to take a knockout on a V-Star.
Exactly. Azul will just have to swing into this Giratina. It's going to be another 2-hit KO onto a Tina. He is just fine with that, though, in this spot. Definitely still in a solid position. Let's see what Grant Hayes is able to do. I think he finally has a Colress Experiment in the
Finally.
hand.
Option is, though, you definitely can play it now, but you're already past that point where you need to build up that Lost Zone. You're just trying to find cards now.
Exactly. Definitely what he's going to be looking for. And we do see, brought to the front right there, the Sableye coming down with the Nest Ball and Mirage Gate, a card he would love to see off of this future Colress Experiment. Just thinking through exactly how many outs he has available. The awkward thing is that this Giratina might be difficult to move out of the active spot.
Yep. Only playing 5 switch outs, at least with the items. 2 of them are Switch Cart, which you cannot use because the Giratina is not a basic Pokemon. Can also rely on something like Jet Energy, but if you do that, you're not able to attach the Psychic for the turn to Sableye. You might need to use Mirage Gate.
Colress is going to ditch a Giratina V-Star and another Giratina V. You play a 3-3 line, but you really only need a 2-2 throughout the course of the game. With this deck, though, you're going to have to Lost Zone some cards, so totally makes sense that you would still play that thicker line. And it's for this example right here, just being able to get rid of them pretty freely.
So there is a Switch Cart Jet Energy in hand, but you can't attach the Jet Energy and then attach the Psychic Energy to Lost Mine. Is the 3 prizes really going to even matter, though? You can just Jet Energy the Cramorant to the active, take the knockout, and still go with your game plan of Star Requiem Charizard, and then Lost Impact, either the Pidgeot EX or Rotom V.
Yeah, can at least look with this Comfey here. Worst case scenario, you go for the Cramorant. You also could find a Mirage Gate, so you can still accelerate an energy to the Sableye. We do see that Comfey sending one more card to the Lost Zone, gets rid of an Escape Rope, and now the retreat into the Cramorant. Grant Hayes is going to tie the game up, and very importantly here, he is attacking with a single prize Pokemon, not putting a 2-prizer in harm's way.
It's going to force Azul to find a boss's orders with that quick search from Pidgeot EX, and not having to worry about Paths of the Peak anymore is going to be very beneficial here. But the one thing to note too, just draw on the boss's orders. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you don't have to quick search for it if you're just able to find it on the top of the deck. Azul is really having to think through what he wants to try and establish here. He does have a rare candy in hand, so he could rare candy into another Charizard, but he's only got 1 fire energy in the deck. I kind of feel like as Azul, you know, since he's already used his Super Rod, he kind of needs to take this 2-prize KO and then cross his fingers and hope to take an energy off the prizes. That might be what it comes down to.
We see the quick search here. Azul's eyeing down that Charizard EX.
Yeah, knocking out this Cramorant is not going to help Azul really much at all. I think he wants to get around it if he can.
Now, Azul does have the Collapse Stadium in hand. It's something you don't really want to play now because that will allow Grant to discard that heavily damaged Giratina V-Star on the bench. Be pretty good to play after bringing it to the active.
Yeah, try to limit Grant just a little bit. Force him maybe to discard a Comfey, most likely.
There also was a route to maybe grab that Jirachi with quick search, play the Collapse Stadium, get rid of Rotom. Just the liability that's been on the bench.
Azul is able to find a fire energy off the prizes, down to just 2 remaining now, but was not able to get another Charizard in play, and he is going to need a lot this coming turn. What Grant Hayes' play, I think, is going to be is to just attack with the Giratina into this active Charizard and Roxanne or Iono and cross your fingers that Azul does not have the rare candy Charizard pieces. He is out of Path to the Peak at this spot, so he can't slow down the Pidgeot in that way. Counter Catcher is active, so there is a world where he could bring up the Pidgeot EX. The problem there is that if he does that and takes a 2-prize KO, Azul's going to be able to knock out that Giratina in response.
Yeah, Burning Darkness definitely scales as the game goes on, and the more you take knockouts, the more Charizard is going to come back and hit even harder. Now, Grant bringing up the Sableye kind of gives away that there's not much going on in his hand. Maybe you're going to Lost Mine this turn.
Yeah, I think he must be planning to go for a Lost Mine, maybe a Counter Catcher plus Lost Mine stall strategy. Force Azul to have a energy to retreat and a boss's orders. And even if Azul has boss orders, he actually doesn't win the game instantly, right? Because Grant would not be taking prizes with this play. It looks like he's thought through it, and I think has maybe found his best strategy.
The only problem is that Lost Mine does not take 2 prize cards this turn.
Sure.
Is going to have to kind of set up some KOs for the future.
I think that's what he's got to go for, though. As awkward as it may sound, he may need to go Sableye, Counter Catcher, spread some damage, try to disrupt Azul, and then next turn do the same thing all over again. Get the Sableye back if he can, and just hope to stick Azul in an awkward spot where he can't move his active Pokemon.
Now, usually I'm used to seeing these Giratina V-Star decks playing just 3 Paths to the Peak. There is 4 in Grant's list. Has he played all 4?
No, I think he has only played 3. So there is a chance another one is still hiding around in this list.
If he could find that off the top, that'd be great. Shut off that quick search And I guess that is the reasoning why Azul held on to that collapsed stadium.
Yeah, so he does indeed have 4 Path to the Peak. That is massive, and it is for this matchup exactly, for situations like this one.
The players taking a look through each other's discards. There's been so many cards played. There's at least almost half of the, or a third of the deck in the loss zone for Grant with 16.
No Path to the Peak found off the Roxanne. He did get the counter catcher, so that's one piece of the puzzle he was looking for, but no path to slow down the Pidgeot.
Well, I think he had the counter catcher in hand prior to the Roxanne.
Regardless, now he's thinking of going for it. Could just Lost Mine as well. Azul, however, if he just gets a Lost City this turn, that's pretty good. What Azul might need to do is just... I was going to say put another Charizard in play, but that is not going to be an option. He definitely now would like to bench another Charmander, and he does find an Ultra Ball from the top. He would have to discard his whole hand, however, if he wanted to get another Charmander set up.
So Azul has a boss's orders in hand. You could quick search for the Vitality Band. Was it still available to him?
It is. Oh, it may not be, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that would have been enough, right? Boss's orders, Vitality Band. Let's see if was the band in the deck? No way he would have missed that. Yeah, no Vitality Band.
Oh,
no, it was in the
there.
deck.
That would have been game.
Yeah, that would have closed it out. Grant Hayes taking a prize card last turn would mean that Burning Darkness deals 270 damage with the Vitality Band, 280. Yeah, he had Boss's orders off of that disruption from Grant. All he needed to do was quick search for the Vitality Band. As it stands, he is now trying to find a different answer.
Definitely a little bit of a misstep here, but Azul's still in a good position to try and close out this game, but needs to set up another Charizard.
Thinking of the Charmander for that exact reason. Not able to Lost City, I do not believe. Would have been nice to get rid of this Sableye. Not mandatory by any means.
And again, in Pokemon, once you start shuffling your deck from a search, that means your search is complete. Azul really debating there if this Charmander was the right grab off this quick search. But there's no going back now.
Yep, he's committed. And that's the card he has chosen. He does leave Grant with just a 3-card hand here.
Charmander hits the bench. 2 Fire Energy in the hand for Azul, so nothing much out of this quick search other than that.
And Azul is potentially going to need a lot next turn. Rare Candy into a Charizard EX.
No, I mean, so does Grant. Has 0 energy in play after this knockout. Has 2 Psychic in hand along with a switch card. Jet Energy.
Okay.
This is going to be a big flower selecting.
Finds a Mirage Gate, but I don't know how many energy cards are in the deck. I don't know if he has played a Super Rod yet this game. There's definitely a few in the discard pile. I guess he doesn't have Radiant Greninja in play, so not quite as many energy cards as you would be used to have made their way into the discard pile.
The thing I'm worried about is the 2 Psychic in hand.
It looks like he does have enough, though. 2 Psychic in hand, and he's got a Grass and a Water in the deck.
But do you have the Retreat?
He does have a switch card, so he is ready to go. We got this set up to be able to take the KO on this Charizard. Can go for the Star Requiem, keep the energy on this Tina so that all he has to do is Lost Impact any single Pokemon for his final KO.
And here we see that switch card, Giratina V-Star, brought up to the active Star Requiem. Even though you have the knockout with Lost Impact, you want to save those energy in play for sure. If Azul gets another Charizard in play, it's game over anyway.
It's going to come down to this. If Azul GG is able to find Rare Candy and a Charizard, he'll be able to take the knockout on this Giratina. And if he does not, Grant Hayes can KO anything to take his final singular prize card. Counting the deck, making sure he knows exactly how many cards are available. And the flip of the V-Star marker, the Star Requiem, 1 single prize left for Grant Hayes. It's going to be on the top deck here for Azul. Here. He has a Rare Candy in the hand.
Wow.
Does he have the Charizard in the deck? That is the only question. And if he does, he will be able to take this KO and win the game, moving up 1-0 in our final match.
What a close last couple of turns for both of our players there. Azul able to pull out all the stops there, finding the Rare Candy from the prize cards, and able to search for that Charizard EX, take the victory. Although I think he would have had it that last turn.
I think he may have as well. There is a chance that he kind of tunnel visioned on a different line of play. That happens to the best of players. You really get just focused on one thing that you really think you have to do, that you can miss what may seem like the more obvious strategy to win the game.
Granted everything he could to try and set up that victory position on the board with that Giratina V-Star, but just unfortunate draws earlier in the game. Not able to find Colress's Experiment due to 2 of them being prized. There was 3 really bad Abyss Seekings from Grant's Giratina V there, and just was on the back foot basically the entire game. Able to take the knockout with a Cramorant after using Lost Impact to damage that Charizard, but Boss's orders up that Giratina V-Star, taking the knockout, put Azul down to 2.
Yeah, and I think Grant played this out super well overall. I mean, he was playing around Burning Darkness as best as he could. I guess this turn you can make an argument that maybe he shouldn't have KO'd this Charmander, because it would have turned on the ability for Azul to potentially win the game with a boss plus the Vitality Band. But as it stands, Grant still had a realistic chance. Azul was just able to get the cards he needed to close out that game 1.
This has been a close game for both of these players. Azul up this first game. Gonna be going first most likely yet again in this matchup due to the nature of both of these decks.
Trying to see if there's a basic Pokemon. Looks like Azul does find a Pidgey. And that hand looked a little awkward. We'll see exactly how things play out.
Oh, no.
That Rotom in the prizes and 4 energy card for Grant. 2 boss for Azul. It kept getting worse.
Listen, that's the Pokemon TCG. You have those prize cards, and sometimes, basically a lot of the times we've seen throughout this weekend, they definitely hurt.
But, you know, as a Pokemon player, all you can do is play with the cards you are dealt, and prizing is a mechanic of the game. You got to just work with what you have access to. It's definitely a skill to try to adapt to. And this hand really looking pretty weak for Azul. Has just an Ultra Ball, I think.
Yeah, 2 Ultra Ball, 2 Charizard, a Pidgeot EX, Charmeleon, and a Fire Energy.
And this is one of the examples of why going second with this deck is so strong. If Azul could just go Ultra Ball for Luminion, he would have a full board set up. He'd be able to get a bunch of Charmander, a bunch of Pidgeys, and then if Rotom wasn't prized, he could instant charge to close out the turn. Of course, Rotom being prized means he's not going to be able to go for that line. As it stands, Ultra Ball probably for a Charmander. There is a world, and this does come up sometimes, where as the Charizard player, you just have to get Mew. Retreat into the Mew, go for the Mysterious Tail, and cross your fingers.
I mean, that's what we've seen a lot of the times with Gardevoir in the past, just relying on that Mysterious Tail, saying, yeah, I'm going to hit it anyway. Find that Battle VIP Pass, and then I'm all set from there. And with the way Azul's hand is, you might be forced into that, and I think Azul agrees with us.
It is basically mandatory to get a Charizard or a Charmander into play this turn, so you can try to find a turn 2 Charizard. But Azul, you know, he's not someone who's going to play by his feelings. He's going to play by the numbers, and he knows that his highest % chance to win the game involves putting this Mew into the active, going for the Mysterious Tail, and hoping to find a Battle VIP Pass to get set up.
Yeah, and with attaching to the Pidgey to retreat to the Mew, the only cards left in Azul's hand is going to be Ultra Ball, Pidgeot EX, and Charizard EX. Already had to discard 1 Charizard EX, and we knew from last game there was just 1 left in the deck to take the game.
No VIP
6 cards
pass
here,
just
no
yet.
items yet.
6th and final card, no hit at all on that Mew. He has an Ultra Ball in his hand. I don't think you can play that one.
Even just finding an item to grab to discard with the Ultra Ball so you can keep something like the Pidgeot EX, having to discard it here to find a Charmander, maybe Luminion to grab that Professor's Research for next turn. Looks like that's exactly it.
And this is Azul playing around the Path to the Peak on Grant's end. If Grant was to put a Path to the Peak in play, Azul would just be really preying on the top deck. If he at least goes and gets Professor Research here, even though he doesn't get a Charmander out this turn, he gives himself a shot to make something happen on the next.
And I guess with Grant starting that Giratina V, it's a little less likely for a big turn 1 flower selecting combo to get that Cramorant up and attacking.
Oh my, look at this hand, Jeremy. A bunch of Path, a bunch of Mirage Gate, 1 single Nest Ball, no switch cards, no Colress. Does have the Jet Energy. So I think this turn is going to come down to Nest Ball for Comfey.
No, I just like Abyss Seeking.
Okay. Save the Nest Ball.
Yeah, you already saw Azul didn't have a Charmander in play. You can basically play a turn slower. Abyss Seeking, try to find Colress's Experiment, or just some sort of gameplay with this hand, these 4 cards going to be pretty big, and ooh, that's not it.
We've got a scrappy game 2 here in the finals. Things not going according to plan for either of our players, but honestly, these are some of my favorite games of the Pokemon TCG. Anyone can learn how to battle VIP pass and get your best basic Pokemon in play so that you know exactly what you want to do on the next turn, but it takes real skill to navigate these scrappy positions.
Yeah, these are the games in testing where I see a lot of players just say, oh, yeah, my hand's bad. Let's move on to the next game.
Yeah.
I'm not going to test this, but this is where it comes in handy with all of that gameplay knowledge.
The draw for turn from Azul was a Charmander. 1 turn a little later than he would have liked, but ends up being A-okay. Puts it into play. Finds himself a few Battle VIP pass. Once again, a turn too late. A Level Ball can find yet another Charmander, and he will still have Mysterious Tail to work with.
Does have that Artizone to bump that Path to the Peak for the following turn if you want.
Yeah, probably doesn't want to do it this turn,
Yeah,
right?
no. And Super Rod as well, so you could shuffle back in those Charizard EX, that Pidgeot EX, or even that Charmeleon.
Yeah, so many Pokemon already in the discard pile. Super Rod really is used in this deck most often to just put back energy cards. You use the energies to retreat, get your pivots around the board, and you need them to get your Charizards attacking. You've got 3 Charizard, you usually only need 2 throughout the course of a game. Well, Azul's already got 2 in the discard pile, so Charizard is absolutely going to have to come back with that Super
what
Rod.
is going on with these
Another
mysterious
whiff
tails?
off of the Mew, unable to find any single item card to add to this hand.
More like mysterious fails. I'm sorry.
I'm going to make you sit on that one for a second.
Does have a Rare Candy in hand, but no evolution. Rare Candy Pidgeot EX would have been amazing here with that path bump in hand. It just passes the turn back to Grant, who finds a Battle VIP pass of his own.
Both of these players being just 1 turn later than they would normally like with that powerful card. Grant, now playing the Nest Ball, will do his first deck search. It looks like all 4 of his Colress were down at the bottom of the deck. Going to be a little while before he saw any of those pieces, but now Comfey can be added to this hand. Not sure if he had a switch card or not.
I think there was a Jet Energy that he found off the Abyss Seeking.
And Jet Energy is really one of the strongest switch cards because it is 2 for 1. You get to bring a Comfey to the active, and you get to retreat that energy off so you can bring something else up afterwards.
But Grant is going to have to rely heavily on this one single Comfey there, found off the Nest Ball, to be able and find something like a Colress's Experiment. It has been evading him pretty much all of these early games.
Jet Energy brings it to the active. Flower selecting, looking at the top 2.
Switch cart Mirage Gate, not going to do
That
it.
is not a Colress Experiment. Are we going to see yet another Abyss Seeking? It looks like it.
Diving deeper into the Abyss is Grant Hayes here. And again, those 4 cards not doing anything for Grant.
Still no Colress. How has Grant not played a Colress? He played one at the end of the last game, right? But
yeah.
It's only 1 single Colress through this entire set here in our finals.
Having to get rid of Super Rod and another Escape Rope. That's both Escape Rope gone. There's only 2 Super Rod in this list for Grant as well. So these resources are wearing thin for basically no gain from Grant Hayes here.
Really strong draw for turn from Azul was that Pidgeot EX. Needed to find something like that. Has Rare Candy already.
Oh, that was a perfect draw.
We know that the Path to the Peak can be bumped by the Stadium Azul has in hand. Wisely going for the Mysterious Tail first before playing the Arven. Still no item card, and finds Rare Candy.
Wow.
Exactly what he needed to find off this last piece. Now he can Rare Candy into the Pidgeot. Has another Rare Candy in hand to get out a Charizard this turn.
And with that, basically signaling the board to fully power up once this Path to the Peak gets bumped with that Artizon in hand.
And that Artizon, let's remember as well, able to bring another Pokemon into play. So that's something else Azul will need to think about. What does he want to put down? You could try to protect your bench a little bit with a Manaphy, but with the way Grant's setup has been, Greninja doesn't feel like an immediate threat.
Yeah, honestly, I don't feel immediate threat from anything that Grant has been doing this game so far. Could just Artizon, not get anything, shuffle the deck, be fine with it, but might as well find something like that Manaphy or Jirachi.
Yeah, the Manaphy does protect against a 2-prize turn from Grant here. Would protect your Charmander that's going to be in play, and also your Mew that's going to be remaining in play. Looks like Azul will land on that being the choice, not going with the Jirachi at this point.
And there we see that Pidgeot EX from the rare candy. We'll able to quick search for the Charizard EX with the rare candy in hand. Charizard EX, or oh yeah, just get an Arven. That's even better.
Yeah, that's going to be really strong because Azul can grab Ultra Ball with this. He'll get himself the Forest Seal Stone. He can place that onto Luminion. Doesn't even need to use it right now. He's got everything he needs, so that's a thing he can put in place for safekeeping for a little later on, and then use this Ultra Ball to discard the pair of Battle VIP Pass he has, so they're just not in his deck. He knows that Grant plays Disruption cards with the Iono, with the Roxanne, wants to get those out so that he doesn't have to worry about drawing into them later.
And there we go. Rare Candy, Charizard EX, Infernal Rain, doing its thing yet again. Energy on the Mew in the active, 2 energy on the Charizard EX itself. And Azul having that Forest Seal Stone for insurance for the next turn. This is looking like a pretty one-sided game so far from Azul here.
Yeah, looking really strong. Grant just unable to get set up, but even though that happened in game 1 as well, Grant was able to find a way to claw back and give himself a chance. Will he be able to do that yet again here in game number 2? It comes down to this. If he is not able to make it happen here in game number 2, Azul will be crowned the San Antonio Regional Champion. 180 damage laid onto that Giratina. The draw for turn on Grant's end. He's got a Grass Energy. He's got a Giratina. Looks like we are seeing the Artisan utilized. That is a nice piece of the Stadium card for Grant. You know, he's able to use it, even though it does belong to Azul. Can fetch out a Comfey, try to help himself get a little bit more card draw. It does not allow you to get rule box Pokemon, so we can't see something like Greninja come down from this.
Yeah, and just a Grass Energy draw for the turn from Grant is going to have to use that one Switch card in hand to be able to get anything done from this turn. And finding a Cramorant, we could even see just Switch card to that Comfey, Flower Selecting, retreat to the Cramorant, soften up that Charizard EX, just like we saw kind of in reverse on the first game.
Yeah, and Path to the Peak can, of course, come into play this turn, even though it won't be shutting off Burning Darkness from a Charizard. Azul doesn't really need to be pressured to go for one on this turn. It does turn off that Pidgeot's Quick Search.
But again, that Forest Seal Stone is just a quick,
of course,
get out of jail free card for Azul in response to that Path to the Peak. And yet again, Radiant Greninja not putting in any work here, going into the Lost Zone. Finding another Giratina V here.
And using the energy card to retreat this Comfey exactly as you predicted. Path to the Peak comes down. Cramorant will spit innocently. 110 damage, sets up this Charizard for a Giratina to knock it out in a future turn. Let's see what Azul can do. Doesn't have much in hand, but is able to find an Iono. And honestly, even though Grant, it doesn't feel like has done much, he has been slowly accruing cards in his hand. So you know he's got to be working with at least a little something. It might be an okay time to play that Iono.
You would think so, but honestly, with no Colress's Experiment being played, Iono just helps Grant dig further for that supporter.
And that can be okay to let Grant get a little closer if it means you're getting far enough ahead. And
True.
Azul may feel like taking out this Cramorant and having the damage laid on the Giratina on the bench, he is far enough ahead where playing the Iono is better. Sure, you don't want to help your opponent out if you're ahead a lot of the time, but you could get punished if you don't play this Iono. Grant can definitely find a Colress next turn, can pop off, knock out this Charizard, and then all of a sudden you're left with a little bit less to work with. You have to play to win the game. You can't play to not lose.
And we're going to see this Iono being played before using something like this Forest Seal Stone. You want to give yourself the most options before actually committing something that is once per game. And just like that, Azul finds a Lost Vacuum off this Iono to 6 along with a Collapse Stadium.
Plenty of ways to try to get this path out of play. Something else he could do as well would be to use the Forest Seal Stone and then use the Collapse to get the Luminion out of play if he's worried about that being a potential liability. I don't think he's going to be too worried about it. The prizes are already lined up for Grant whether or not that Luminion is in play. He's going to be able to Giratina this Charizard, Giratina the next Charizard, and Giratina a Pidgeot EX, so the Luminion really doesn't matter too much.
6 in the Lost Zone for Grant. Azul finally using that Star Alchemy from that Forest Seal Stone. Able to search your deck for any card. Now here, trying to set up another Charizard, you would want to make sure you can bump the path on a turn where you can use Infernal Rain, charge up your Pokemon. And it looks like just that is going to happen. Charizard EX found off that Forest Seal Stone.
And I believe still has Quick Search, right?
Yeah, so you can bump the Path to the Peak with Collapse Stadium, get rid of that Luminion V like you were saying, just remove that liability on the bench for the future. And now you can quick search for Rare Candy to Charizard EX, charge it up yet again, and this is exactly where Azul wants to be.
Yeah, he is putting himself in a very, very solid position. Does want to make sure he keeps enough stadium bumps around, of course. Wants to always have a response to Path if he can. He's going to take this prize card. Even though it's only one single prize, he's already got damage built up on the benched Giratina. That's an easy way to take a prize on a future turn. And then as the game goes on, his Charizard attacks are just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger.
And looking like not even choosing to get the Rare Candy and stuff to get that Charizard EX into play, just taking the knockout on the Cramorant. And I guess it is just pretty easy to do that with the way Grant has been navigating this game.
Yeah, you do risk getting Iono'd, I guess, but you probably assume that Grant really is going to need to play a Colress this turn, and that's most likely what he's going to draw anyway, since not a single one has been played up to this point. And sure enough, Grant does find a pair of them off of Azul's own Iono. 5 cards from the top to get to the Lost Zone, 3 into the hand. Looks like a Comfey and a Battle VIP pass going down, Energy Comfey, and a Tina being added. Now this flower selecting can look at the top 2. Does find a Boss's Orders. That is just a one-of card in this list for Grant Hayes, so he will choose to lose the Pokegear.
Now Grant does have another Comfey that will allow him to reach 10 in the Lost Zone. If you use that flower selecting, that will turn on stuff like Star Requiem and Lost Mine from Sableye. But here you're really hoping to find that Giratina V-Star and use a Mirage Gate to Lost Impact that Charizard EX in the active spot.
And I do think he has the Giratina V-Star. I'm not sure that I see the Mirage Gate just yet. Now he will need 2 Mirage Gates since he has already attached for the turn. 2 cards off this next flower selecting. Looks like it's the Iono, and that Psychic Energy wants to value hanging on to some level of disruption. Is he going to retreat and go for Abyss Seeking once again?
It's definitely going to be rough. You're just giving those 2 prizes to Azul, but with the way the math has worked out, if Azul just takes a knockout on a Comfey yet again, it'll be pretty easy to knock out 2 Giratina in a row.
Thinking through what exactly he needs to do to pull this game out. He is absolutely behind in this spot. But with Roxanne, with Counter Catcher, with Path to the Peak, there is always a chance to come back. Will just be a pass now back over to Azul's side of the board. Lots of cards to work with in the hand. I already see a Boss's Orders. Let's remember he did prize 2 Boss this game. Not sure if that Boss in hand was taken off of the prizes or not. But that is absolutely something we're going to need to keep track of, because that is a very vital resource to try to get around single prizers if Grant sticks too many in the active.
Yeah, the one thing Azul has to worry about is if he does take the prize on that Giratina V, it will put him in range for a Roxanne for the following turn. So you always want to try to avoid that.
Yeah, and he needs to take an odd prize at some point anyway. So it probably is best for Azul to just take out this Comfey. Don't walk into the Roxanne. And then on future turns, you just need to KO 2 Giratinas to try to close out this game.
Infernal Rain only grabs 1 Fire Energy for Azul there. Just keeping the options open for future turns. Having a couple Lost Vacuum, that Boss's Orders like you were saying, Iono, Arvin. A lot of supporters just trying to figure out what route is best.
Azul's going to need to be really careful with his energy cards, and he knows that, as he only put 1 in play on this Charizard. He doesn't want to risk something being stuck in the active spot and then having to retreat an energy off and then it getting stuck again from a Boss's Orders or a Counter Catcher, and then Sableye just going to work on his benched Pokemon.
Quick search here is going to be able to search for any card in Azul's deck. Seems like the Jirachi is the card of choice, trying to prepare for Lost Mine here.
Can't put it in play just yet, thanks to the collapsed stadium. He could use a Lost Vacuum, and he may think it's worth it at this point to put out the Jirachi, even if it does mean losing one of those path bumps. Nope, we'll hold off for now. Just takes this KO. 4 prizes left now for Azul. GG. Grant Hayes having a think, trying to figure out exactly what he needs to accomplish. Azul does have just 1 Boss's Orders remaining in the prizes, it looks like, so 2 available to him to try to navigate the rest of this game.
So with the way the mapping works out, Azul really just needs 2 more attacks to be able to take the game down. Grant is going to start things off with a Colress's Experiment, though. Again, not finding a Mirage Gate off the top here. There was one in the Lost Zone already, but a couple basic energies, those nest balls that you just did not see early game. And this is where not able to go through your deck early really disbenefits you as the game goes long.
Nest Ball can maybe find something like Sableye here. Grant can go for that stall strategy right away. Maybe trying to get a read on the fact that Azul went for just one energy on his bench Charizard, recognizing, hey, my opponent might be really low on those retreating options. We've already played out one game. Grant might think Azul doesn't have something like that Professor Turo scenario that we see sometimes in Charizard. There might not be an escape rope we see sometimes in Charizard. And Azul's Super Rod is already down, so there's going to be a lot of strain on these energy cards coming up.
Paths of the Peak found off this flower selecting along with
Switch. Good old classic switch from that Diamond and Pearl block. And the attachment of turn with that Psychic Energy. A few Giratina V-Star coming into play. Path to the Peak most likely coming out. And Grant Hayes can go for the counter catcher, bring up something like that Manaphy. Try to stick it active for a turn. And even if it doesn't succeed this turn, it could be really annoying for Azul if Grant goes counter catcher, Sableye spread. Counter catcher, Sableye spread. Boss, Sableye spread. Azul might actually run out of switch cards if that's what Grant goes for.
Yeah, there's 2 energy left in the deck, 1 in hand for Azul. Those are the only energy available to work with for the rest of the game with that Super Rod already being used. Now, Grant, the way his body language is maybe not playing the counter catcher this turn, is just going to Lost Mine and let Azul take a free knockout on the Sableye.
Yeah, let's see where he puts the damage. Spreading some onto the Charizard. Looks like he's going to move things around just a little bit. Yeah, one single one on the Manaphy. That sets it up so that you can KO both Manaphy and Mew at some point in the future if you want. And this Charizard can be knocked out by one more Lost Mine.
And I think this is where Azul is going to have to use that Lost Vacuum on his own Collapse Stadium. Get that Jirachi in play while you can, and that will completely eliminate the Lost Mine factor from Grant in the future turn.
Yeah, that is becoming Grant's strategy, so Azul may need to protect his bench with a Stellar Veil from the Jirachi. Does have those Lost Vacuums, as we mentioned. Tons of cards in hand right now for Azul GG. Of course, having Pidgeot EX to work with as well. Can get anything else out of the deck that he may want. Lost Vacuum can Lost Zone, the most useless card, and hey, if you're this far ahead and you feel like you're going to be ahead for the rest of the game, Counter Catcher, as powerful as it may be, doesn't really aid you too much.
And there's that Jirachi with its Stellar Veil hitting the bench. Prevent all damage counters from being placed on your benched Pokemon by effects of attacks used by your opponent's basic Pokemon. That is one very important word in there, benched Pokemon. That means if this Charizard EX is still in the active spot, Sableye can take the knockout with another Lost Mine.
Absolutely something we could see. We could even see something along the lines of a Cramorant to try to close things out on this Charizard. So plenty of ways for Grant to try to piece together this next KO. That Jirachi, when that card got revealed, I just remember people saying, this is the end of Lost Zone. And then it became a thing of, well, how often are people actually going to include the Jirachi in their deck? And with Grant's list as well, I mean, it's a deck archetype that normally has an okay Charizard matchup anyway, so you feel like it doesn't matter too much that Jirachi could come around, but we're seeing right now in this final match, it is really working against Grant in a bad way.
Here we see the quick search from Azul, grabbing a card from the deck. Again, just trying to prep for the following turns. Azul's going to go down to 3 prize cards here.
Ooh, Lost City. You may want to just get rid of this Sableye, make it not be a threat at all. I do believe Grant Lost Zoned a Sableye already this game, but no, it looks like Azul's just going to be content holding on to that to be able to bump a path to the peak. Probably a bit wiser, if you ask me.
All right, Grant promoted the Comfey. That means he's going to have to dig for something with Flower Selecting here to try and put together another attack. Does have the second Sableye, though, so
was not Lost Zoned.
With something like a Mirage Gate, which is in hand already, we'll be able to search for a Psychic Energy and a energy to retreat the Comfey in the active spot if you need to.
And so he'll get these 2 prizes. He'll have that lined up. Then Azul, with just 3 prize cards remaining, I mean, his path to victory is pretty, set in stone. It's pretty lined up. Now, what Grant can do is KO this Charizard and then hope Azul doesn't bench another Charmander. That is going to be the thing, is if Azul is going to have a hard time establishing a third and final Charizard. And I actually don't even know if he has enough energy to do that. That is where things could get awkward. Grant actually may be okay here just because Azul is out of resources. He had to use the Super Rod a little earlier than he would have liked.
Yeah, well, speaking of super rods, Grant is also very low in resources for this game. Had to lost zone one of the super rods early. I'm not sure if it's still available to him in the deck, but there is just a grass energy left in the deck for Grant. Is going to need to find some more energy just to even use Star Requiem.
It does look like he has a Super Rod in hand, so that can be an option in a future turn. Grant thinning now by just placing another Pokemon into play, and Lost Mine will just place all those damage counters on the active, take the KO. Grant finally strikes here. Remember, he did prize a lot of energy cards this game as well. Now the draw for turn from Azul. How many energy cards are remaining? That is the question. If he has, let's see, if when Grant fans through the discard pile here, where there was 2 on that Charizard, there's 3.
So there's 2 left.
Does have 2 left. So that is just enough to power up one more Charizard.
Definitely going to come down to the wire yet again for both of these players in these last few turns of this game too. Azul does have that Charmander to bench, so threatening another Charizard on the following turn and starting things off with an Iono to disrupt.
It's only going to give Azul 3 cards to work with, but he's got everything he needs to at least attack this turn. And then he, of course, has Quick Search on the other end of this 3-card draw to help get him closer to what he needs to do on the next turn. Looks like a Charizard EX was found and a basic Fire Energy. Yep. You also could just preemptively attach this energy card to your active, or not to your active, excuse me, to your Charmander so that you can find just Rare Candy and Charizard. You don't need to bump a Path to the Peak if that comes into play for Grant. That's a whole other piece that Grant's going to try to go for here.
Yeah, the whole time for Azul here is just trying to get another Charizard EX in play. Meanwhile, Grant is hoping to stick a Path to the Peak and Roxanne next turn to go along with that Star Requiem from Giratina V-Star.
I kind of feel like Iono would be better for Grant than Roxanne in this spot because Azul is going to go get a card and then not play said card. So you know Azul's got something good in that hand that he's prepping for this following turn. So if Grant can find that one of Iono, I don't think he has played it just yet. I don't know for sure. We'll have to see.
I don't know for sure. Sorry.
That's what I was going for, you know, already. But yeah, here we are as the discard pile being checked for both players. You see it all the time from the top level competitors, making sure they're totally aware of what resources are available.
Yeah, when it gets to this point and with how much testing a lot of these players do, you pretty much know the 56 cards of everyone's lists, at least for these popular decks.
All right. Already in hand for Grant Hayes is the Roxanne and the Path to the Peak.
Okay. We need Super Rod.
I would kind of like to see him flower selecting first here, maybe try to find the Iono or potentially a Super Rod. It looks like he has just a Grass Energy in the deck. No Psychic to accelerate as well. No Psychic in hand either. They are all in the discard pile or Lost Zone.
Or the prizes.
Or the prizes. They are all the wrong places, everywhere they could possibly be except for the deck.
Now, I think Grant was playing this Mirage Gate just because it is a way to shuffle the deck, but so was the Roxanne.
Yeah, gonna go with that Roxanne, and now off of this draw needs to find a Super Rod and yet another Mirage Gate. He's gonna draw 6 cards and then of course have flower selecting to work with, so he'll get to see 8 cards here, and his deck is getting very, very thin.
I think that's why I would have probably liked just Roxanne Path this turn without using the Mirage Gate. Gives you another avenue to draw into it because you're going to need to draw into it anyway.
Draws 6 here. There's the Mirage Gate and
the Super Rod.
Super Rod. He can pull it off this turn, wisely going for flower selecting before using the Super Rod, putting cards back into his deck. Just a couple of cards remaining there for Grant. He's also got Sableye in the discard pile. I don't know if that's going to help you at this point. I think it's going to be all on Giratina.
This is going to be a big turn for Grant here. Able to tie things up with the Star Requiem, finding the last Super Rod in the deck after it got shuffled to the bottom of the deck with Iono, and now having one of the last Mirage Gates to go along with it as well Charging up that Giratina V-Star, able to take the knockout on Charizard EX.
This is going to be so close, Jeremy. Azul can win this turn, but he's only got 2 cards in hand right now. He needs a lot. That path to the peak in play for Grant is really annoying for Azul to try to deal with. He would be able to use that Pidgeot in most instances, but right now he just can't do it.
So Azul has an option between the Pidgeot EX or the Mew to try to dig further, but
yeah, I don't think he has the energy.
Lost vacuum.
He finds the Lost Vacuum.
No way to get the Charizard, though.
He has Ultra Ball, but he doesn't have enough cards to discard. He's so close, but he does not quite have it. I don't think he can pull it off this turn. If he had found just an Arven, he could get the Rare Candy, and then Pidgeot can go get that Charizard to close the game out. Looks like we will still see the Quick Search most likely. He's already used his research this game. That would be another way he could just add a bunch of cards to his hand and dig for the potential win.
All right, so hear me out. Do you Boss's Orders the Giratina V-Star?
The one with no energy on it, yeah, that might be the play, and it might actually just work. I don't know.
There's 2 Escape Rope and the Switch gone. Those are the only switch outs outside of Jet Energy for Grant. I know there's a Jet Energy that was in the prize cards. I think he did take it.
3 in the discard pile, I think. He may have taken, I think he did take that Jet off the prize cards. Azul here thinking for just a moment. It looks like we almost got the Lost Zone and the discard pile mixed up, but our judge is staying on top of it. Azul can get any one single card here. Bossing up that Giratina may be his best play.
Basically gives you just another turn to try and draw one of the combination of Charizard EX or Rare Candy.
Azul can promote something like the Mew or Manaphy, something along those lines here. Just let that be the thing that gets KO'd. Grant doesn't have to take that knockout, and then Azul really wouldn't be able to retreat and take a KO because he just doesn't have the energy cards available to make that happen. The thing is, Grant would deck out first in that instance, so Grant really does have to KO something if Azul went for that play. We'll see what Azul tries to leave into the active. I don't think can leave Pidgeot.
Well, I think there is still the 1 Boss's Orders available to Grant in the deck, so
yeah,
might
so he
have
still has a
that
chance.
available.
Yep.
But no way to get this Giratina V-Star out of the active spot without that Jet Energy.
And he does have the Jet Energy in the hand. Does he have Boss's Orders? Grant Hayes could win this game on the following turn. Azul is going to promote just the Charmander, worried about the resources available. We see the draw from Grant. It has the Jet Energy. That is going to knock out this Charmander, and that is pretty much game. And Grant actually has the game with the Boss's Orders, bringing up Pidgeot. We're going to a Game 3 here in our final match.
This has been the 2 best finals games I have seen in a while, Chip. It is just insane the back and forth both of these players have gone through. Both of these decks seem very evenly matched, at least with just the players behind it.
This is going to be an excellent third and final game. And Jeremy, something we've got to keep in mind, only 12 minutes remaining on the clock. That was a long pair of games right there.
Yeah.
Definitely took a little while.
These players have been playing for basically an hour now. And here was that beginning of Game 2. Again, Grant just unable to really find Colress's experiment until Azul Iono'd him into the first one of the game. You see that heavily damaged Giratina V sat there for basically the entire game. Sableye able to do a lot of work, take the knockout on that Charizard EX. And here we go, looking at the prize cards. Lumineon in the prize cards with 2 Fire Energy for Azul, Radiant Greninja, and a Sableye to go along in the prize cards.
Oh, and Grant's turn 1 is already over. Start Giratina V, attach, and pass. And this is exactly why you want to go second in this matchup as either player, because your turn is just going to be guaranteed so much weaker if you don't have access to your powerful supporters. Azul kicking things off right away with the Level Ball, finding the Mew. He starts the Charmander. Is he going to retreat in Mysterious Tail right away to kick things off?
This hand from Azul is not that good either. Is going to have to rely off this Mysterious Tail to find a Battle VIP pass to get things going.
He does at least have that Rotom, it looks like.
No, I think there was a Rare Candy Charizard EX in hand, and Ultra Ball found here. Oh, it does have the Rotom, okay.
Does indeed have the Rotom. Ultra Ball could get rid of, I think, Charmeleon and Boss to go get a Pidgey into play.
You got to do what you got to do. The hand is going to be pretty stacked for Azul to at least end the turn with.
I mean, you know it's pretty unlikely your opponent KOs this Mew. So you've got to have a pretty decent feeling it's going to get to stick around next turn. That'll give you a little bit of reach to try to find yet another Ultra Ball to maybe get the Pidgeot into play. He already has Rare Candy Charizard, so he's got a pretty decent setup going here. Definitely worth going out of his way to get the Pidgey.
Who needs Battle VIP Pass? Just find it.
Both of these players need a Battle VIP Pass, to be honest. I think either of them would happily take one in this position. But, you know, it's definitely looking a little better for Azul with this setup.
Yeah, already having access to that Rare Candy and Charizard. If he could find a Pidgeot EX, which he does, along with an Arven.
That can get a lost
vacuum. Is insane right now.
Absolutely. Grant was holding on to that Colress's Experiment and ditches the Battle VIP Pass right away. Such a powerful card, just nothing he can use right now. And I don't even know if there's another basic Pokemon. Looks like there is a Giratina V. No Comfey at the moment.
Are we going to Jet Energy Abyss Seeking?
We may just do that. Path to the Peak coming out certainly feels worth it. Azul definitely in a favorable position here. We will see Grant just attach one more energy card and use that Abyss Seeking.
Now this does threaten a big knockout on the next turn with just lost impact on something like the Pidgey or the Pidgeot EX, or just get some damage on that Charizard EX. But Azul having an embarrassment of riches here. Arven finds an item, finds that Forest Seal Stone, is able to use that Star Alchemy to fetch any card he wants from the deck. Most likely going to end the turn with both of those powerful Stage 2 Pokemon in play and attacking.
Yeah, Azul is playing pretty quickly here. Definitely being mindful of the time where he can. I think it actually favors him, this game going to time, right? Based on the way we've seen these games play out. For anyone who doesn't know, since we are in Top Cut, we are in our finals, we have to have a winner. There can be no ties. So if we go to time in this third and final game, we will play out +3 turns as you normally would in a Pokemon TCG tournament match. And then after those +3 turns, whoever is ahead on prize cards will be the winner of this game and the winner of this tournament. It may not come down to it. Let's see exactly what happens here as Azul is going through the deck.
Eyes down, Super Rod or Level Ball. Azul already down a lot of energies, has 3 in play, 1 in hand. There's only 1 left in the deck, but 2 in the prize cards.
Yeah, Azul's playing pretty quickly here, and I think the playing quickly maybe caused him to missequence just a little bit. We talked about earlier him going for the Mew before the Arven in a previous turn. He did things in the opposite order here, which he normally would, you know, definitely like to go the other route.
Sometimes you just have to sacrifice that clean play to get it done in time. Here's that quick search, I think, found a stadium for the potential path for next turn. And here we see that retreat. Burning Darkness, 180, not enough to take the knockout, but enough to pressure that Giratina V for a knockout on the following turn.
Draw for turn on Grants, and he does find the Iono. I think there is maybe another Colress waiting in the hand, and finally a Nest Ball can get the first Comfey into play. He also could go for the Cramorant here. There are 4 cards in the Lost Zone now. That could be a decent option. Looks like Comfey will be the grab.
Now, Comfey in combination with a Colress's Experiment is 7 in the Lost Zone, so that will trigger any Mirage Gate that are in hand, which we do see 1 in hand for Grant already. Already having the Colress's Experiment too, so could see a pretty good turn here.
A good turn indeed. Grant, though, having to decide which cards he can lose from this Colress Experiment. There's a Tina V-Star and a Tina V. His one of Boss's Orders he feels like he needs to hang on to for sure. I think he would love to keep this Nest Ball around, but those other cards are just a little bit too much, carry a little bit too much value compared to those.
Another Giratina V on the bench. You have Jet Energy. You can use that to bring up the Comfey if you would like. You can switch card, heal a little bit. That damage isn't going to matter, but be able to get that Comfey in the active spot. Flower Selecting will get you to the 7 that you need for Mirage Gate.
He was able to find another Colress. Does have to lose an Escape Rope in order to go for it. And he has gotten to 7. There is the Mirage Gate. Not 10, so he will not be able to pull off the Star Alchemy, or not the Star Alchemy, that the Star Requiem, excuse me, from the Giratina V-Star. Not quite able to pull all of that off. Didn't get everything he needed, but still setting up for future turns. Has even another Mirage Gate to go with here.
Honestly, you might as well play it now. You can get those energy in play. but it is going to be risky. It lowers your options for the following turns, but with time dwindling down, who knows how many of those you're going to have.
Spreading a few energies out. One water to the Giratina V-Star, one grass to the Giratina V. Comfey in the active. Only 5 minutes remain in this final match. We see a Sableye potentially coming down. A Jet Energy still can be utilized, and it looks like Lost Impact is going to just hit this Charizard really hard, and Grant will try to clean it up in future turns.
And with those 2 energy going to the Lost Zone, that means just one more Flower Selecting or Colossus Experiment will be able to hit that 10 number 4-star Requiem. No Path to the Peak, though, so Azul is going to have free reign with this quick search to try and set up something like another Charizard is going to be needed for this turn. But I think grabbed an Iono.
Yeah, has a Charmander in hand. He can put that down pretty freely. There's the Jirachi as well to protect the Charmander and all other Pokemon on his bench. And Iono will be utilized. Both players shuffling their hands to the bottom of the deck. And since we have no prize cards taken yet, each will draw 6. Both playing pretty quickly here. And Azul will just Burning Darkness, 180 damage laid onto this Giratina.
This is going to be big. We knew the boss's orders was in hand for Grant the previous turn, but got shuffled to the bottom with Iono. That would have been really good to bring up that Pidgeot EX and Lost Impact or Star Requiem it.
And the thing about Giratina V-Star is that it is an evolution Pokemon. You cannot use Switch Cart to move it to the bench, so Grant Hayes is forced to discard these energy cards to get it out of the active spot. Cramorant can come in and clean up this Charizard, and Path to the Peak is a really strong find.
There is an Arven in Azul's hand, though, so he brought it directly to the top to try and find that Lost Vacuum in the deck.
These players are playing very, very quickly. Grant is going to take this KO. He'll take the first knockout. For the first time in this match, he'll be the one who is ahead on prize cards in these games. Azul, quick to promote that Pidgeot, does have the option to go for the Blustery Wind. That is something you can see from time to time. Deals 120 damage and discards a Stadium card in play. The problem with that is that you're putting your Pidgeot in harm's way. It is one of your most important cards.
Yep. Lost Vacuum, utilizing that tool grabbed from Arven to get rid of it. Gets rid of that Path to the Peak. Here's the Super Rod shuffling back 3 Fire Energy. That's something that Azul desperately needed to recharge. Has the Ultra Ball, discarding Arven Rare Candy. Will be able to search for Charizard EX, grab another couple Fire Energies from the deck, and you have your attacker now. And I still believe Quick Search is available to him. You can go ahead and grab Counter Catcher, and that's the first time it's actually going to be used in this match for Azul.
And with so much damage on these Giratina, you're set up to where this Pidgeot actually could clean up one of them as a KO. And actually will just knock out the active. This does leave an opening for Grant Hayes to Lost Impact this for a knockout.
This is getting down to the wire for sure. Flower selecting, Comfey, Jet Energy. I think you keep the Jet Energy here. You don't need the extra Comfey, but already having one in hand, now you have 3 available to you.
Being able to put that down, just wants to draw through the deck a little bit more. It looks like a Pokegear is waiting in the hand as well. Switch Cart can help him dig a little bit more. That tells me he needs something else this turn. May need the Giratina V-Star in order to attack with this benched Pokemon. Flower selecting, doesn't find it. There's another Mirage Gate, however. He can power up the other Giratina V-Star that's already got so much damage on it.
Yeah, has Super Rod in hand already.
Definitely not ideal, but you got to do what you got to do.
Honestly, it kind of seems ideal to me. You charge up that Giratina V-Star, take the knockout on Pidgeot. Azul can come up and take the knockout, but then you have the Giratina V on the bench with those 2 energy. All you need is a V-Star to clean up.
Yeah, and it might be just fine for Grant as long as he can find that Giratina. That is going to be the issue potentially for him, as Azul will be able to be the one being aggressive with those disruption cards. Super Rod now being played from Grant, putting back 2 energy cards. That Mirage Gate waiting in the hand. Jet Energy will be able to bring the Giratina V-Star up to the active spot, and we are going to see the Lost Impact take the KO. And I think this is why Azul was fine attacking with the Pidgeot, is because he knows he wants to go for an Iono.
Iono already in hand for Azul here. Jet Energy in hand for Grant will allow that Giratina V-Star to be brought up and take the knockout with Lost Impact.
It's really going to come down to
40 seconds left.
Yeah, it's coming down to the wire here. Time may not end up being as big of a factor as we would have thought. This game might just finish in those +3 turns naturally. 30 seconds left on the clock. Grant Hayes playing a Colress, looking at the top 5, adding 3 to hand, lost owning 2 energy cards, a pretty steep cost, but has just about everything lined up that he needs to close out the game.
Third Comfey on the bench. There's that Jet Energy bringing up Giratina V-Star, able to take the knockout with Lost Impact. I'd love to see the energy from the active get removed, or maybe one of the Jet Energy and then the Jet Energy on the bench, Giratina V.
And this is coming down to it. 1 second left. We'll see who is going to be turn 0. And that is really unfortunate for Grant Hayes. He is turn 0 right now. So even though he was just about to finish his turn, that he's done everything. You know, he's going to be that turn 0, so that means Azul will have turn 1 and turn 3. Grant Hayes will only have turn 2. He may just be able to win the game naturally. We'll see exactly how things play out. Azul promoting the Charizard, draws for turn, has that Iono, and all Grant Hayes is going to need off the Iono is 1 Giratina V-Star. If he can find a Giratina V-Star, Grant Hayes will be a regional champion. 2 cards from the top of the deck coming his way. Azul drawing 5 on his end.
The biggest Iono of Grant's life here.
Is he going to look at it? That is the question. 1 card, 2, no
nothing.
Giratina, not
Does
just
have an
yet.
energy to retreat a Comfey, so you can have access to at least 1 flower selecting on the next turn.
And Azul's prize map is pretty decently set up. He'll take out a Giratina, take out another Giratina, and then try to KO a Comfey, and he can set himself up. I mean, he doesn't actually even need to take all 6 prize cards to close this game out. He's got 2 boss's orders, so he's got the play lined up to try to take out this Giratina. He goes to 3 prizes. Next turn, if Grant doesn't hit, then Grant can't win. He'll pass the turn, and Azul will have boss's orders to bring up the other damaged Giratina, go down to just 1 prize card remaining. It'll be the end of turn 3, and Azul will win this game and become a regional champion once again.
All right, you got to see this Comfey promoted to the active spot. You already have the energy, and just need to find 1 last Giratina V-Star to be able to take down this regional championship.
I believe 1 Giratina V-Star was lost zoned earlier on in this game as Grant was playing quickly. Needs to find it here. Draws. It's a Roxanne. That's pretty good. Attach return to the Comfey. Play the Roxanne. I guess it depends on the order of your deck. You know, you did just Iono a bunch of cards. There might be a world where you flower selecting first, but no, it's going to be Roxanne. 6 cards to come for Grant Hayes, and then 2 more from the flower selecting. 1 single card remaining in his deck instantly wins him the game. Otherwise, Azul GG is going to be relying on finding boss's orders to close it out on his end.
I'm on the edge of my seat, Chip. This is either Grant's first ever regional win or Azul's 6th regional win on the line here. And of course, couple $3,000 difference between these players.
Big
6
difference.
cards.
No Giratina just yet, but does find a switch. He's going to be able to dig pretty deep using that nest ball. We'll be able to thin 1 more card. The Giratina's the bottom card of the deck, but wisely playing this nest ball will thin 1 more card out, and luckily for Grant as well, shuffle this deck. Having a
Has a switch in hand as well.
Yes, yes. So that's 1 more way to look. He can look at the top 4 cards effectively here.
There's 7 cards in the deck, Chip.
Pretty decent odds that he would get there over 50% of the time. Grant is going to win the game on the spot. And Azul in these positions,
$3,000 judge shuffle here.
He always requests, whenever it comes down to the wire, Azul always requests a judge shuffle. A judge shuffle is final. Neither player can cut or shuffle it themselves. Flower selecting does not find the Tina. He's got the retreat, and then he's got the switch. 1 more chance, and Grant can win it. 5 cards in deck. If
it does
either
not
of the top
come
2,
closer than this, Chip.
He's trying to see if there's any way he can increase his odds any further. I think worst case scenario, he does have counter catcher, so he could use that to try to buy a turn, because if he doesn't win this turn, and then counter catcher something on Azul's end.
How can you counter catcher? You're in the lead.
Oh, you are in the lead. Yes, that's right. So it's not going to work out. That's where he's been most of this set. But right now, he's the one being the aggressor, just needing 2 more prize cards to close things out.
How good was that judge shuffle for Azul here?
It could be the $3,000 judge shuffle. Grant, I think, is just making sure he's aware of how the time rules work in this spot.
All right, you're going to have to retreat this active and then use the switch to finally get that Giratina V into the active spot.
Yep, here it is. 2 more cards from the top. Is there the Giratina? No! I didn't see it. No Giratina. It's in the bottom 3 cards of the deck.
Insane.
Grant Hayes not able to close it out this turn. He can't believe it. Can't play the counter catcher. He and I were on the same wavelength. Yeah. Can't quite do it. And all he's going to have to do is pass the turn. Now, the lucky thing for Grant here is he doesn't instantly lose.
Right,
but
where's the boss's
Azul
orders?
just needs boss
in the hand! Azul has it, and there you have it!
Brings up that Giratina, and Azul GG will be ahead on prize cards at the end of turn 3, and he becomes a 6-time regional champion here in San Antonio.
What a way to finish it off, Chip. Azul hitting that 6th regional win mark, now tying Ryan Sablehouse for that many, just under Michael Premwat, and wow. All 3 of those games coming down to the very last turn.
And honestly, you've got to feel for Grant in that spot. He had such a real chance. He saw so many cards in that last turn. 6 from the Roxanne, 4 from a pair of Comfeys, and just was not able to get there, not able to find that final Giratina to win the game. And Azul becomes a 6-time regional champion.
Azul better shake that judge's hand for sure. What a shuffle. Oh my.
Oh man, and that's why Azul does it. You know, he just doesn't want to put it in his own hands. He wants it, you know, if he's going to win or lose, regardless of how it is, he doesn't want it to be him being the last one to have touched the deck.
That is one of the greatest finals I have watched in a while, Chip. And to have Azul, one of the best, most consistent players we've had ever, be able to take it out. Wow.
Top 8, and now a win to kick the season off. Let's remember as well, coming off a top 4 finish at Worlds, Azul's performance these last few months has been nothing short of incredible. Grant Hayes was able to fight decently in this first game, tied things up with that Cramorant KO. Ultimately, though, it was Azul GG able to come out on top.
There was that boss's orders bringing up Giratina V-Star, taking the knockout, going down to 2 prize cards, and just leaving Grant with not much to work with, having the Lost Mine, the active for 5, taking the KO on the Charmander, but Azul had the win here with that boss's orders Vitality Band, but opted to play it a little more slow.
Didn't quite pull it off. We do see that Giratina was able to take the KO, put Grant down to just 1 prize, but Azul ultimately able to close it out on the following turn. Azul was able to strike first in game number 2 once again, and things looked really solid for him, but a few awkward discards early really came back to bite him in the end game. He had to use his Super Rod way earlier than he would have liked, and his energy management just, felt like things didn't really pan out the way he would have liked them.
Yeah, and also just the prizes have not been kind to Azul for this top cut, really. Prizing a lot of energy and means just a lot of pressure on that Super Rod to find it when you need it. And here, just the Sableye taking the KO on the Charizard proved really helpful for Grant, then able to cobble together a Star Requiem and finish off the game with a Lost Impact.
And you got to feel bad for Grant too, because if it wasn't for the top cut rules, or if he had finished his turn 0 just a little bit faster, he could have come out on top in game number 3. Azul had 1 prize left. Grant still had 1 more turn to find the KO with a Giratina V-Star.
It was such a close first and second game. Who would have thought this game 3 would have come down to pretty much the same? Azul using that Pidgeot EX to take the knockout, but it left him without the ability to quick search on this last couple of turns. And Grant, having lost zone that Giratina V-Star early, not able to find the last one in this last turn, just passing the turn, but Azul had that boss's orders off the Roxanne, bringing up that Giratina V, taking the knockout, and just like that, Azul is your San Antonio regional champion.
What a game, what a finals. Congratulations, of course, to Azul on the victory. You know, we talked about throughout the weekend when we've seen him, when we've been talking about his name, you know, top 8s are great, earning a little prize money is great, but he really cares about the wins.
It's all about those dubs.
It's all about the dubs, and he was able to make it happen here. Wow.
Insane. You always love to see one of the greats play the game, and that's what we got to do here. Again, congratulations to Grant on his best finish yet. Second place in the largest regional championships we've had so far. we'll have to see if that holds true as we go on to our future regional championships later this next year.
Absolutely. I mean, I fully expect to see Grant in more top cuts throughout the rest of this season. There it is, our final standings. Azul GG with the win with his Charizard EX deck. Grant Hayes coming up just short. Joseph Noal getting that third place with that Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Really cool deck, really like to see that. And then, of course, Grant Manley, a top 4 finish with the same 60 as Azul.
And then rounding out that top 8, Calvin Connor, Dan Hugar, Nick Robinson, Hill Abernathy, 4 amazing players in their own right, just adding to their accomplishments. And this format is so wide open.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing it kind of centralize a little bit, but I'm interested to see how players will react to the results here. With Charizard winning, what will players do when they prepare for Portland in just a few weeks, right after the new year, and then Charlotte just a couple weeks after that? Can't wait to see where things continue to go here in our Pokemon TCG season. And here are our event finalists, with Azul coming away as the victor.
Having the, triple invite now? With championship points, the world's top
Honestly,
4, and the regional win.
He probably does not have 600 championship points.
Even after 2 top 8s and a win?
No, I mean, it's like that's like less than 400 points, man.
And I gotta say, the plot armor against Giratina V-Star, able to take down a tournament. Maybe it just has to be paired with Arceus V-Star again. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, hey, who knows? Who knows exactly how things are going to shape up as the meta evolves, and that is always the thing that we're keeping our eye out for, just how things continue to shift and move and what new innovations come out from this event. And I can't wait to see what will happen in Portland. Will we see that Turbo Miraidon deck kind of become the more popular way to go about things? The 4 Peony, really consistent. So when we saw Nick Robinson, of course, get the top 8, and that was, I think, overall just the better performing version of the deck throughout the weekend, even through our top 16 and top 32.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that kind of progresses. But we also saw here Path to the Peak putting in a ton of work in this Giratina V-Star deck. Maybe they're like, oh, well, we kind of missed this card. Like, maybe we'll put it back in to counteract these Charizard Pidgeot EX decks that are going to be atop of the metagame, at least for right now.
Well, Jeremy, it's been a pleasure to cast this final match with you and to cast with you throughout the weekend, but it is time for us to throw it down to the stage and congratulate our regional champion. Take it away.
What a crazy finals match does, huh, everybody? Well, we're here to congratulate and crown our finalist and champion here from San Antonio. So let's get these players their awards. First off, in second place, give it up for Grant Hayes. Here's your finalist medal. Okay, that's not just championship points you get. There you go. All right, Grant. That was one of the craziest finals matches we haven't seen just this season, but in regionals in general. What are your thoughts after that, man? I know it's gotta hurt, but what else, dude?
So I thought I might get blown out, but I'll take the close. I just need my V-Star to be 1 star second, I guess, card closer. I probably could have played faster. It's hard to know who turn 0 is, but I don't know. I'm not 17 playing Pikarom anymore, so I'm a little bit slower nowadays. But
things change for sure. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to that helped you prep? I know you've got some ways of preparing and getting ready for these events.
Sure, yeah. So I mainly do a lot of homework all the time, so my friends kind of do all the work for me. So no, but definitely my friends at school, FSU, everyone who tests over there. My friends who I'm staying with, Aiden Coos, everybody else in kind of the room. And of course, my parents. Every time I make day 2, top 8 on stream, I call my mom and stuff. So definitely them, of course. Love you guys.
All right, give it up one more time for Grant Hayes, your finalist here at San Antonio. All right, thanks, Grant. And now, your San Antonio regional champion, 6-time regional champion, Azul Garcia Griego. Azul, I gotta ask to start. Is that the most expensive judge shuffle you've ever had happen to you in Pokemon TCG?
No, that was probably. Oh, yeah, actually, it probably is. Yeah. I thought I had one other one, but I topped that one.
So what a close game 3, right? In time, winning with the boss's orders. What's going through your head as time is called and things are winding down in game 3?
I hope it's third Tina V-Stars prize.
And it worked out well. You're now a regional champion. I mean, the casters mentioned it now. You have the regional, or rather the world's invite from getting top 4 last year. You now have the world's invite from being a regional champion this time, and you're close there to points as well. What is it that keeps you being so consistent as you're preparing for these events, you're placing well? What's your recipe to success?
I mean, it's just the team. You know, Grant, Caleb, Kid, and Jishan this time as well. So yeah, just the squad.
All right, we know the next regionals are coming up. Is there anybody else you want to give a shout out to? I mean, you got your team as well. Anybody else who helped you out get to this spot?
I mean, shout out to my girlfriend Lorelai, of course, and then yeah, Team TGC, and then the whole group. It's great.
Sweet, well, we'll leave you all with that. Give it up one more time for your regional champion, Azul Garcia Griego. Well, that was a long weekend, the longest regionals in history. There's a lot to talk about, so we're going to throw it back to the lounge to get a recap.
Thanks a bunch, Hegster. Congrats again to our champion, Azul GG, and all of our top 8 competitors. What an incredible weekend, Jeremy and Pablo. I got to ask, Pablo, as you were sitting backstage watching, what a finals match, right? What was sticking out to you?
I was on the edge of my seat, especially on that game 1, that Vitality Band that got missed. I was like, no way, is this one of the biggest throws ever? Turns out it wasn't, but I was a little worried for Azul right there.
Definitely could have been sketchy. Ends up getting the win regardless, but, you know, you would have liked to have seen him wrap it up a little bit sooner. But honestly, ultimately, it ends up working out for him, because if Grant is not turn 0 in that last turn, you know, if that first game had finished faster, we'd probably be talking about Grant Hayes winning this regional championships. And that's just the nature of the time rules in these tournaments, Jeremy.
Yeah, you have to worry about ties throughout all of Swiss, trying to get as many match points as possible. And then once it comes down to that single elimination bracket, it is all about just taking those prize cards as fast as possible. And Azul coming out on top 1-2 in that last round there.
Let's recap one more time our day 2 meta, what this event looked like. And this is absolutely what most players are going to be looking at as they're preparing for Portland coming up very, very soon. Charizard absolutely dominating in day 2 and making it all the way to the finals, eventually winning. Giratina in second place, also becoming our second place deck. I guess it was just poetry, right, Pablo?
It was. It really was meant to be. And I think the big story of the weekend is also how everyone assumed Snorlax was going to make it all the way to the top, right? Especially with so much Charizard. And they fell just short.
Yeah, it turns out Grant Hayes being the one to bubble into top 8. He was that 8th seed. He just barely made it in there. But he was the only one who was able to defeat Cal Connor, who was having an incredible run throughout the weekend. Let's also recap our caster predictions. And I gotta say, guys, it feels like someone had a pretty good showing this weekend when it came to the predictions.
I don't know who.
Me. Charizard winning, 2 Snorlax in top 8. Liam Halliburton getting 10th with the Snorlax as well. Absolutely. Of course, we did see all of these decks do pretty well throughout the weekend. Mew VMAX and Gardevoir not quite making it into our top cut, but there were consistent performers. And then, of course, we saw Nick Robinson with his Miraidon deck make it all the way to our top cut.
Yeah, I'm giving up on Roaring Moon.
Finally. Yeah, Roaring Moon, it feels more like Purring Moon, right? It's just not quite the threat that we all thought it would be, but yeah, big props, Chip. You really got this one. I mean, you didn't quite get the mini games in Pokemon Stadium, but we can give you this.
I gotta hold on to my victories where I can find them. Of course, it's been a great weekend here in San Antonio, but as we wrap up, we look ahead to our next regional championships through the rest of the season. Of course, our 2 international championships remaining as well in London and New Orleans, all the way leading up to Honolulu, Hawaii. And our next regional championships that we'll be broadcasting here will be the Portland Regional Championships. You're absolutely not going to want to miss it. Very excited to see what's going to happen here in this event. That's going to be the next tournament in our circuit. And following that up, I believe right before Charlotte is actually going to be the Liverpool Regional Championships over in Europe. Gonna have to keep our eye on that meta over there in EU and see maybe if that shapes things up for Charlotte at all.
Yeah, it's definitely something that usually will change a lot of players' opinions on decks. We know Mew VMAX tends to do well over across the seas, so maybe if that proves anything, it might show up. But with Charizard just dominating, who knows?
That is definitely an issue for the new VMAX players. I mean, we saw from Christian Labella in our win and in game, you know, he was playing those crushing hammers, trying to do everything he could against the Charizard. It almost worked, but Charizard EX has a lot of HP, and sometimes it just takes one. Get that thing into play, which is exactly what Grant Manley was able to do in that game.
Yeah, that was quite the game. Like, I really watched a lot of amazing games this weekend. It was really cool to see. And Charizard coming out on top, yeah? So I guess the big question on everyone's minds heading into Portland, right, to start off the new year is, how do you beat Charizard?
That is the big question. The players are going to be scrambling for the answers, and we'll see how it all shapes up moving forward in the season. Thanks so much to everyone for sticking with us throughout the course of this year. Honestly, the past year, 2023, has been absolutely incredible for Pokemon TCG action this weekend. Without a doubt, no exception. If you want to stay up to date with us, be sure to follow these channels. Be sure to follow on Twitch, follow on YouTube, and then also follow us on all the various social media platforms. Twitter kind of has become the place where most of the community congregates. Be sure you're using that hashtag, play Pokemon, stay in the loop, and we're looking forward to hearing from you and looking forward to seeing you in 2024. From all of us this weekend, happy holidays. We hope you enjoy this season with your family, your friends. Thanks for sticking with us, and we will see you next year.
I just hope someone would